The strongest auxiliary, holographic. Waking up, Ranchi discovered he had traveled 1,000 years into the future. He was now an ordinary student in the service department of the military academy, commonly known as a miscellaneous. However, in this highly technology-advanced era, the existence of the orderly soldier was probably equivalent to the appendix to the human body, useless. In the era when the strong were respected, even if his family was rich, he couldn't get rid of the name of a waste. It coincided with the launch of the Empire's first holographic online game and gave extremely generous rewards, attracting countless people to participate. Ranchi immediately decided to lie down and laughed at the same time. He was ready to indulge in the online game, but who could tell him why this online game was the same as the RPG game where he spent countless RMB? Furthermore, his skill trees and warehouse followed Ranchi. It seemed that his status as a VIP player was impossible to conceal any longer. It was time for the ordinary Blue Star players to experience the dominance of a pay-to-win player. Chapter 1 Holographic Game. Ranchi walked out of the simulation battle room with a hopeless face. The light brain on his wrist had already received the report card. The big red 12 stung his eyes. Ranchi, are you okay? His best friend, Gula, quickly stepped forward to help him. I'm fine. Just a little dizzy. Ranchi smiled bitterly and said, this time I was unlucky and drew the most difficult R-type heavy mech to operate. This time, my scores in the practical class were even lower than in the last semester. I might be at the bottom again. It's okay. Anyway, we're in the service department. We only need to pass the theoretical score in mech. This was not the first time this kind of thing had happened. Gula could only comfort his best friend in this way. Their service department was originally engaged in logistics. Most of them only had D-level physical quality. Ranchi was only E-level, and it was good to operate the mech smoothly. As for getting high scores, only those geniuses with A-level or above physical quality in the mech department could do it. Waste. It's just a simulation battle and you're so weak. If you go to the battlefield, won't you just die directly? It's a shame for your family. A voice full of mockery sounded from the side. Gula and Ranchi turned their heads to the side. They saw Zhang Shuo, a mech student in a special combat uniform, standing not far away. The Zhang family and the Ran family were both private nutrient solution manufacturers, and the competition between the two families was fierce. The nutrient solution developed by the Ran family had a richer flavor, and the market share was larger than that of the Zhang family, so the Zhang family looked at the Ran family with particular displeasure. Ranchi was the youngest son of the Ran family head. Still, unlike his two older brothers who held important positions in the military department, his physical and mental strength test grades were the lowest level of E. With such qualifications, he was not even qualified to enter the military academy. In the end, it was only after Ranchi's father spent a large sum of money that he stuffed him into the service department of the Capital Star's first military academy. The students of this department were notoriously weak and were often jokingly called miscellaneous by other students. The first military academy was the best school in the Capital Star. As the fourth young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Shuo naturally attended school here and was also the most valued mech student. He couldn't compare to the eldest and second eldest of the Ran family, but he had a great sense of superiority over Ranchi, who had a wasted physique. Every time he saw Ranchi, he would sneer at him. To Ranchi, he heard these provocations too much. He was about to be immune, but Gula only heard those once and immediately said angrily, Zhang Shuo, don't go too far. Yo, there's another little waste. If you don't like it, why don't we go to the sparring room and fight? Zhang Shuo sneered, not taking the two of them seriously at all. Gula was so angry that his face turned red, but there was no way to take Zhang Shuo. Ranchi pulled his friend behind him, frowned at Zhang Shuo, and said, you, a student of the mech department, challenged a student of our service department. Are you not ashamed? Am I shameful? You failed all the combat courses and barely passed the theory courses. You can't do anything in arts. So tell me what other skills you have to compare with me. Zhang Shuo's words became more and more vicious, and every sentence was stabbing a knife into Ranchi's heart. Ranchi was not a saint. He kept getting provoked, and it was only natural for him to feel angry. However, he couldn't match his opponent's strength. Despite his frustration, he clenched his teeth, unable to find an outlet for his anger. He turned his head and saw the Magic Realm promotional video. It was scrolling on the projection wall in the corridor. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Let's compare our gaming skills. Are you brave enough to battle me in Magic Realm. Ranchi gestured towards the projected wall. Thousands of years ago, a global catastrophe broke out on Blue Star. The Blue Star's people could only escape into the universe in their spaceships. In the calamity, the Blue Star civilization suffered a devastating blow. There was a severe cultural fault. Even though the Blue Star had stood firmly in the Star Federation and had built a huge Blue Star empire, they still hadn't forgotten their home planet. Although Blue Star was no longer suitable for humans to live, the Empire sent out research teams dedicated to recovering those lost civilizations. The Magic Realm was a holographic game made by the Empire government. They used residual data from the Blue Star to create the game's background. They put a lot of effort and resources into restoring the Blue Star's picture, achieving a fidelity of 99.99%. The game made people feel like they were in the real world, with realistic senses of smell, taste, hearing, touch, and vision. In this game, people can rediscover the long-lost Blue Star civilization and savor the legendary Blue Star cuisine. How could anyone resist? The game caused an uproar among the Blue Star people as soon as it was published. Within one day, over 30 billion people pre-booked the purchase of the game pod, and the number continued to rise. Magic Realm also officially gave a series of rich rewards. As long as they could complete various achievements in the game, they could get multiple ultra-rare physical rewards. For example, the first to reach level 10, the first to clear the dungeon, the first to achieve the first kill achievement, etc., could obtain rewards. The first player to reach the maximum level could get a huge reward of 100 million star coins. There was even a strengthening potion that the government had just developed not long ago. This potion could greatly enhance human beings' potential. Ranchi, who had only E-level waste in physical and mental power, could also advance. However, the materials needed to make this potion were extremely rare, so they had a negligible quantity, and it was something that money couldn't buy. Therefore, the game attracted many people, almost reaching the point of national participation. People's conversations in the past few days revolved around this game, whether in real life or on the Star Network. Of course, Ranchi also bought the game pod. He was a professional player in his previous life who relied on games to eat, making money while playing games. The game, Magic Realm, was based on the Blue Star civilization. As a game expert from the 21st century, he had an enormous advantage. He needed a firm foundation to understand the third law of space distortion or hyperbolic linear code. But was this all just for playing a game? He was the ancestor of this group of future people. Additionally, his oldest brother recently took part in the internal test of Magic Realm. He shared much information about the game, which felt similar to the ones he had played before. With this knowledge, he felt confident as he challenged Zhang Shuo. He endured Zhang Shuo for too long. It was time for him to taste what it was like to be slapped in the face. Haha, sure. Don't call me a bully. We should locate a spot for a great fight once we're both level 45. You won't want to be killed by me so many times that you can't log into the game. Oh, Zhang Shuo jokingly agreed with a laugh, dismissing Ranqi's challenge as not a serious threat. He was a player involved in the game's internal test. He had a great understanding of the game's rules. The maximum level in the game, Magic Realm, was 80. Level 45 was an important milestone where players could improve their skills and equipment. Zhang Shuo planned to use this opportunity to bring a group of juniors he had trained in school and make a big impact in the game. The official rewards were generous and, with help from many people for equipment and skill books, his combat power would surpass Ranqi's. He was determined to defeat Ranqi. Because this game is so realistic, the pain cannot be fully protected and can only be reduced by a maximum of 50%. Otherwise, it could strain their mind. So if they died over 3 times in the game, they had to pause for 7 days before being able to log in again. Zhang Shuo meant to kill Ranqi in the game until he couldn't log into the game. Try it then. After Ranqi finished speaking coldly, he pulled Gula to leave. Ranqi, do you really want to face off against Zhang Shuo in the game? Gula asked worriedly. Everyone's account in Magic Realm is bound to biological genetic information with one person, one account, and can't be transferred, nor can it be played on behalf of others. I know. Xiaola, have some faith in me, okay? Ranqi looked at his friend helplessly. Okay, Gula sighed. Let's work together. I'll accompany you. Ranqi immediately hooked his shoulders in a brotherly manner. Good brother. Ha ha ha. This brother will cover you. Gula glanced at him helplessly, not expecting his words. He changed the topic and said, by the way, there are 5 professions in Magic Realm, such as mage, warrior, assassin, archer, and priest. What profession are you going to choose? I think I'll go with a mage. Ranqi usually prefers playing auxiliary professions in games, but since he had plans to PvP with Zhang Shuo, he decided to choose a profession with higher attack power. That's great. I'm choosing to play as an archer. We can team up once we're in the game. Archers have long-range attacks, run faster, and are difficult to kill. However, it seems like different professions start in different areas, so we might not be together initially. How about we play separately for now and meet up in the main city later? Okay. Ran Chi responded with a smile. What's your in-game name? Gula asked. Call it by Ran. I like white, and this Ran is a homonym for my Ran name. Then, I'll name it Cola. I've heard it's a very famous drink on the Blue Star. Ran Chi. Okay. Fat nerd happy water. It's good. There were classes in the service department, but the teaching atmosphere was relaxed. The teacher didn't care much about attendance, so no one minded missing classes as long as they showed up for the final exams. This led Ran Chi, the school scumbag, to decide to fully embrace his free time and immerse himself in online gaming. Finally, the day came when the Magic Realm game opened for logging in. Maybe he was looking forward to the game too much. Ran Chi had a little insomnia the night before, and it was almost early in the morning before he finally fell asleep. Waking up again, the game had been on service for 2 hours. It's over. It's over. I overslept. Gula will kill me. Ran Chi hurriedly washed up, and then quickly lay down in the game pod. He didn't have to worry about going hungry because the nutrient solution had already filled the game pod. System welcoming players to log into Magic Realm. The brainwave scan is completed, the genetic information is collected, and the identity information is bound. System detecting an existing character, skipping the step of creating a character. Ran Chi, what does this mean? It's obviously the first time he logs in. How can he have an existing character? Before Ran Chi could figure it out, he had already entered the login interface. Then, he saw a very familiar white-haired priest. Ran Chi, isn't that the character he played in an RPG with a magical background before he crossed over? That game is also called Magic Realm. This game should be the one he played the longest, put the most effort into, and had the most in-game purchases. The priest's white hair was something he had spent thousands of RMB when he participated in the lottery. The silver-white moonlight priest's robe, which looked very luxurious with gold trim, and the moonlight staff with its own gorgeous special effect aura, were all top-grade orange outfits. He had spent most of his time desperately clearing dungeons and collecting various rare materials with low drop rate to be made. Both games were also called Magic Realm, and the blue star that the others were talking about was Earth. Could it be that the Empire's research team had restored the database of the game, Magic Realm, from the information found in the ruins of the blue star? So not only did he cross over, but the game character followed? Is this a system bug? Buddy and Zhang Shuo agreed to meet in the arena. What can I do if the game suddenly stuffed him into a priest? The priest is a pure auxiliary profession with a few attack skills. Is it possible for me to grind the opponent's health slowly to death with normal attacks while healing myself? Each account could only have one character, so unless Ran Chi deleted the priest character, there was no way for him to play as a mage. He really couldn't afford to delete the account. After all, this character was his heart and soul. Ran Chi considered it and decided to check out the game first. System. Game access in progress. Please wait. Chapter 2 Pie from the Sky. Suddenly, Ran Chi materialized in the crowded novice village of the priest. The flashing white lights never stopped, and more people kept appearing through the teleportation. The technology of the interstellar age has advanced to the point where billions of people can log into the game simultaneously. In a previous life, countless servers would have been destroyed, and even that wouldn't have been sufficient. System insufficient level. The equipment cannot be worn. It has been put into the backpack. A system promptly sounded in his ears. Ran Chi was stunned for a moment, only to find that the binding orange outfit on his body had been taken off and replaced with a simple new magic robe and a new gray magic staff. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If he really appeared in a bunch of novices wearing such a conspicuous outfit, he was afraid that his identity as a system bug would have been exposed. However, because of his special hair color, there were still people who cast curious glances at him from time to time. Ran Chi hurriedly found a corner and checked his character's information. Character information. Nickname: Byran. Profession: priest. Level: 1. Experience: 0/100. HP: 100/100. Mana: 100/100. Stamina: 100/100. Basic attack power: 10, plus 15. Base defense: 10, plus 0. Attributes: Strength 1, plus 0. Intelligence 1, plus 0. Agility 1, plus 0. Constitution 1, plus 1. Hidden attribute: Super Lucky Star. The values in parentheses are the attribute bonus of the equipment. Players need to consume stamina to move, fight, and use life skills. When the stamina is 0, the player will lose the ability to act and can be recovered by meditating in place, taking a break offline, or using recovery foods and potions. The base attack and base defense are fixed attributes of the equipment, regardless of whether it's magical or physical. Strength equals physical attack. Intelligence equals magical attack healing. Agility equals movement speed and hit rate. Constitution equals health and defense. For every 1 level of level enhancement, the HP, mana and stamina will be increased by 10 each. Indeed, it was his account. However, all the attributes had been reset. As Ranchi observed the basic attribute, which only had a value of 1, he couldn't help but feel a twitch in his mouth. He recalled his eldest brother mentioning that the character's status in this game would reflect the player's real-life situation. People like his eldest brother, who possessed A+ physical and mental abilities, typically started with attributes in the double digits. This hidden attribute, he recalled that, Magic Realm, used to have a recharge lottery. It offered fashion items and lucky gift packages as prizes. The gift packages contained lucky star items that could enhance his luck. He spent a large sum of money to increase the chances of obtaining the best equipment by clearing the dungeon. After drawing numerous lucky stars, he applied around 70 or 80 of them to himself. As a result, he unintentionally unlocked the hidden attributes of the super lucky stars. Since then, his luck had been good. He didn't expect that even this hidden attribute would follow. Then he opened the system backpack and found that, in addition to that moonlight set, there were also a lot of miscellaneous high-grade materials, all of which he kept himself for backup. Handmade equipment in Magic Realm, with life skills had better attributes than equipment dropped by monsters. The maker's name was written on the best handmade equipment. After that, many customers waved their banknotes to ask for his help in making various equipment, making him earn a lot of money. He ranked first on the wealth list for more than half a year, and even though he kept selling his game coins for money, he never fell off the list. Fortunately, there was no level limit to the expansion package. Otherwise, if the system forced him to take off the expansion package as well, then he would only have 10 slots that came with his novice backpack. He wouldn't be able to stuff his full set of equipment and his pile of high-grade materials. Forget about those materials. If he lost the moonlight set, he would be heartbroken. This expansion package was also his handmade orange equipment, a level 10 expansion with a total of 100 slots, and each slot could be stacked with 99 of the same items. It was very useful. Next, Ranchi examined his skill panel and noticed that his skill tree had followed suit. The skill levels were initialized, and only the basic healing skill could be utilized. Because of a low level, all other skills were disabled and unavailable. But this was great news for Ranchi. It was important to know that the game skills of Magic Realm were notoriously difficult to obtain. It could only be learned by defeating the elite monsters in the field or the skill books dropped by the dungeon bosses. Even if you did defeat it, it would not necessarily be used for this profession. Now that the skill tree had followed, he didn't need to worry about the skill book anymore. Although there was only one healing skill that could be used now, at least he could heal his health without worrying about dying. Healing skill. Skill level 1. Mana consumption 10. Skill description: casting for 2 seconds. Cooldown for 1 second. It can restore the specified player's health by auxiliary attack power plus 10%. Healing bonus. As the skill level increases, the healing bonus increases. Ranchi tidied up his backpack and couldn't help but think, maybe he should check out the warehouse NPC. Will the warehouse also follow him? One should know that to improve proficiency in his life skills, he hoarded many various materials. He simply upgraded his warehouse to the maximum level, which could store tens of thousands of items. As a professional life player, his hoarding habits were quite serious. He hoarded quite a few materials and gems in his warehouse, as well as some crafting equipment used to rush skill proficiency, which were all valuable treasures. Thinking of this, Ranchi came in the warehouse's direction. When Ranchi opened the warehouse, he felt overwhelmed, as if a giant pie had hit him. His hoarding habits had filled the warehouse to the brim with high-grade materials, medium to high-grade handmade equipment, and a lot of high-grade items. The value of high-grade materials need not be said. Those high-level items were the most valuable, such as potions that could instantly replenish health and mana, enchantment materials that could add extra attributes to equipment, the magic scroll that could seal magic and launch one-time attacks, and then magic stones that were incredibly important to priests. If the priest had a very important skill called resurrection in Magic Realm, There were only two ways to resurrect the player after death. The first was to return to the save resurrection point, and the second was for the priest to use the resurrection skill to revive the person. If one chose the first way, the durability of the player's equipment would be drastically reduced, and one would also need to spend quite a bit of time running in case the resurrection point was too far away. It would take a long time. Choosing the second option not only saved time and effort but also the reduced durability of the equipment would be lesser. However, this Magic Realm was a holographic game after all. They had to rest for 7 days after dying 3 times. He wondered, will the priest's resurrection skill have any special effects? Looking at his full warehouse, Ranchi couldn't help but want to laugh to the heavens. Could it be that he is the legendary chosen one? Ranchi immediately decided it would be better to be a priest instead of a mage. With a full skill tree, all max level life skills, as well as a warehouse of high-grade materials and precious items, what else does he have to worry about? So what if you have fewer attack skills? The drop rate of the game skill book is so low. Maybe Zhang Shuo's attack skills are lesser than him. What about poor base attributes? He can stack up attributes with all kinds of superb equipment. Even if he only uses normal attacks, he can greatly damage the target. Not to mention that he still has so many magic scrolls. He can smash Zhang Shuo to death with it. Don't ask how the school comes. Ask this Laozi's wealth. It was a pity that he had decomposed all the low-grade equipment in his warehouse. What was left was all medium to high-grade equipment above level 40. He couldn't use it at his current level. Ranchi put the S-grade moonlight set and those materials that couldn't be used in the backpack into the warehouse. He only took a few bottles of recovery potions and a few magic scrolls for defense. For the equipment, he could only use the novice equipment given by the system. The novice equipment gifted by the system was shabby. There were only 2 pieces in total, and they were both of the most common white quality. New staff. Restricted level 1 or higher. Profession: priest, mage. Item grade D. Durability 20/20. Attribute: base attack power plus 15. Item grade S equals legendary. Orange, A equals rare. Purple, B equals fine. Blue, C equals advanced. Green, D equals common. White, new robe. Restricted level 1 or higher. Profession: priest, mage. Item grade D. Durability 20/20. Attribute: constitution plus 1. D grade items have only a single attribute. C grade items have dual attributes, and so on. The higher the equipment's grade, the more types of attributes it has. As a priest, his early attributes were not high. He had almost no attack power. If he could have a few more pieces of equipment, he could have more attribute bonuses, and his efficiency to level up would be higher. At present, there were 4 ways for him to obtain equipment. The first was to go to the item shop to buy equipment. The second was to fight monsters and get the drop items. The third was to craft it. The fourth was to complete the novice quests and obtain the novice equipment rewarded by the quests. The first method required spending money. He liked to hoard when he played games and spent all the money on his body to buy those high-grade materials. He could not even take out a copper coin at this moment. Moreover, the equipment in the item shop was basically of low quality and the price was expensive. It was not cost-effective. The drop rate was not high, and even if the items dropped, it was not necessarily suitable for his profession. The cost-effectiveness was equally low. The third method was a bit troublesome. Although his life skills were at max level and he had learned all the drawings of weapons and armor, the materials were hard to get. Instead of spending time gathering those low-grade materials, it was better to do the quests honestly. Although the one given was novice equipment, it was still fine to use for a transition. With Ranchi finally chose the fourth method. He found a novice guide with a huge question mark on his head and took a quest from him to kill 10 demonized bees. System announcement: congratulations to the player, Night Owl, for being the first to reach level 10 and obtaining the title Pioneer, as well as physical exchange coupon 1. A system announcement sounded in the ears of all players on the server. At the same time, large golden 3D characters floated before their eyes. Ranchi, he just got into the game 2 hours late. How does it seem like he misses the entire world? Someone's already level 10 so soon? Isn't that a bit too fast? In Magic Realm, they could only get titles if they had achieved certain achievements. The attributes of different titles could be stacked, which was very helpful for players. Titles like Pioneer had the additional attribute of a plus 10 base attack, which greatly increased attack power and was helpful for leveling. The physical exchange coupon was a dream for players. It could be exchanged for real-life items like robots, flying vehicles, battle matches, and blue star delicacies. The redemption mall in the upper right corner of the game panel was almost like a carrot dangling before a mule, attracting players to keep trying to level up. Ranchi was self-aware. Under the government's vigorous promotion, there would be many powerful experts stationed in Magic Realm. These people's initial attributes were several times higher than his. He was not as good as others in the speed of leveling up, but if compared to his life skills and the speed of earning money, then surely no one could be his opponent. He opened the friend panel and planned to add Gulu's friends by searching, but the system told him that he didn't have enough levels and had to wait until after level 10 before he could use the search function. Ranchi helplessly closed the panel. It seemed that he could only talk about it after reaching the main city. When Ranchi arrived at the flower field outside the novice village, he saw a dense crowd of heads. As for the bees, he didn't see a single one of them. There were more people than monsters here. Fortunately, the speed of the monster spawn was not slow. As long as players had quick hands and eyes, they could still complete the quest. Since the priest's initial skill was only a healing spell, everyone could only use the staff in their hands as a wooden stick and relied on basic attacks to kill bees. In the past, he didn't think it was strange when he played games on the computer screen, but now he saw a group of priests holding their staffs and knocking around the bees. It was such an inexplicable sense of joy that he couldn't help but laugh. Hey, friend, are you alone? Do you want to team up? Let's team up to fight monsters. The quest can be shared. Each team member kills one to complete the quest for higher efficiency. The man had a round face, slightly curly hair, and a pair of smiling eyes, which made him look like he had a good temper. Okay, Ranchi readily agreed. They shook hands and successfully teamed up. This interactive teaming method was unique to holographic online games and was particularly convenient. By the way, how did you get your white hair? When I created my character, there were only 4 hair colors to choose from: red, yellow, blue, and black. After the team was completed, Feng Tian couldn't help but ask curiously. No wonder there were so many people around, but Feng Tian came to find him for a team, so it was because he noticed his hair color. I'm a closed beta player, and I got a hair dye from the closed beta pack. Ranchi had already thought of an excuse for his unusual hair color. Hey, it makes me angry when compared to others. I'm a beta player too. I only got a pair of green boots with +2 strength and +2 agility. It has low attributes and quality. Green outfit is actually not bad in the early stage of the game. If you don't need it, you can sell it for money. I think this attribute is quite suitable for archers. I think it will be sold out quickly if you put it in the trading market, which, like my hair dye, is a non-tradable item, and the only thing it does is look good. Ranchi comforted. Haha, you have a point. Feng Tian suddenly became happy. Once I've leveled up to 10, I'll go to the trading market and put this up. The trading market was only available in the main city. Players must reach level 10 before they could leave the novice village and travel to the nearest main city, Theron City. There were 4 main cities in Magic Realm, each with different entry criteria. For example, the entry level for Theron City was level 10, Nakhi City was 24, Otto City was 40, and Hopper City was 60. It was not that they couldn't enter the main city if they didn't reach the level, but the field of each main city had a corresponding level of monsters and dungeons. Wild monsters above level 10 would take the initiative to attack, so if the player's level wasn't enough, they would just die halfway through the road. Hey, stop chatting. Let's do the quest first. Okay, one of the team members said with a little impatience. Sorry. Feng Tian apologized good-naturedly before swinging the staff in his hand and starting to fight the monster. The realism of this game was really high. When the wind blew, he could feel the coolness of the breeze, and he could smell the faint fragrance of flowers coming from the flower field with his nose. Some players also tried to pick flowers, but they didn't succeed because it required gathering flowers skill. The bee was huge, larger than a basketball. He could clearly see the fluff on the bee and the lines of its wings. The feeling of hitting the bee with a staff was particularly realistic. However, the pain caused by this bee's sting was akin to being stabbed with a sweater needle. Grimacing, Ranchi opened the system panel and adjusted the pain down to 50%. Although it still hurt, it was at a tolerable level. The bee was soon slain, leaving behind only 2 copper coins. Ranchi couldn't help pouting. These little monsters were too stingy. Teaming up was really efficient. Each person only had to kill 1 bee, and they completed the quest. Except for Ranchi, the other team members swiftly quit the team after completing the quest and rushed to hand it in. Feng Tian didn't care. It was just a temporary team anyway, but when he saw that Ranchi hadn't withdrawn from the team, he proposed. There are quite a few novice quests that require fighting monsters. It's too troublesome to regroup the team every time. so it's better for the two of us to cooperate. Okay. Ranchi happily agreed. Feng Tian seemed to have a good personality, and he was a beta test player. He was very familiar with the quests in the early stage, and teaming up with him would be much faster than him alone. Together, they returned to the novice guide and handed in the quest. System: congratulations on completing the quest. Kill demonized bees, and receive the quest rewards. Novice: wide-brimmed hat, copper coins plus 10. And experience plus 100. System: congratulations on reaching level 2 and gaining 2 disposable attribute points. Ranchi did not hesitate to add the 2 attribute points to intelligence. After all, intelligence determined the priest's healing amount and magic attack power. As for the bonus items, the novice wide-brimmed hat had white quality too, with an attribute of plus 10 base defense. Although it didn't have much effect, it was better than nothing. Next, they took on a quest of killing demonized rat, and they worked together very tacitly. They quickly leveled up to level 4 and got the novice handpiece and novice pants. Now, it was just a pair of shoes left from being able to put together an entire set. Ah, my staff is about to run out of durability. Feng Tian suddenly screamed. My staff too. Ranchi sighed and said, let's go repair it first before continuing the quest. The consequence of using a staff to fight monsters directly was that the durability went down fast. If not repaired on time, it would be directly scrapped after the durability dropped to 0. They didn't have a spare staff right now, so they had to rush to the weapon merchant in the item shop to repair them. Profiteers. It costs 10 copper coins to repair such a broken staff. I did a quest for half a day, and I only earned a total of 30 copper coins. Ah. Coming out of the item shop, the poor Feng Tian couldn't help but complain. Fortunately, the durability of the defense gear on our bodies isn't falling off too fast, or else we won't even be able to repair our equipment. Ranchi, who had a warehouse full of treasures but no money on him, also sighed. Hey, it'll be good when we're level 10. We can go to the main city to do quests with more generous rewards. We'll also be able to go to the dungeons to fight for equipment. After the player reached level 10, that was when this game really started. Most of the game functions opened up, such as entering the main city, using the trading market, entering dungeons, learning life skills, establishing and joining guilds, and so on. They continued to work diligently on the quests and finally rose to level 9. Chapter 3: Emperor of Lux Physique. I'm so tired. After completing this quest of clearing the Wolf King, we can level up to 10. Feng Tian said happily. After level 10, we can go to the main city. We can also enter the dungeon and get a lot of good things after clearing it. That's right. Maybe there's a chance we'll be able to get a clearance achievement. Ranchi was also eager to try. He was now almost certain that this magic realm was the same as the one he had played in his previous life. With his familiarity with the dungeon and boss mechanics, it could be said that it was easy to get the clearance achievement. Alas, the dream is too big. He is a little embarrassed. Hehe. Ha ha ha. It's good to have a dream. Let's upgrade first. Let's go. Go go go. Go fight the Wolf King. Feng Tian clenched his fist in a struggle-like manner. The Wolf King is an elite monster. It's a mini-boss. We'd better buy some recovery potions to have on hand. The Wolf King's attack has a bleeding effect. We will continue to lose HP if we get bitten. It will go berserk when its HP drops to 30%. At that time, all of its attacks will become critical hits. We'll die in seconds. The taste of death can be unpleasant. Feng Tian had suffered the loss from the Wolf King during the beta test, so he was particularly cautious this time. Although the priest had a healing skill, on one hand, they needed time to chant before casting, and on the other hand, the skill also had a cooldown. If the Wolf King performed a critical hit while their skill was cooling down or when they were chanting, then they could only die. You're right. Let's go buy some to have on hand. Ranchi agreed with Feng Tian's idea. After all, the consequences of death in this game were serious. It was still important to be safe. They went to the item store, found the potion merchant, and couldn't help but be speechless when they opened the shopping page. The potion merchant here sold a total of 3 recovery potions: primary red potion, primary blue potion, and primary stamina potion, each of which cost 20 copper coins. Oh my god, why is it so expensive? Feng Tian couldn't help but wail. Tisk, let's buy it. Our life is important. The two poor people gritted their teeth and variously bought 2 bottles of each. Although each bottle of primary red potion could only restore 30 HP, at least it was instantaneous. It was enough to save lives at critical moments. As for the high-grade recovery potion in Ranki's backpack, the price was hundreds of times that of the primary potion. Of course, it couldn't be wasted casually. They checked the durability of the equipment on their bodies. After making sure that there was no problem, They followed the guidance of the quest to the mountain range where the Wolf King was located. There were also a lot of people who came to do the quest of clearing the Wolf King, but the Wolf King spawned in random places. It was better to wait for the rabbit rather than running around and fighting with others. Ranchi and Feng Tian found a location with fewer people and waited patiently for a while before a new wild Wolf King suddenly spawned near them. The huge Wolf King's body was almost catching up with the rhinoceros. His huge mouth was full of sharp and shining teeth. Ranchi even felt that he could smell the blood-filled breath coming from the Wolf King's mouth. Different from the flat boss seen on the computer screen, facing such a lifelike terrifying beast at close range, Ranchi was shocked. However, Feng Tian was not affected in the slightest. He raised his staff and greeted it, aiming a hard smash at the Wolf King's head. Awoo! The Wolf King roared angrily. The Wolf King directed its hatred towards Feng Tian, launching a fierce attack. After all, the wild Wolf King was an elite monster. Its HP was several times that of a normal monster, and its attack power was also terrifyingly high. A single claw could make Feng Tian's HP drop a lot. Ranchi hurriedly healed Feng Tian before joining the battle. Since this was a holographic game, releasing skills were of course different from a keyboard game. Players had two ways to cast skills. One was to face the weapon in their hand to the object of skill casting, and then shout the name of the skill to successfully cast it. There was also a way to aim the weapon in their hand at the object of the skill release, and then simply making a gesture with your left hand to release the skill directly. Both methods were very convenient, and it all depended on the player's preference. Ranchi felt the way of shouting the skill name every time he released the skill would remind him of some cartoons and inexplicably make him feel ashamed. If it was PK, shouting the skill name would make the opponent wary, so he used the second method. Feng Tian wielded his staff to attack the Wolf King's vital point while dodging the Wolf King's attack. His basic attributes were much higher than Ranqi's, coupled with the green shoes with increased strength and movement speed, causing much more damage to the Wolf King than Ranchi. The hatred was steady, allowing Ranchi to attack without fear. However, while Ranchi was attacking the Wolf King, he was also keeping an eye on Feng Tian's HP, watching for the right moment to heal him to ensure his life. Both of them had a good battle sense. They cooperated tacitly, steadily grinding the Wolf King's HP to below 30%. Be careful, the Wolf King has gone berserk. Seeing the Wolf King's eyes suddenly turn blood red, Feng Tian immediately warned in a loud voice. After being berserk, the wild Wolf King's hatred became chaotic, throwing down Feng Tian and pouncing toward Ranchi. Ranchi couldn't dodge and was hit with a claw on the shoulder, which made him gasp in pain. Fortunately, although the game strived to be realistic, it did not completely copy the realistic setting, so Ranchi just hurt for a while, leaving a somewhat hideous-looking wound on his shoulder. His clothes were stained red with blood, which did not affect his movements. After the berserk, the attack power of the wild Wolf King directly doubled. That one claw made Ranchi lose half of his HP. Ranchi swiftly poured a red potion and healed himself with his healing skill. His HP restored, he raised his staff and prepared to charge once more. He and Feng Tian fought closely and managed to grind this wild Wolf King to death. Awoo! The Wolf King howled unwillingly. His huge body fell with a bang and a wooden-colored treasure chest floated up on its corpse. Treasure chest. Our luck is good, ah, Feng Tian said happily. Monsters below level 10 hardly dropped items, and only occasionally dropped a few copper coins or low-level materials. However, the Wolf King was an elite monster, so there was a certain chance it would drop treasure chests. It's just a wooden treasure chest. I don't think it can drop anything good. Ranchi, who was used to seeing good things, was slightly disgusted. That's better than nothing, ah. Feng Tian looked at Ranchi. Brother, my luck has never been good. Otherwise, you should open it. Okay. Ranchi was blessed with luck, so he didn't reject. He directly went forward to open the treasure chest. The wooden treasure chest that the 10th level elite monster dropped really couldn't open anything good. Even if Ranchi was lucky, he only got an apple and a Wolf King's tooth. Apple. Item grade D. Description: a tasty fruit that restores a small amount of HP when consumed. Wolf King's tooth. Item grade C. Description: material: can be used to craft weapons. Ah, it's an apple. Feng Tian was so excited that he almost jumped up. I ate it once during the beta testing. It's a kind of food from the Blue Star. It's very, very delicious. Seeing Feng Tian's excited expression, Ranchi smiled and said, then I'll give this apple to you. When the Blue Star people fled from their planet, they did bring a lot of seeds and livestock for breeding. It might be because it was impossible to adapt to the interstellar environment. Most of them were extinct. People could only make a living with artificially synthetic nutrients, and the concept of fruits never existed in their lives. Ran Chi was from the 21st century. Apple was not a rare thing for him. Thinking about it this way, Ran Chi did sympathize a bit with the interstellar blue star people. Really? It's not good. From a game's point of view, Apple was definitely not a valuable item, but from the perspective of the blue star people, this was a long-extinct blue star delicacy. He believed it would sell better than equipment if it hung up on the trading market. Of course it's true. I'm going to learn life skills. I just need this Wolf King's tooth. Ran Chi's life skills were at max level to get the achievement of Master Craftsman in the first place. Regardless of the level and quality, he learned all kinds of recipes and drawings, which could come in handy at this moment. Then, okay, I'll make sure to give you an apple next time I get it. After all, a game was a game. There was no such thing as cutting the items in half and dividing it among the others. It was either one took a bite or one took half of it and threw the rest away. When the remaining part hit the ground, the system automatically perceived it as broken and made it disappear. Okay, Ran Chi gave the apple directly to Feng Tian. As soon as Feng Tian got the apple, he couldn't wait to take a bite. The sweet juice instantly overflowed into his mouth, and the flesh of the fruit was sweet and crispy. It was really delicious. To enjoy it for a longer time, Feng Tian had been holding the apple and chewing it in small bites on the way back, like a little squirrel, until he couldn't taste it anymore before swallowing. Seeing Feng Tian eat with a mesmerized look on his face, Ran Chi felt complicated. With the degree of interstellar people's thirst for blue star's food, would cooking skills perhaps be more popular than forging skills? When he got to the main city, he could try to make some simple food to sell in the trading market. Thinking like this, they returned to the novice village together and handed in the quest system. Congratulations on completing the quest, clearing the Wolf King, and receive the quest rewards. Level 1 expansion package, sweet bread, silver +2, EXP +1000. Level 1 expansion package. Item grade, D. Description, expansion item that adds 4 storage compartments when equipped. Sweet bread. Item grade, D. Description, food. Restores 50 stamina when consumed. It deserved to be an elite quest. The rewards are so rich. It just happens that I don't have much stamina left. Feng Tian happily equipped the rewarded expansion pack, took out the bread, and nibbled on it. He then showed a mesmerized expression again. This thing called sweet bread is so delicious. It tastes fluffy and soft, with a special fragrance. Yes, it tastes good. Ran Qi was not interested in this expansion pack with a super small capacity, so he only picked up the bread and ate it. Although the bread was only the size of a palm, it was soft and delicious. The taste was really good. He hadn't eaten Earth's food in a long time since he crossed over, and it was a kind of nostalgic. The realism of the holographic game was high, both in taste and texture. It was the same as the real thing, but it didn't make people feel full. It was said that many players come to play this game just to be able to eat a lot in the game system. Congratulations on reaching level 10. Obtaining 2 disposable attribute points and a golden treasure chest. Another system prompt rang out. Both of them had a golden treasure chest in their bags. A golden treasure chest was much more advanced than a wooden treasure chest, and the probability of being able to open something good was also much higher. Wow, it's a golden treasure chest. Magic Realm is so generous. Feng Tian rubbed his hands together excitedly. God bless. You must let me make a good thing. After speaking, he couldn't wait to open the treasure chest and then saw a flash of white light. An extra ring and a dagger appeared in Feng Tian's palm. Iron ring. Restricted level, 10 or higher. Profession, all occupations. Item grade, C. Durability, 50/50. Attribute, Constitution +5. Base attack power +10. Iron blade. Restricted level, 10 or higher. Profession, assassin. Item grade, C. Durability, 50/50. Attribute, strength +5. Base attack power +12. Oh my god. I opened an accessory and a weapon. Feng Tian excitedly let Ran Chi look at what he had opened. His expression was almost as if he had won the lottery. Although these 2 things were only green, their attributes were very good. It belonged to the equipment with high utility in the early stages. The ring, bracelet, necklace, and other jewelry drop rate was very low. After half a month of beta testing, he did not even know what the jewelry was really like. No wonder Feng Tian was so excited. Congratulations. You are lucky today, Ran Chi said with a smile. Ha ha ha. I'll share a little of my good luck with you, so hurry up and open the treasure chest. Feng Tian grabbed Ran Chi's hand and rubbed it as if he really wanted to share his good luck with him. Ran Chi had a warehouse of good things, but he didn't care about the contents of the treasure chest. However, seeing Feng Tian so expectant, He readily opened the treasure chest with goodwill. Then he looked at the treasure chest's contents and fell silent. What's wrong? What did you get? Feng Tian probed curiously. Ran Qi took out the thin skill book from the treasure chest. Recovery skill. Skill book. Learnable level 10. Profession. Priest. Instructions. Open it to learn the skill. Recovery. Cast for 3 seconds. Cooldown for 2 seconds. Restores 20 HP and 5 mana to the designated player every 3 seconds for 180 seconds. Increases the recovery effect as the skill level increases. This was a very useful skill. It was equivalent to a continuous buff state, which could regenerate both HP and mana. They couldn't be looked at by the restore amount. In the early stage of the game was not up when the equipment was still in the early stage, and everyone's HP was not much, so the priest with this skill, whether for the dungeon or a team battle, was always robbed by others. Feng Tian suddenly shed tears. Emperor of Lux, please take my knees. Ran Qi didn't expect his luck to be so good. He got a skill book all of a sudden. The value of the skill book was much higher than any jewelry and equipment. It would be robbed by taking it out. It was just that after he leveled up, the skills in his skill tree that matched the level would automatically light up. He could already use recovery directly now, and he couldn't use this skill book at all. But after thinking about it, he didn't need to explain more about his new skills. He could sell this skill book for money later. Good boy. When I draw the skill book next time, I will keep it for you. Ran Qi followed suit mischievously. Hey, you are really full of yourself. Feng Tian glanced at him angrily. He didn't take his words seriously at all. Is a rare item like a skill book something you can draw just because you want to? However, after Feng Tian really comprehended Ran Qi's Emperor of Luck physique, he couldn't wait to rush back and scold himself for being blind to his blabbermouth. After Ran Qi put the skill book in his backpack, he left the novice village with Feng Tian. The old village chief NPC with a thick face at the entrance of the village smiled gently and said to them, "Dear hero, thank you for driving away the vicious magical beasts and maintaining the safety of the village. May the gods bless you." System. Congratulations on gaining the chief's gratitude for 30 minutes. Increasing movement speed by 20%. Hey, this is a new feature that wasn't available during the beta testing. Feng Tian said to Ran Qi, "Let's hurry to the main city while we have the buff." Chapter 4. Encounter a robbery. There was no teleportation array in the novice village, so Ran Qi and Feng Tian needed to go through 2 maps before reaching Theron City. The map of the holographic game was huge. If there were no accelerated buff state, with the speed of the priest, it would take a while for them to walk. Although occasional active monsters were wandering around the map, with the recovery skill that could automatically restore HP and mana, those that could be fought would be fought, and those that could not be fought could run away. Their journey went quite smoothly. After being upgraded to level 10, Ran Qi's life skills had also been unlocked. Because of his level, he could only make equipment of the same level as himself for the time being, but Ran Qi was already delighted. However, when he saw the herbs and ores everywhere, he habitually wanted to run and collect them, but he tried to suppress them. After all, Feng Tian was still around, and he couldn't explain why he had learned life skills before he had even been to Theron City. He could only comfort himself in his heart that when he arrived at Theron City, he would no longer have to hide his life skills. Soon, the towering walls of Theron City came into view, instantly refreshing both of them, while happily increasing their pace. 4 individuals who appeared out of nowhere abruptly surrounded them. 2 archers, a mage, and an assassin, were basically all high attack professions around level 10. Their IDs were all red. They had turned on the PK mode. There was a bloody knife mark next to the IDs of these people, indicating that they had killed several people. "Hand over all the money and D rank or higher equipment you have on you, or you'll be dead," the assassin in the lead said in a cold voice. "Are you guys crazy? Do you guys dare to go red at the beginning of the game? Not going to upgrade?" Feng Tian felt very incredible. They must know that the red name couldn't enter the city, otherwise it would be killed by the guards. The early stage of the game was the key moment of upgrading. Being unable to enter the city had a significant impact on the player. What nonsense? If you don't want to die, hurry up and hand over the items. All 4 raised their weapons and took up an attack stance. Ran Qi could sort of see the purpose of these few people. This was the northern gate of Theron City, a necessary route from the priest's novice village to the main city. These people were deliberately squatting here, staring at those lone priests who had just come out of the novice village. Generally, players would leave the novice village after completing all the quests in the village, which meant that they had at least 2 silver coins on them, plus the gold treasure chest given by the upgrade. which was also able to open quite a lot of good things. Aren't the priests with low HP and no attack power the best fact sheet for those who have no good hearts? Most of these people were long-range high-attack professions. When the outnumbered enemy, the priest who was targeted, could not resist at all. In order not to be killed, they could only hold back and hand over their items. But was Rang Chi such a cowardly person? He was the chosen one. The magic scrolls in his backpack weren't vegetarian. Fight. Feng Tian quickly switched to the team channel and talked to Rang Chi. My attack power is not low after I put on the ring. With your new skill and acceleration buff, I don't think we'll necessarily lose the fight. Fight. Rang Chi replied in seconds. Without saying a word, Feng Tian rushed out, raised his staff, aimed it at one mage, and slammed it down. Although it was a priest, the basic attack could not be divided into magic or physical. The ring that Feng Tian just got had strength and basic attack bonuses. The mage had a low HP, and when hit by the staff, half of the mage's HP was suddenly gone. Be careful. This priest has a very high attack power. The mage reacted and immediately turned to flee, shouting vigorously, kill him quickly. Unfortunately, the mage was as short-legged as a priest, while Feng Tian and Ran Qi had a 20% acceleration buff. So, where could that mage outrun them? The mage was caught by the two, with two staves hammered down, killing the mage directly. The remaining three people were all furious at this time. They never thought that these two priests would have the courage to make a move against them. The priest named Feng Tian not only had a high attack power but also moved very fast. Before they could react, their companion was already dead. However, after the three of them came to their senses, they immediately launched an attack on the more aggressive Feng Tian, who could dodge the mage's magic bullets and the archer's arrows, but could not dodge the assassin's piercing. His HP slid down like water. Fortunately, he was prepared and opened a bottle of red potion to drink it in one go. Ran Qi also immediately followed with his healing and recovery skills, instantly replenishing his HP. Kill the mage first, Feng Tian shouted in the team channel. Okay, Ran Qi responded. No one could have imagined that Feng Tian would actually choose to resist the assassin's attack and attack the mage instead. Where could a low HP mage withstand the attack of two people? Soon followed in his companion's footsteps. Right now, the team of four is gone in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, the assassin and the archer immediately wanted to escape. Both professions had agility and strength bonuses. Their movement speed was very fast. Even if the two priests had acceleration buff, they wouldn't necessarily be able to catch up. Want to run? Ran Qi sneered and used a magic scroll on them. Magic scroll. Freezing. Great. A. Description. A scroll that seals a powerful spell. After using it, you can release the skill, Frozen, which makes the specified target immobile for a certain period. A layer of frost immediately condensed on the surface of the assassins' and archers' bodies. They only felt as if their hands and feet were filled with lead, so heavy that they completely could not move. What the fuck is going on? Both of them were panicked. At this time, Feng Tian and Ran Qi stepped forward and, under their frightened gaze, sent them to reunite with their companions without mercy. These people probably never dreamed that they would fall into the hands of the two priests. In their opinion, four high-attack professions against two wet nurses with little attack power were like four tigers surrounding two rabbits. But who knew that rabbits actually bite when they were anxious and that rabbits had special items like a magic scroll in their hands? Now they met with unexpected failure, and their intestine turned green in regret. The punishment of the magic realm for red players was severe. Ordinary players would only lose equipment durability when they died, but red players would drop equipment and items. So, after several people's bodies disappeared, several pieces of equipment and items immediately appeared on the ground. Feng Tian didn't bother to pick up things, and directly said to Ran Qi in heartache, "Oh my god, the magic scroll. That's a grade A item. Why are you wasting it on these little punies? Eliminate harm for people." Ran Qi replied with a smile. Those few red players would be directly teleported to the prison after being resurrected. They would stay there for enough time to eliminate all the sin values before they could regain their freedom, thus avoiding more new players from being robbed, which was quite in line with his statement of eliminating harm for people. Feng Tian choked for a moment, and then asked curiously again, "Then, where did you get this magic scroll?" Actually, when I opened the chest just now, in addition to the skill book, I also got the magic scroll. I was afraid of slapping you in the face, so I didn't say it." Ran Qi had to use the treasure chest as an excuse. Feng Tian burst into tears. "Forget I asked. Obviously, they are playing the same game. Why is there such a big difference between them?" Ran Qi touched the tip of his nose, embarrassedly. In fact, The magic scroll he took out was already the lowest grade in his backpack. He also had a lot of S-grade large-range magic attack scrolls, but there was no need to let Feng Tian know. They picked up the equipment and items dropped by those players. They found that there were 2 pieces of C-grade and 1 B-grade equipment, and C-grade material Wolf King's skin. The Wolf King was a mini-boss only found in the priest's novice village. At a glance, it was clear that they didn't get these things on their own. They didn't know how many people those guys had robbed. Divide the spoils. Divide the spoils. See which one do you want? Feng Tian showed all the things he picked up to Ran Qi. I want the wolf skin, Ran Qi said without hesitation. This was a good material for a magic robe. Since the magic scroll that had been of great use was Ran Qi's, Feng Tian insisted on giving him that B-grade equipment as well. After they entered the city, they went straight to the trading market and put up all the equipment they didn't need to sell. Although the trading market would take a 5% handling fee, but it was much more convenient than setting up a stall to sell it themselves. It was early in the game. Equipment was in short supply. As long as the attributes of green outfits were good, some people would rush to buy them. They just put something up, and it sold in a blink of an eye. They made dozens of silver coins at once and were overjoyed. Haha, I have money. I'm going to a restaurant and have a big meal. Brother, wanna come along? Feng Tian was worthy of being a foodie. The first thing that came to mind after having money was to eat. Okay, I'll check it out too. Ran Qi didn't want to eat, but wanted to see the market. In the previous life of Magic Realm, the restaurant was a place with no sense of existence, selling some of the simplest foods to restore HP and stamina. The price wasn't cheap to be cost-effective. Moreover, after players learned the cooking skill, they could completely make their own food with more varieties and increased attributes, so no one would patronize it at all. However, after switching to the holographic game, the status of the restaurant became completely different. Not only had it moved from the corner to the most central location of the Central Avenue, the store had also expanded several times. The store was crowded, and it seemed that business was very good. They reached the restaurant door and were halted by NPCs in waiter uniforms. One of them, with a smile, said, "Apologies, Mr. Hero. The place is packed. Take a number tag from me, go around, and return when it's your turn." It was a very humane operation. After they got the number tag, they automatically entered the queuing system. Ran Qi took a look, and found that they were actually in the 6,000th place. There was a steady stream of people coming up behind them to get their number tag. Ran Qi sweated silently in his heat. He really underestimated the enthusiasm of interstellar people for food. Can I take a look at the menu? Ran Qi asked the waiter NPC. Of course. It's on the wall at the door. A large chalkboard hung in front of the store with only 7 choices on it. Smoked pork sandwich, pastrami sandwich, smoked chicken sandwich, pan-seared steak, pan-seared pork chop, pan-seared chicken chop, fruit salad. Ran Qi, can it be a little more perfunctory? How dare you sell this crap for 5 silver coins a serving? It's a black store. However, the interstellar people who had not tasted the blue star food were very excited. Even Feng Tian looked in the direction of the store with a yearning expression. There are so many delicious foods. I really want to eat them all. Okay. Sandwich is available for takeout, but the rest of the food needs to be eaten in the store. The waiter added with a smile. Get me one of all 3 flavors of sandwiches. Feng Tian said magnanimously. Okay, please wait. After a while, the waiter brought a paper bag with 3 flavors of sandwiches inside. Do you still need to keep your number? Of course. I still have a few things to eat. Ran Qi, I'd like to go over to the life skills area for a bit. Are you going to wait here or are you going to come with me? Ran Qi looked at Feng Tian. Even the simple food sold in the store was a crowd pleaser, so he must be able to sell even higher prices for food he made himself, right? Ran Qi seemed to see a road to get rich before him, and immediately eager to try. I'm not interested in life skills, so I'll just walk around the neighborhood. Life skills were too cumbersome to learn. Feng Tian still preferred to buy ready-made ones. Okay, I'll see you later. So, Ran Qi went to the life skills area in the east of the city by himself. Along the way, Ran Qi met a lot of players who came to learn life skills. If he wanted to learn the skill, he first underwent the test of the skill masters to complete a series of tedious pre-quests, and finally made the items according to the way taught by the skill masters. Only after being recognized by the skill masters could he learn the skill. After that, players could purchase some simple basic blueprints and recipes from the skill masters. They could only make D-grade and C-grade items. Those more advanced blueprints and recipes could only be obtained by fighting monsters and rewards from the dungeons. However, Those players who had participated in the beta testing were well aware of the benefits of life skills. As long as they overcame difficulties and practiced their life skills, they could earn back tenfold and 100-fold after investing. Chapter 5 Life Skills. Ranchi went to the cooking skill area first. Unsurprisingly, he met many players who wanted to learn cooking skills. After all, the food obtained from cooking could satisfy the taste buds while increasing attributes. It could be sold to others for money. It was simply one of the most cost-effective life skills. However, before the players could learn the skills, they had to pass the test, and the test given by the cooking master was bread baking, where players needed to first go outside the city and fight a kind of toucan monster, collecting the eggs they drop, and then use the eggs, flour and other ingredients to create bread. The game might be designed to give players a more realistic experience of how to make food, so the bread required here had to be made by the players themselves, rather than simply standing around the stove and waiting for it to generate itself once the ingredients were prepared. Players could only learn the cooking skill if they successfully baked the bread and after the NPC gave a passing rating. The preparation method given by the NPC was very detailed, down to every step and detail. Even the grams of flour and grams of sugar were indicated. Any random Chinese from the 21st century would probably be able to do it by following every step. However, these interstellar people grew up drinking nutrient solutions. They didn't even know what cooking was, and everything was very foreign to them. After happily returning from hunting for toucan eggs, the group began to fall into agony. Either the eggshells were beaten into the bowl together, or they were messy when stirring. It was a disaster because Magic Realm was a Western fantasy background. The food in the game was basically Western-style food. Bread was the most common kind of Western food. For NPCs, this should be the most basic thing. Anyone could do almost the same. But this group of people was like mentally retarded people who made mistakes again and again. The NPC's face was already as black as the bottom of a pot. He was afraid that if it wasn't for the program restrictions, the NPC wanted to take a shortcut and kick this group out. Ranki's life skills were already activated, so he didn't need to take the NPC's test again. In terms of skill level alone, he was much higher than this junior skill. However, because of his level limitations, his current skill level was suppressed at level 10. As a result, he could only make simple foods like honey pies and red bean bread. Since he could manually make his food, Ranchi was eager to try whether he could make food outside of the system program, such as Chinese cuisine. His parents died early before he crossed over. He had been living on his own since he became an adult, often working part-time around during his school years. He worked in a restaurant for several years and subconsciously learned a few crafts as well. His cooking skills were not very good, but he could basically cook all the common home-cooked dishes. He still felt that Chinese food was more tempting than Western food. If it succeeded, Ranchi unconsciously showed a somewhat sly smile on his face. It was time for the interstellar people to see the charm of the once world-famous Chinese cuisine in advance. Near the cooking area was a merchant NPC who sold auxiliary ingredients and seasonings. Ranchi bought flour, scallions, oils, and seasonings from him. On the right side of the cooking area, there were rows of public stoves that players could use. Ranchi randomly chose an empty seat and started making scallion pancakes. The players initially believed he was there to make bread. However, they soon discovered that his approach was entirely different from theirs. Stupid, right? The steps are all wrong. What, that green thing? Ah, it smells funny. A red-haired player who was standing on the stove to the right of Ranchi couldn't help but complain to his companion. That green thing is called scallion. I just saw it from the ingredients merchant. It should be an ingredient, and I think he is very skilled. Maybe he's making other food. Another blonde-haired player spoke. How can it be? Whether the person believed it or not, Ranki's scallion pancakes had already been cooked. The boiling oil suddenly stimulated the aroma of the dough and scallions, instantly drawing the attention of the people around. Oh my god, it smells so good. Ah, what the hell is he making? Ranki made scallion pancakes according to his own preferences. It was about the size of 2 palms, and the dough was relatively thick. The scallion pancakes made in this way would taste crispy on the outside and soft on the inside. Unfortunately, there were no eggs or it would have tasted better. After frying the scallion pancakes until golden brown on both sides, he took them out, and the system's prompt sound rang in his ears. System, congratulations to the player for independently developing a new type of food. Please name it. Scallion pancake. System, naming is successful. Scallion pancake recipe has been added. The player owns the recipe, and the recipe can be sold. The system will release the announcement later. Do you want to be anonymous? Ranchi couldn't help but smile. The degree of freedom in this game was really high. He thought about it a little and chose to remain anonymous. He didn't want to be harassed by all sorts of private messages. It was better to make a fortune quietly. System announcement: congratulations to Anonymous player for developing a new food, scallion pancake, gaining 100 world fame and physical exchange ticket 1. As soon as the system announcement came out, the world channel exploded. World. Cane. Crap. Who's so awesome? Can you develop your own food? Ah, world. Love to eat. The name of the food sounds delicious. I'm going to buy it. World. Smoke. The attributes look super good. 2. It also increases the HP upper limit and adds strength. It's simply a must-have weapon for physical attack professions to kill monsters and clear the dungeon. Ah, world. Lack happiness. Big brother, is it for sale? Ah, I'll take it at a high price. Ah, world. Raphael, begging for selling. I want to taste the B-grade food. The corners of Ranki's mouth rose wildly. This scallion pancake had brought him too many surprises. The system rated scallion pancake as B-grade. After eating, the HP upper limit increased by 50 points, strength increased by 10 points, and the duration lasted for 15 minutes. The attributes were quite good. It possessed an absolute attraction for physical attack professions and could be sold at a high price. He also had ownership of the scallion pancake recipe. He could not only sell the food, but he could also sell the recipe together. In addition, he also received rewards from the system, not to mention the physical exchange coupon. The world fame could be used to purchase many precious items and materials, all of which were very useful things. Scallion pancake was just the simplest kind of food. There were so many Chinese cuisine, dozens of these kinds of pancakes, pears, baked cakes, millefeuille cakes, and so on. There was no need to worry about the problem of insufficient food variety. So, he could get more rewards by independently developing more food in the future. He could obtain the world fame and physical exchange ticket that other people could hardly obtain even if they tried in a steady stream by cooking. After learning the cooking skills, players would be able to turn on the simple production function. In other words, just like traditional online games, they could directly open the skill panel and select the recipes they had learned to automatically generate, saving time and effort. The scallion pancake recipe, created by Ranchi, was included in both the database and recipe catalog of the skill panel. Therefore, Ranchi took advantage of the fact that people around him had not yet reacted to use the simple production function to quickly and automatically generate 20 scallion pancake, and then quickly packed them and turned away. Players in the cooking skill area were also discussing this new food variety that had suddenly appeared. How many years had no one in the Interstellar been able to cook? Someone could actually develop new food right off the bat. When they thought about it, it would taste good just by looking at the attributes. A group of people who also wanted to learn cooking skills couldn't help but be envious. If only they could do the same for themselves. Wait a minute. The scallion pancake mentioned in the system announcement just now shouldn't have been made by that person, right? The previous blonde-haired player was the first to react. After all, that person just made food that he had never seen before in front of everyone. As soon as he made it here, the system issued an announcement, which was too much of a coincidence. Not necessarily. Where is he? The red-haired player turned his head suspiciously, only to realize that Ranchi was gone. When Ranchi walked out, he heard many people discussing scallion pancake. More and more players rushed towards the life skills area. Ranchi couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Fortunately, he slipped away first. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome to be blocked by people. He went directly to the trading market and put up 20 freshly baked scallion pancakes anonymously, pricing them at 20 silver coins apiece. He only kept one in his backpack, ready to be given to Feng Tian later. The price of the scallion pancake was a bit high. After all, the food provided by the restaurant was only 5 silver coins per serving. However, the scallion pancake made by Ranchi was B-grade food, with additional attributes that differed from those low-grade foods that could only restore a small amount of HP. Ranchi's idea was not wrong at all. He just put up the scallion pancake, and before he stepped out of the trading market, he received a series of sales notices. Ranchi's eyes suddenly lit up. He knew that he should have bought some more ingredients just now and made more scallion pancakes. System: congratulations to the player for entering the top 10 of the wealth rankings. You can use the title Little Tyrant during the list. Do you need to be anonymous? Ranchi chose to be anonymous without saying a word. Just kidding. He sold 20 scallion pancakes before and turned up on the wealth ranking after. Any fool knows who the scallion pancake seller is. There was no need to make a full server announcement to enter the ranking. Ranchi opened the ranking and took a look. He found that besides the level ranking, most of the players on the equipment ranking and wealth ranking chose to be anonymous. The ranking was a representation of strength, and with the rank displayed right next to the player's ID, there was no need to be anonymous. The player who was the first to reach level 10, Night Owl, had now risen to level 17. He was firmly occupying the first place on the ranking, with an advantage of 2 levels above the second place. Tisk, tisk, tisk. What a leveling maniac! Ranchi felt this Night Owl should be a player who had participated in the beta test. He should have a plan to build a guild if he was leveling so hard. Basically, players preferred to join guilds where masters were. The 3 major rankings were the best advertising platforms for recruitment. However, if they wanted to establish a guild, they needed to get a rare item. Guild summoning order. First, the boss of the Abyss level dungeon would only drop this thing. The drop rate was simply outrageously low, and it was estimated that everyone on the level ranking was now working tirelessly with the dungeon. At this time, a message from Feng Tian on the team channel popped up. Byran, where are you? I'm in the trading market. I'm in the trading market too. Did you see me? There were too many people in the trading market. Ranchi looked up and saw a familiar little priest holding the staff in his hand and waving it desperately. I see you, Ranchi replied amusedly before closing the chat interface and walking quickly towards him. Byran, did you also come to buy scallion pancake after seeing the system announcement? Feng Tian said bitterly to him with a wrinkled face. I rushed over as soon as I saw the announcement. This scallion pancake was sold out too quickly. It was sold out before I could press the payment. Ranchi was speechless and said, you are a priest. Why do you want to buy scallion pancake? Scallion pancake was obviously more useful for physical attack professions. It could only add a little bit of HP for priests. Because it's delicious. After Feng Tian finished speaking, his expression fell again. That's B-grade food. It must taste very good. It's a pity I couldn't grab it. For foodies, missing out on delicious food was probably the saddest thing to do. Ranchi was speechless and amused. He threw a trade request over and gave Feng Tian the scallion pancake that he had purposely kept in his backpack. It's scallion pancake. Oh my god, you got it. Feng Tian's mouth couldn't help but open wide. After reacting, he was so excited that he pounced up and gave Ranchi a bear hug. Good brother, I'll take you to the next dungeon in a moment. Us 2 priests going to the dungeon together. The corners of Ranchi's mouth twitched slightly. What's the matter? I have a strong attack and I'm at level 12. I am aware of this in the beta test. The skill is very reliable. Feng Tian patted his chest and assured him. Since he said so, Ranchi agreed. Okay. After level 10, it was out of the novice category. The experience given by doing quests was very limited, so players needed to rely on farming dungeons and wild monsters to level up. With a reliable and powerful attack, it was still very fast to level up in the dungeon, and it was safer to have 2 priests. Chapter 6 Shadow Forest. Soon, a level 12 archer, Traceless Wind and a level 10 mage Flower Iris joined the team. See you at the dungeon's entrance, Traceless Wind said briefly. Okay. Feng Tian answered and walked towards the city's outskirts with Ranchi. The entrance to the level 10 dungeon, Shadow Forest, was not far from the East City Gate. Both of them had already arrived at the place after only a short walk. There were 2 main types of dungeons in the magic realm: experience dungeons and challenge dungeons. As the name suggested, the experience dungeon was a dungeon to gain a lot of experience. The monster's level remained fixed at level 10, making it easier to kill. It was very suitable for newcomers to leveling. However, the boss equipment drop rate was very low. The challenge dungeon was the difficult version of the experience dungeon. The difficulty of the challenge dungeon increased significantly, with the monster's attacks and defenses being significantly increased, and the level of the bosses calculated based on the average level of the team members. Although the challenge dungeon gave little experience, the bosses were prone to dropping good stuff and were an important source of equipment for players. If a team got the first kill of the challenge dungeon's boss or the first clear dungeon in the game, the system would make a server-wide announcement and give the entire team's achievement rewards. Experience dungeons could be entered 5 times daily, and challenge dungeons could only be entered 1 time daily, resetting at 8 AM daily. Shadow Forest Experience Dungeon. There's a tank and a healer. Need to random DPS. Shadow Forest Experience Dungeon. Beta test veteran leads the team. Need random DPS. Experience Dungeon. Swordsman team. Need healer to heal. It had been 7 or 8 hours since the server was opened. Many people had reached level 10, so there were a lot of people who came to clear the dungeon. The entrance of the dungeon was almost impenetrable. People constantly shouted in the nearby channels to search for a team member, and the screen swiping speed was fast. However, at this time, all the team went to the experience dungeon. The difficulty for the experience dungeon was too high. People only dared to challenge when they were above level 15 and fully equipped. Otherwise, it would definitely go to be a team annihilation. Now, there were only 3 people in total who were above level 15. So there had been no system announcements about the dungeon. "We're here. Where are you guys?" Traceless Wind asked on the team channel. "We are here too." There were so many people around that they couldn't see their teammates. They could only communicate on the team channel. Traceless Wind said, "Then just call 2 more random people and then go straight in." The Shadow Forest was a dungeon designed for 6 people. It had a priest responsible for healing and other random professions. If everyone did their part and didn't slack off, they could easily navigate through it without any issues. "Wait a minute, I'll ask my friend if he's coming." Ranchi finally remembered his little friend Gula. He hurriedly opened the friend list, searching for the player with the nickname Coke. However, the Coke profession he found was not an archer, but a warrior. His level had already reached 14. "Is there another person who gets the ID first?" Ranchi hesitated, but first applied to add the other party as a friend, and then sent a private message to the other. Private chat. By Ran. Gula. Private chat. Coke. "Okay Yahoo, what's taking you so long to get out of the novice village? I turn into a fossil waiting for you." Ranchi touched his nose. He didn't dare to say that he overslept and entered the game 2 hours late. Private chat. By Ran. "It's a bit delayed. Won't you come to the experience dungeon?" Private chat. Coke. "I'm done. I found the team to farm monsters in the wild. You can do the dungeon by yourself." Private chat. By Rain. "Okay, why are you playing warrior? Didn't you say you want to play archer?" Private chat. Coke. Don't mention it. When I entered the game, I wanted to choose archer, but the system analyzed that I wasn't suitable for the archer profession. The system recommended I choose the warrior. I had no way." Private chat. By Ran. "That's fine, right?" Horizontal ellipsis. "I'm gonna clear the dungeon first." Ranchi, who somewhat had a guilty conscience, ended the conversation with Gula. "My friend already finished the dungeon. Let's call out to someone." "Okay." Feng Tian shouted a few words in the nearby channel. It didn't take long for a level 11 assassin named Bajar. "Bajar, I have another friend named Yuna. Can I bring her along?" "Of course." Not long after, Yuna also joined the team. A level 10 female priest. 3 priests. Flower Iris couldn't help but speak up. Although they were safe with 3 priests, it would be very slow and delayed time if the attack power wasn't enough. "I'm sorry, I'm not very good at healing, but my weapon has an attack buff. I'll try my best to fight the monster." Yuna's voice was sweet. Her tone sounded timid and would make it hard to refuse her request. "It's okay. Anyway, the experience dungeon is easy. If it does not work, I'll fight the monsters together too." The good-natured Feng Tian stood forward as a peacemaker. Now that Yuna and Feng Tian both took the initiative to help fight monsters, Flower Iris didn't say anything more. Go, go, go. Enter the dungeon." The captain, Feng Tian, stepped forward to open the dungeon. The team members who were near the dungeon teleported in together. After entering the dungeon, Ranchi finally met the other team members. Traceless Wind was a handsome guy whose looks were as serious as his personality. Flower Iris was a mature royal sister. Bajet was dressed in all black and looked cool. Yuna was a pretty girl with an innocent temperament. After a brief greeting to each other, everyone was ready to fight. "Byran, you're in charge of healing. Take time to replenish everyone's HP and call me if you're too busy to do so." Feng Tian said to Ranchi. There was only one boss in Shadow Forest, and the rest were hordes of mobs. Although the mobs' attack power was low, there were a lot of them. If they were surrounded, it was still very dangerous. After all, everyone was just a novice now. Their HP and defense were low. They could die if they were not careful. Players within the dungeon still had a bound death limit. No one wanted to be forced offline for 7 days. Ranchi had 2 skills, healing and recovery, which counted as a powerful healing. With Feng Tian's assistance from the side, safety was still guaranteed. "Okay," Ranchi happily agreed. "Why are you replying so fast?" Traceless Wind couldn't help but show a surprised expression when he heard their conversation. "Yes, my brother is super lucky. I watched him get the recovery skill book from the treasure chest." Feng Tian said proudly. "Come on everyone. Our team has enough healing to keep everyone alive." The recovery skill could restore a player's HP by 20 points and 5 mana points every 3 seconds. The duration was 180 seconds. which was equivalent to everyone having an additional buff state that automatically resorted HP and mana within 3 minutes. It really gave people a sense of safety. Recovery skill is amazing. I'm so envious. I want to have a new skill too. After Yuna saw the effect of recovery skills, she couldn't help but say with envy, "It's okay, I'll get you a skill book later." Hearing this, Baja patted his chest and assured her, "Really? Thank you, Baja." Yuna smiled sweetly, and Baji smiled back dotingly. Ranchi was surprised to be stuffed with a mouthful of dog food. Feeling snoozy, he expressionlessly brushed everyone with the recovery skill before saying, "You can hit the monsters." Everyone rushed up and began to clear the mobs. Although Feng Tian and Yuna's attacks were not as high as those of Wind Traceless and the other, they were still passable. They were not too slow in clearing up the mobs. They got a lot of experience from this experienced dungeon. After killing only 3 or 4 waves of mobs, Ranki's experience bar had already risen by 40%. The boss behind had a richer experience. Ranchi should be able to level up to level 13 after clearing the dungeon 5 times. There's a boss fight coming up soon. I'll change the distribution mode to captain distribution. Are you guys okay with that? Feng Tian asked. Is that necessary? This dungeon barely drops equipment. Baja was surprised. My brother is so lucky. Maybe it will drop? Anyway, in case we do drop equipment, we will divide it according to our needs. Feng Tian also said the ugly words in advance, lest there really be something good later. It wouldn't be good for a few people to fight for it. Okay. Although several people felt that the possibility of dropping equipment was very low, they all agreed. The boss was a tall orc, with thick skin and thick meat. The orc held a sledgehammer and round shield in his hand. He could attack and defend, not to mention the high attack power. He would also use his sledgehammer to hit the ground to cause a group stun effect on the players. So, their position when fighting the monster was very important. According to the normal way of fighting, one person needed to hold the orc's hatred and then run all over the field with it, while the others took advantage of the opportunity to attack. It would be much easier to blow the orc's shield first and then hit the orc. However, now they were relying on the buff status and 2 priests to heal. They didn't even bother to run, so they just stood on the pile and attacked. It didn't matter if they were stunned, as long as Ranchi stood far away from the boss, he could heal them in time. Of course, they dared to do this only in this ordinary dungeon. If it was a challenge dungeon, they couldn't stand still to attack. It would be a dead end. Without having to run, the fight was much more efficient. Even though 2 of the 4 of them were also priests with low attack power, they quickly ground the boss to death. Experienced dungeon was easy. 6 people could finish 5 dungeons in one go. Only one last time, when the orc boss fell, he left a dusty wooden chest on the ground. I can't believe it. We really dropped something. Everyone was shocked. The item drop rate of the experienced dungeon boss was simply outrageously low. They didn't expect that a treasure chest really dropped. Although it was a wooden treasure chest, it was still a treasure chest. Ha ha ha. What did I say before? My brother's luck is good. Feng Tian was overjoyed and then patted Ranqi's shoulder. Brother, you go and open the chest. Ranqi walked to the treasure chest helplessly and then took out a C-grade hash browns recipe from inside. Hash browns recipe. Grade C. Description. After using it, you can learn how to make hash browns. After consuming, the hash browns can restore 100 HP and mana. It is a food recipe that can restore HP and mana. Let's see who wants it. In the captain distribution mode, the items picked up would be temporarily stored in the team package. The team members could open the team page to view the contents inside. If someone wanted it, the captain could directly distribute it. I'm not interested in food recipes. I just like to eat them and don't like to make them. Feng Tian said directly. If any of you want it, say it. I want it. 2 female voices rang out at the same time. It was Flower Iris and Yuna. Yuna bit her lip and glanced at Flower Iris timidly before saying, Sister Flower Iris, I've already learned the cooking skill. I really want this recipe. Flower Iris frowned slightly. She disliked Yuna's speaking attitude, so she replied in a hard tone. I also learned the cooking skill. I want this recipe too. It was normal for girls to be interested in life skills, but they didn't expect that both of them had already learned the cooking skill. Yuna lowered her eyes, pursed her lips, and stopped talking. Although Ranchi didn't like this basic recipe, it was still useful for other players. After level 10, it was impossible to rely on doing quests to upgrade. People could only upgrade by going to the dungeons and farming monsters in the wild. This kind of food that could quickly restore HP and mana became very useful. Not only did it taste good, but it could also quickly restore their state. It would be quite a sale after making it. Seeing the 2 girls were unwilling to give up, the atmosphere gradually became stagnant. Feng Tian hurriedly came out to fix the situation. He thought for a moment and then said, Let's do it this way. I'll change it to a die rolling distribution mode and both of you can roll the dice. The recipe will belong to whoever has the highest points. In the roll distribution mode, team members could tap the items in the team's package to roll the dice. Everyone's points would be displayed in the team channel. When all players had finished rolling the dice, the system would automatically distribute the items to the person with the highest number of points. Seeing that everyone had no objections, Feng Tian modified the distribution mode. Flower Iris threw 74 points, while Yuna threw 63 points. It was agreed in advance that the rest of them would not participate in the rolling. Flower Iris, who got the higher number of points, got the recipe. When Ranchi was about to give up, he saw another message swiped out in the team channel. System, Baje threw 81 points. Baje, what are you doing? Feng Tian frowned. When he asked everyone about their needs just now, Baje didn't say anything. When the two girls were competing fairly, he suddenly jumped out to cut off the others. It was rude. I'm with Yuna. Her luck has never been very good, so I'll help her. We fought together, so I should have the right to participate in the distribution. Right. Baje rubbed the back of his head with a slightly embarrassed expression. Then I'm with Flower Iris. I should also have the right to participate in the distribution. Traceless Wind sneered. The atmosphere became awkward once again. In the end, it was Feng Tian who helplessly stepped forward. Since this is the case, why don't all of us roll the dice? Everyone has the right to participate in the distribution, and whoever has a high number of points gets this recipe. This will ensure fairness. The person who just said that everyone had the right to participate in the distribution was Baje, so neither Baje nor Yuna had any way to object. So the remaining three also threw the dice. Traceless Wind threw 51 points, Feng Tian got 11 points, and Ranchi got 99 points. Player, Byran, obtain hash brown's recipe. Ranchi, he really doesn't need this. Chapter 7 Recipe Feud. There was a saying called, hands, louds. This recipe, which caused two female players to fight over it, was worthless for Ranchi, but it just went into his bag. When Ranchi was at a loss as to what to do with the recipe, he suddenly saw Yuna coming over. Brother Byran, I really want this recipe. Can you transfer it to me? Yuna blinked a pair of bright big amber eyes, folded her arms, saying in a soft tone, please. Baje looked at him with an unhappy face. Ranchi, the girl was indeed quite beautiful. Her voice was also good. If a female player pleaded like this, the average male player would feel embarrassed to refuse. However, Ranchi was bent and not interested in girls. So at this moment, he just felt goosebumps all over his body. This recipe was indeed useless to him, and he could certainly transfer it to someone else, but he wasn't too keen on giving it to Yuna. After all, according to the conditions set at the beginning, it should be Yuna and Flower Iris who threw dice together. Whoever had the highest points would be given to whomever they wanted, but Baje came out halfway and intercepted, which was a very shameless act of cheating when put in an online game. He was unsure if this was Baje's idea or Yuna's instructions. However, if not for his good fortune, Baje's interception would have succeeded. The person who would benefit in the end would be Yuna. Ranchi used to be a professional gamer. Naturally, he had encountered this kind of thing many times. So, he was actually very disgusted with this kind of behavior. If he really wanted to transfer the recipe, he should have transferred it to the Flower Iris. But the other party was a girl. After all, Ranchi didn't want to disgrace the other party too much, so he weighed his words to see how to refuse her request tactfully. I'm sorry, Beauty. My brother has also learned life skills. He can use this recipe just right. Probably seeing Ranchi's difficulty, Feng Tian came over with a smile to help him out of the siege. But didn't Brother Byran not ask for the recipe just now? Yuna bit her lip and said with some grievances. Ranchi also followed Feng Tian's words and spoke. I was embarrassed to say because you two girls wanted it just now. In fact, I also want it. She looked sadly at Ranchi and begged. But I really want this recipe. My skills are not very good. I want to be a pure life player. Brother Byran, please transfer it to me. I'm willing to pay a high price. As a professional gamer, Ranchi had seen too many game routines. The girls pretending to be cute and nice didn't work for him. Yuna's stubborn way would instead make him disgusted. Sorry, I've learned it just now. Faced with Yuna's constant pestering, Ranchi ran out of patience and bluntly refused. It meant that he had already learned the recipe. He couldn't transfer it if he wanted to. Yuna was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and then anger suddenly appeared on her beautiful face. When this recipe was distributed to Byran's bag, she had already offered to buy it, but this person learned the recipe while talking to her. He must have done it on purpose to help that woman grab the recipe. I see. You guys are in a group. deliberately bullying the two of us. Baja stood behind Yuna with an angry face. Ranchi and others, brother, are you kidding? Originally, it was a role point distribution, and you guys didn't follow the rules. So, what are you messing around with now? You guys wait. We're not going to let this go. After throwing ruthless words, the two of them quit the team and disappeared into the dungeon. The four of them were suddenly the only ones left in the dungeon, looking at each other in disbelief. Fuck, are these two people sick? Traceless Wind, who didn't talk much, couldn't help but let out foul language. Sigh. Regardless of what they are, we have already completed the dungeon. Anyway, let's go back to the city, Feng Tian said helplessly. Okay, Flower Iris. Wait, Ranchi stopped Flower Iris and then sent a trade request over. Flower Iris was still a little puzzled when she received the trade request, but when she saw the hash brown recipe on the trading interface, she couldn't help but show surprise. She didn't choose to accept it immediately but asked, "Don't you want to keep it yourself?" "I don't need it, thank you." After thanking him, Flower Iris added 50 silver coins to the trading interface. "I don't know how much this recipe is worth, but that's all I have on me right now." "It's okay. It's not a particularly rare recipe. The money is enough," Ranchi said nonchalantly. Both parties paid with one hand and delivered the item with the other, completing the transaction directly. It was just that when they quit the dungeon, they saw Yuna and Baja initiating a bounty on the World Channel. World, Yuna, Byran, Flower Iris, Traceless Wind, Feng Tian teamed up to cheat on a recipe. Be careful not to be deceived by them. World, Baja, offer 1 gold bounty for killing Byran once. Claim it with the kill video. Not only did they shout on the World Channel, but they also shouted it on the nearby channel and regional channel. Not long after the game was launched, it was the first time someone had sent a bounty. It was naturally very attention-grabbing, and Naranchi and the others were really famous. Fuck, why are these two people so thick-skinned? Isn't this reversing black and white? Feng Tian said angrily. So, how can we form a team in the future? They would struggle to team up for dungeons in the future if they misled other players, thinking they were a team specializing in cheating items. World Feng Tian, Yuna and Baja, you two don't reverse the black and white here. You guys are trying to cheat and rob the recipe. World, Flower Iris, roll dice distribution. The person with the highest points gets the recipe. Fair and square. No cheating items. World, Traceless Wind, I have all the video footage of the chatting process here. I'll organize it and send it to the forum right away. Right or wrong, you'll know it when you see the video. Feng Tian and the others were angry. They directly stood up on the World Channel. Fortunately, Traceless Wind had the foresight and turned on the in-game video function when Yuna and Baja wanted to grab the recipe. Otherwise, they would really be slandered. Ranchi was also a little angry. Yuna and Baja reversed black and white to ruin their reputation. Did they actually spend money to hire other players to kill him? It was probably because they didn't have enough money on them to put a bounty on 4 people. So they targeted Ranchi, who didn't give Yuna the slightest bit of face. Do you think of him as a soft persimmon? World, Byran, reward for killing Yuna and Baja, 10 scallion pancakes for killing both of them once each. Claim it with the kill video. This bounty is valid for a long time. Ranchi had always been a person who wouldn't offend anyone if others didn't offend him first. If someone bullied him, he wouldn't hold back his anger. Since Yuna and Baja used a heavy bounty against him, don't blame him for retaliating back in the same way. As soon as Ranchi's messages came out, the World Channel suddenly exploded. World, Kane, fuck, 10 scallion pancakes for killing 2 people, and it's valid for a long time. Will you get 30 scallion pancakes if you kill them 3 times? So arrogant. Could it be that you're a big shot who develops new varieties of food on your own? World, no happiness. I grabbed a scallion pancake at the trading hall just now. It's super delicious. For the scallion pancakes, charge. World Raphael, claim 2 silvers for Yuna and Baji's coordinates. World, Smoke, ha, I saw them. Those 2 are fleeing to the main city. Chase them. Guys, the scallion pancakes were sold for 20 silver in the trading hall. 10 scallion pancakes were 2 gold, and like Baji's bounty, it was also 1 god for 1 kill. However, scallion pancakes not only had special attribute bonuses but also tasted very good. The value was much higher than simple money. Not to mention that scallion pancakes were also priceless. Whether it was resold at a higher price or kept for themselves to eat, they were all good choices. Although Ranchi didn't say it explicitly, being able to take out 10 scallion pancakes at once and still be able to supply them for a long period, then there was a high possibility that he was the hidden big shot who was able to develop new varieties of food on his own. So having a good relationship with him would definitely be beneficial without any harm. Therefore, as soon as his bounty came out, it immediately caused an enthusiastic response. Quite a few people directly dropped what they were doing and ran after Yuna and Bajie. It was probably something that those two hadn't thought of in any way. Fuck. Feng Tian also screamed strangely after reading the World Channel's chat. He looked at Ran Qi with two bright eyes, excited and expectant. Brother, why do you have so many scallion pancakes? You can't really be the big shot who developed the new varieties, right? When offered a reward with scallion pancakes, Ran Qi was ready to expose his identity. He chose anonymity at first because he wanted to make a fortune in a low-key manner. Unfortunately, reality did not allow him to keep a low profile. That's right. Ran Qi also had no intention of hiding from Feng Tian, so he readily admitted, "I'll make you more delicious food later." Okay. Ha 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 ha. I'm so lucky to have met a hidden boss. Feng Tian instantly pounced up with excitement and gave Ran Qi a bear hug. Bye Ran, let's send you back to the main city first. The wild isn't too safe. There might be people coming after you for Bajie's bounty. Flower Iris opened her mouth and said to Ran Qi, "Okay, thanks." Ran Qi also felt that he should go back to the city first. He had to go and make the scallion pancakes for the bounty. He also planned to make a few scrolls to return to the city. If he encountered danger in the future, he could tear the scrolls and return directly to the nearest main city. Why so polite? It's us who should be thanking you. Flower Iris waved her hand and said, "After all, someone hunted Ran Qi down because of her. It was only right for them to escort him back to the city." After 5 experienced dungeons, they had risen several levels in a row. Ran Qi and Feng Tian had been leveled up to level 13. Flower Iris was level 14. And Traceless Wind was level 15. It might be that seeing the 4 of them together, no one came to a sneak attack. They entered the city smoothly. "Brother, I have a practical class tomorrow morning. I have to go offline early today to go to the training room. Let's do the dungeons together tomorrow," Feng Tian said to Ran Qi. Okay. Flower Iris and Traceless Wind were also ready to go do other quests. After they added friends to each other, they disbanded the group. As soon as Ran Qi walked to the cooking skill area, he saw several more messages from the World Channel. World Raphael, Big Brother Byran, I managed to kill one. I have sent the kill video to your mail. Please check. World Smoke, my kill was robbed. I'm so angry. I was the one who saw those 2 first. World No Happiness, ha ha ha. I grabbed the second head. What a good luck. Big shot. My kill video has also been sent to your mail. World Yuna, Byran, you shameless bastard. $@ $% and at World Bajie, offer 1 gold bounty for killing Byran once. Claim it with the kill video. Ran Qi didn't expect these people to be so efficient. He hurriedly opened the mail panel and saw that there were many unread messages in the mailbox. Basically, they were the settlement after the sale of the items in the trading hall. The senders of the top 2 new messages were Raphael and No Happiness. He clicked on it and took a look. Sure enough, it was a video recording of Yuna and Bajie being killed. Unfortunately, these people happened to be near the main city, causing bad luck for Yuna and Bajie. They blocked them on their way back to the city. Yuna and Bajie were being attacked by 3 people. Bajie managed to move around a bit, but Yuna was struggling. Her positioning was all over the place, making it difficult to heal. She couldn't do much besides crying out in pain and crying. Raphael was an archer and seemingly well equipped. He killed Bajie in a few hits. Smoke was a female mage, with 1 magic bullet one after another. No Happiness was an assassin who chased after Yuna and killed her before Smoke. Yuna and Bajie looked a bit annoyed after being killed, but that was what they did for themselves. Who let them reverse black and white first and try to kill him with a bounty? Ran Qi was very satisfied with this result. After he went to buy cooking materials, he made 100 scallion pancakes in one go. Raphael and No Happiness each killed 1. So Ran Qi sent them 5 scallion pancakes each. He also mailed 2 to Smoke, counting it as her hard work. He also mailed 10 to Feng Tian. The rest were still priced at 20 silver, and then all of them were thrown into the trading hall. Chapter 8 Mage Night Owl. Leveling up. He had to find a way to keep up with the equipment. He couldn't just wear a white-grade novice suit. Ran Qi currently has Wolf King's teeth and Wolf King's skin on hand, the primary materials used to make weapons and equipment. However, auxiliary materials such as ores and flax must be collected in the wild. Yuna and Bai were both killed once. They definitely didn't dare to leave the main city at this moment. After all, Ran Qi's bounty was valid for a long time. If they dared to step out of the main city, they would probably have to die again. But Ran Qi, who also had a bounty, was not worried about this. He had hundreds of medium and high-grade magic scrolls in his backpack. What was he afraid of? However, he still had to make some return to the city scrolls. Those magic scrolls in his backpack were all expensive high-grade scrolls, so he should try not to use them if he could. Return to the city scroll belonged to the most basic alchemy products. It was also the test content for players to learn alchemy. When Ranchi came to the alchemy skill area, he saw that many players were studying the method of drawing the magic pattern with a worried expression. The test for the alchemy skill was even stricter than the cooking skill. The magic pattern drawn had to be exactly the same as the one taught by the NPCs, or else the magic scrolls produced would be equivalent to waste paper. Fortunately, Ranchi didn't have this trouble. His alchemy had long been at maximum level. He could just use the simple crafting method instead of having to draw it himself. He came to the merchant who sold alchemy auxiliary materials and purchased 500 copies of beginner's blank scrolls and magical beast blood. He then opened the skill panel and chose the recipe for the return to the city scroll, which auto-generated 50 scrolls. Return to the city scroll. Grade D. Description: after using teleport the player to the nearest main city. Ranchi kept 10 for himself and listed the rest on the trading market at 30 silver apiece. The price was actually quite high. The blank scroll and the magical beast's blood were both 5 silver, and the cost was only 10 silver, and he gained a lot of profit. There were still very few people who had learned alchemy, and even fewer who could make a return to the city scroll for sale. Ranchi was planning to take advantage of the fact that there were not many people who had learned how to make this scroll, so he needed to hurry to make a fortune. As he said before, the map of the magic realm was very large. Players did not have a mount at the beginning. There were no acceleration skills, and they needed to rely on their 2 legs to walk. It was a waste of time. With the help of the scroll, it could save a lot of time. In addition to the return to the city scroll, there was also a directional teleportation scroll. It could record information about a specified location so that the next time they used it, they could return directly to the specified location. Players who were practicing in the field were the ones who liked this kind of scroll the most. After returning to the city to replenish supplies, they directly used the directional teleportation scroll and could instantly return to the place where they hunted the monsters and continued to practice leveling happily, which was very time-saving and labor-saving. However, Ranchi's current level was still too low to create such scrolls. After purchasing a variety of tools from the NPC, he headed out of town to gather them. Because there was still a bounty on the line, he purposely avoided the East City Gate where players were concentrated, and chose to exit the city through the West City Gate. The Deadwood Wetlands were outside the West City Gate. The monsters on this map were all level 15 plus active monsters, so there would be fewer players coming here to level up. He could focus on gathering without always worrying about being sneak attacked. Although the monsters here would attack actively, he, as a priest who could heal his HP, would still be able to deal with the monsters easily, as long as they weren't much. The Deadwood Wetland was eerie and gave people a shuddering feeling. However, there were a lot of materials that could be collected here. Ranchi put a recovery status on himself and began to concentrate on collecting. Whenever he went, he fully followed the principle of seizing all opportunities. Whether it was herbs that could be used to formulate protons, ores that could be used to forge weapons, plants that could be synthesized into textile materials, gemstones that could be used to make jewelry, or even the fruits of the trees, all of them were included in the bag. Fortunately, Ranchi's backpack had many slots. If an ordinary player's backpack replaced it, it would be full in just a moment, and he needed to go back to the city to organize his backpack. Gathering along the way, without realizing it, Ranchi had already gone to the depths of the Deadwood Wetland. He heard of a scuffle after finishing collecting a flax plant. He curiously probed and looked around and saw a mage fighting a group of ferocious wild boars. The mage was notorious for his low HP and defense, so he always kept a distance from the boars, releasing magic bullets crisply and cleanly. Each one hit the boar squarely in the vitals, hitting one boar after another. He was a player with excellent technique. Ranchi glanced at his ID. It was Night Owl who was number 1 on the rank list. He was actually level 19 at this moment. Ranchi looked at the other party's good positioning and movements and only thought, no wonder the other party upgrades so fast. With such a good technique, he can kill the monsters alone, not only with high efficiency but also with more experience. He just wondered if Night Owl had learned life skills or not. If he hadn't learned, these boar carcasses might have been a bargain. After a while, Night Owl cleared the group of boars. He immediately sat down to recover. However, he saw a flash of white light and another boar suddenly appeared before him. This boar was more than 3 times larger than the ones before. Its mane was fiery red, and written on the top of its head were the large 5 words, Level 20 Explosive Boar King. This was an elite level mini-boss. He didn't know how long Night Owl had been killing wild boars, but he had actually summoned the Wild Boar King boss. As soon as the Wild Boar King appeared, he didn't hesitate to charge towards Night Owl, who was closest to it. Although Night Owl reacted extremely quickly to get up, the Wild Boar King still hit him. His HP fell instantly. However, Night Owl didn't panic, pulling out the red potion and drinking it, dragging the Wild Boar King around in circles while constantly looking for an opportunity to attack. The Wild Boar King's size was huge, yet its speed was fast and its attacks were high. Although Night Owl was skilled, he was only level 19, so it was still hard for him to single-handedly take on a level 20 boss. Seeing that Night Owl was being hit by the Wild Boar King again, Ranchi cast a healing skill over to him and replenished him with another recovery skill, quickly healing his precarious HP. Let's consider it good karma. Night Owl immediately looked over towards Ranki's side and said, Priest over there, team up, we'll split the drop in half. Okay, great deal. The boss had a rich experience and maybe he would go straight to level 14. He didn't pay attention just now, but looking at Night Owl at this time, he's really good looking. He was tall and had extremely handsome facial features. His ink-like long hair casually draped over his shoulders. He just wore a simple mage robe, but it was as if he was wearing some kind of flashy clothes. His movements of dodging the boss's attacks looked so elegant and calm. Only when he raised his hand to send out an attack without mercy that a seriousness flowed out of his good-looking eyes. It was something that one would not dare to underestimate in the slightest. Start. As soon as Night Owl's words fell, he threw out a magic bullet that accurately hit the Wild Boar King's vitals, dealing 180 crit damage. Ranchi didn't team up with him and couldn't see his specific damage data just now. He only knew that his attack was very high. After seeing the attack data at this moment, he couldn't help but be stunned. This person's base stats must be ridiculously high. After all, it was a level 20 boss. It was still quite laborious to fight alone. Ranchi was a priest and had no attacking skills, and the Wild Boar King was too aggressive for melee combat. So, it was only possible to rely on Night Owl's skill for kiting and long-distance attacks. Fortunately, Night Owl's positioning was quite sharp, and his attack damage was high enough. Along with Ranki's assistance from the sidelines, after they fought with this Wild Boar King for almost 20 minutes, they finally killed it successfully. System announcement. Congratulations to the player, Night Owl, for being the first to reach level 20 and obtaining the title, First Exposure, and Physical Exchange Coupon 1. Ranchi looked enviously at Night Owl. This person's upgrade speed was like riding a rocket. Add a friend. Night Owl took the initiative to speak. He felt that Ranki's technique was really good. To avoid the Wild Boar King's attacks, he was moving at high speeds the entire time, so it had to target him. However, his HP didn't drop below 50% the entire time, allowing him to not worry about his safety at all. He could attack at full power. There was no shortage of priests in the game, but there weren't many priests with good skills and a strong sense of combat. Such priests were obviously very worth befriending. They could work together in the future, no matter if they were playing dungeons or in team battles. Oh, alright. They shook hands and added each other as game friends. If Night Owl's teammates were here, they would definitely be stunned by this scene. After all, he never added people he was not familiar with, let alone taking the initiative to add others. At this time, 2 silver treasure chests floated on the corpse of the Wild Boar King, just one for each person. Night Owl was the first to open the treasure chest and then got the Cloak of Invisibility and Ruby. Cloak of Invisibility. Grade A. Description: special equipment that hides player information and reduces the user's presence when worn. Ruby. Grade B. Description: a life gemstone, which can be set on defense equipment to add extra life attributes. Night Owl didn't see much value in these 2 items. Being the top-ranked player, he didn't feel the need to hide his information. However, when it came to the ruby, he faced a couple of challenges. Firstly, he had to find a player who knew gem crafting and ask for their help in setting it. This wasn't an easy task as such skilled players were hard to come by. Secondly, there was the issue of handing over his equipment and gems to the other player. There was no guarantee that they wouldn't try to hack into his belongings directly. So, the best thing for Night Owl to do was to sell the ruby. However, in the current situation, it wouldn't fetch a high price. However, Ranchi was interested in both. After wearing the Cloak of Invisibility, other players wouldn't be able to see his ID and personal information, perfect for him who had a bounty. By mid to late game, cloaks, Veils and masks with this kind of invisibility were essentially for people. He wondered if Night Owl would be willing to transfer it. Thinking about it, Ranchi opened the treasure chest absent-mindedly. He got Fireball, skill book, and an explosive inferno necklace. Fireball, skill book. Can learn level 10. Limited profession, mage. Description: open it to learn the skill. Fireball. Chant for 3 seconds. Cool down for 5 seconds. Sends out fireballs to attack the enemy with a burst effect. Attack power increases by 11%, and attack damage increases as the skill level increases. Explosive Inferno Necklace. Restricted level 10 or above. Limited profession, priest, mage. Grade B. Durability 100/100. Attributes: base attack power plus 20, intelligence plus 15, fire critical strike plus 30. Comes with a burning effect when attacking with fire skills. Night Owl. That's a bit of a harsh comparison. With difficulty, Night Owl opened his mouth to ask, the skill book and the necklace. Do you plan to sell them? Sell. Ranchi decisively said that he had no use for keeping the mage skill book anyway, and the attributes of this necklace were not suitable for him. Make an offer. I want the cloak of invisibility and the ruby you just got. Is that all you need? Night Owl looked at Ranchi in surprise. Although the cloak of invisibility was a rare purple piece of equipment, it didn't have any special attributes attached to it. It wasn't even comparable to the value of the mage's skill book. The ruby couldn't even be compared to that necklace with its excellent attributes. Let's add another B-grade equipment then. 2. Night Owl wasn't the kind of person who was brazen enough to take advantage of the situation and directly raise the price himself. Can you wait a bit? I don't bring it. I need to go back to the city first. Okay. Ranchi took out the return to the city scroll and gave it to him. It will be faster if you use this scroll. Okay. Thank you. Night Owl was not polite. He took the scroll and just ripped it to go back to the city. Ranchi didn't wait in place. He took out his gathering knife and squatted down to decompose the wild boar king's corpse. This was a level 20 mini-boss. There were quite a few materials that could be used on its body. Unfortunately, it took too long to fight the boss. The corpses of the group of boars that were killed by Night Owl earlier had all disappeared on their own. Boar skin could be used for defense. Tusks could be used for weapons. Pork could be used as a cooking ingredient. It was just full of treasures. After collecting the wild boar king, he continued to collect other materials. Anyway, he and Night Owl were in a group. Night Owl only needed to open the map to see his location, so he didn't need to worry that Night Owl wouldn't be able to find him. Ranchi was happily putting a piece of red copper ore into his backpack when he was suddenly attacked by a sneak attack in the next second. A red-named assassin appeared behind him at an unknown time and stabbed his back directly. Thanks to the fact that it was a game, there was no such thing as a one-shot death setting. However, it was a critical strike attack and his HP lost a lot. Ranchi rolled on the ground, dodging the red-named assassin's second slash. He then healed himself immediately, only to be hit in the waist and abdomen by the arrow. Ranchi gritted his teeth and poured down a bottle of a red potion. Shit, I'm being ambushed. The best option for him was to rip the return to the city scroll, but he felt uncomfortable going back just like that. Of course, he could also use magic scrolls to attack. Killing the assassin was simple, but the archer hiding in the back was a problem. After all, the enemy was hiding and the other party had a long-range attack profession. He must first find the other party's position, and then use a magic scroll to kill him. The danger was high, and the cost was also high. Once again, the opponent's attacks fell continuously. Ranchi could only dodge woefully through them. Just when Ranchi couldn't support himself and intended to choose to go back to the city, a magic bullet sped up and hit the red-named assassin in the head, dealing a 270 critical strike that actually killed that person in seconds. The assassin fell to the ground, leaving behind a green glove. The person who came was none other than Night Owl, who had returned. He was now level 20. His attack power had increased dramatically again. These two red-named were not his opponents at all. Fuck, it's Night Owl. The big shot at the top of the rank list was universally known. The archer hid behind the tree, only having time to let out a cry of surprise before Night Owl killed him with 2 magic bullets, similarly dropping a piece of equipment. Are you alright? Without looking at the equipment, Night Owl walked straight to Ranchi and helped him up from the ground. Ranchi shook his head after standing up straight. I'm fine. I really have to thank you this time. You came back just in time. Why would those people want to kill you? Night Owl asked with a frown. Both of them were already level 15. Purposely coming to the wilderness to kill a priest was a bit strange. Ranchi sighed and told the story briefly. I should have traded you the cloak first. I got a little careless too. Ranchi touched his nose in embarrassment. It was really dangerous just now. He almost fell. The two traded. In addition to the cloak of invisibility and ruby, Night Owl also gave Ranchi 2 pieces of B-grade equipment, ring of restoration and cotton boots. Ring of restoration. Restriction level, 10 or above. Limited profession, priest. Grade, B. Durability, 100/100. Attributes, healing effect plus 35, constitution plus 10. Intelligence plus 10. Cotton boots. Restriction level, 10 or above. Limited profession, priest, mage. Grade, B. Durability, 100/100. Attributes, basic defense plus 30, agility plus 10, wisdom plus 10. The attributes of these 2 pieces of equipment were ideal for priests. The blue equipment was difficult to obtain. Night Owl should have purchased the ring after returning to the city. He even took off the pair of shoes directly from his equipped armor. Night Owl was an honest person. He didn't want to take advantage of himself. He also saved his life just now. Ranchi felt a little bit overwhelmed, so he opened his mouth to ask, "Are you short of expansion packages? Do you have it?" Night Owl's eyes lit up. He had always felt that the backpack given by the system was too small. He wanted to exchange it for a larger one but hadn't even seen any expansion backpack for sale in the trading market. "I'll do a level 2 expansion." The larger the expansion space of the expansion backpack, the higher the grade of the materials used. At present, he could only make a level 2 expansion of 20 grids. "Okay, you can name your price." Night Owl simply replied, "No need. Consider it a thanks for helping me earlier." Ranchi replied with a smile, "But I have to make it after I get back to the city. I'll mail it to you later." "Okay." They divided the equipment dropped by the 2 red-named and went to do their own business. Chapter 9 Challenge Dungeon. Ranchi put on the cloak of invisibility. Ranchi wrapped himself in a black cloak from head to toe, causing the ID on the top of his head to disappear. If someone dressed like this in reality, it was actually very conspicuous in the crowd. But this was in the game, and the cloak of invisibility also had a function of reducing the sense of existence, which would make people around him unconsciously ignore him. On the following road, Ranchi became much more relaxed. He never encountered anyone who attacked him again along the way, and occasionally someone passed by without noticing him. He collected while also having the mood to take a look at the World Channel. After Night Owl killed the 2 red-named players, they approached Yuna and Baja. They believed that they had concealed the important information that Byran and Night Owl knew each other, which led to their killing and the loss of equipment. Anyway, they were required to compensate, which left the 2 in a lot of trouble. Considering that Byran was probably the producer of Scallion Pancake, rich and powerful, and the gold-lettered signboard of Night Owl, Yuna and Baja finally withdrew the bounty. This was considered an unexpected pleasure for Ranchi. After all, he didn't want to live the kind of life where he was constantly on guard against being attacked. Even though he was no longer being bountied, Ranchi still hadn't taken the cloak of invisibility off. After all, the cloak was really convenient. The time inside the game and outside the game was synchronized. As the sky darkened, the wilderness turned pitch black. The cold wind brought with it the hissing of monsters, creating an intimidating atmosphere. Ranchi glanced at his stamina value. It was about to bottom out, and he decided to return to the city. Yes, it's because of the stamina value, not the dark environment. When he collected items, he would inevitably encounter some monsters. Ranchi intermittently fought the monsters. At this time, his level unknowingly rose to level 15. He activated his new skill, Purification. This skill could remove all negative status. Ranchi tore open the Return to the City scroll. With a backpack full of materials, he returned to Theron City. The night in Theron City was stunning, with lights illuminating every corner. NPCs were busy setting up stalls on the central street, selling various items at discounted prices. Players joined in, setting up their own stalls to sell equipment and items they had obtained that day. They did not need to pay fees for this kind of stall. It was more cost-effective than hanging it out in the trading hall. They could also bargain, attracting many players to stop and look. This lively atmosphere made Ranchi feel nostalgic about his previous life. Shopping at the night market. Ranchi wandered around a little and found that someone was setting up a stall to sell beginner's stamina potions at a price that was a little cheaper than the items store. He directly bought all of these potions. The method of making potions was much simpler than food. There was no need to pursue the flavor. They could just prepare all the materials and follow the NPC's formula and steps to make it. So, there were a lot of players who had learned pharmacy skills. They could buy some low-level potion formulas from the technician. The item merchant sold these potions, so the players couldn't make the potions for a higher price than the item store. After drinking 2 bottles of stamina potions and replenishing his stamina, Ranchi went straight to the life skill area and utilized the items in his backpack to start crafting various equipment. The first thing he made was the expansion backpack. After all, he had promised to give it to Night Owl. It just so happened that there were enough materials, so he made 10 in one go. Then there was an armor. The newbie suits he was wearing had lost all its durability long ago. He should replace it. Anyway, the boar skin peeled off that wild boar king was big enough to completely arm him from head to toe. System. Player. Byran has successfully crafted boarskin robe. Sewing proficiency +0. Boarskin robe. Restriction level 15 or above. Limited profession. Priest. Mage. Grade B. Durability 100/100. Attributes. Basic defense +15. Intelligence +6. Constitution +12. Ranki's life skills were at maximum level, so no matter how he crafted, the proficiency would not increase any further. Thanks to the system prompts, only he could see them. Otherwise, other people would surely have noticed that something was wrong. A player's sewing level, as well as skill proficiency, determined the attributes of the equipment produced. So, the boarskin robe he produced had pretty good attributes and was just right for him to use right now. Although the name was a bit hard to hear, Ranchi was still satisfied with this robe. He continued with the crafting. System. Player. Byran has successfully crafted boarskin handguard. Sewing proficiency +0. System. Player. Byran has successfully crafted boarskin hat. Sewing proficiency +0. System. Congratulations on successfully crafting 5 pieces of the boarskin defense suit. Do you want to form a set? Yes. System. The set combination is successful. A system announcement will be made later. Do you want to be anonymous? Yes. Ranchi knew all about smothering and didn't hesitate to choose to be anonymous again. System announcement. Congratulations to player, anonymous, for successfully crafting the first set of defense suit, earning 100 points of world reputation, as well as physical exchange coupon 1. It had only been a little while, and someone was able to make a set of defense suit. When the announcement was made, the world channel became lively once more. Numerous people expressed their desire to purchase it at a high price. However, Ranchi ignored the chat interface and focused solely on his newly acquired suits. The set equipment would have an unactivated set attribute when it was generated. When the player wore 2 pieces, the first set attribute would be activated. After the player wore all 4 pieces, the second set attribute would be activated. If the player wore all 6 pieces, the set attribute of all the parts would be activated automatically. Set attributes. 2. Increase max HP by an additional 60 points. 4. Increase basic defense by an additional 80 points. 6. Increase base attack by an additional 20 points. When Ranchi put on the full set of equipment, his attribute panel suddenly changed drastically. His HP bars were much thicker than the average person. Character information. Nickname. Byran. Profession. Priest. Level 15. HP 310/310. Mana 310/310. Stamina 250/250. Basic attack power 190 +40. Basic defense power 250 +80. Attribute. Strength 1 +6. Intelligence 29 +26. Agility 1 +14. Constitution 1 +40. Hidden attribute. Super lucky star. Besides the increase in attributes, the appearance of the suit was also not bad. It was a very bright fiery red color, immediately distinguishing him from the surrounding mixed match players who were still wearing their novice suits and a piece of mixed match items. Fortunately, Ranchi had a cloak of invisibility that wrapped his entire person tightly. No one could tell that he wore the suits the system had announced before. There were still many animal furs in his backpack. Ranchi simply gave these together as well. Unfortunately, these furs were not complete chunks of fur like the boar king's skin, only enough to make bits and pieces of loose parts. There was no way to make up a set, but the quality of the ones that were made was quite good. 4 blue suits and 7 green suits. It should be able to sell for quite a bit of money if he puts it on the trading hall. In addition to the light armor for long-range professions, he had also made a few pieces of heavy armor suitable for melee professions, which only required some extra ores and metals to be added when crafting them. At this time, Ranchi suddenly heard the private chat prompt. For his piece, he blocked all the private chats with strangers. The one who could send him a private message was the people on his friend list. Private chat. Night Owl. Challenge Dungeon of Shadow Forest. Lacking a priest. Are you coming? Private chat. Byran. Coming. Can you wait for me for a bit? I'm going to clear my backpack. Private chat. Night Owl. Okay. Join the team first. Private chat. Byran. Okay. Soon. Night Owl sent a team invitation. Ranchi agreed and entered the team. There were already 4 people in the team, 5 with Ranchi, and 1 empty position. As the captain, Night Owl was already level 21. There were also 2 level 19 archers, Soul Chaser and Pluming, and a level 18 assassin, Sword at Fleeting Time. The team's configuration looked rich. Level 15 priest? Can it work? Soul Chaser couldn't help but ask after seeing Ranchi enter the team, and his tone was full of doubt. The challenge dungeon was considered having a very high difficulty for players who had just reached level 15. The difficulty of the challenge dungeon was very high and the priest was very important to the team. It could be said that it directly determined the fate of the team. The higher the level of the priest, the better the effect of healing. So Soul Chaser felt that they should look for a priest with a higher level. He's fine, Night Owl said, and no one in the team voiced any more question as he had a lot of authority among these people. Then, we only lack a warrior to carry monsters. Jiangnan has something to do now so he can't come. Soul Chaser continued. The warrior innately occupied the advantage of thick HP and high defense. It also came with the provoking skill to carry monsters. As long as the warrior was powerful, they could attack at full power without worrying about other problems. Or else we shout at the world channel. Sword at Fleeting Time asked. Don't. Who knows if it's reliable or not? It's best to call someone you know. Plumink hastily stopped. Do any of you have any warriors you know? Level 15 or above with not too bad equipment will do. Don't waste today's challenge dungeon CD. At this moment, many people's levels had been raised, but their equipment had not been able to keep up. The difficulty of the challenge dungeon was relatively high. If the warrior had bad equipment, then the warrior could not carry the monsters. Ranki's heart stirred when he heard this. He hurriedly opened his friend list and saw that Gula was still online. He was already level 16, so he immediately poked him frantically. Private chat. Byran. Guziol. Challenge dungeon. Go or not? 5-1. Private chat. Coke. Wow. Ranzioki. You're already level 15. You're quite fast. Private chat. Byran. No more nonsense. Go or not? The first in the ranking list is leading the team. Private chat. Coke. Crap. Is it Big Brother Night Owl? Ranchi. You're out of your league. You actually hooked up with a Big Brother while I wasn't looking. Private chat. Byran. Bah. What's with your choice of word? Are you coming or not? Private chat. Coke. Come. Right away. But I have to go to the trading hall to buy some equipment first. I'm still wearing my novice suits. Private chat. Byran. Don't go. I have it here. Wait for me to talk to the captain. It happened that he had just made a few pieces of heavy armor. Although all of them were green except for a blue wrist guard, the attributes were all passable and it was just right to give them to Gula. I have a friend who is a level 16 warrior and his equipment is all green or above. Can I let him into the team? Receiving Guli's affirmative answer, Ranchi hurriedly asked in the team channel. Night Owl quickly replied, yes, let him come in and try. Okay. Private chat. Byran. Alright. Join the team. Private chat. Coke. Really? Very good. Ranzioki. I love you equals 33,333 equals. Private chat. Byran. Stop being talkative. Hurry up to join the team. When everyone is ready, meet at the entrance of the dungeon. Night Owl said. After Gula joined the team and saw the big shots in the team, he immediately excitedly poked Ranchi and sent out a series of exclamations as if becoming a screaming chicken, but was completely afraid to say anything in the team. Ranchi didn't care about him and quickly rushed to the forging area, using the Boar King's teeth along with iron ore and the blood essence stone that could increase the healing attribute to create a staff. System. Player. Byran. Has successfully crafted Wisdom Staff. Sewing proficiency +0. Wisdom Staff. Restriction level 15 or above. Limited profession. Priest. Mage. Grade B. Durability 100/100. Attribute. Base attack power +15. Healing effectiveness +20. Intelligence +16. Ranchi was very happy with the new staff and was thankful that the system didn't name the staff something like the Boar Tooth staff. System. Congratulations to the player for entering the top 10 of the equipment list. The title, Indestructible, can be used during the period of being on the list. Do you want to be anonymous? The new suits and staff directly stacked Ranki's equipment score to 3,500+. Leaping into the top 10 of the equipment rankings. This time, he chose to remain anonymous as well. Then, Ranchi went to make some scallion pancakes and red and blue potions to bring to his body. The challenge dungeon was still a bit difficult, and more preparation was always right. Chapter 10 First kill in the server. Because Ranchi went to make the staff, potion, and scallion pancakes after forming the team, it was slightly delayed. Private chat. Coke. Ranzioki. Where are you? Why don't you come? I'm dying of embarrassment. Private chat. Bye Ran. Private chat. Coke. They were too noisy outside, so went into the dungeon together. Private chat. Bye Ran. Isn't that normal? What is embarrassing? The entrance to the Shadow Forests Challenge dungeon and the Experience dungeon were in the same place. At this moment, thousands of players had gathered at the entrance to the dungeon, and there were quite a few people who were using the nearby channel to find a team. So, it was normal to be noisy. Anyway, after entering the dungeon, there was a small area that was a safety zone. As long as the players didn't go out of the range of the safety zone, no monsters would appear. So, many teams would choose to wait for people to gather there. Private chat. Coke. Because of my equipment. This time, Ranchi understood. He promised to give Ghoulies equipment but had no time to give it to him yet. At this moment, his body was still wearing novice suits. Private chat. Bye Ran. Don't worry. I'll be right there. Ranchi quickened his pace and rushed into the dungeon as fast as he could. As soon as he entered the dungeon, Ranchi saw that his teammates were divided into two sides, with Night Owl sitting on the ground discussing tactics, while Gula shrank pitifully on the other side without the confidence to strike up a conversation at all. Coming, Night Owl stood up. Ranchi had already greeted him before saying that he needed a little time to clean up his bag, so he didn't care about Ranki's late arrival. Soul Chaser followed suit and stood up. He was very tall, with a long black bow in his hand. His frowning made him look like he was not in a very good temper. Standing beside Soul Chaser was Pluming, who looked 6 or 7 times similar to Soul Chaser. They were probably brothers in reality. However, their temperament was completely different. Pluming's eyebrows were curved, and there were 2 shallow dimples on the side of his cheeks, which could easily make people feel close to him. It had a strong contrast with Soul Chaser. Sword at Fleeting Time, on the other hand, had a scholarly aura. It felt like he shouldn't be holding a dagger in his hand, but a book. His appearance was very well worth, which at first glance wouldn't be particularly stunning, but would make people feel comfortable. After seeing Ranchi entering the dungeon, Soul Chaser said skeptically, "These 2 people, can they really do it?" It was no wonder that Soul Chaser would think like this. It was because the equipment on Gula was so poor that he did not look like he could carry a boss, while Ranchi had the lowest level and came in wrapped in a black cloak. It made people feel that he and Gula were not a better choice. Night Owl raised his eyes and looked over. Soul Chaser immediately stood up straight with a jolt, and his mouth closed tightly. Ranchi laughed, not caring about Soul Chaser's words as he rushed to the Night Owl and handed him the freshly made secondary expansion backpack. "Thanks a lot." Night Owl wasn't polite and directly accepted the expansion backpack and equipped it. After that, Ranchi went to Ghouli's side, took out one piece of equipment after another, and handed it to him. In no time, Gula had changed into a powerful warrior with a full body of green suits and a blue suit. Ranzioki. Did you go on a robbery? Why do you suddenly become rich? Gula really didn't expect him to have so many good things. How long had it been since the server started, and Ranchi could actually get so much good equipment? Robbing your ass. Will you rob one for me? Ranchi glared at his best friend angrily. He took out a few more scallion pancakes and stuffed them into his hands. There weren't enough ingredients to make you a weapon, so you can eat some scallion pancakes first to make do. Scallion pancake enhanced the player's max HP and strength and lasted for 15 minutes, making it ideal for melee professions. Gula was instantly shocked. "Damn, are you that big shot who made the scallion pancake? Don't you look at the world channel?" Ranchi thought it was already a well-known secret. "I was too busy killing monsters at that time. There's no time to see those." Gula scratched the back of his head with some embarrassment. He was a warrior and responsible for luring monsters. He couldn't relax for a moment. Indeed, he didn't have time to read the gossip on the World Channel. "It's okay. It's not too late to find out." After talking, Ranchi took off the cloak of invisibility on his body. There were only 6 of them in the dungeon anyway, so there was no need to cover up anymore. Seeing the fiery red B grade set on Ranchi, Ghouli's eyes were about to stare out of the socket. You. Don't tell me you made this suit too." This set had just been on the system announcement. The maker was anonymous. Even if Ranchi had gotten rich by selling scallion pancakes, it would have been impossible to buy this set in such a short time. Thinking back to what Ranchi said, The amount of information seemed a bit too much. Yeah, I learned a lot of life skills. Ranchi admitted it readily. Anyway, he and Gula had such a good relationship. There was nothing to hide. With that said, he touched out a few more bottles of red and blue potions and stuffed them into Gula. Be prepared. You'll watch and use them in a while. Oh, okay. Gula had been shocked to the point of numbness. Now, he didn't feel strange no matter what Ranchi pulled out. After the shock, he couldn't resist pulling out a scallion pancake and starting to nibble on it because it was a game. The scallion pancake was still in the same state as when it was fresh out of the oven, piping hot and crunchy with a rich scallion flavor. A wonderful taste he had never tried before. Fuck, these scallion pancakes taste too good. Give me a couple more. It was the first time Gula had eaten such delicious food and was so excited that he really wanted to eat enough at once. Okay. Ranchi graciously took 10 more scallion pancakes and gave them to him. He turned to Night Owl and said, "Captain, we're ready to fight." Soul Chaser and Pluming consorted fleeting time, who were watching from the side, inexplicably feeling a bit of a face slap. Okay, Night Owl said calmly. Soul Chaser pulls the monster. Coke is in charge of receiving it, one by one, seeking stability rather than speed. The small monsters in the Shadow Forest were all in groups. If the warriors who could only attack in close combat were to lure the monsters, a group would be attracted directly. It would be easy to cause them to overturn. Therefore, it was safest to have the archer with the farther range lure the small monsters one by one. Gula was on the way to assist. First, he captured the hatred of the small monster, and then, the others gathered their attack together to quickly eliminate the small monster. Although they were fighting one by one, they could almost kill one in a second because of the high attack power in concentrated targets. After being proficient in cooperation, the speed of fighting was almost the same as fighting in groups. Let's take a rest first and restore all your best state. Wait a moment and prepare to start the boss, Night Owl said in a deep voice, then took out the dispelling potion he had bought and distributed it to everyone. This is a dispelling potion that can remove all kinds of negative status. If you are stunned by the boss, you should drink a bottle quickly. I don't need it. I have purification skill. Ranchi waved his hand. The price of the dispelling potion was quite high. Why does he need to take the potion if he can use a skill? Night Owl immediately looked at him in surprise. If he remembered correctly, Byran already had 3 skills. Right? This was only the first day of server opening. As if sensing his shock, Ranchi touched his nose guiltily. I was lucky. When I opened the treasure chest, I found another skill book. To distract everyone's attention, Ranchi took out scallion pancakes and distributed 5 to everyone. Scallion pancakes can increase max HP and strength. Okay, thank you. Soul Chaser and the others took the scallion pancake in a daze. They had been greedy when they saw Gula eating the scallion pancake, but they couldn't put down their face to ask for it. They didn't expect Ranchi to actually take the initiative to give it to them. They suddenly felt a little embarrassed. After all, they had originally disliked him for having low levels and poor equipment. Although they knew that eating scallion pancakes was to add strength, they were reluctant to eat them in one go, because they had never eaten such delicious food in their lives. It made people just want to let the beautiful taste stay on the tip of their tongue for a while longer. I'm a mage, so I don't need to eat this. Night Owl handed back the scallion pancake to Ranchi. He also knew how high the price of scallion pancakes was. As a range mage, it was a waste to eat this. This can increase your max HP and the taste is really good. It's good to try them. Ranchi refused to accept it and said to Night Owl in a low voice, I made the scallion pancake myself. The cost is less than 1 silver coin. Night Owl. Ranchi even said this, so Night Owl had to take it. After taking a bite of the crispy scallion pancake, his eyes immediately lit up. He spent a lot of effort to control himself from taking out a second scallion pancake to eat. Ranchi noticed that when Night Owl ate the scallion pancake, although it was fast, it was still elegant and calm. It formed a sharp contrast with those who were gorging down on their food beside him. But obviously, he also liked to eat the scallion pancake. He suddenly felt that the Blue Star people who couldn't eat Earth's delicacies were really pitiful. It seemed that he could make more other foods for them to taste when he had time. After everyone had eaten the scallion pancake and restored their physical strength and state to their best, they began to fight the boss. The majestic orc boss appeared before everyone with a sledgehammer and shield. Gula was the first to attack the monster. He wielded a gigantic sword in his hand and waited until he stabilized the hatred before the others began to attack. Night Owl's attack power was the highest among everyone. To prevent off-tank over threat, he controlled the attack rhythm very well. After using Fireball, He immediately switched to basic magic bullets to ensure that the boss did not turn to attack him while ensuring an uninterrupted combo. The player's skill combo count determined the final dungeon score. Due to the boss's ability to perform range attacks, hitting the ground with a sledgehammer could knock people unconscious, while also sweeping them with a sledgehammer, causing players to lose a lot of HP. Therefore, everyone must spread out to avoid being affected. As a result, the combo would inevitably be interrupted. However, Night Owl was particularly accurate in predicting the boss's skills. He could leave the boss's attack range as quickly as possible and continuously attack during the movement. The same for Soul Chaser and Pluming. Their arrows were very accurate. They could move soon while accurately drawing the bow and shooting the boss. Watching their sharp operations, Ranchi seemed to understand a little why the system recommended Gula to play as a warrior. Gula was a bit single-minded type and couldn't do two things at the same time. Every time in the mech simulation class, Gula could always get good results in the one-on-one mode, but as the number of enemies increased, his results declined rapidly. Compared with the archer who needed to dodge and move while observing the position of the monster and attacking, the warrior who only needed to pull the monster was more suitable for him. The assassin, sword at fleeting time, practiced 8 words. When the enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy retreats, I disturb quite well. As soon as he saw the boss raise the sledgehammer in his hand, he would quickly withdraw from the boss's attack range. After the boss finished using his big move, he would immediately step forward to attack hard. With everyone's concentrated effort, it only took them 15 minutes to defeat the orc boss. System announcement seems plain, but can amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Congratulations to the player, Night Owl Soul Chaser, Pluming, Sword at Fleeting Time, Coke, Byran, for clearing the first kill of the Shadow Forest Challenge dungeon. Get the title, No One Can Stop, and Physical Exchange Coupon 1. System announcement. Congratulations to the player, Night Owl Soul Chaser, Pluming, Sword at Fleeting Time, Coke, Byran, for clearing the Shadow Forest Challenge dungeon in 25 minutes, 22.87 seconds, and getting SSS level evaluation. Additional reward of Gold Treasure Chest. System announcement. Player, Night Owl raised his sword to kill and the orc warrior Charmin dropped warrior helmet and fled in embarrassment. 3 consecutive system announcements made the world channel explode. World, Kane, damn, he is truly big boss Night Owl. He got the first kill of the challenge dungeon on the first day of the server opening. World, in a few words, kneel to the boss. The fight finished in 25 minutes and still got an SSS level evaluation. Awesome. It was easy to clear the dungeon, but it was not easy to get an SSS evaluation. After clearing the dungeon, the system would calculate the score based on the performance of all team members. During the boss battle, numerous combo moves were used to ensure uninterrupted attacks, which could continuously double and stack the score. Additionally, clearance time, battle dodge, and the priest's healing would earn bonus points, while points would be deducted for boss damage and member death. The higher the settlement score of the dungeon, the higher the level of the clearance treasure chest. If the final score was above S level, there was a certain chance of a gold treasure chest appearing, but if it was an SSS level evaluation, the probability of a gold treasure chest was 100%. They could get top quality equipment and top quality items from the gold treasure chest, which was something everyone knew. Now they not only got the gold treasure chest from the clearance rewards, but the system had also rewarded them with an additional gold treasure chest. How could people not be jealous? Not to mention that in the third system announcement, the boss also dropped A-grade equipment directly. It was well known that bosses in challenge dungeons would drop equipment, but the grades and attributes of equipment dropped by bosses were random. Usually, it was dominated by green and blue equipment. Good things like purple equipment naturally had a very low drop rate. World Twilight. Holy shit, the boss actually dropped purple equipment. How can luck be so good? Is there luck going to heaven? World Sunset Red. I think the priest in the team is only level 15, and the warrior is only level 16. Is the difficulty of the challenge dungeon adjusted? I remember during the beta test, someone only cleared it the next day, right? Suddenly, I want to challenge the dungeon to have a try. World, Unbreakable Mountain and River, challenge dungeon, let's go. Attack professions above level 15. Come here. World, Nightless Day, level 16 mage seeking team to challenge dungeon. Seeing Night Owl receive SSS level evaluation, a gold treasure chest, and A-grade purple equipment, the players were all envious and eager to challenge the dungeon. After all, they also wanted good things like gold treasure chests and purple equipment. Since someone else's level 15 was okay, Their level 15 must be okay too. Soul Chaser and Plume Inc. watched the messages sent by players on the World Channel but fell into a mysterious silence. These players all thought that they were able to clear the dungeon so quickly because of Night Owl and several high-level experts leading the team, or because of the difficulty adjustment of the dungeon. But only they knew that the difficulty of the dungeon was not reduced, and the credit was not theirs. In fact, the person who made the greatest contribution to completing the challenge dungeon was actually Byran. Byran wore a B-grade suit and had 3 skills at the same time. His healing skills were unparalleled. They didn't have to worry if the boss knocked their HP out. As long as they were not killed instantly, Byran could use his healing skill to fill their HP. During the beta test, they also had the same configuration and brought level of 18 priest and a warrior, but they had to fight 2 or 3 times in a row before clearing the dungeon. Finally, they only received an A-level evaluation. Of course, it was because they did not understand the mechanism of the dungeon, as it was their first raid. However, the fundamental reason was that the warrior couldn't control the monster and the priest couldn't keep up with the healing. However, this time, they played very easily. With a little comparison, it was easy to find out who brought about this change. They finally understood why Night Owl took the initiative to invite this priest, who was only level 15. To join the team. Chapter 11 Team Invitation. After the boss died, they would divide the spoils. Oh no, it's time to open treasure chests and split the equipment. Warrior helmet. Restriction level 15 or above. Limited profession. Warrior. Grade A. Durability 200/200. Attributes. Basic defense plus 45. Basic attack plus 12. Constitution plus 17. Strength plus 11. The purple helmet dropped by the orc boss was for the warriors. There was only one warrior in the party, Gula, so Night Owl assigned him the helmet. Oh my god, purple. I have purple equipment. Gula was so excited that he immediately replaced his helmet. Congratulations. Ranchi was also happy for his friend. Purple equipment was scarce in low-level dungeons, not to mention the first time he passed a challenge dungeon. I hope the treasure chest opens up something good too. Gula rubbed his hands together. His eyes sizzled as he looked at the 2 gold treasure chests not far away. That's right. 2. Besides the 1 treasure chest rewarded for clearing the dungeon, the system also rewarded them with another treasure chest. How about I open it? Soul Chaser scratched his head. We can let the boss open it. Right. Bah. Your luck is only half better than the boss's. I suggest that Sword at Fleeting Time opens it, said Plume Inc. Devoid of humor. Agree. Sword at Fleeting Time said. Disliked by the crowd. Night Owl. Night Owl was powerful, no matter what he did. However, his luck was poor. He never got good things when opening treasure chests. He always got a variety of materials or equipment that he could not use. This was probably the fact that no one is perfect. Night Owl narrowed his eyes slightly. His eye swept toward Soul Chaser and the others coldly, and the 3 obediently closed their mouths. Byran, open it. Night Owl took a deep breath, reminding himself not to bother with those fools, and said to Byran, me. Ranchi froze, unable to imagine that Night Owl would ask him to open the treasure chest. I remember that you have a good hand. Night Owl still remembered the gruesome comparison from before when he opened the treasure chest at the same time as Ranchi in the wild. Okay. Ranchi was not polite. He was a person with a lucky attribute. Naturally, he did not fear when opening treasure chests and so on. System congratulations on obtaining. Skill book. Triple shot. Skill book. Triple shot. Can learn level 10. Limited profession. Archer. Description. Open it to learn the skill. Triple shot. Chant for 0.5 seconds. Cool down for 3 seconds. Fire powerful arrows thrice in a row. Range increased by 5 meters. Skill comes with a knockdown effect. Oh my god. It's a skill book. Soul Chaser's eyes lit up. Archer's skill book. Plume Inc. also revealed an excited look. At this time, the 2 people had the same expression. It was evident that they were brothers. Skills books were a good thing that could not be found. So, letting Byran go and open the treasure chest was really the right thing to do. However, both of them were archers, but there was only one skill book. The 2 looked at each other. At that moment, sparks suddenly appeared between them. Ranchi, let's roll the dice. Night Owl opened his mouth at the right time, successfully stopping the slightly childish confrontation between the 2. The others chose to give up one by one, so only Soul Chaser and Plume Inc. competed in points. Soul Chaser got 24 points and Plume Inc. got 26 points. In the end, Plume Inc. got the skill book with a slim advantage of 2 points. Ha 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 ha, what a blessing. Plume Inc. was so excited that he jumped around. He was like a person who won a $10 million lottery. HMPH. Shit luck. Soul Chaser cursed, but in reality, he did not feel annoyed. They were a fixed team, So even if the item was now given to Plume Inc., the next archer's equipment or skill book would be his. Then, I continue, Ranchi asked. Okay. Ranchi slowly approached another treasure chest and reached out to open it. System, congratulations on obtaining the equipment Fiery Staff, and the special item, Abyssal Fragment. Fiery Staff. Restriction level, 20 or above. Limited profession, Mage. Grade, A. Durability, 200/200. Attributes, Basic attack plus 35, Wisdom plus 19, Constitution plus 11. Fire critical strike plus 20. Fuck. Soul Chaser couldn't help but curse. What kind of heaven-defying luck is it to open such an extremely rare purple weapon? Fuck. Plume Inc. also couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Twice a row. Opening 2 treasure chests in a row. How can he get a purple weapon after the archer skill book? Those who don't know will think they're cheating. They had already believed in Byran's luck. Is this a level 15 newbie? Not to mention his great life skills. He is also an absolute lucky person who traveled across the ocean to save their group of unlucky people. Only mages could use this purple weapon. Night Owl was the only mage on their team, so the weapon belonged to him. However, for the Abyssal Fragment, truth to be told, they wanted it too. The drop rate of the Abyssal Fragments was a bit higher than skill books and high-grade weapons. They had a 50% chance of getting this fragment after passing the challenge dungeons. They could open the Abyssal Dungeon after collecting 5 fragments. The Abyssal Dungeon was a 10-people team dungeon or 20-people team dungeon. The difficulty was extremely high. They needed to be level 30 at minimal to enter. During the beta test, they failed several times, destroying their group, and could only kill the first boss. They must be able to pass that dungeon if the duration of the beta test was longer. So, they couldn't help but feel excited the moment they saw this Abyssal Fragment again. However, the treasure chest dropped 3 items. They were too cheeky if they took them all. Night Owl opened his mouth and asked, Byran, do you need the Abyssal Fragment? I have a bit of interest, Ranchi honestly said. Level 30 Abyssal Dungeon had a lot of purple suits and S-grade materials. He could make an S-grade suit set with the materials. Although the dungeon was difficult, the attributes of the suit would be great. Strengthening the suits would allow it to be used directly until level 45. He hadn't forgotten the agreement between him and Zhang Shuo. He would make sure to let that kid know why the flowers were so red after level 45. Night Owl asked again, do you have a fixed team? No. Ranchi paused and said, Coke and I are classmates. We are the only 2 who come together to play Magic Realm. From the service department, no one wanted to play with them. The students from the same department didn't dare to get close to them because of Zhang Shuo, not to mention playing games with them. Why don't you form a fixed team with us and clear the Abyssal Dungeon together? Night Owl had a private chat with Soul Chaser and the others. After asking for their opinions, he invited Ranchi and Gula. The 4 of them had attack professions. They didn't have support. Ranchi and Gula were a priest and a warrior, who had reliable skills and moral character. They also played challenge dungeon tacitly and easily with them. I'm fine with that. Ranchi also wanted to find a reliable fixed team for dungeons because they could have met extreme people in the free teams, such as Yuna and Bajar. He would be more assured of the fixed team. There was a tacit understanding and could increase the efficiency a lot. I don't have a problem with that either. Gula also stated his position. It was only after the deal was made that Night Owl took the Fiery Staff and the Abyssal Fragment. System. Player Night Owl contributed 5 gold coins to the team. You get a dividend of 1 gold. Ranchi, thanks for the hard work. After a dungeon, the person who got the extremely valuable equipment and items would give the hard-earned money to the people on the team, so that they didn't have to make people work for nothing. Plume Inc. also followed suit and hurriedly handed over 5 gold to the team. Don't be polite, lucky father. Next time, let's make an effort to get another purple. Ranchi, brother, where's your integrity? However, Ranchi suddenly remembered something and sent a private chat to Night Owl. Private chat, Byran, I think I heard you guys have a friend named Jiangnan. Is he a member of your fixed team? Private chat, Night Owl. No, it's a friend who plans to build a guild together. I asked him to come along to play the dungeon before so as not to waste the CD. He has his fixed team. Reading Night Owl's reply, Byran was relieved. Private chat, Byran, that's good. Private chat, Night Owl. Are you guys going offline to rest? Private chat, Byran, not going offline. What's wrong? Private chat, Night Owl. Do you want to try the Dark Tombs Experience dungeon? Less the waste of CD. Dark Tombs was a level 15 dungeon, but the difficulty was more than a star higher than Shadow Forest. There were 3 bosses in the Dark Tombs. All of them had skills that made it quite a headache, but relatively speaking, It dropped rich experience. If the ones teaming up with them were normal commoners, Night Owl wouldn't offer such an invitation. It was better to waste the CD than running off to die. However, after teaming up, Night Owl was still confident in Ranchi and Ghouli's operation. The dungeon reset at 8 a.m. While there was still time, they quickly cleared the dungeon and earned all the experience. Private chat. By Ran. Okay. Outside the dungeon, the clamor was rising and falling. People shouted to form a team to go to the challenge dungeon. They were all dazzled by the purple suit and gold treasure chests. They rushed in regardless, waiting for a moment without knowing how miserable they would die. Nearby, sword at fleeting time. The challenge dungeon is still difficult. I advise everyone to have enough preparation before entering. Sword at fleeting time kindly reminded the crowd in the nearby channel, but his statement was quickly drowned out by the various teaming up messages that swarmed around. No one cared about his words at all. He went back to the town and shouted it again at the world channel. Upon seeing that it was really unheeded, he had no choice but to give up. Dark Tombs really lived up to its name. It was located in the middle of an eerie, dark forest, with bats flapping their wings and flying by now and then, full of eeriness and terror. The atmosphere of this place would probably intimidate some timid players, but Night Owl was clearly unaffected. They walked through the forest and quickly arrived at the entrance of the Dark Tombs dungeon. Compared to the crowded entrance of the Shadow Forest dungeon, the entrance of this dungeon was colder. The average level of the players just barely reached level 15. Without the skills and equipment, the players would rather go out into the wild to kill monsters than come to clear this dungeon. Enter the dungeon, Night Owl said, and then he opened the dungeon. Chapter 12 Dark Lair. Just like its name, Dark Tombs dungeon's map was a closed tomb. What appeared before them once they entered was a narrow and dimly lit tunnel. Dirty dust and cobwebs covered the tunnel, and even messy weeds grew in the cracks of the rocks. It reeked of horror. However, they were men, not afraid of ghosts. They just frowned and moved forward. Pushing open the first tomb's rickety black door, swarms of blood-sucking bats and ugly-faced zombies with greenish-gray skin greeted them. Upon seeing this, timid people would probably have nightmares. The blood-sucking bat's speed was extremely fast. They would have a negative status of bleeding when bitten. Zombies were slow, but they had thick HP and high defense. They also had corpse poison on their bodies. So, if they were scratched and bitten, they would also have a negative status of poison. These two negative statuses would not only make the player's HP drop continuously, but it could stack. After it stacked more than 3 layers, their HP would collapse. Luckily, they had Ranchi, who had the purification skill to remove all negative statuses. In this way, the most powerful attack of this group of monsters did not threaten them. Because it was an experienced dungeon, the difficulty had been reduced. They only needed to keep a suitable distance from the monsters and attack together. It was still very easy to take all the monsters in one wave. The difficult thing was the 3 bosses on the back. The first boss was a zombie sorcerer with a high magic defense. It would also teleport instantaneously and had a group silencing skill. Players might get blocked, such as losing the target while releasing skills. It was a very tricky boss. Soul Chaser and Plume Inc. are in charge of long-range attacks and dispersing. If the boss moves, everyone should run in the opposite direction. Plume Inc. You need to interrupt the boss as it uses the group skill. Sword at fleeting time handles close-range attacks. Coke draws the boss's attention, and Byran monitors everyone's HP. The boss had a very high magic defense. Over 70% of Night Owl's damage was nullified, so he could only assist. Gula went up to hit the monster first, muttering, "Oh shit, this monster looks too ugly." The skeleton sorcerer roared and chased him with a grim face, not sure if it was anger at being taunted. Gula pulled the boss to the center position, absorbing the monster's skills and struggling to attack. Ranchi immediately followed up with healing skills, and quickly filled his HP. Guli's actions provoked the boss's hatred, leading the others to launch their attacks. Sword at fleeting time took the lead and rushed over, joining Gula in the close-range attack, but he couldn't help but open his mouth. "Shit, this is really ugly when you look at it close up." Ranchi couldn't help but laugh at his words. He didn't blame them for being frightened by the monster's face. This zombie sorcerer looked scary, not to mention the skin and bones of a skeleton. It had weird green color skin and a pair of black hole eyes as if it came out from a horror movie full of thrillers. In the past, when Ranchi played the dungeon through the screen, he never looked closely at the boss's appearance. He had received a tremendous impact now that he experienced it. He couldn't help but be glad that his profession was a priest and didn't need to run over to fight the boss at close range. He was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to eat after the fight. At this time, the boss began to chant a group silencing a big move. If the boss successfully cast this skill, it would silence all of them. rendering them unable to use their skills for 5 seconds. Of course, they would not give it such an opportunity. Almost at the same time, the boss began to chant. Plume Inc. immediately raised his hand and sent out a triple strike, knocking the zombie sorcerer back a few steps and interrupting the big moves chant. The triple strike skill he had just acquired came with a knockdown effect. When he was PKing with players, he could knock them down, but when he used it on a boss, he could only knock it back. But that was already enough to cancel the boss's skill. Good job. Focus on attack. Taking advantage of these few seconds when the boss's skill was interrupted, Night Owl immediately led the others to attack. The boss's HP began to fall rapidly. Whenever the boss wanted to release group silence, Plume Inc. would always interrupt it with triple strike. After that, the boss began to teleport frequently and attack the other members of the team. If other teams replace us in this situation, there might be casualties. The boss's attack was not low after all. If the person being attacked did not have full HP, they would have been killed instantly. However, in Ranki's case, this couldn't happen. He was well aware of this boss's attack mechanism. It seemed to be a randomly selected attack target, but in reality, it was traceable. It attacks the one with the least amount of HP on the team. It would only randomly attack if everyone was at full HP. Ranchi consciously controlled Night Owl's HP, not even giving him a recovery state. He only ensured that his HP would always be the lowest on the team. He had the same magic profession as the boss. Although his magic defense wasn't as high as the boss's, he was still able to offset some of the damage. His HP was the highest one on the team besides Gula, so there was no way that he would get killed instantly by the boss. Moreover, when the boss's attack fell, Ranki's heal would arrive at the same time, ensuring that his HP would be pulled back to the safety line as soon as possible. If it was just once or twice, everyone might have thought it was a coincidence. But after more times and realizing that every instantaneous attack of the boss was on Night Owl, everyone became aware of the boss's attack mechanism. They were impressed with Ranki's accurate prediction and HP control. Finally, the boss let out a mournful and miserable howl before turning into rich experience points. Awesome. By Ran. Soul Chaser strode over and patted Ranki's shoulder. They were all beta players and knew how difficult this boss was to deal with. They used to rely on their high level and strong resistance to damage. However, now, with Plume Inc.'s interruptions and Byran's precise control, they could beat it easily. Byran, have you also participated in the beta test? Plume Inc. asked. No, it's my first time playing. However, my brother had participated in the beta test and I heard him talk about some strategies. Ranchi once again pulled out his cheek brother to act as a shield. I see. Your brother must be a very powerful player. We've played this dungeon so many times before, but we have never discovered the teleportation attack mechanism of this boss. It's alright. You're all attacker and can fight through it with strong resistance. So, do you know any other ways to fight the second boss? Sword at Fleeting Time couldn't help but ask curiously. Ranchi was up front and shared what he knew. The second boss is a spider boss. When its HP drops by 20%, it will summon small spiders 4 times. Additionally, it will shoot sticky spider webs that immobilize us. The small spiders have a low attack, but their numbers and ability to use poison make them a threat. One warrior alone can't handle them. When the small spiders appear, the rest of the team needs to lure them away immediately and slowly eliminate them. If someone gets sprayed by a spider web, Night Owl can use Fireball to burn the spider webs. All the spiders have poison. Don't panic if you are poisoned. If you are slightly poisoned, your HP will also lose slightly. When you are moderately poisoned, call me to help you purify it immediately. Don't wait until it is severe to call me. It may be too late by then. Okay. Got it. Everyone rested a little to get their HP and mana back up and then continued to depart for the second boss. Passing through the first tomb, they continued along the tunnel of the tomb and soon came to the second tomb. This tomb was covered in spider silk everywhere. The second boss, the giant spider, was perched in the center of a giant web, covered in gray fuzz, with 8 eyes growing from the front of its head. Pairing with long chelicerae, it gave people a creepy feeling just looking at it. After everyone entered the room, the door behind them closed. Go. Following Night Owl's command, everyone rushed forward. This spider had a very low magic defense. Because he held back hard at the previous boss, Night Owl once again displayed his terrifying attack power, knocking the spider boss's HP down as if it was bleeding. The boss summoned 2 waves of small spiders at once. Soul Chaser and Plume Inc. squealed while quickly pulling these small spiders away. Soon, the third wave of small spiders appeared again. Luckily, There were 3 professions with high agility on their team. Sword at fleeting time also pulled a group of small spiders away. Boss, control your attack. If there is another batch of small spiders, no one will be able to pull it. Soul Chaser shouted loudly while kiting. Night Owl then reluctantly slowed down his attack speed, waiting until Plume Inc. returned from killing all the small spiders behind his ass, and then started attacking violently again. Night Owl was the first on the ranking list. His initial attributes were extremely high, and now he had a purple weapon, with the ring that added attack, and the fireball skill, as well as the attribute additions from his various titles. The combination resulted in his attack power being so high as to reach an unbelievable level, almost like a mobile turret. Soon, the second boss fell to the ground with a loud bang. He didn't know if it lasted more than 5 minutes. Those small spiders run very slowly. Next time, we can try having one person drag all of them along. As long as our attack is fast enough, we may not need to waste time to fight these inexperienced mobs. Night Owl said, "Everyone, you're strong. Everything you say is right." Only their team dared to use this extremely aggressive style of play. They had 4 attackers with excellent combat awareness and a superb healer. If any other team replaced them, it would undoubtedly lead to their demise. However, that was just the simple experience dungeon. So, they dared to be so arrogant. If it was challenge dungeon, they still had to play it step by step obediently. After a brief rest, the team moved again and pushed open the door to the third tomb. Chapter 13 Speed Achievement. The last boss was a zombie king with a very high physical attack and defense. They needed to rely mostly on the magic profession. When the boss's HP dropped to 50% and 20%, it would enlarge its cyclone hammer. The boss grasped the 2 sledgehammers in its hands and performed a mat-wide spinning attack, entering a hegemonic state while attacking. Any attack would be ineffective against him, and only the boss could attack the players. At this time, the priest's pressure would be greater because the team members would scatter in all directions to avoid the boss's attacks. In case they were too far away and couldn't keep up with the heal, there might be casualties. Additionally, now and then, the boss would let out a roar. After each roar, the boss's hatred would be cleared. At this time, whoever was the first to attack it would gain its hatred. So, the warrior must be the first to grab the boss's hatred and other people must also stop simultaneously or their team might be destroyed. It was a great combat awareness test for the warrior and the other members. However, these problems would not be problematic for Night Owl and his team. Everyone's combat awareness was very strong. As soon as they saw that boss raise its head and prepare to roar, they immediately stopped the movements. Gula, on the other hand, continued to wield his sword, steadily holding the boss's hatred. There would be no OT situation. With Night Owl, an extremely high DPS mage, one person was able to top the other 3 people, beating the boss's HP down, with a surprisingly high efficiency. Soon, the zombie king's HP dropped to 50% and began to enlarge its cyclone hammer. Disperse. Night Owl ordered. Everyone hurriedly dispersed in all directions. Gula had bad luck. The zombie king followed him wherever he went. However, his speed was not as fast as Zombie King's, so he accidentally got hit several times, making him squeal. Ranran, help! I've put a recovery skill on you. You won't die. Don't panic. Ranchi stepped forward and gave Gula a healing as he ran past him. Ranki's recovery skills became more effective as his level increased. It could restore 30 HP every 3 seconds. Combined with his equipment and attribute bonuses, Ranchi could fully heal his HP with just 1 heal. As a result, even though Gula was being pursued by the boss, his HP never fell below 80%. He felt extremely secure in his ability to stay alive. In less than 5 minutes, the boss fell to the ground. System announcement. Congratulations to players: Night Owl, Soul Chaser, Plume Inc., Sword at Fleeting Time, Coke, Byran, for clearing the Dark Tombs Experience Dungeon in 20 minutes, reaching the ultimate achievement and earning the title, Faster Than the Wind. Since it was a normal experience dungeon, there was no first kill reward for clearing it. However, they completed the clearance within the dungeon's limit time, so they still got an achievement. Although the reward was only the title, the additional attribute was still very good. It could increase agility by 6 points, which was still very helpful for professions like Ranchi and Gula who moved at a slower speed. At least, when escaping, they would be much faster. This new system announcement shocked again the World Channel players. While they were still grinding the Shadow Forest's experience dungeon, the other people had already cleared the challenge dungeon and even got the first kill. It really made them envious. World. Kane. Really worthy of a team led by a big shot. World. Got to. Big shot. Night Owl has leveled up again. This upgrading speed is really out of reach. Please take me. World. Big Orange. Only the big shots can go to the Dark Tomb to gain experience. We're all looking for death if we go CAC. World. 4 seasons. I have a bold idea. World. No happiness. No, you don't. Don't think about that nonsense. Go pull monsters. However, Ranchi and the others didn't even go to the World Channel to watch the fun. They just went straight out of the dungeon and continued to clear for the second time. There was less than an hour left until 8 in the morning. They had to finish the remaining dungeons before the dungeon CD was reset. Once they were back, their speed became even faster. They cleared the entire dungeon in 15 minutes. After that, their speed kept increasing. Finally, they managed to finish all 5 dungeons before 8 o'clock, and the experience they gained was even more considerable. Everyone went up by about 3 levels. Should we take a break or wait until the CD is refreshed to continue? Night Owl asked. I want to continue. Ranchi replied after some thought. He was not level 18. With 5 more times of this dungeon, he would definitely pass level 20. He could activate another new skill. Then I'll continue as well. I'm almost level 20. Gula was also thinking the same thing as his friend. They were in an excellent state just now, so they might as well finish today's dungeon in one go. Let's continue. Night Owl wanted to continue as well. They had a very clear goal of upgrading as soon as possible. They proceeded to clear 5 more dungeons. They were more efficient this time, resolving the battle in less than an hour. The experience of the Dark Tombs dungeon was really rich. Night Owl directly rose to level 26, leaving the other players far behind. Soul Chaser and Plume Inc. followed closely behind and rose to level 25. The 3 alone took the top 3 spots on the ranking list. Why don't we complete the challenge dungeon as well? Soul Chaser suggested excitedly. Okay. Gula also felt that he was in an excellent state and might get another first kill. Ranran, what do you think? Ranchi was about to agree when he heard a system's prompt. System, you have been online for 24 hours. For the sake of your health, please go offline within 30 minutes to take a rest. The gaming pods did allow players to log into the game for a long time and not need to get offline to eat, but it would put some physical and mental burden on them. They needed to go offline to relax. The game officials would limit the online hours according to the player's physical and mental level, and issue health reminders promptly. With a scrappy qualification like Ranki's E level, he must go offline and rest for at least 1 hour in 24 hours or he would be forced offline. I suddenly remember that I have a class in the morning and have to go offline for a while. Ranchi was embarrassed to say that he got a healthy reminder from the system. They would know that he was a loser. Although this was true, he also needed to save face. Okay, let's do it later. Oh yes, I have to go to class, so I'll be offline too. Gula was a bit confused at first, but he quickly guessed the reason Ranchi was going offline and immediately followed to cover for him. As a classmate, of course, he had to go offline too. Guli's physical condition was D level, slightly better than Ranki's. He could be online for a maximum of 40 hours. It was still plenty of time. However, since Ranchi was not here, he had no interest in being alone, so he might as well go offline and take a rest. Before going offline, Ranchi opened the exchange mall, which contained a wide variety of real-life items. Ranchi only had 3 exchange coupons now. The items that could be exchanged were very limited. The cheapest were apples, oranges, strawberries, potatoes, tomatoes, and other fruits and vegetables. A coupon could be exchanged for a pound. He needed to use 3 coupons for a pound of meat. Ranchi wanted the strengthening potion the most, and he needed a whole 500 exchange coupons. He didn't know how long it would take to save up, but he wasn't too worried. He had a unique method of gaining coupons anyway. Thinking about the fruits he hadn't tasted in a long time, Ranchi thought about using a physical exchange coupon and exchanging it for a pound of strawberries to reward himself. System, congratulations to the player for successfully exchanging 500 grams of strawberries, deducting 1 physical exchange coupon. The efficiency of the interstellar courier was really no joke. After Ranchi went offline, he climbed out of the game pod and then went to the bathroom to take a shower. His light brain received the receipt prompt after he came out of the bathroom. Ranchi put on his pajamas and opened the balcony door. He saw a small pink and round mechanical octopus parked on the small platform of the balcony. It looked very cute. It was said to cater to the majority of women and children. After all, they were the main force of shopping. Hello, Octopus Express at your service. The little octopus, two big round eyes aimed at Ranki's face and performed a quick scan. Verification complete. This is your goods. You're welcome to use Octopus Express again. The little octopus's figure suddenly grew bigger and then took out a bag of strawberries from its belly with its tender pink tentacles. The bright red strawberries were big and fresh. It looked very attractive. Ranchi poured the strawberries into a bowl and rinsed them briefly with water before using his light brain to send a message to Gula. The ringing only lasted for a second before Guli picked it up. I exchanged a pound of strawberries. Do you want to try them? Okay. Okay. Gula was excited. But I just took a shower. Why don't you come over to my room? They lived in dormitories at school, with one suite per person. The space was not too spacious, but very well equipped with all the amenities, from the kitchen to the bathroom and the balcony. Compared to the school dormitory that Ranchi had lived in his previous life, it was like a world away. The controller randomly assigned the school's dormitories, so Ranchi and Gula ended up in different dormitory buildings. However, Guli's dormitory building was right next door, just a few steps away, which wasn't that much of a hassle. Okay, I'll be there soon. However, Ranki's luck might have been used in the game. He had just stepped out of the dormitory building when he encountered Zhang Shuo and the others who had just gotten out of class. Yo, isn't this our good-for-nothing young master? Why aren't you leveling up in the game and running out offline to wander around? Zhang Shuo became excited as soon as he saw him, striding over to Ranchi and asking in an exaggerated tone, could it be that you're forced to go offline by the game? Ha 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 ha. His lackeys followed behind him and laughed in unison. Ranchi rolled his eyes speechlessly, thinking that these people were really childish. He had no intention of quarreling with them, so he said directly, a good dog doesn't block the way. What did you say? Zhang Shuo's face instantly sank. What? Want to fight? Ranchi glared back without any fear. There were cameras everywhere in the school, and forbidding physical conflict between students was the first rule of the school. If Zhang Shuo dared to make a move, the school would immediately tell him to get lost. Haha. Zhang Shuo obviously knew this, so he just sneered. You wait for me. Ranchi didn't bother with his harsh words and passed him without looking at him. Several people were still muttering behind him. What's that kid holding? Looks like strawberries. Did he exchange it with the coupons? How is that possible? How can a loser like him get the exchange coupon? His father must have bought it for him at a high price. HMPH. Go to hell. Chapter 14 Game Forum. Ranchi arrived at Guli's dormitory door. After ringing the doorbell, the door opened immediately. They nestled on Guli's couch, happily sharing these fresh strawberries. The strawberries were just as delicious as he remembered. They were red, tender, and juicy. A slight sourness that made his mouth water complemented the sweetness. OMG, it's so delicious. So this is what blue star fruit tastes like. It was the first time for Gula to eat strawberries. At this moment, he only took small bites of the strawberries, enjoying the feeling of the sweet juice filling his mouth. An intoxicated expression appeared on his face. I have decided I will work hard to save up the exchange coupons to redeem for more blue star delicacies to eat. I support you, Ranchi said with a smile. Real food tasted much better than that synthetic nutrient solution. Guli's reaction was completely expected. Ranchi ate strawberries while opening the game forum. The game forum was a place exclusively for players to communicate with each other. Both online and offline could log in here. It was bound to the player's personal information. The forum categorized the posts into strategies, tips, gossip, small talk, sales and purchase requests, etc. Even though the game had only been open for a day, there were already tens of thousands of posts in the forum. Newly posted posts and the most popular posts were sorted higher. The most popular post was actually an information collection post. Blue Star Information Encyclopedia. The original poster took holographic images of every place he walked, every plant, every animal, and provided text explanations. According to the original poster, he was a student of Blue Star history and came to the game mainly to see the Blue Star recorded in the History Museum with his own eyes. This attracted a group of people shouting 6,666 below, hoping the original poster could post more content about Blue Star's foods. 1L. The original poster is awesome. Really a knowledge gain. 2L. Finally, the book combines its content with reality. It's worthy of the holographic game with the highest degree of restoration. It feels like I have been in another world. 3L. Can the original poster record more content about Blue Star's foods? Those fruits and plants look delicious. 4L. What's the point of being delicious? I can't cook it. 5L. Has anyone tried that scallion pancake? I heard it's super delicious. 6L. I bought one, and it's very delicious, fragrant and crispy. There's no way to describe the taste. 7L. The That's enough. Upstairs. You can stop your description. I'm losing control of my fists. 997L. Has anyone seen the exchange mall? You can redeem these foods from the mall with the physical exchange coupon. 998L. What's the point of seeing it? We don't have the coupon. 999L. I'm so envious of Big Brother Night Owl. He has the most exchange coupons, right? 1000L. Not really. There's another one called Byran. He should have quite a few exchange coupons. 2. He made the scallion pancake. He may make more food in the future. 1001L. Big Brother is friends with Big Brother. Did you guys see the system announcement just now? The first kill was taken by Night Owl and Byran together. Each of them got another exchange coupon. 1002L. I kneel and beg Big Brother Night Owl to create a guild. I will be the first to rush over and sign up CAC. Although the floor of the building was very crooked at the back, the content compiled by the original poster was indeed quite interesting. So, Ranchi clicked on it to give it a favorite. The game character's appearance was scanned directly from the real-life appearance into the system, but some adjustments were allowed. Even though the manipulation wasn't extensive, minor changes could greatly improve the appearance. This was similar to microplastic surgery in real life, attracting many female players to the game. The female players had infinite creativity compared to the monotonous upgrade route of the men. They directly played this game as a free microsurgery effect evaluation game, dating game, simulation management game, travel game, dress-up game, and all kinds of strange games. They were keen on collecting all kinds of cheap clothes, matching them with different clothes, and then taking screenshots to post them on the forum, which also attracted many replies from people who liked good-looking people. In addition to this, there were also some customized posts for buying and selling equipment. The game had just opened. Besides shouting in the World Channel, some players who had gotten good equipment, but wanted to save the trading hall's fees would also post for sale in the forum, hoping to sell it as soon as possible. As time passed and everyone leveled up, these once rare items now have little value. Some players had a hard time getting the equipment they wanted and came to the forum to try their luck to buy it. For sale, Mage level 15 rank B staff, PM for the price. For sale, a piece of cat's eye stone, PM for the price. Want to buy, Assassin's glove, preferably rank B with hit attribute. The price is negotiable. There were also a lot of useful posts, such as dungeon clearance strategies, video records, etc. The summaries of 100,000 players who participated in the beta test still gave a lot of help to other players. Ranchi also saw Feng Wuhan's post about Yuna and Baje falsely accusing them of cheating on the recipe. It could only be said that Feng Wuhan was worthy of being a beta test player and knew that it was necessary to guard against others. So, when Yuna and Flower Iris fought over that hash brown recipe, he turned on the video recording function. 1L. Crap, this slap in the face is too ugly, right? 2L. Yes, they actually have the nerve to use the world bounty. These two people are quite thick-skinned. 3L. Ha 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 ha. Big Brother Byran responded in the end. It's so cool. 4L. Although the scallion pancakes are used as a reward, they can be eaten and add attributes. It can be worth much more than just one gold coin. I'm more than willing to help Byran kill them. Not to mention that they are not reasonable at all. 5L. Do you know the follow-up? I watched the World Channel before and someone really went to kill Byran for money but ended up meeting Night Owl. They were directly killed in seconds and lost all the money. Later, they went to Yuna and Baje to get compensation. It was really miserable. 6L. It's also crazy. Even dare to mess with Big Brother Night Owl? Haha. Ran Zioki, you're a celebrity now. Gula curiously came over to take a look, and then burst of laughing. Ranchi glanced at him wordlessly and continued to scroll down. Then, he saw several guild recruitment posts. Recruitment. The Prosperous Dynasty Guild is recruiting professional life players with a monthly salary of 30,000 star coins. PM if interested. Recruitment. Color Glass Moon Guild's Abyss Fixed Team is recruiting players above level 20. Priority will be given to players who joined beta testing. I don't think there's a guild established now, right? Where did these guilds come from? Gula asked in surprise. Ranchi explained. It can be organized in advance. Many players know each other offline and enter the game together. They can directly form a guild after they receive the guild summoning order. This approach was quite common in traditional online games, so Ranchi was quite used to it. I see. Gula nodded. But offering 30,000 star coins a month to recruit a life player, it's higher than the salary at work. Won't that be a loss? It won't be a loss. There are many things that life players can do. A professional life player can steadily provide equipment and various items that can help guild members increase their strength. The later you get to the game, the more valuable the life player becomes. Although the game does not enable the exchange of real currency and game currency, you can get a physical exchange coupon by clearing the Abyss dungeon. The things you can redeem with exchange coupons have immeasurable value and can be easily sold at a high price. Having a sufficient number of people in the guild allows for a wider range of items to be exchanged. Seeing him talking eloquently, Ghouli's gaze instantly turned from surprise to cunning. How do you know so much? Little guy, have you asked your brother in advance? That's right. Ranchi admitted it smoothly. Ha ha ha. Are you going to apply 30,000 star coins a month? Gula snapped his fingers. Honestly, it's much better than going out to work after graduation. How cool is it to get a salary just for playing games? Do you think I'm short of money? Ranchi lifted his chin slightly, deliberately putting on an arrogant look. Ha 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 ha. Ranzaioki, you really deserve a beating to say that. Gula smiled and hooked his good brother's shoulder. However, I don't seem to have seen a post from Boss Night Owl. Didn't he say he was going to build a guild as well? Does he still need to advertise? Ranchi asked rhetorically. That's true. Gula nodded. After all, Night Owl was famous. As long as his guild was established, there would be many people rushing up to apply to join. There was no need to post in the forum, only to be drowned in the sea of posts. By the way, Boss Night Owl looks very powerful. Do you think he's from the military department? When you say it like that, it seems so. Ranchi recalled how Night Owl and Soul Chaser got along with each other. Rather than being friends, they were more like superiors and subordinates. As long as Night Owl spoke, the others would not have any objections. They would simply follow orders. Haha. However, people from the military department shouldn't be so idle to come and play games. Right. I guess Boss Night Owl and the others are students from the military academy. Ranchi looked at him with his eyes lit up when he mentioned Night Owl and couldn't help but smile. Yes, your analysis makes sense. But when did you become so familiar with Night Owl? You call him boss very smoothly. Ha 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 ha. Isn't this because he's so awesome? Gula scratched his head. His attack is really high. I bet his initial attributes are absolutely super high. The qualifications must be at least AA, right? Maybe it's S. Anyway, it's just awesome. I won't bet with you. Anyone with eyes can see that he's awesome. Ranchi pushed Ghouli's big head away and took the opportunity to take the last strawberry in the bowl and stuffed it into his mouth. Ah, my strawberry. Gula grabbed Ranchi's shoulder and wailed loudly. Spit it out. Ranchi replied in amusement. If I really spit it out, do you dare to eat it? Gula immediately choked and glared at Ranchi angrily for a long time before saying, HMPH. You have to make it up to me when we get back to the game. Make me 5 more scallion pancakes. Just scallion pancakes? I was gonna make you something else, since you just want scallion pancakes. Forget it, Daddy. I was wrong. Gula quickly lowered his head and admitted his mistake. Give me something delicious. Good boy. Ranchi nodded with satisfaction, and then they laughed together. They had a wonderful relationship and used to joke around. They often took turns being each other's daddies. After they laughed and fooled around, Gula asked, by the way, how did you know how to make blue star food? It's probably a talent. Ranchi shrugged and said, you know my dad. He loves to enjoy himself the most. Sometimes he would get some star beast meat or something like that to change the taste. So, I learned a little about how to make it. Oh, Gula lengthened his tone, his eyes showing the sour gaze of the proletariat. HMPH. All the evil rich people. Chapter 15. Borrow the priest. Ranchi counted the time before he came online again in 2 hours. The school had a 90-minute class, plus the time for walking and showering. It was almost just right. As soon as Ranchi came online, he heard Soul Chaser and the others discussing something heated in the team channel. He and Gula hadn't quit the team before going offline. The setting of Magic Realm was that the team wouldn't disband unless everyone else in the team went offline as well. So, they remained in the team when they went offline. No, just let Jiangnan find his own healer. We can't lend our priest. Soul Chaser yelled in a loud voice on the team. That's right. Why should we lend our priest to them? Let that Jiangnan guy get away as far as he wants. Plume Inc. immediately chimed in. Fight their own challenge dungeon. When we found a level 15 priest to clear the CD yesterday, that guy was afraid of death and made an excuse not to come. Now that we have passed it, he wants to fight it by himself and wants to borrow our priest. There's no way. Sword at Fleeting Time was obviously not satisfied either. Despite having a bit of a misunderstanding about Big Boss Byran before, They were convinced after going through some dungeons. Big Shot Byran is their lucky light. Fire of hope. No one can take away their awesome and soft baby Byran. Did he say he wants to borrow him? Even if he really wants to borrow him, it has to go through Byran's consent. Night Owl glanced at the angry people here and said calmly, I just want to know who on earth ran in front of Jiangnan to fool around and flaunt how awesome the priest in our team is. The team channel suddenly became as quiet as a chicken. Ran Chi had already roughly understood the current situation through their conversation. Yesterday, Night Owl didn't want to waste CDs and wanted to try out the challenge dungeon, so they went to find the warrior named Jiangnan. However, Jiangnan heard that they found a level 15 priest and was afraid that he would die if they couldn't pass the dungeon. So he excused himself and went offline. Today, they came online only to find that their improvised team had not only taken the first kill of the Shadow Forest Challenge dungeon but also passed the Dark Tombs Experience dungeon with extreme speed and got the achievement. So they ran over to ask about the situation. Then someone on the team couldn't help but brag about how great their priest was. After hearing this, Jiangnan shamelessly wanted to borrow him, wanting to pass the challenge dungeon. Night Owl's tone rose slightly. Now, the others no longer dared to pretend to be dead. I just said a little. Our priest has 3 skills, Soul Chaser said with a guilty conscience. I just said that our priest creates food himself. Plume Inc. also hesitated to say. I may have accidentally said that our priest makes equipment and expansions. Sword at Fleeting Time whispered. Haha. Night Owl sneered. Boss, we are wrong. The 3 of them shouted in unison, sliding on their knees in an extremely standard kneeling posture. However, Night Owl's heart was like iron. He was not moved at all. When we go back offline to rest, each of you will fight against me for an hour. Don't want that. The 3 of them immediately wailed and begged for mercy. It was as if fighting against Night Owl was such a terrifying thing, but they only received a cold snort from Night Owl, which was really cruel and heartless. Ran Chi couldn't help but chuckle. However, he forgot that he kept the team channel open, so the rest of the team heard his chuckle clearly. The team channel fell into an eerie silence again. Finally, Night Owl took the lead and spoke. Is the class over? That's right. Where's Coke? Night Owl and the others were all scattered in the field, farming monsters and leveling up. They didn't look at the team panel, so they didn't notice that Ran Chi was online. After opening the team panel at this moment, they found that Coke wasn't online yet. I don't know. Maybe something delayed him. He should be online soon. Ran Chi was also a little surprised. Logically speaking, Gula should have been online before him. Several people didn't dwell on the issue much and returned to the topic just now. Don't listen to their nonsense. Jiangnan really had something to do yesterday. He wasn't making excuses. Night Owl didn't know how much he had heard, so he explained specifically. He's very nice. You'll know that later. Yes, we are talking nonsense. We know each other too well. That's why we are like this. Soul Chaser also hurriedly said. Ran Chi nodded and answered. Okay. It seemed that they had an excellent relationship with Jiangnan. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made a point of explaining things to him. However, when he thought about it, they wouldn't want to start a guild with each other if they didn't have enough trust. Night Owl said. We will gather when Coke is online. We will complete both challenge dungeons. Okay. Everyone said in unison. Hearing Jiangnan's fixed team was short of a priest, Ran Chi thought of Feng Tian. He opened his friend list, and sure enough, he saw that Feng Tian was online. His level was already level 16. He thought that Feng Tian had cleared the experience dungeon in the Shadow Forest after coming online. Private chat. Byran. Hi. Are you done with the dungeon? Private chat Feng Tian. Private chat Feng Tian. Brother, you're finally online. Private chat Feng Tian. I received your scallion pancake. So delicious. I love you. Heart emoticon. Private chat Feng Tian. When I came online, I saw that you were already level 20. There was no more experience for the level 10 dungeon, so I didn't wait for you. You won't blame me, right? Cute emoticon. When the player's level was higher than the dungeon level, the experience gained would be reduced accordingly. For example, if the player's level exceeded the dungeon level by 1, the experience would be reduced by 10%. If the player's level exceeded the dungeon level by 2, the experience would be reduced by 20%, and so on. Private chat Feng Tian. By the way, I also read the forum. How did you and Big Boss Night Owl know each other? Ah, you guys actually took the first kill together. It's awesome. Fly and hug the thigh. Private chat. By Ran. Before Ran Chi could say anything, Feng Tian's machine gun-like message slammed him in the face, and couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. Private chat. By Ran. What's your equipment rating now? Private chat Feng Tian. 2,800 plus. Ranki's current equipment rating was around 3,400. He had anonymously climbed into the top 10 of the equipment rankings. Of course, Feng Tian's score could not be compared with Ranki's, but it was still above average. It should be at least a full set of green equipment, and maybe 1 or 2 blue equipment. It seemed that Feng Tian was very serious about making equipment matching for himself. Private chat. Byran. Do you want to play the challenge dungeon? There's a good team missing a priest. The captain is Night Owl's friend. Private chat. Feng Tian. Wow, of course, I want to go. But I'm afraid I won't have enough healing skills. I only have 1 healing skill. Fingers pointing to each other emoticon. Challenge dungeons were still difficult and more demanding for priests. Previously, players saw that Night Owl's team easily got the first kill of the challenge dungeon. Many people had formed a team to run to challenge it. Although some successfully passed the dungeon, there were still many teams that got destroyed. Soon, the news came to pour cold water on the enthusiastic people. So, after calming down, everyone couldn't help but become more cautious when forming a team. Basically, the team members were required to be level 18 or above. The priests could be a bit lower, but their equipment ratings had to be higher than 2,500, and it was best to have 2 skills. When Feng Tian heard Ran Qi say that the captain of the team was Night Owl's friend, he immediately became scared. The friend of the big boss must also be a big boss. He was afraid that if he went there, he would drag down the team. Private chat. By Ran. Check your mail. Ran Qi mailed the recovery skill book he had received previously to Feng Tian. Private chat. Feng Tian. Ran Qi sensed his excitement from his series of exclamation points and replied with a chuckle. Private chat. By Ran. Have you forgotten? I told you when I was in the novice village that I would keep the skill book for you next time. This is the one for you. Private chat. Feng Tian. Wahoo. Good brother. Next time I get a skill book, I'll be sure to save it for you too. Private chat. By Ran. Okay, quickly learn the skill book. I'll greet Night Owl and call you later. Private chat. Feng Tian. Okay. So Ran Qi spoke up and asked, is Jiang Nan's fixed team short of a priest? Boss. By Ran. Don't go to Jiang Nan's team. How can their team be as reliable as ours? Immediately, Soul Chaser couldn't hold back and jumped out. Yes, Boss. By Ran. That Jiang Nan person is so dull and boring. It's definitely not suitable for you to go there. Plume Inc. also hurriedly persuaded him, not caring about the friendship brotherhood that he had just explained. I didn't say I'm going. Ran Qi shook his head in amusement. I have a friend who is also a priest. He participated in the beta test and has very good skills. His equipment rating is 2,800 plus. He has learned the recovery skill and wants to go to the challenge dungeon. Okay, I'll ask Jiang Nan. Night Owl said. After a while, Night Owl replied. He said yes. Let your friend add him as a friend. His ID is Windstorm Jiangnan. Okay. Ran Qi sent the message to Feng Tian. At this time, Gula finally came online. Sorry for being late. There was a sudden call from home just now, so I chatted a bit more. Gula said with some embarrassment. It doesn't matter. Night Owl informed everyone. Everyone is here. If you need to clear your bags, please do so quickly. Pay attention to your equipment maintenance. In 20 minutes. We will gather at the entrance of the Shadow Forest dungeon. He decided to fight the Shadow Forest first. After all, they had already cleared it once and it would not be difficult to clear it again. The difficulty of the Dark Tomb was higher and there was no need to worry about being robbed of the first kill. Understood. Taking advantage of the fact that there were still 20 minutes left before the gathering, Ran Qi put on his invisibility cloak and went to the life skills area again. He planned to make a few more new types of food. On one hand, he wanted to save up a little more physical exchange coupons, and on the other hand, it was also to prepare for the Dark Tomb's challenge dungeon. Hopefully, he could make some food that added magic attack or defense out of it. Ran Qi went to the grocer to buy flour, glutinous rice flour, and seasonings. Then, he started kneading the dough directly. To save time, he planned to make pies with 3 different flavors of fillings this time, so that it could be counted as making 3 kinds of pies. After all, there were multiple flavors of sandwiches offered in the game restaurant as well. They all counted as different foods. The 3 flavors of the pie he was going to make were fresh meat, pumpkin, and leek and egg. This way, there would be both sweet and savory flavors. There would always be one that would add magic attributes. He had collected the ingredients from the field before, but now that he thought about it, it was indeed a waste of time. In the future, he would try to buy them directly from the trading hall, which was more cost-effective. He had no money before, but now he was considered a rich man. There was no need to spend time on things that could be solved with money. Ran Qi used low heat to fry the fresh meat pie until it turned golden brown, crispy on the outside, and tender on the inside, with a meaty flavor. When Ranchi prepared the meat filling, he also deliberately put some fat meat into it, so that more fat and gravy would taste more flavorful. Anyway, there was no need to think about calories or body shape in the holographic game. They would not gain fat even if they ate to death. Of course, it would be as delicious as it was. The preparation for pumpkin pie was a little more complicated. He needed to first steam the pumpkin, and then add a little glutinous rice flour and water to mash it into a puree. Then, he needed to add sugar and honey to mix. The pumpkin filling prepared in this way had a more delicate texture and a sweeter taste. Leek and egg filling was a traditional filling. It had a delicious taste, combining a fluffy egg and smooth leek perfectly. With Ranchi, the filling was put specially. Each bite was satisfying, without needing to mention it. Ranchi was surprised to see leeks in the field. He had never seen leeks in the game, Magic Realm. However, this holographic version of the game was adapted from information collected from Blue Star. So, the presence of leeks seemed logical. Since there were leeks, there should be other vegetables as well. There should also be wild game, spices, and other ingredients. Ranchi was looking forward to seeing more and more abundant ingredients in the future so that he would be able to make more Chinese delicacies. People said the holographic game was realistic, but it didn't require the cooking process. To be exact, it was too time-consuming. So many steps were simplified, especially the frying time for the pies was shortened. 3 sizzling pies were quickly cooked. At the same time, a system beep sounded. Ranchi followed, naming each of the 3 types of pies and then choosing to publish them anonymously, just like in previous times. Anyway, as long as he didn't admit it, no one could find out his secret. System announcement: congratulations to player, Anonymous, for developing a new type of food, fresh meat pie, pumpkin pie, leek and egg pie, earning 300 points of world reputation, as well as physical exchange coupons 3. As soon as this announcement came out, the World Channel became lively again. World, Kane, he actually made 3 kinds of food at once? Great God, let me worship you. World, no happiness. Actually, there are not 3 types. I think they are all called pies. The recipe should be the same, right? But, what is pie? Is it tasty? Is it the same as the scallion pancake? World, bamboo pipe. Isn't the point the attributes of these foods? It's simply superb. I'll buy it at a high price. World, my little hands are slightly cold. Is the big boss who made it this time the same person as the last scallion pancake? It will be awesome if they are the same person, right? Those who achieve are the first. So it's not too much for me to call daddy, right? World Sunset Red. It's not too much. Daddy, look at me. I want to eat a pie. World, curling hair. Don't you guys have any moral integrity? Daddy, please make sure you do more. I'm already squatting in the auction house. Ranchi was speechless. He had no interest in becoming a daddy to a group of strangers. Ignoring those people who abandoned their moral integrity and howled like ghosts on the World Channel, he quickly mass-produced these pies. The rating for these 3 kinds of pies was B grade. The fresh meat pie could increase the defense power by 5%. The pumpkin pie could increase the basic attack power by 3%. And the leek and egg pie could restore 4 mana points per second. The duration was 15 minutes. These attributes were simply fantastic. They were good items that could be used no matter whether fighting monsters, leveling up, or going to the dungeons. Ranchi was quite satisfied with this. All 3 attributes were way better than he had imagined. He could already imagine how intense the looting would be when these pies were put on the shelves at the trading hall. Ranchi used up all the available ingredients in one go and made 36 fresh meat pies, 41 pumpkin pies, and 38 leek and egg pies. He took out 20 of each kind and put them on the trading hall at 60 silver each. This price was 3 times the price of scallion pancakes, but there would definitely be no one who would not buy it because it was too expensive. After all, this was not just items to add attributes. It was also a delicious flavor that had never been tasted. He kept the rest himself or gave it to friends. Of course, he didn't forget to go to the forging area to build a shield for Gula. He was now level 20, and his life skills had been upgraded simultaneously. He could directly make a level 20 shield this time. He bought some black iron ore from the trading hall and crafted 3 shields in one breath using simple mode, leaving the one with the best attributes behind and then listing the other 2 shields in the trading hall as well at the market price. Before Ranchi even walked out of the main city gate, he had already received a notification that all the items were sold. It seemed that as the level increased, the players' wallets had become plumped up as well. At this time, the World Channel once again fell into the howling of ghosts and wolves. World, nocturnal sky. I rushed to the trading hall immediately, only to find that it was sold out. You beasts ah. World Raphael. Ah, the meat pie is so delicious. I beg Daddy to do more ah. World. No happiness. I saw someone next to me eating leek and egg pie. It smelled so good. I shed tears of envy. Chapter 16. Please be a human. There were far fewer people at the entrance to the Shadow Forest dungeon than yesterday. After a day, everyone's level had gone up and there was no need to come to this level 10 dungeon anymore. Instead, they would rather form a team and go to the wild to farm monsters and upgrade. Those skilled experts could even bring their own potion to go out into the wild alone. However, many people still came to form a team to clear the challenge dungeon. After all, the challenge dungeon provided a lot of good things. In addition to equipment, there were also skill books and various useful items. Anyway, there had been players to study the obscene style of play. Seeing that the situation was not going well, they quickly quit the team and exit the dungeon. They could save their small life if they were fast enough. Ranchi had thought that he was the last one to arrive, but when he looked at the map, he realized that Soul Chaser and Plume Inc. were still behind him. They also had just come from the main city. After waiting for a few more minutes, Night Owl saw through the map that the blue dots representing the team members had arrived. So he went straight to open the dungeon. Everyone is here. Enter the dungeon. After entering the dungeon, Ranchi was about to take out the pies he had made when he saw that the two people, Soul Chaser and Plume Inc., came up to them as if they were offering a treasure and took out several steaming pies. Soul Chaser said proudly, "Fortunately, the two of us returned to the city as soon as we saw the announcement. We successfully grabbed 10 pies. It's a pity that the pumpkin pies were snatched up so quickly. We only got one. There were more for the other two." Plume Inc. said regretfully but quickly cheered up again. "But the two of us got most of them. This pie is really good. It's tasty and has good attributes. This pumpkin pie will be given to the boss. It can add 3% to your attack power. But the leek and egg pies are so flavorful. I couldn't help but eat one on the way here." Soul Chaser licked his lips, unsatisfied. "To not waste the buff status, I'll eat the meat pies later." Both food and potions could add buff status to players, but the same type of buff effects couldn't coexist. For example, Soul Chaser had just eaten leek and egg pie and possessed a buff that automatically restored his mana within 15 minutes. If he continued to eat meat pie, then the new buff would replace the previous buff. The leek and egg pies buff would be wasted. Come. Everyone tries it. Don't be polite." Soul Chaser greeted everyone boldly and then stuffed meat pie and leek and egg pie into Byran's hand. "Boss Byran, this meat pie can increase your defense. You can eat this first and eat the leek and egg pie later." Ranchi looked at the pie in his hand with a complicated mood. "Byran, why don't you eat it? This meat-flavored one is especially delicious. I just ate one just now, and it tastes no worse than scallion pancakes," Plume Inc. said confidently. Soul Chaser also looked over. Yes, the one who made this is also a big boss. Maybe you can become friends through cooking? Try it. Maybe you can get a new inspiration." They didn't think that the person who made these pies would be Ranchi. According to their thinking, it was incredible that Byran could make scallion pancakes. How could he make a new food so quickly? But the truth was often so incredible. Thinking about the price he set at 60 silver apiece, Ranchi felt sorry for them. "No need. Keep it for yourself. No need to be polite with them. They have money." Night Owl spoke. Plume Inc. said, Yes, we have money. We bought this to improve the strength of the team." "Boss Byran, feel free to eat it. We will buy it again when we're done." Ranchi hesitated for a moment before finally choosing to reveal the cruel truth. "I actually made all these pies." Soul Chaser and Plume Inc.'s movements froze at the same time, and then they both looked at him in disbelief. Ranchi scratched his cheek and took out a thick stack of pies from his backpack. "I also brought you guys quite a few as well. All 3 flavors are available. You can choose yourself." "Ha ha ha ha. I was wondering if it was you when I saw the announcement." "Ranran, you are so awesome." While Plume Inc. and Soul Chaser were dumbfounded, Gula was overjoyed and pounced over happily. He unceremoniously took 6 pies from Ranchi's hands, 2 of each flavor. "By the way, this is your shield." Ranchi then took out the black shield he had just made. "Black iron shield. Restriction level 20 or above. Limited profession, warrior. Grade B. Durability 200/200. Attributes: basic defense plus 60, strength plus 12, constitution plus 20, maximum HP plus 114. Wow, this shield is really cool." Gula opened his mouth wide. After taking it, he immediately equipped it and made a few silly poses. "Boss, I kneel for you." Soul Chaser collapsed and said, "What else can't you do?" Ranchi thought seriously for a moment. "Probably no." "Everyone, please be a human. No matter what, the delicious pie could not be missed." Quickly accepting the fact, Soul Chaser, Plume Inc., and sorted fleeting time swarmed up and divided up the pies. Their attitude was no different from robbing him. Night Owl originally thought to give money, but Ranchi refused to accept it. Despite the high price of these pies, the actual cost was only 2 or 3 silver coins at most. So, there was nothing to worry about if he feed them to his own people. Ranran, I never thought you had such a talent. Next time, exchange some ingredients, and let's make something tasty after we get offline. Gula wolfed down the fresh meat pies and hooked Ranki's shoulder while grinning. Although it was really nice to be able to savor the food in the game, it was different from the feeling of eating it in reality, with less of that sense of fullness and satisfaction. Since Ranchi could make such delicious food in the game, he could definitely do the same in reality. Okay, Ranchi actually had the same idea. Soul Chaser and the others all showed expressions of envy and hatred. It would be great if they were also by Ran's classmates. Brother, my omnipotent brother Ran, please make me a weapon too. Soul Chaser wanted to rush over and hug Ranki's thigh. Hey, where's your moral integrity? Plume Ink spat at Soul Chaser while he also leaned over. Brother Ran, I want it too. And me, Sorted Fleeting Time said, unwilling to lag behind. Okay, Ranchi agreed happily. Night Owl looked at these shameless guys speechlessly, really not wanting to admit that he knew them. Let them prepare the materials themselves. Night Owl sighed and looked at Ranchi. You also have been a little too nice. It's just a favor. Besides, are we not a fixed group? If everyone's overall strength has increased, we can clear more dungeons. It's good for me too. Right, and Night Owl couldn't help but show some smiles in his eyes. He was suddenly glad that he had a good vision and recruited such a young priest with a good personality, superb skills, and all-round support. Night Owl slowly finished the pumpkin pie in his hand, stuffed the rest into his backpack, and then reminded, okay, get ready to fight. Okay, Soul Chaser had wanted to use arrows to lure the mobs over alone like last time, but he didn't expect to kill the mobs instantly with just one arrow. This time, their levels were much higher than the last time they came to clear. Even their equipment and skills had been upgraded, not to mention the fact that they all had gained buff status. These mobs were simply not enough for them to kill. Naturally, the previous methods didn't apply anymore. Coke, just go over and lure all the monsters here. Since they could be killed in seconds, there was no need to waste time killing them one by one. Okay, Gula immediately rushed out and directly lured a bunch of mobs back. Then everyone swarmed up, chopping melons and vegetables, and killed all the mobs like a whirlwind. But just as they were about to move forward, a new game announcement popped up over their heads. System announcement. Congratulations to the player, Windstorm Jiangnan, Raphael, 4 seasons, Smoke, No Happiness, Feng Tian for clearing the Shadow Forest Challenge dungeon with a score of 20 minutes, 11.5 seconds, and getting SSS level evaluation, setting a new record. Additional reward of Gold Treasure Chest, World Pathfinder. Wow, Big Boss Night Owl's record has been broken. World, a lonely boat. What's all the fuss about? When Big Boss Night Owl got the first kill, he was only level 21. Most of the people in this team have already reached level 20. They will definitely be faster. World, Misty, I think I can do it again. Shadow Forest Challenge Dungeon. Let's have a powerful priest. Night Owl raised his eyebrows slightly. They moved very quickly. Ranchi was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that Jiangnan's team was full of acquaintances. Not to mention Feng Tian. Let's talk about Raphael, No Happiness, and Smoke. They were all recipients of his reward. He even mailed scallion pancakes to them. Damn it, that bastard Raphael actually sent me a message to show off. Soul Chaser said angrily. We must get the record back. It's not a big problem. Plume Ink patted Soul Chaser's shoulder. They had half of their current buff state time left, which meant that they had only spent 7 or 8 minutes fighting the mobs before them. As long as they killed the boss within 10 minutes, they could break Jiangnan's record and get ready to fight the monsters. Without delay, they quickly ran in the direction of the boss. Since they were now at a higher level and had better equipment, the damage caused by the boss was no longer as fatal as before. Therefore, when fighting the orc boss this time, everyone simply did not dodge or evade. They directly stood up and dealt damage, with Ranchi by their side to heal them. Their HP was not even lower than 80%. On the other hand, the orc boss's HP was dropping like an avalanche of blood. Those who didn't know better thought they were fighting a mini-boss within the experienced dungeon. Ranchi was stunned when he saw that a fireball from Night Owl had directly knocked more than 1,000 drops of the boss's HP before he noticed that this guy was already level 27. Night Owl was simply a leveling machine with no emotions. He only went offline to rest for 2 hours. How did he go up to another level? Was it said that the higher the level, the harder it was to upgrade? However, due to the outstanding performance of Night Mobile Turret Owl, They finally succeeded in killing the boss within 10 minutes. System announcement. Congratulations to the player, Night Owl Soul Chaser, Plume Inc., Sword at Fleeting Time, Coke, Byran, for clearing the Shadow Forest Challenge dungeon in 16 minutes 7.22 seconds, and getting SSS level evaluation, setting a new record. Additional reward of Gold Treasure Chest. Alice, if it weren't for the slight delay in front, we could have been faster. Plume Inc. sighed pretentiously, but in reality, his face was full of pride. Ha ha ha, I'm going to laugh at that guy. Raphael. Soul Chaser laughed maliciously. The two people looked at each other and saw the mischief in the other's eyes. The world channel was completely exploded this time. The new team had just set a new record from Night Owl. Within a few minutes, Night Owl led the team to set the record again. It improved by a full 4 minutes. World. Bear hardship with equanimity. Awesome. Awesome. World clear sky. In fact, our team also cleared the dungeon, but it took more than half an hour and we only got an A-level evaluation. In the end, we were given a silver treasure chest and only got a pair of green shoes. Cack. World doo-doo. Boss, can you post what you got from opening the treasure chest? Drooling emoji. Sword at Fleeting Time was also concerned about the contents of the treasure chest. He looked at Byran expectantly. Father Luck, it's time for you to show off. They now had immense faith in Byran's luck attributes. When they encountered the need to open a treasure chest, of course, they would let Byran do it. Ranchi walked forward with great energy, stretched out his hand, and opened the first gold treasure chest. System. Congratulations on obtaining the equipment, Holy Windbreaker, and special items, Abyssal Fragment. Holy Windbreaker. Restriction level, 15 or above. Limited profession, Archer. Grade, A. Durability, 400/400. Attributes, HP plus 182, Physical Defense plus 24, Strength plus 22, Agility plus 23. Brother Ran, you are my real brother. After Soul Chaser saw the Archer's shirt, he was so excited that he almost jumped up on the spot. Although the level of the equipment was a bit lower, in the end, it was a purple suit. The additional attributes could be much stronger than those of the level 20 green suit on him. Last time, Plume Inc. got the Archer's skill book. This time, the Archer shirt naturally belonged to Soul Chaser, who was so happy that he almost wanted to faint. Brother Ran, fighting. There's another treasure chest. Ranchi opened the second treasure chest. This time, he opened 2 items, a ring and a skill book. System. Congratulations on obtaining the equipment, Blood Ring, and skill book, Revolving Sword. Blood Ring. Restriction level, 15 or above. Limited profession, all professions. Grade, B. Durability, 200/200. Attributes, Physical Attack plus 29, Agility plus 15, Constitution plus 11, Critical Strike plus 4. Skill book, Revolving Sword. Can learn level, 10. Limited profession, Warrior. Description, open it to learn the skill, Revolving Sword. Instant cast, cooldown time 5 seconds. Generating a small amount of hatred value. Can attack the target and its surrounding 6 enemies at the same time. Attack damage increased by 1%. As the skill level increases, the attack damage increases. Although the ring was only blue, its attributes were definitely the best in the physical attack category, especially the critical strike attribute, which could increase the chance of a critical hit. It was very advantageous in real combat. Soul Chaser now had purple clothes, and Plume Inc. already had the triple shot skill book, so naturally, this ring should be given to Sword at Fleeting Time. As for the warrior's skill book, of course, it belonged to Gula. After all, he was the only warrior in their team. Ha 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 ha. I took screenshots of everything we found in the treasure chests and sent them to Jiangnan and Raphael. They are simply the unluckiest people. From the 2 gold treasure chests, they only get 1 green item and 1 blue item. Soul Chaser scoffed unceremoniously, not remembering that his team had been this unlucky before. In fact, it was still early in the game. Green and blue equipment were not bad, but in comparison, the items opened by Jiangnan's team and Ranki's were like heaven and earth. I also sent a screenshot of the ring to No Happiness and Little 4. A low-key smile hung on the face of Sword at Fleeting Time. No Happiness was an assassin like him, and 4 Seasons was an all-attack berserker. This ring was definitely an eye-catching existence for them. Plume Inc. even ran directly to the World Channel to fool around. World, Plume Inc., I heard that someone wanted to see what we got, right? Hehe. Holy Windbreaker, Blood Ring, Skill Book, Revolving Sword. World, No Happiness, please be a human. World Raphael, please be a human. World, 4 Seasons, please be a human. Vomiting blood emoji. Vomiting blood emoji. World, Windstorm Jiangnan, Night Owl, don't you care? World, Bear hardship with equanimity. What's going on here? World clear sky. The captains of the two teams seem to know each other. Sure enough, the boss's friend is also a boss. Biting handkerchief emoji. World. A leaf lonely boat. Is this from the two treasure chests? A purple suit, an accessory, and a skill book. They are all good things with extremely low rates. Ah, this is really good luck. Right. Shed tears of jealousy. World doo-doo. This tone. I feel like the other team must be. Cover mouth emoji. World. Misty. Big boss. Please be a human. Chapter 17. Another first kill. After Soul Chaser and the others had fooled around enough, Night Owl spoke. Let's go. It's time to go to the Dark Tomb Challenge dungeon. Okay, let's go. Soul Chaser and the others immediately became energetic and couldn't wait to get the first kill. There were still not many people at the entrance of the Dark Tomb dungeon. The difficulty of this dungeon was too high and the requirement for the priest was also very high. A careless person would easily die, and the danger of forming a random team was too great. So, players would rather go to the wild to grind monsters and upgrade. They also didn't want to come to clear this experience dungeon. As for the challenge dungeon, no one came. They must know the difficulty of the challenge dungeon was several times more than the experience dungeon. The damage caused by the mobs to players had also increased simultaneously. In the Dark Tomb's experience dungeon, they might only lose a few drops of HP every second when they were in a low-level poisoned state, but in the challenge dungeon, they would lose more than a dozen drops of HP every second when they were in a low-level poisoned state. Not to mention the negative state. The amount of HP loss after stacking would be terrifying. The Dispel potion was indeed useful, but there was a 30-second interval time limit for the potion's use. In case the negative statuses stacked up, it was questionable whether it could last for 30 seconds. The mobs alone were difficult enough, not to mention the 3 tricky bosses. If they couldn't handle one of them, they would die on the spot. In other words, Night Owl and the others were brave and talented. With Ranchi, a powerful priest, they dared to take the lead in challenging. It was not like playing a traditional online game when they were dying. After they died 3 times in Magic Realm, they would be forced to go offline for 7 days. So, no one dared to do anything uncertain. Whenever this happened, Soul Chaser and the others would be extra grateful for Ranki's existence. They should know that Byran's purification skill cooldown time was only 5 seconds. Not only could it remove all negative statuses, but it could also keep the target in a purified state for 3 seconds without having to worry about being affected by negative statuses. He was also wearing the first set of handmade priest suits in the entire server. The healing bonus threw off the ordinary priests by several blocks. His continuous healing effect from the recovery skill was already amazing. Not to mention that the healing skill could heal the HP back to the full in a single go. This amount of healing was simply full of a sense of security. Be careful after entering. Clear out the monsters one by one. Don't attract too many. Despite having confidence in his team's strength, Night Owl still adopted a very cautious attitude. Even if they had Byran, a powerful priest, they couldn't play too aggressively. Otherwise, the priest would be under a lot of pressure. No problem. Everyone's attack power was not low. They could basically kill the mobs in seconds as long as they focused on their attacks. They quickly got to the rhythm and began to advance steadily. Just when they were fighting the zombie sorcerer, they ran into some trouble. Previously, when they were in the experience dungeon, Plumink could directly interrupt the boss's skill chanting with triple shot, but when they got to the challenge dungeon, the boss's skill chanting speed was accelerated. Its group silences were hard to interrupt, so everyone had to change the style of play. They decided that Gula would attract the boss's hatred and take the boss to stand in the very center of the chamber, while the others spread out to the 2 sides to attack. The boss would raise the staff in its hand before casting the silence spell to the front. Its casting range was fan-shaped, which gave everyone time to react. As long as they saw it raise its hand, they would use the fastest speed to get behind it as soon as possible, so that they wouldn't get hit. However, since the damage of the boss had also increased a lot, it would be inappropriate for Night Owl, a mage, to serve as a human shield to attract the boss's attack this time. So, Ranchi simply went in on his own. He had just changed into a new suit, with basic attributes plus the suit attributes. His magic defense was much higher than Night Owl. He was definitely not squishy in the general sense and could not be killed instantly. He controlled his own HP to make sure that when the boss teleported, he would be the first one to be targeted by the attack. Moreover, his prediction was very good. Basically, when the boss teleported, he also started to chant his healing skill. The next second, when the boss's attack landed on him, the healing skill also took effect immediately, directly and seamlessly. as if he hadn't been attacked at all. Beautiful. Soul Chaser couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Boss, although you are not lucky, you still have good vision. Fuck off. Night Owl smiled and cursed. He threw another fireball at the boss. Although everyone cooperated very well, this zombie sorcerer always silenced the group and teleported at every turn, which was really annoying. They fought for a full 17 minutes before finally defeating this annoying boss. System announcement player. Night Owl raised his sword to kill and the zombie sorcerer dropped night boots and fled in embarrassment. Night boots. Restriction level 20 or above. Limited profession: warrior, assassin, archer. Grade A. Durability 200/200. Attributes: basic defense plus 74, max HP plus 138, agility plus 17, strength plus 11. Wow. Purple shoes. Soul Chaser was the first to jump up. What kind of luck are we getting? The first boss actually dropped equipment. It's purple. It must be our brother Ran's lucky aura exploding. Plume Inc.'s eyes were also glowing with excitement. Since Ran joined their team, they finally gotten out of the unluckiness. The question about whether it could be Night Owl whose luck had transformed. They used their experience of the past 10 years to vouch for it. Absolutely not. It couldn't be. He couldn't. Gula collapsed on the ground weakly. He was the most tired when fighting the boss just now. Others could avoid the boss's silence skill, but he had to stand in front of the boss to hold the boss's hatred. So, when the boss cast a group silence, he was the only one who got hit. He was forced to stand there countless times and look at the zombie sorcerer's hideous face at close range. He suffered a mental shock. Every time the boss teleported away, he had to rush over and pull the boss back. In the later stage, he almost saw the boss in the back of his head. It was really tiring. The 4 of you roll points. Everyone could wear these shoes except Ranchi and Night Owl. So, to be fair, Night Owl allowed them to roll points to directly decide the ownership of this pair of shoes. Perhaps God felt sorry for Ghouli's experience, and the final victory belonged to him. Ha ha ha, I think I can do it again. With the purple suit, Gula instantly came back to life as if he had been injected with chicken blood. I think I can do it too. Soul Chaser's eyes were filled with anticipation as they looked in the direction of the second tomb. The boss that was so disgusting just a moment ago had now turned into a big glowing treasure in their eyes. World. Shadow Cold. Ah, the best shoes for physical attack. So envious cack. World puzzled Clear Breeze. I really want to join Big Boss Night Owl's team. World. Aspasia. Awesome. This is only the second day of the server, right? My team can't even beat the experience dungeon in Dark Tomb. The big boss has already gone to play the challenge dungeon. Why does it always feel like we are playing a different game with the boss? World. One stroke at a time. I have a hunch that Big Boss Night Owl is going to get the first kill again. After taking a short rest, everyone rushed towards the second tomb with high spirits. Boss, please take it easy this time. Sword at fleeting time reminded him. The spider boss would constantly summon mobs. It did not have a magic defense as high as the zombie sorcerer, and Night Owl's attack damage was too high for them to deal with if too many mobs were summoned. I know. Since the poisonous damage of the little spiders had become stronger, they didn't use the method of luring the little spiders to defeat the boss this time. Instead, they dealt with the little spiders one batch at a time in a step-by-step manner. It was a pity that the spider boss this time was stingy. After he fell, he left them with nothing but pitiful experience points. But no one was disappointed. They only needed to kill the last boss to get the treasure chest. The last boss had the most complicated mechanism. Its physical defense was very high, so it had great restrictions on professions that focused on physical attacks, such as Soul Chaser, Plume Inc., and Sword at Fleeting Time. So, they needed to rely on Night Owl's attack. Of course, Night Owl never disappointed them in terms of attack. High's magic bullets and fireballs hit the boss's vital points accurately every time, with critical hits one after another. Gula must use his skills desperately to grab the hatred to restrain the boss from attacking Night Owl. When the boss's HP dropped to 50%, it waved its cyclone hammer and started to circle the field, and the entire team began to run around. Because the difficulty of the challenge dungeon increased, the boss's attacks also caused more damage to the players by multiplying. The boss's cyclone hammer would destroy almost half of his HP and he would definitely die in 2 hits. Ranchi felt that he had never run so fast in his life. While running, he had to observe the surrounding situation and try his best to heal others. He really wished he could grow 3 heads and 6 arms to perform a giant bird spreading its wings at the edge of death. Don't worry about us. Just take care of yourself and coke, Night Owl said to Ranchi loudly. Soul Chaser and others were inherently highly agile professions. If they focused on dealing with the boss, they would basically not encounter any attacks. Although Night Owl was a mage, when he got serious, his speed was no slower than Soul Chaser and the others. He could always react quickly at the critical moment to dodge the boss's attack. His HP never decreased from beginning to end. No wonder he told Ranchi to leave them alone. Looking at the situation, Ranchi also knew that they were not showing off, so he naturally changed his strategy. With only 2 people to manage, he and Ranchi's pressure was greatly reduced. He barely escaped several attacks from the boss, and the boss collapsed unwillingly in their efforts. System announcement seems plain, but can amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Congratulations to the player, Night Owl Soul Chaser, Plume Inc., Sword at Fleeting Time, Coke, by Ran, for clearing the first kill of the Dark Tomb Challenge dungeon. Get the title, Tomb Conqueror, and Physical Exchange Coupon 1. System announcement. Congratulations to the player, Night Owl Soul Chaser, Plume Inc., Sword at Fleeting Time, Coke, by Ran, for clearing the Dark Tomb Challenge dungeon in 45 minutes, 19.02 seconds, and getting S-level evaluation. World, Long Northern Mountain, kneeling to the boss. They cleared Dark Tomb so quickly. World Shishun, please share the dungeon strategy with me. I can pay for it. World, Windfall without sound. Request for a dungeon guide. I don't hate high requirements. I will be very happy if I can get through the Shadow Forest Challenge dungeon. Everyone in the dungeon was quite disappointed. Maybe they passed the dungeon a little slower for the sake of stability. The rating didn't reach the standard SSS level, and they didn't get the extra treasure chest. The original gold treasure chest had become a silver treasure chest. It's okay. Our Byran is so lucky. Even if it's a silver treasure chest, we can still get good things. Gula was the first to break the silence. Right. It's time for our brother Ran's lucky hand to shine. Soul Chaser and Plume Inc. both turned their expectant gazes to Ranchi. Now their team had assumed that Ranchi would be the one to open all the treasure chests. After all, his good luck had never let them down. System. Congratulations on obtaining Skill Book Explosive Arrow, and the special item, Abyssal Fragment. Skill Book Explosive Arrow can learn level 20. Limited profession, Archer. Description: open it to learn the skill Explosive Arrow. Chant for 0.5 seconds. Cooldown for 3 seconds. Launch powerful magic arrows forward. After hitting the target, an explosion will occur, causing damage to other targets within 3 meters. Oh my god, it's actually a skill book. It's an AoE attack. Soul Chaser's eyes almost popped out of his head. It's my turn this time. Although Plume Inc. also wanted it, he had already gotten a skill book. So, this skill book was assigned to Soul Chaser. In this way, their team's attack professions finally had an AoE skill, which would make them more efficient when killing monsters in the future. Go. Let's go to the forest cemetery. Soul Chaser had a new AoE skill. He couldn't wait to try his skills at killing monsters. The forest cemetery was a dungeon accessible at level 20. The map was very large, and mobs came one after another, giving them quite a lot of experience. Wait a minute. Night Owl suddenly stopped them and sent a screenshot to the team channel. Everyone clicked on it and found out that it was an email sent by GM001 to Night Owl, hoping that as the team that got the first kill, they could publish the clearance strategy of the challenge dungeon or record the clearance to the forum. The system would give each of their team 2 physical exchange coupons as a reward. It was probably because the outcry from the players on the World Channel was so strong that the GM approached them. If the players had been unable to clear the dungeon, it would have dampened their motivation to play. The game had only been open for 2 days. They took the first kill of 2 dungeons in a row and it was enough to show their abilities. The dungeon clearance strategies they wrote were much more useful than the messy strategies posted by beta testers who didn't know whether it was true or false. If you all are fine with it, let's organize a guide and post it. There would definitely be no more screen recordings. After all, they finished the dungeons. There was no way to record them, even if they wanted to. Of course, I have no objection. The 6 people voted unanimously. Naturally, they would not refuse such a good thing. Chapter 18 Treasure Map. Sword at Fleeting Time volunteered to take on the task of writing the dungeon strategy. Why don't you just let me write the strategy? Okay, you're the best at writing reports. Soul Chaser smiled and punched his shoulder. Everyone else was happy and at ease. So, of course, they had no objections. Let's go to the forest cemetery first and right after the fight. Night Owl was unwilling to delay the upgrading time, so he opened his mouth to say, okay. The group of people went to the forest cemetery dungeon. The scene of this dungeon was a large forest, but because it was surrounded by the dark tombs ahead, the entire dungeon gave people an eerie feeling. Several people had been baptized in the dark tomb before, so they were naturally not afraid. As they followed the road marked on the map, they kept seeing rows of black tombstones exuding an ominous atmosphere. This was the place where they had to kill the monsters. When players entered the range of the tombstone would emit a red light, constantly summoning mobs to come over to kill the intruders. There were 3 waves of mobs. The first wave was vampire bats, the second wave was rotting zombies, and the third wave was ghouls. Vampire bats and zombies were the same as those in the Dark Tomb, so they just needed to deal with them carefully. However, the ghoul was a new monster, covered in black, and had a hideous face and a pair of blood-red eyes. It looked at the players as if it were a feast delivered to their door. Because they were monsters that ate corpses, they even had a disgusting smell. Is this game still viable? These monsters are too scary. Gula had the revolving sword skill, which could directly bring back a group of monsters. With Soul Chaser's explosive arrow, the efficiency of killing the monsters had increased a lot. However, similarly, the impact he received when facing the monsters was also geometrically increasing. In the end, he almost closed his eyes and rushed forward to slash it, then screamed and pulled the monster back. Ha 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 ha. Soul Chaser and the other, who had now gotten acquainted with Gula, sent merciless jeers at him as they fought the monsters. Think of the bountiful experience of these monsters. You'll be able to tolerate it. Ranchi couldn't help but laugh as well. His teammates were just too funny. After clearing out all the mobs caused by the tombstones, the boss of the dungeon appeared before them. It was a giant cannibal flower. It was very difficult to deal with as it had a lot of attacks. The root of the cannibal flower grew in the soil and would send out countless vines to bind the players. The spikes of the vines would pierce the player's body and absorb the blood in the player's body. Once caught by it, the player can't escape and must be rescued by the companions. Companions must break the vines, otherwise the player would become food for the cannibal flower. Therefore, it was best for players to act together, so that the vines would only attack one of them, while the other people could take the opportunity to break the vines. In addition to vines, the cannibal flower also sprayed a large amount of venom from its mouth. Once the venom touched the body, the player would enter a poisoned state and their HP would continue to decrease. However, thanks to Ranki's purification skill that could remove all negative status, this problem was easily solved. When the HP continued to decrease, the cannibal flower would also spew out red spores, which would quickly grow and turn into smaller cannibal flowers when they landed on the ground. It was necessary to eliminate all of them with an AoE skill before these spores grew into a sea of horrifying cannibal flowers. The boss had a final skill that was both difficult and annoying. It would burrow into the ground, teleport in front of a player, tie them up with vines, and then bite them with its big mouth. When watching on the screen, it didn't feel real. But when players switched to the holographic scene, they could truly feel the pain of being bitten by the cannibal flower. After briefly talking about the playing methods and precautions, Night Owl divided everyone into groups. Everyone is in groups of 2, Coke and Plume Inc., Soul Chaser and Sword at Fleeting Time. Byran is following me. Gula was in charge of pulling the monster. He was the one who was most vulnerable to vine attacks, so he needed a strong attacker to help him interrupt the vine attacks at any time. Soul Chaser had the AoE skill, so it was best for him to be in charge of clearing out the little cannibal flowers, while Sword at Fleeting Time was in charge of cooperating with his actions. Night Owl was confident that the cannibal flower wouldn't catch him. Since his fireball was the cannibal flower's greatest nemesis, it would be most appropriate for him to protect Byran, who didn't have much offensive power. Wait, before we start fighting, let's eat something first, Soul Chaser said, taking out a leek and egg pie. He took a big bite. Right. Even though the boss in the experienced dungeon is easier to defeat, it's always right to be careful. Plume Inc. also immediately chimed in and then took out a fresh meat pie and ate it as well. I believe in your evil. What are you 2 archers eating that adds defense and mana recovery? If you are greedy, just say so. Sword at Fleeting Time mercilessly exposed their little schemes before picking up a fresh meat pie and eating it as well. Then why are you eating fresh meat stuffed ones? To put it nicely, aren't you also greedy? Plume Inc. was very unconvinced. Yes, I'm just greedy, but I'm honest, Sword at Fleeting Time said confidently. Night Owl didn't join in their childish bickering, but he honestly took out a pumpkin pie and ate it. It was unclear whether he was doing it to increase his attack or because he simply preferred sweets. Ranchi thought that maybe he could make some red bean cake, fried sugar cake, and other foods next time to see if he had a sweet tooth. After everyone finished eating, They officially started fighting. Gula rushed forward to pull the monster. The cannibal flower sprayed venom madly towards him after being attacked. It felt like being spit on in his face. The sensory experience was extremely disgusting. Gula could only desperately raise the shield in his hand to block his head and face. Plume Inc., who was in the same group as him, hid behind Gula very clumsily, using him as a human shield. The cannibal flower's venom was sprayed several times, but he didn't get poisoned at all. Hey, that's too much. Gula turned around and protested. Hey, who made me a delicate and frail archer? I can't bear it like you are. A capable person has to work hard, so you should be more considerate, Plume Inc. said plausibly, not forgetting to give Gula a rainbow fart. Gula really ate it up, so he continued to work diligently to carry the monster. Soul Chaser and Sword at Fleeting Time moved quickly around the perimeter. Once the cannibal flower sprayed out its red spores, they would kill them all before the little cannibal flowers grew up. Night Owl led by ran around in the middle, which neither delayed him from attacking the boss nor delayed by ran from healing the others. When vines emerged from the ground and prepared to wrap around them, Night Owl's fireball would immediately burn those vines. Unlike the other 4 people in a mess, only Night Owl and Byran's bodies were always clean and dry. The cannibal flower soon fell under everyone's violent attacks and became a bounty of experience. At the same time, something like a piece of paper fell from the air. What is that? Gula raised his head and looked at the slowly falling piece of paper in confusion. The cannibal flower stood tall at 4 to 5 meters high. As it fell, a piece of paper floated down from above. Caught in the air wave, it drifted towards Ranchi and Night Owl. Instinctively, they both reached out and grabbed the paper simultaneously. It turned out to be a worn parchment with a complex map drawn on it. System announcement. Congratulations to the player, Night Owl Soul Chaser, Plume Inc., Sword at Fleeting Time, Coke, Byran, for clearing the Forest Cemetery Experience dungeon within 20 minutes, achieving the ultimate achievement, and obtaining the title, Spicy Hands Destroying Flowers. System announcement. Players, Night Owl and Byran successfully killed the cannibal flower and obtained the mysterious treasure map that it held for years. Mysterious treasure map, bound. Great, advanced. Description: an ancient drawing that seems to have a map drawn on it. Going to the marked location may yield unexpected gains. Owner, Night Owl, Byran. This treasure map was actually a treasure digging item that could dig up money, equipment, recipes, skill books, and other items. However, there was also the possibility of triggering some encounters, such as the treasure thief and secret dungeon. The treasure thief carried the most precious treasure. After defeating it, there was a chance to obtain grade A or above top quality equipment or skill books and other precious items. There were many treasures buried in the secret dungeon and a ferocious beast that guarded the treasure. After defeating the ferocious beast, they could obtain the treasure it guarded, which might contain grade S orange equipment, pet eggs, or advanced skill books. World, bear hardship with equanimity. Damn it. Advanced treasure map. World sunset red. I'm envious. Advanced treasure map can get a lot of good items. World, curly hair. I suspect that Mr. Night Owl is the chosen one. World, black jade moon. I remember the treasure maps are bound when picked. How come there are 2 owners? This treasure map was indeed bound when picked. However, Ranchi and Night Owl grabbed the treasure map at the same time, making them the owners of the treasure map at the same time. Ranchi thought it was quite good. Although the chances of triggering the treasure thief and the secret dungeon were very small, it was the same as winning the lottery. However, the higher the quality of the treasure map, the chances of triggering the encounter would also be synchronized to enhance. So, this advanced treasure map to Ranchi, who had the super lucky star's hands, might trigger the encounter. Treasure thief or secret dungeon. He, a priest without attack skills, really didn't know how to fight the monsters. Having this mobile turret, Night Owl could let him feel much more at ease. As soon as we finish this dungeon, let's go dig for the treasure. Ranchi looked at Night Owl. He was eager to go and try out what could be dug out of this advanced treasure map. Okay. Night Owl agreed without any hesitation. Haha, it turns out to be a treasure map for digging treasures. Fortunately, Brother Ran and our boss got it together. If this thing were bound to him, then this advanced treasure map would be in vain. Soul Chaser revealed Night Owl's dark history without fear of death. In the beta test, the boss hid an intermediate treasure map while killing the monsters. As a result, the boss ran over and dug up 50 copper coins and a broken dagger out of it. That's right, the boss's luck is so bad. Ha 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 ha. Plume Inc. and Sword at Fleeting Time couldn't help but laugh when they saw the players who didn't know the truth. bragging about Night Owl as chosen one on the World Channel. Ranchi looked at Night Owl's dark face and silently lit a candle for these three funny teammates. There is a competition next month. It's not good to go too long without practicing. Let's meet at the training ground tomorrow morning, Night Owl said in a calm voice. Don't want, boss. We were wrong. Several people felt as if lightning struck them and immediately began to howl. However, Night Owl ignored their pleas for mercy. Boss, it's still early next month. We just had intensive training the day before yesterday. Yes, boss, it's still early. If we go offline tomorrow, it will affect Byran and Coke's leveling up. Although I really want to go to training, I can't delay my teammates. That's right, boss. Now is the critical time to level up. Don't waste time. Falling in their attempts at compassion, they began to try to reason with each other like they were dying. Gula smirked and added insult to injury. It doesn't matter. Don't consider us. We have to go to class tomorrow morning too. No way. Plume Inc. and Soul Chaser looked at Ranchi in disbelief. Ranchi touched his nose and said with some embarrassment, yes, we have classes every morning. He also doesn't want to go offline, but his physical quality is so useless that the game doesn't allow him to be online for more than 24 hours continuously. Then we can go offline together tomorrow. Night Owl smiled slightly and made the final decision happily. Soul Chaser, Plume Inc., and the other suddenly became dejected. It seemed that they would not be able to escape the Devil's training from Night Owl tomorrow morning. What a self-inflicted disaster. Perhaps they turned their grief into strength. In the next 4 dungeons, they worked very hard to attack, which greatly improved the efficiency of completing the dungeons. They quickly completed all 4 dungeons, and their levels also increased. System announcement. Congratulations to the player, Night Owl, for being the first to reach level 30 and obtaining the title, Brave Man, as well as physical exchange coupon 2. Night Owl had successfully reached level 30 by relying on the generous rewards from the dungeon. Level 30 was an important dividing line in the magic realm. When players reached level 30, they could go to the new main city. They could change jobs to expand their skill tree, create a guild, and qualify to enter the abyssal dungeon, etc. It could be said that at level 30, the gameplay of the game was officially open. So, as the first person to reach level 30, the rewards obtained by Night Owl had also been upgraded. Not only did the number of rewards from the physical exchange coupons increase, but the title attributes of Brave Man also increased dramatically, adding 20 points to Night Owl's all attributes. Together with the title attributes, his own attributes, and equipment attributes that he had obtained previously, stacking up to become a very terrifying value. While players' HP was generally around 300, Night Owl's HP was about to exceed 700, and his attack power was 3 times that of ordinary players. If not for the fact that his defense was not as good as Ghoulies, he was afraid that the team's tank could be directly replaced with him to act as a tank. World. Kane, I'm crying. The boss's leveling speed is simply inhuman. When we're still struggling in the Shadow Forest dungeon, they are already playing Dark Tomb. When we are still wandering around level 20, they are already level 30. World Twilight. Boss Night Owl is so awesome. Shout oneself hoarse. World. Unbreakable Mountain and River. When will Big Boss Night Owl establish a guild? I'll be the first to sign up. World Frosty Lake. I'm afraid I'll need to get a guild summon order first. World. Curly Hair. Our Big Boss Night Owl is the chosen one. How can a guild summon order be difficult for him? After Plume Inc. saw the messages on the World Channel, he really wanted to spit out the fact that the lucky person was Byran instead of Night Owl. Otherwise, just based on Night Owl's rotten luck, they would probably never see this guild summon order in this lifetime. However, for the sake of his little life, he wisely remained silent. Byran happens to be at level 25. How about we go and do level 25 experience dungeon? Soul Chaser said eagerly. I've been clearing dungeons for a day. Why don't we take a break? Gula weakly proposed. He had been clearing dungeons since he went online. He really needed a break. As a warrior who drew hatred, he had suffered a lot. The mental damage he had received was definitely a few times more than the other people. Okay, just in time for me to go and write up the dungeon strategy. Sword at Fleeting Time agreed. Then, let's go hang out at the trading hall. With a few words, they made arrangements for themselves clearly. Soon, only Night Owl and Byran were left. Let's go dig for treasure. Night Owl looked at Byran. Okay. Chapter 19 Dragon Soul Secret Dungeon. Because the owner of the treasure map was Ranchi and Night Owl. So, only when they teamed up alone could they unlock the seal of the treasure map and see the coordinates where the treasure was hidden. The two of them temporarily quit the team and formed a separate team. At this time, the two took out the treasure map. The map on the parchment became clear, and they could see clear coordinates appear in a certain place on the map. The two followed the map's directions and went through a portal to the Bone Burial Ground. The Bone Burial Ground was an intermediate map of levels 30-40. The monsters here were all very high level and still posed a certain threat to Ranchi. So, Night Owl directly said to Ranchi, "Stay close to me." Yes. Although Night Owl was only level 30, his attributes were already much higher than those of ordinary level 30 players. Therefore, he didn't pay attention to the mobs on this map and almost killed them before they reached the coordinate point. Ranchi followed Night Owl every step of the way, obediently enjoying the experience. The monsters here weren't only higher in level, but also richer. Basically, they would drop some copper coins or materials. Relying on the fact that his backpack was big enough, Ranchi picked up all the things dropped by the monsters without any waste, including mosquito legs. At least was also meat. Night Owl noticed that he would occasionally rush out to grab items, then trot back to follow him, much like a hamster hoarding its treasures. A smile crept into his eyes. "You're one of the top 5 richest people in the world. Why not just let go of this junk?" Ranchi didn't expect that Night Owl would notice his little move. His face instantly turned red. "I'm used to it. It's more or less money." Ranchi quickly changed the topic and said, "It seems to be almost there. It should be right in front." Night Owl was very dignified and said nothing more. He continued walking toward the coordinate point with Ranchi. Soon, they arrived at the location indicated by the coordinates. Ranchi carried a small shovel and eagerly began digging in the soil. He worked at it for a long time, creating a deep hole, but didn't uncover anything. "How about we dig together?" Ranchi suggested. He thought that since the treasure map belonged to both of them, they should work together to uncover the hidden items. "I don't have a shovel." Night Owl thought for a while and then said, "I'll ask Soul Chaser to mail me one." Okay. Soul Chaser and Plume Inc. went back to the main city to visit the trading hall. Asking them to help mail it was the fastest way. Not long after, Soul Chaser's mail was sent. After Night Owl got the shovel, he also started digging for treasure. This time, the two of them only dug twice before they heard a crisp clang sound. They both felt that they had dug something. They sped up their movements, dug up the surrounding soil, and dug out 2 palm-sized treasure chests together. What Night Owl dug was a dim bronze treasure chest, but what Ranchi dug was a bright gold treasure chest. Comparing the two, the small chest in Night Owl's hand looked even more shabby, tattered, and helpless. "Night Owl." Ranchi stifled his laughter and spoke. "Shall we open the treasure chest?" Then, Night Owl pursed his lips and opened his bronze treasure chest. "System, congratulations on getting fig leaf." Fig leaf. Great. Description: the little goblin wears a tattered piece of cloth around his waist that's no longer useful. Sell it in the store. Ranchi held back again and again. However, he couldn't hold it back anymore and laughed out loud. It seemed that what Soul Chaser and the others said was really right. Night Owl's luck in opening chests was really bad. Night Owl glanced at him helplessly and urged, "It's your turn." Ranchi stopped the laugh, opened the gold treasure chest in his hand, and got a rusty key. System announcement: player, Night Owl Byran, discovered the key to the Dragon Soul secret dungeon during the treasure hunt. The treasure in the secret dungeon is about to appear. Please enter the secret dungeon quickly to explore. Players. At the same moment the system announcement was issued, the ground unexpectedly collapsed, uncovering a dark and eerie tunnel. Night Owl and Ranchi looked at each other and walked in together. After the two entered, the tunnel entrance slowly closed and disappeared. "Holy shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. I really want to kneel for Brother Ran. They've actually had an adventure. It's a secret dungeon." Soul Chaser was excited after seeing the system announcement. Calm down. Calm down. There are all basic operations." Plume Inc. said calmly. "I have a hunch that Brother Ran will definitely be able to get something better this time. Brother Ran must be GM's biological son." As the entrance closed behind them, the light from above vanished, plunging the tunnel back into darkness. The ground beneath their feet was uneven and rough, with patches of moss that made it wet and slippery, making it challenging to walk. Night Owl had excellent physical fitness. After entering the game and adjusting his status, he still maintained his strength. As a result, his senses were much sharper than those of ordinary people. The darkness didn't affect him much, but for Ranchi, who was much weaker, it was quite daunting. After Ranchi stepped on the hem of his robe and almost slipped, Night Owl reluctantly stretched out his hand to hold him. "I'll lead you along. Watch your step." In the darkness, the sense of touch became particularly keen. Ranchi could feel the warmth coming from Night Owl's palm. His face turned red inexplicably. A little embarrassed, he opened his mouth to say, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Night Owl's clear and pleasant voice came from his ears. Because he was so close, Ranchi could even feel Night Owl's breath spraying on his ears when he spoke. His face turned redder than expected. Fortunately, the surroundings were dark and no one would notice. Night Owl's fireball was an attack skill. It couldn't be held in the palm and used as a lighting tool like in the cartoon. However, it could be used to dry up water on the ground, clear moss, and illuminate the way forward. Therefore, every time he walked, this tunnel was really long. After walking for 10 minutes, they finally came to an open space. Night Owl threw a fireball again, illuminating the scene ahead. What appeared in front of them were 3 doors carved with ancient patterns. The door was made of bronze and looked very heavy. They were stained with rust and must have been aged for some time. The 3 doors looked identical in appearance. So, choosing which door to take really depends on their intuition. Which door? Night Owl said without hesitation, looking to buy Lucky Ran. Left side, Ranchi said with some uncertainty. In fact, he didn't know which way to go, but there was a saying that men go to the left, women go to the right, and transvestites go in the middle, so he chose left. Left then. Night Owl glanced at the door on the right that he intuitively wanted to choose before decisively abandoning his idea and throwing another fireball to illuminate the location of the door on the left. Open it. Ranchi quickly took a few quick steps. He took out the key he had gotten from opening the treasure chest earlier and unlocked the door on the left. However, when he reached out to push the door open, it wouldn't budge. Ranchi, I'm really sorry that my physique is only E-level. Night Owl chuckled and stepped forward to help, pushing the door open easily. The door made a tooth-rending sound because of the rush. After pushing the door open, Ranchi reached out and tried to pull out the key, but failed no matter what. Night Owl said, "It's fine, just stick it in like this." There was still a dark passage inside the door. Night Owl once again took Ranchi's hand and led him forward cautiously. However, there were no mechanisms or hidden weapons along the way. The 2 of them passed through a stone door smoothly and came to a spacious room. It was a bit unbelievable. Luminous pearls were inlaid on the walls of the room, emitting a glittering light that illuminated the entire space. The room appeared nearly empty, with only a stone table and stone stools in the center. The walls were adorned with murals, but everything was covered in a thick layer of dust, making it hard to see the paintings. While Night Owl was thinking about how to get rid of the layer of dust, Ranchi was already digging into his backpack. Just now, Ranchi picked up rubbish along the way and there were all sorts of messy things in his bag. Then, Night Owl saw Ranchi take out a familiar piece of cloth and start wiping the wall. "This is," Night Owl spoke with some disbelief. "Ah, this is the fig leaf you just opened. I thought I could sell it to the store for 99 copper coins, so I picked it up," Ranchi said, feeling a little embarrassed. "It's just right to use it to wipe the dust now." Night Owl. In any case, the fig leaf worked surprisingly well as a rag. The dust on the wall was quickly wiped off, revealing the mural underneath. This mural told the story of a dragon and a human girl. A little girl picked the dragon up when it was just an egg. They grew up together and formed a strong bond. However, the necromancer formed an army of undead and attacked the girl's country. The girl's home was destroyed, and the dragon fled from the war with the girl. Years later, the girl grew up and became a light mage. With the dragon, they killed the necromancer, reclaimed her home, and became a queen. The dragon and the girl had deep feelings. Even if the girl died, it had been guarding the girl's grave. It was just that after thousands of years, even the dragon would die, but it still left its soul to protect the girl. No wonder this dungeon was called the Dragon Soul Secret Dungeon. However, although they had figured out the story and background of the dungeon, what should they do next? There was nothing in the room except tables, stools, and murals. There was no passage. There should be a mechanism. Let's look for it. Okay. The 2 of them searched around the room, wanting to open up the cracks in the floorboards and take a look, but still found nothing. "Give me the cloth you used to wipe off the dust," Night Owl suddenly said. Ranchi was stunned for a moment, then handed the dirty fig leaf into his hand. Night Owl wiped the dust on the table with it, and then they saw a clear keyhole in the center of the table. Ranchi. Okay. After searching for a long time, the mechanism was actually in such an obvious place. "A key to open it should do it," Night Owl said. "But the key is still stuck in the door." "Ah, the key just now couldn't be removed at all." "Go back and get it. There's always a way to get it." Okay. The 2 of them could only return to the door. It was just that the key seemed to be determined to work against them. If the door was open, it couldn't be pulled out no matter how hard it was pulled out. But when the door was closed, the key could be easily pulled out. "How about trying other doors?" "That's all we have to do." The 2 opened the middle door, but once it was ajar, the key couldn't be removed. As soon as the door swung open, a horde of skeletons rushed in with terrifying roars. It seemed like hundreds, if not thousands, were packed tightly together. No matter how strong Night Owl was, he couldn't fend off so many skeletons at once. so he quickly shut the door again. The skeleton army pounced and banged on the door. The only door on the right, the key, could be pulled off directly after opening the door. However, this passage was full of traps. They only took one step inside and were almost shot into hedgehogs by arrows flying down from the top of their heads. Night Owl was now convinced by Ranqi's luck. The road Ranqi chose was safe and led directly to the destination, but the road he chose was full of dangers, comparable to the legendary journey to the west. Otherwise, you should take the original path. I will take the key and take this path. Night Owl said. No, it's too dangerous for you to be alone. If I follow, I can at least help you to heal, Ranqi insisted. Anyway, if you get hit by an arrow, you'll only lose a little HP. You won't die immediately. Night Owl thought about it for a moment and decided that Ranqi had a point. He agreed but still insisted on letting Ranqi hide behind him. The two of them each ate a pie, got status buff, and rushed in. There were swords and daggers along the way. Fortunately, there was Ranqi, a priest. The two people finally returned to the previous room without any danger, but they were in a very miserable state. Ranqi inserted the key into the keyhole on the table, making the ground shake, and opened another passage. Then, they saw a half-man-tall toad pop out of it, extend its tongue, and attack them. Night Owl immediately protected Ranqi behind him and then killed the toad with magic bullets and fireballs. Just by opening this passage, it was as if they had opened Pandora's box. Monsters kept running out of that passage, ranging from toads, scorpions, centipedes, and other small but highly poisonous monsters, to jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards, and then to elves and flower demons that were able to use magic. In short, many monsters were endless and almost made them exhausted. Fortunately, these monsters were a combination of Ranqi and Night Owl's level. They were all level 27 elite monsters. It was not too difficult for Night Owl to fight and Ranqi could continuously heal Night Owl. There were many supplies of blue potions that restored mana. Even so, they fought for half an hour before the two of them finally eliminated all these monsters. After experiencing a continuous high-intensity battle, even a ruthless person like Night Owl had to sit down and rest. Ranqi looked at the monster corpses on the ground, endured it, and silently took out his collecting knife. He began to peel off the skin. Night Owl looked at Ranqi with helplessness and amusement, thinking that he must have been a hamster spirit with a hoarding fetish in his previous life. Let's go. After Night Owl had rested almost enough, he was ready to continue exploring the dungeon. All the monsters in the passage should have been cleared, so they just went down. Wait. Ranqi took the collection knife and pried off all the luminous pearls on the wall, then stuffed one into Night Owl. Now we have lighting. Night Owl chuckled and walked into the passage first. It was really convenient to have luminous pearls illumination. They were able to speed up their journey a lot. Passing through the passage, they finally came to the Queen's tomb. The tomb room was vast and divided into 3 sections. At the entrance, a mountain of gold and jewels gleamed, leading to a large sarcophagus. In the innermost part rested a stone carving of a giant dragon. Though its eyes were closed, its immense size and sharp claws made it appear lifelike. Along the wall stood a row of stone soldiers and generals, striking brave poses. Ranqi thought they resembled terracotta warriors. Be careful and follow me closely, Night Owl reminded. Okay. As soon as the two of them stepped into the tomb, the outer shell of the stone-carved soldier closest to them shattered inch by inch, and then, one by one, the skeleton soldier exuding black energy came out. Chapter 20 Hidden Quest. The skeleton soldiers moved slowly, but their physical damage was high. Even with the pain sensitivity reduced, being struck still felt quite unpleasant. Night Owl moved swiftly with Ranqi, looking for opportunities to attack. With only the two of them and the monsters at a higher level, it was no longer possible to clear the enemies like before. They could only rely on a kite-style strategy, using ranged attacks to gradually take down the skeleton soldiers one by one. Ranqi wasn't idle either. He was healing Night Owl while occasionally leaning out from behind to tap the nearby small monsters with his staff. Although he didn't have any offensive skills, his basic attacks combined with his attributes still allowed him to deal a decent amount of damage to the smaller enemies. The two of them worked together and finally cleared all the skeleton soldiers in the tomb. Now it was time to collect their loot. Ranqi happily trotted over to pick up the gold and jewels on the ground, but his hands passed right through them, leaving his smile frozen on his face. This time, it was Night Owl who couldn't hold back his laughter. Ranqi turned his head with a sulky expression, casting a resentful glance at Night Owl. Night Owl chuckled and said, "Come on, you know how stingy this game can be. There's no way they give us a room full of treasures, It's all just for show. The real loot will only come after we defeat the boss. Ranchi understood this logic deep down, but he couldn't shake the feeling of regret without trying. He cast one last lingering glance at the jewels on the ground before returning to Night Owl's side. The two continued onward until they reached the stone coffin, but in the next moment, they found themselves unable to move. Then, in a flash, they suddenly found themselves in a different scene, surrounded by corpses scattered everywhere, resembling a battlefield. Ranchi quickly realized that they must have been pulled into an illusion. A group of skeleton soldiers shrouded in dark mist were fighting against a massive blue dragon under the command of a robed mage wearing a black mask. The dragon could unleash bolts of lightning from its mouth, and blue arcs of electricity crackled around its claws, indicating it was a thunder dragon. The electric attacks were incredibly powerful, easily shattering the skeleton soldiers, but their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Despite the dragon's might, it couldn't eliminate them all. It was already battered and bruised, with fresh blood pouring from its wounds and staining the ground beneath it. A girl in a white mage robe stood behind the dragon, eyes closed in prayer. A radiant white light enveloped the dragon, easing the flow of its blood, but she was unable to dispel the dark mist that lingered around its wounds. Finally, under the dragon's desperate attacks, the black-robed mage's undead army was completely annihilated. Both the dark mage and the dragon were severely injured and unable to move, while the girl had exhausted her magical energy and lost her ability to act. At that moment, both the black-robed mage and the girl in white turned their gazes towards them. Black-robed mage, noble adventurers, please help me. I will grant you the power of immortality. Girl in white, brave adventurers, please help us defeat the invasion of the dark undead. Light will always be by your side. This was clearly a choice. They could decide to assist either the dark mage or the girl representing the light. Did they even need to think about it? The black-robed mage sounded like a brainwashing salesman, totally untrustworthy. As brave adventurers, they should definitely stand on the side of the light. Ranchi and Night Owl exchanged a glance and moved simultaneously. Ranchi immediately cast healing, restoration, and purification spells on the dragon. The flow of blood stopped, and the dark mist that clung to it dissipated. Witnessing this scene, the girl couldn't help but burst into tears of joy. Meanwhile, Night Owl launched an attack on the black-robed mage, unleashing a massive fireball that struck him mercilessly. You will pay for this. The black-robed mage spat out a mouthful of black blood, letting out a furious howl as his eyes turned blood red. Suddenly, his body exploded, releasing a cloud of black smoke that surged toward Night Owl and Ranchi at terrifying speed. Watch out! The girl shouted, warning them. As she shouted, Night Owl quickly pulled Ranchi behind him, but he himself was enveloped by the black smoke. The smoke was formless and intangible, leaving even Night Owl unable to retaliate despite his strength. The black smoke surged wildly into Night Owl's mouth and nose, quickly disappearing without a trace. Are you okay? Ranchi exclaimed, startled by the scene. He quickly checked on Night Owl's condition while throwing all his skills at him. The black smoke clearly wasn't anything good, and he worried about potential negative effects. I'm fine, Night Owl replied, carefully checking himself. He felt no unusual effects, not even a drop of blood lost. At that moment, the dragon, having regained its ability to move, approached alongside the girl. Brave adventurers, thank you so much for your help. The thunder dragon pulled a sharp scale from its body and handed it to Ranchi. This is a token of gratitude from the dragon. Please accept it, the girl said, also presenting a white stone to him. Your friend has fallen under the necromancer's curse. You need to go to Otto City and seek help from the light priest Leslie to lift the curse. This white crystal contains the power of light and can suppress the curse within him. As the girl finished speaking, both of them received a quest notification simultaneously. System, hidden quest. Please proceed to Otto City and seek the help of light priest Leslie to lift the curse. Task reward, unknown. Ranchi. He had played Magic Realm for so many years and had never heard of hidden quests before. This must be an additional setting implemented by the Empire's government. But what did it mean that the task reward was unknown? However, Otto City was a level 45 area, which meant it was still too early for them to go there. After accepting the quest, the two returned to the tomb, accompanied by the sound of the system notification. System congratulations, players. You have received special items, Thunder Dragon Scale, and White Crystal of the Light Priest. Thunder Dragon Scale. Grade A. Description: A scale from the Thunder Dragon. It seems to have some special properties. White Crystal of the Light Priest. Grade A. Description: A white crystal infused with the power of light. It has a suppressive effect against dark forces. Ranchi looked at the descriptions of the two items, feeling quite speechless. It was hard to trigger a hidden quest, Yet they had no idea what the rewards were. They received a dragon scale but had no clue what it was for. Night Owl, on the other hand, had inexplicably been cursed, and there was no way to tell what side effects might come from that. After battling tirelessly for half the day, it felt like all their efforts had been in vain. Ranchi sighed and handed the white crystal to Night Owl, deciding to keep the dragon scale for himself. Is this really it? Ranchi asked. There should be more. We haven't explored the third tomb yet. Right, let's go check it out. The two continued onward until they reached the statue of the massive dragon. They looked around the tomb, but nothing seemed particularly special. However, when Ranki's hand touched the dragon statue, a blue light suddenly shot out from his waist system pouch and flew directly into the stone carving. The statue's eyes glowed briefly, then its massive body shattered, pieces scattering everywhere. This revealed a round, smooth egg hidden within the center of the statue. So that's what the dragon scale was for, Ranchi said, realizing the connection. However, the egg in front of them looked quite unappealing, with a white base and black spots, resembling an enlarged quail egg by dozens of times. What do you think this egg is for? It can't be meant for us to eat, right? Ranchi looked over at Night Owl. It shouldn't be for eating, Night Owl said as he stepped forward and gently tapped the eggshell. Then, with a crack, a fissure appeared on the eggshell. Night Owl, looks like there's something inside, Ranchi said excitedly as he leaned in closer. The crack widened until the shell completely split open, revealing two plump little creatures, one black and one white, crawling out from inside. Upon closer inspection, Ranchi realized that these were actually two baby dragons. The two little creatures were only the size of a palm, with round heads, short arms and legs, and pudgy bellies. They even had tiny wings on their backs, making them utterly adorable. Gigi. The two freshly hatched baby dragons let out squeaky, baby-like sounds, then flapped their tiny wings and wobbled into the air. Ranchi and Night Owl, worried that the little dragons might fall, quickly reached out to catch them. The white baby dragon flapped its tiny wings and landed right in Ranki's arms, while the black one settled into Night Owl's palm. System. Congratulations, players. You have successfully hatched a pet dragon egg. Please name your pets. Ranchi stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. He never expected that this giant quail egg would actually be a pet egg. Let's call it Xiao Bai, Ranchi decided without hesitation, knowing he wasn't particularly good at naming things. Following suit, Night Owl named his little black dragon Xiao He. System. Naming successful. Congratulations, you are the first player to own a pet. A system announcement will be made shortly. Would you like to remain anonymous? Yes. System announcement. Players, Anonymous, Anonymous, have successfully hatched the first pet egg, gaining 100 points of global reputation and physical exchange coupon 1. System announcement. Players, Night Owl and Byran, have successfully cleared the Dragon Soul Secret Dungeon, gaining plus 500 Dragon Race favorability. Ranchi and Night Owl. This ridiculous system announcement. With these two notifications sent together, wouldn't everyone easily guess that they were the ones who hatched the pet egg? Sure enough, the next second, the World channel exploded with chatter. World, no night sky. As expected of the great Night Owl, not only did he find treasure, but he also got the first pet egg. How lucky is that? World Pathfinder, can we get the pet stats from the Great One? I'd love to see it. World, a leaf on a lonely boat. Yes, I'm super curious. What kind of pet is it? World, curly hair, daily envy of the Big Shots teammates. I also want to cling to a lucky player's leg. Soul Chaser, Gula, and the others also saw the system announcement, and then they bombarded them with private messages. Private chat, Soul Chaser, Brother Ran really deserves to be called the luckiest. Even got a pet egg. Even the captain is benefiting from it. Private chat, Soul Chaser, what kind of pet is it? Can you show it to me? Private chat, Coke, Ran Zyaoki, hurry up and show me the pet. Private chat, Plume Inc., Big Shot, I want to see the pet. Expectant expression. After Ranchi and Night Owl cleared the dungeon, they were automatically teleported out. They decided to disband their team and rejoin Soul Chaser and the others. Then they used a return scroll to head back to the main city, found a secluded corner, and released the little dragon cub for Soul Chaser and the others to see for themselves. Pet information. Nickname, Xiao Bai. Level, 1/90. After reaching the maximum level, the appearance will change. Basic attributes, HP plus 185, Intelligence plus 13. Bonus applies to the player during battle. Pet skill, Blessing of Light LV 1. Passive skill, increases the owner's light element affinity by 1 tier. Special function, automatically pick up items. Additional note, experience points can be gained by clearing dungeons, but it cannot be used in the arena. Pet information. Nickname, Xiaohei. Level, 1/90. After reaching the maximum level, the appearance will change. Basic attributes. Base attack plus 24. Bonus applies to the player during battle. Pet skill, Curse of Misfortune LV1. Active skill, reduces the target's attack power by 10% for 15 seconds. Special function, automatically pick up items. Additional note, experience points can be gained by clearing dungeons, but it cannot be used in the arena. A little dragon cub, so cute and adorable, can help pick up items and boost attributes. It's simply perfect. Soul Chaser was really envious. Damn it, I also want a pet like this so badly. This is a privilege only for lucky players. Don't even think about it, Plume Inc. remarked without holding back. I won't stop thinking about it. Soul Chaser charged at Ran Chi, playfully rubbing against him. Brother Ran, can you share some of your luck with me? I want adventures and a pet too. Ran Chi found it both funny and frustrating as he pushed Soul Chaser away. This isn't something I can decide. Ran Chi's little white dragon was particularly popular. Not only was it plump and pleasant to the touch, but it also had a gentle temperament, happily allowing anyone to hold it, and would coo and act cute. Night Owl's little black dragon was completely the opposite. Not only did it have a bad temper, but it would also bare its teeth and bite. It wouldn't let anyone hold it except for Night Owl and Ran Chi, leaving everyone else to sigh in disappointment. Is the strategy guide finished? Night Owl asked, letting the grumpy little black dragon rest on his shoulder as he looked over at Sword at Fleeting Time. I've finished it. Sword at Fleeting Time sent Night Owl the 2 posts he had shared on the forum. The GM messaged me, saying that 8 AM tomorrow will send the rewards to us via email. Sword at Fleeting Time didn't hold back, listing the attack mechanisms and key points for the bosses in Shadow Forest and Dark Tomb. As soon as the 2 posts were published, they sparked enthusiastic discussions among players, and the comments quickly piled up. The forum administrators even pinned the posts and marked them as highlights. Sword at Fleeting Time added, by the way, the GM also said that if we're willing to stream our gameplay on Star Network while tackling the Abyss Dungeon, each member of our team will receive 5 physical exchange coupons. Night Owl consistently held the top spot on the level leaderboard with an undeniable advantage. His team had achieved multiple first kills in challenge dungeons and set records for speed runs in experienced dungeons, making him a benchmark figure in the eyes of the gaming community. For players like this, the game developers naturally placed a high value on them, hoping to turn them into live advertisements to attract more people to participate in the game. Let's talk about it later. There's no rush to respond, Night Owl said. He wasn't particularly fond of streaming, and the Abyss Dungeon was a large team dungeon, which could complicate the live broadcast. However, the rewards offered by the developers were indeed quite generous, so he didn't outright refuse. Anyway, they had to wait for all the team members to reach level 30, so there was plenty of time to decide later. Chapter 21 Devour Meat. Boss, shall we go run the Blackstone Mine dungeon? Soul Chaser asked. Ran Chi and Night Owl's treasure hunting trip took longer than they had anticipated. Soul Chaser and the others had already been in the main city for almost 2 hours, and they were getting restless, eager to run dungeons and level up. The Blackstone Mine was a level 25 dungeon, making it perfect for them to farm experience. Night Owl replied, alright. Ran Chi thought to himself that Night Owl was truly a leveling fanatic. After fighting so many monsters in the Dragon Soul secret dungeon, he had expected him to need a break. Instead, Night Owl was ready to lead the team straight into another dungeon. At that moment, Night Owl seemed to sense Ran Chi silently criticizing him. He suddenly turned his head to look at him and asked with a light chuckle, do you want to clear your inventory? Ran Chi noticed the teasing glimmer in Night Owl's eyes. He initially wanted to respond defiantly that he didn't need to, but then he remembered the full backpack of junk he had collected in the Dragon Soul secret dungeon. Although his inventory had a large capacity, it could only stack identical items. The drops from the monsters in the Dragon Soul secret dungeon were too varied, and he had also gathered a lot of materials and ingredients. If he didn't clean it out, it would really be at risk of overflowing. Ranran, make some extra food while you're at it. I'm almost out of pie. Gula called out loudly. Ran Chi replied speechlessly, got it. There are plenty of small monsters at the entrance of the Blackstone Mine. We can farm monsters while we wait for you, so take your time. No need to rush, Night Owl said, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Okay. Since pets couldn't stray too far from their owners, Ran Chi took the little white dragon from Guli's hands and tucked it into his arms before putting on the invisible cloak. Be good and don't make a fuss, Ran Chi said. As the first pet in the game, It was easy to imagine how attention-grabbing it was. He didn't want to be stopped on the road and turned into a spectacle for others to gawk at. The little dragon cub had a decent AI and could understand its owner's words, so it obediently nestled in Ranki's arms without moving. It was a cute, plump little ball, with a pair of big, shiny black eyes looking up at him, making Ranki's heart melt. Unable to resist, he reached out to rub its plump little belly. "I'll make you something delicious later, Gigi." The little dragon cub let out a soft, cute sound, as if in agreement. Ranchi first went to the shop to tidy up the assorted items in his backpack. He sold the useless ones directly to the shop and kept the useful ones for himself or listed them in the trading hall. Of course, he also swept through the trading hall to grab some cheap ingredients before heading straight to the cooking area. He planned to make some new dishes, not only to let Gula satisfy his cravings, but also to prepare something tasty for the little dragon cub. The hidden quest system was a feature added later by the developers, but the pet system was not. Back when he played Magic Realm, he had a fox as his battle pet, which had a fire-based area attack skill called Blazing Flames. Unfortunately, before he transmigrated, he had lent that fox to a friend. Otherwise, he might have brought it with him, and he wouldn't have to worry about not having an attack skill now. That fox's favorite food was roast chicken. Although he wasn't sure what kind of food dragons liked, they were probably carnivores, too. So this time, he planned to make several dishes to see which flavor the little dragon cub would prefer. This time, with plenty of ingredients, Ranchi decided not to make pies again. Instead, he planned to prepare some meat dishes, such as honey-glazed ribs, mushroom braised chicken, tomato braised beef brisket, and stir-fried pork with chili peppers. That way, he'd have a variety of flavors, sweet, sour, salty, and spicy, all covered. The pork, chicken, and beef were ingredients he had gathered himself, while the honey, mushrooms, tomatoes, and chili peppers were bought from the trading hall. After grabbing some seasonings from the general store, he was all set to start cooking. Since he was making a large amount of food this time and the aromas would be quite strong, it wasn't suitable to cook in the open-air kitchen area. So, Ranchi spent 50 silver coins to rent a kitchen from the cooking trainer NPC for half an hour, which also provided some privacy. "Stay put, and there will be something delicious soon." Ranchi placed the little dragon cub on the edge of the stove and gently tapped its tiny nose. "Gee." The little dragon let out a soft, milky voice in response, then obediently lay still. The meat in the game had no unpleasant odor, and was clean, hygienic, and of excellent quality, saving Ranchi from many of the usual preparation steps. The following steps were easy. Ranchi coated the large ribs with a sauce made from honey and a mix of seasonings, then placed them in the oven. In just 3 to 5 minutes, he was rewarded with a large, beautifully colored rack of ribs, glistening with juicy, flavorful meat. System: congratulations, player. You have successfully developed a new type of food. Please provide a name. Honey glazed ribs. System announcement: congratulations to player, anonymous, for developing new food item, honey glazed ribs. You have gained 100 points of global reputation and received physical exchange coupon 1. World. Cane? Another new type of food? What's going on? Is it really that easy to develop new food items? Maybe I should learn a cooking skill too. World Ja 2. I think I have a guess about who made it, but I won't say. World Twilight. What's the point of guessing? That person turned off private messages and friend requests from strangers, so we can't contact the person at all. World. Bear hardship with equanimity. Who are you all talking about? Are you brave enough to tell me a name? World. No happiness. Since the person chose to remain anonymous, it means the person doesn't want anyone to know. Of course, they won't tell you their name, otherwise, they'll upset the big shot and won't get to eat good food in the future. World. Misty. Please, big shot, put it up for sale quickly. I'm already posing in front of the trading hall. Oh my god. Just hearing the name makes it sound so delicious that I can't help but start drooling. Soul Chaser said on the team channel. Big shot by Ran. I want 2 servings. Ranran, make a few more servings and bring them over. Gula shouted loudly. Ranchi had no choice but to respond to these foodies. Got it. However, the aroma of the honey-glazed ribs was simply too tempting. As a chef, Ranchi felt he should taste it first. He sliced the ribs open to reveal a tender pink interior, and a rich aroma wafted up with the steam. Taking a bite, the succulent juices burst forth, the savory flavor of the lean meat blending perfectly with the rich fat of the pork, while the sweet sauce instantly captivated his taste buds. Gigi, the little dragon cub, who had been patiently nestled by the stove, couldn't resist the tempting aroma any longer. It stood up, watching Ranchi eat with eager anticipation, making anxious noises as it stumbled over, flapping its tiny wings and letting out soft cries of Gigi, Gigi. While eating, Ranchi opened his skill panel and, using simple crafting, made over 30 plates of honey-glazed ribs in one go. He then placed one of the plates in front of the little dragon cub. Eat! The little dragon cub's eyes lit up, and with a woo, it pounced on the plate, its tiny, sharp baby teeth crunching right through the ribs, including the bones. After finishing his portion of the ribs, Ranchi wiped his hands and began preparing the mushroom braised chicken, tomato braised beef brisket, and stir-fried pork with chili pepper. Dishes like braised chicken and stewed beef brisket usually take a long time to prepare, requiring a boil over high heat followed by a slow simmer, typically taking at least an hour in real life. However, since the cooking times for frying, sautéing, and boiling were significantly shortened by the system, the 3 new dishes were ready in no time. After following the usual procedure for naming and choosing to remain anonymous, 3 system announcements quickly stirred up a frenzy among the players. System announcement: congratulations to player, Anonymous, for developing a new food item, mushroom braised chicken. You have gained 100 points of global reputation and received physical exchange coupon 1. System announcement: congratulations to player, Anonymous, for developing a new food item, tomato braised beef brisket. You have gained 100 points of global reputation and received physical exchange coupons 1. System announcement: congratulations to player, Anonymous, for developing a new food item, stir-fried pork with chili pepper. You have gained 100 points of global reputation and received physical exchange coupons 1. World, Nocturnal Sky. GM, I suspect someone is using a cooking hack. Unless you let me taste it. World, Kane, can you open one and let me see? I think this must be the big shot who works as a star chef in Natural Star. Otherwise, how could it be so powerful? He must be a famous chef. World, Clear Sky, is this the big shot that makes scallion pancakes? World, in a few words, I don't think so. The difficulty of making scallion pancakes isn't actually that high. Our guild already has some live players who have explored the recipe. They just often fail because they're not very skilled yet. The expert you're mentioning is making mostly meat dishes and is at a higher level, so it's clear from the item info that it's not the same level. World, Tao Yeo Io. I agree. My sister also tried making scallion pancakes herself, although most of her attempts turned out burnt or charred, which the system deemed as cutting corners. She did succeed once. Being able to instantly make 4 types of great food like that definitely means they are a star chef from the Natural Star. World, Wu Niu. That makes sense. It can't be the same person, otherwise, it would be too outrageous. How long has it been? They went from simple little pancakes to a grade A meat feast. Seeing the conversation in the World Channel, Ranchi realized that the food he had made this time had been rated as grade A by the system, and their attributes had significantly improved. Honey-glazed ribs could increase magic attack by 80 points. Mushroom braised chicken could enhance physical attack by 80 points. Tomato braised beef brisket could improve healing effectiveness by 80 points. And stir-fried pork with chili pepper could boost movement speed by 20%, all lasting for 30 minutes, which was twice the duration of grade B food. The attributes of the 4 dishes nearly covered the needs of all types of professions. As long as he put these food items up for sale, they would undoubtedly attract countless eager buyers. As for the players' guesses about the creator, Ranchi was more than happy to let them misinterpret. In the interstellar age, resources were scarce, and 99% of people relied on nutrient solutions as food. However, there was still 1% of the population that could enjoy natural food. On the Natural Star, specialized research institutes were cultivating natural ingredients and exotic beast meats, but due to their limited quantity and high prices, few could afford them. Interstellar chefs were those who specialized in cooking with these natural ingredients. Ranchi's rich father, a billionaire, occasionally bought some natural food and hired interstellar chefs to prepare meals. If Ranchi claimed that he had figured it out himself after eating these foods, it could be considered reasonable. Therefore, he wasn't actually afraid of being exposed. He just wanted to avoid the trouble of dealing with others who might have ulterior motives in getting close to him or trying to win him over. He could easily claim that his cooking skills were learned by watching interstellar chefs a few times, and then he made innovations by applying what he learned. If anyone insisted on digging deeper, he could simply attribute it to his exceptional talent. After all, no one would suspect that he was actually a person from Earth thousands of years ago. However, he didn't expect so many people to start imitating his scallion pancakes. But he wasn't too surprised. as the method for making scallion pancakes was quite simple. After having eaten them a few times, one could guess the general ingredients, and with some experimentation, anyone could eventually succeed in making them. He went to the trading hall and searched for scallion pancakes, and indeed found some items like a bit burnt scallion pancakes without salt, and tough-to-bite scallion pancakes, among others. These peculiar scallion pancakes were all rated as grade C, and their item descriptions uniformly labeled them as defective products, with attributes halved and duration reduced to 8 minutes. While his scallion pancakes sold for 20 silver coins each, these defective ones only cost 2 silver coins each. So even though their taste was poor, their low price and additional attributes still attracted many buyers. Ranchi didn't mind these at all. After all, if they could learn it, that was their skill. However, the attributes of the food he made this time were unexpectedly good. Ranchi was unsure how to price the unexpectedly high-quality food items he had just made, so he decided to put 5 of each type up for auction in the trading hall. The trading hall offered 2 types of transaction methods. One was a fixed-price consignment, and the other was an auction. Sellers could consign items to the trading hall, setting a minimum price and a time limit. During this period, the highest bidder would receive the item. After deducting a 5% handling fee, the remaining funds would be settled to the seller via email. If no one bids, the item would be returned to the seller through email. Ranchi set a starting price of 1 gold and specified a 12-hour auction duration before leaving the trading hall. When Ranchi arrived at the entrance of the Black Stone mine to meet with Night Owl and the others, those guys, ignoring the monsters they were fighting, rushed over to demand food. Fortunately, Night Owl was reliable and quickly killed off the low-health monsters. Ranchi kept a portion for the little dragon cub as snacks and distributed the rest to them. Ah, this smells amazing. With the delicious food in front of them, everyone completely forgot about the attributes and just indulged in the feast. Ranchi noticed that Night Owl had chosen the stir-fried pork with chili pepper this time. He wasn't sure where Night Owl had gotten a spoon, but he was digging indirectly. The combination of the fragrant and spicy chili with the tender, appetizing pork was delightful and not greasy at all. If only it could be paired with some rice, the flavor would be even better. Unfortunately, he hadn't seen any rice for sale at the grocery store or the trading hall, but maybe he could find some in the next main city. Sensing the aroma of the stir-fried pork with chili pepper, Xiao Hei perched on Night Owl's shoulder suddenly let out a jiji. It flapped its tiny wings desperately, and if the game hadn't disabled the food-sharing feature, it would have probably lunged straight into the bowl of stir-fried pork. With a chuckle, Ranchi walked over, gently lifted Xiao Hei off Night Owl's shoulder, and placed it in front of 4 different dishes, allowing it to choose freely. Xiao Hei wasted no time and immediately buried its head in the bowl of stir-fried pork with chili pepper. After quickly cleaning the bowl, it moved on to the mushroom braised chicken. Xiao Bai had already eaten a portion of the ribs and was now enjoying the tomato braised beef brisket. It was clear that the 2 little ones had completely different tastes. Xiao Hei preferred the spicy flavor, while Xiao Bai enjoyed the sweet and sour taste. My goodness, these little guys have quite an appetite, Plumink remarked, noticing Xiao Hei's astonishing speed of eating. These are all grade A foods, and you're just feeding them to pets? They should be fine with raw meat. Right, Soul Chaser said while munching on ribs, his words coming out jumbled. Xiao Hei raised his little head and bared his teeth menacingly at Soul Chaser. Ha ha ha, it actually got angry. So cute. Gula couldn't help but laugh. Ranran, it's a good thing you hatched this pet, otherwise, who could afford to keep such a picky eater with such a big appetite? The group continued chatting and laughing while they ate. Night Owl was now enjoying the honey-glazed ribs, indicating that he genuinely liked sweet flavors. He used his long fingers to tear the ribs apart, eating quickly yet elegantly. Even though he was devouring the meat, Night Owl managed to make it feel different from how everyone else was eating. In contrast, Soul Chaser was also enjoying the honey-glazed ribs but was shoving large chunks into his mouth, getting sauce all over his face, making it quite a sight to behold. After just one glance, Ranchi quickly turned his attention back to Night Owl. Once everyone had satisfied their appetites, they all gathered at the entrance of the Black Stone Mine dungeon, where Night Owl initiated the instance. The terrain inside the Black Stone Mine dungeon was quite complex. Besides the main path visible upon entering, there were numerous branching routes along the way. Bats and goblins lurked in the shadows, ready to ambush any intruders at any moment. If they were to advance methodically, clearing out waves of smaller monsters bit by bit, it would take an eternity to progress. However, the bats and goblins, despite their speed, don't have much HP, making them relatively easy to defeat. So the best strategy was for the two fastest players to run in and lure out all the small monsters hiding in the nooks and crannies, then take them out in one go. Both the archer and the assassin were fast, but since Soul Chaser and Gula had AoE skills, it would have been better for them to handle the follow-up. Therefore, the task of luring the monsters fell to Plume Ink and Sword at Fleeting Time. Plume Ink and Sword at Fleeting Time had the perfect excuse to eat another plate of stir-fried pork with chili pepper that boosted their movement speed. When they went to lure the monsters, their speed was comparable to that of a lightning bolt, and they looked utterly satisfied. Soul Chaser and Gula also took the opportunity to eat some mushroom braised chicken, claiming it was to boost their attack power, but Ranchi thought they were simply indulging their cravings. With the status boost, their attack power noticeably increased. Once the small monsters were lured over, they were quickly defeated, making the group feel even more justified in their actions. It's so easy to fight. Brother Ran, the food you made is amazing. We definitely need to keep this good habit. Chapter 22 Automatic Looting. The monsters in this dungeon were all level 25 and above, making them quite rich, and when they fell, they dropped a good amount of copper coins and materials. This time, without waiting for Ranchi to come over and collect them, Xiao Bai flapped its small wings and flew over, quickly picking up everything on the ground. Xiao Bai's automatic looting ability is incredible. So fast. Plume Ink and the others were immediately left in awe. The little dragon seemed to understand that they were praising it, proudly puffing out its small chest as it flew back. Well done, Ranchi said with a smile as he reached out to rub the little one's head. With the little creature's help, he no longer needed to personally pick up items. This way, aside from Night Owl, no one else would know that he, the esteemed big shot, Byran, was actually the king of garbage collecting. Of course, Ranchi believed that he was just being frugal and practical. Gigi. The little dragon rubbed against his hand happily. Xiao Hei, which had been dozing on Night Owl's shoulder, lazily lifted its eyelids and turned its head away in disgust. Ranchi. Could it really be true that like the owner, like a pet, even Xiao Hei, which clearly had an automatic looting ability, looked down on picking up this garbage? Setting aside this brief interlude, the group continued deeper into the mine and quickly arrived at the cave of the first boss, the mutated chameleon. They saw a massive 3-meter-tall chameleon sprawled on the ground, sound asleep. As soon as they got close, the chameleon boss would immediately launch an attack. Be careful when fighting the chameleon. Everyone should spread out and stand in different directions. Don't stay too close to each other, but also don't wander too far away, Night Owl instructed the group before the battle began. The chameleon's movement speed was very slow, but it attacked enemies using its tongue. The speed of its tongue strikes was incredibly fast, like lightning. If someone stood too close, they might not even have time to react before being pierced through by its tongue. The chameleon boss had a high attack power, and if it struck a vital point with a critical hit, it was guaranteed to be fatal. Additionally, it had 2 AoE skills that were also very troublesome. When the chameleon's belly swelled up, it was about to spray venom. It didn't just spray straight ahead, it would also shake its head and tail while spraying in a circular motion. Once the venom was released into the air, it would linger for a few seconds, creating a considerable area of toxic mist. Anyone caught in the mist would become poisoned as well. The poison from a boss-level creature was, of course, different from that of regular monsters. Once poisoned, the health would drop at an alarming rate, and an ordinary player would likely die within 5 seconds. Ranki's purification spell was indeed effective in curing poison, but it also had a cooldown period. If 2 people were poisoned at the same time, Ranchi could only save one of them. Therefore, when the chameleon was about to spray poison, everyone, including Gula, had to quickly move around to its back and adjust their movements in sync with its head movements to avoid being attacked. Additionally, it could leap into the air, causing a massive tremor upon landing. Therefore, just before the boss landed, they all had to jump simultaneously, otherwise, they would be stunned on the ground for 5 seconds. That 5 seconds would be more than enough time for the boss to wipe them out. Although the difficulty of the boss in the experienced dungeon might be somewhat lower, the crit chance of this chameleon boss was still incredibly high. Caution was key. No one wanted to end up failing in such a simple dungeon. Therefore, they had to be extra careful during the fight. Fortunately, most of them were ranged professions, so as long as they maintained a quick movement to dodge the boss's attacks, they would be fine. The melee professions, on the other hand, needed to focus on flanking the boss for their attacks. Lastly, this chameleon had a life-saving ability. It could change its body color to blend seamlessly with its surroundings. In the dimly lit cave, once it altered its color, it appeared to vanish completely. During this camouflage phase, it would quickly regenerate health, and the players needed to quickly locate its position to interrupt its healing. Otherwise, all their previous attacks would have been in vain. Understood. After everyone checked their statuses and confirmed there were no issues, Gula stepped forward to initiate the fight. As Gula approached, the chameleon suddenly opened its eyes, its protruding eyes spinning a full 360 degrees before it finally gazed down at them from its elevated position. Why are all these bosses so terrifying? Gula cried out in despair while attacking. The demonized chameleon was indeed quite fearsome. Its yellow-green, bumpy, textured skin, combined with its oversized eyes and tiny pupils, gave a chilling feeling, as if being stared at by a cold-blooded predator. What made it even more unsettling was its ability to rotate its two eyes in different directions, adding to the eerie and dangerous atmosphere. It sent shivers down Gula's spine. Haha, with a fear like that, why are you even playing a warrior? Soul Chaser mocked mercilessly. It's not like I wanted to play this class. The system tricked me. Gula pouted and complained, but he didn't stop attacking. Soon, he had firmly secured the boss aggro. The chameleon's tongue lashed out like a spring, but Gula was quick with his shield, blocking each strike. Taking advantage of the situation, the others began their attacks. Under their combined assault, the boss's health quickly started to drop. When the health bar reached 80%, its stomach began to swell, and its mouth slightly opened, signaling that it was preparing to unleash poison. Get behind it, Night Owl called out sharply. Everyone except Gula immediately ran behind the chameleon. Naturally, Ranchi was no exception, but due to his class and his low agility stats, he was the slowest of the group. Just as he neared the boss, it suddenly turned its head and sprayed a stream of dark green poison directly toward him. Ran. The group was caught off guard by the boss's sudden change in attack direction. Getting hit directly by the poison would result in severe poisoning, far worse than just a minor affliction. If Ranchi was drenched in the venom, he would be heavily poisoned, and likely wouldn't have time to use his purification skill before dying. In that split second, Night Owl hurled a fireball directly at the boss's mouth, disrupting its poisonous attack for a brief moment. Taking advantage of that 1 second, Ranchi quickly cast purification on himself. This spell not only cleared all negative effects but also granted a 3-second immunity to any further negative statuses. In the next instant, the boss unleashed its poison, but thanks to the purification effect, Ranchi avoided being poisoned. He used those 3 seconds to dash through the toxic cloud and safely reach the back of the boss, escaping danger. Nice move, Brother Ran. That reaction time was incredible. Soul Chaser immediately praised him. Ranchi only managed a faint, somewhat strained smile. His heart was still racing, and he felt as if his pulse was pounding in his ears. Despite knowing it was just a game, the immersion of the full dive mode was so intense and realistic that it felt as if he had just narrowly escaped a real life and death situation. Are you okay? Night Owl noticed something was off and asked quietly. I'm fine. Thanks for the save back there. Ranchi was well aware that without Night Owl's quick fireball, he would have been drenched in poison and met a grim end. No need to thank me, Night Owl replied as he pulled Ranchi along to keep up with the boss's movements. They dodged as the chameleon sprayed more poison while continuing their attacks. Soon after, the boss started using its second ultimate move. In a strangely unnatural motion, the chameleon leaped into the air, jumping over 2 meters high. Thankfully, the cave was large enough to accommodate this jump. Night Owl shouted in warning. Everyone quickly jumped to avoid the shockwave caused when the boss landed, which would otherwise have left them stunned on the ground. When the boss's health dropped to 40%, it began spewing poison once more. As everyone was busy dodging the toxic mist, its skin darkened, blending seamlessly into the surroundings of the cave. Once the poison dissipated, the once visible chameleon had seemingly vanished. But they knew it was just a visual trick. Without hesitation, they all raised their weapons and launched a coordinated attack toward where the chameleon had disappeared, breaking its regeneration state. In the end, the boss fell to the ground, defeated, dropping a blue-grade piece of equipment. Before anyone could even get a clear look at the item, a shadow darted forward like an arrow, and the blue tire gear vanished. Everyone, where did it go? Am I seeing things? I swear I saw a blue-grade drop from the boss, Gula exclaimed, wide-eyed. Gigi. Just as everyone was looking around in confusion, the little black dragon perched on Night Owl's shoulder proudly puffed up its chest, letting out a smug chirp as if to say, I'm amazing. Praise me, Night Owl glanced at his inventory, noticing a newly acquired knight's boots, and fell silent. Normally, loot from a dungeon would go into the team shared package, but apparently, Items picked up by his Xiaohei went directly into his personal inventory. Since the gear was bind on pickup, there was no way for him to give it to anyone else. Not having the heart to scold his pet, Night Owl reached out to pat its head and apologized. Sorry about that. My little guy grabbed the item, and I didn't expect it to go straight into my inventory. He shared the item info on the party chat. Knight's boots. I can actually use these, so I'll take them and contribute 2 gold to the team as compensation. Knight's boots. Restriction level 25 or above. Limited profession: mage, priest. Grade B. Durability 200/200. Attributes: basic defense plus 75, agility plus 22, constitution plus 17. System: player Night Owl has contributed 2 gold to the party. You have received 40 silver as your share. It's fine, I've already got a set, so even if Xiaohei hadn't picked it up, these boots would have gone to you anyway, Ranchi said with a smile. Good thing we figured this out early. I've adjusted the settings so that any gear above green grade picked up by pets will now go into the team shared package. It wasn't a big deal for their fixed team, but if this happened in a larger raid, it could become problematic. Chapter 23. Take a break offline. After the death of the corrupted chameleon, a wall at the back of its lair suddenly collapsed, revealing a downward passage. This passage was dark and narrow, leading them down a slope to the second level of the mine. Here, the monsters were even tougher to deal with. All around were enormous beehives, and swarms of fist-sized corrupted bees buzzed around them, their stingers, as thick as toothpicks, gleaming dangerously. Engage the enemies. As soon as Night Owl finished speaking, he threw a fireball, igniting the closest beehive. The bees became enraged and swarmed toward them like a tide. Seeing so many bees flying straight at him made Ghouli's scalp tingle. He felt like his trypophobia was about to act up, but he still remembered his role. Gritting his teeth, he raised his shield and charged forward, using his revolving sword to pull the bees aggro onto himself. The bees furiously aimed their stingers at him, trying to stab him, but Gula deflected their attacks with his massive shield. The force of his defense even swatted some bees to the ground. Haha, watch me show off my shield skills, Gula said triumphantly as he practiced his shield techniques against the bees. The others quickly joined in, helping Gula to kill off the bees. The bees dropped a lot of loot, copper coins, sharp stingers, and honey. Xiao Bai perked up at the sight of the loot and quickly swooped in, picking up every item without missing a beat. Ranchi checked the items in his inventory and nodded in satisfaction. The stingers were good alchemy materials for crafting magic scrolls, and the honey was an excellent cooking ingredient for future meals. Unfortunately, Night Owl's fireball was too powerful, burning the beehive to ashes. Xiao Bai circled around the remains of the hive but couldn't find anything to loot. Ranchi crouched down and sifted through the charred remnants of the hive, shaking his head regretfully. Inside, there were scorched bee larvae and dried up beeswax. Such a big hive going to waste. Ranchi, influenced by his roommate from Yunnan, had developed a taste for eating insects. These ugly-looking bugs would turn into delicious snacks once deep-fried. Especially fried bee larvae, crispy on the outside, tender inside, and juicy, with a natural sweetness. Whether stir-fried with bean paste, braised with soy sauce, or cooked sweet and sour with sugar and vinegar, the taste was top-notch. Just thinking about it made him drool. Night Owl, don't use fireballs on the beehives later. There are valuable ingredients inside, Ranchi said to Night Owl. Night Owl assumed Ranchi was just collecting honey, so he agreed without thinking much of it. From then on, he used magic bullets to knock down the hives, trying to keep them intact. However, Ranchi, mindful of his teammates' tolerance, refrained from opening the hives on the spot to extract the larvae. Instead, he stored the whole hives in his inventory. After passing through the corridor filled with corrupted bees, they arrived at a cave covered in ice. Here, the next boss awaited, the ice lizard. This boss resembled a Komodo dragon, with sharp teeth and claws, strong scales providing high defense, and the ability to freeze enemies in ice. It was a monster with a combination of offense, defense, and control abilities, making it extremely difficult to deal with. Only a team as strong as Night Owl's could face it. Ordinary players would likely give up and leave the dungeon after reaching this point. Night Owl said, "This boss has a lot of HP, so we'll need to prepare for a long fight. When it uses its freezing skill, Plume Inc., try to interrupt it with triple shot. If anyone sees it jumping, immediately fall back." Ranchi realized that Night Owl hadn't yet discovered the proper strategy for this boss. The lizard's defense was incredibly high, and if they followed Night Owl's approach, it would take at least 20 minutes to defeat the boss. But that wasn't surprising. Each dungeon they explored was new and unknown to them, and they didn't have much time during the beta test to study every boss strategy. So, they resorted to the slow, cautious approach. However, Ranchi was a professional player. In his past life, he practically lived in game dungeons, leading pay-to-win players through them, so he knew all the boss mechanics inside out. This could be considered his own form of a cheat. Ranchi said, "Let me add something. This boss's weak points are its neck and belly. When it uses the freezing skill, it'll raise its head. Everyone should attack its neck, and every hit will be critical. Also, when it jumps to attack, don't try to dodge. Focus on hitting its belly right away, and you can knock it over, giving us more time to attack." Really? There's a strategy like that? The team's eyes lit up in understanding. No wonder their beta test runs had been so tough. They hadn't figured out the right way to fight the boss. Did your brother tell you that? Your brother must be amazing to notice the boss's weak points like that, someone remarked. Not that amazing. Ranchi scratched his face, feeling a bit guilty. With this strategy, the boss fight went smoothly. They completely overwhelmed the ice lizard. Once they knew its weak points, it was easy to crush it. When the lizard prepared to use its freezing skill, attacking its neck had an 80% chance of interrupting the skill. When it jumped, targeting its belly made it lose balance, flipping the lizard over like an overturned turtle, struggling to get back up. The sight was somewhat amusing. In less than 5 minutes, they finished off the boss. System announcement. Congratulations to players: Night Owl, Soul Chaser, Plume Inc., Sword at Fleeting Time, Coke, and Byran, for clearing the Blackstone Mine Experience dungeon in 30 minutes, achieving the extreme achievement, and earning the title Unrivaled World Chien Duaduo. Oh my god, am I seeing things? Someone actually cleared the Blackstone Mine dungeon in less than half an hour? Isn't the final boss supposed to have a ridiculously thick HP and be super hard to beat? World Novice wants to fly. Friends, let's all type awesome in the public chat together. World, September Sky, I suspect that Night Owl has discovered a new strategy again. World, June Snow, darling, be more confident. Take out the word suspect. Windstorm Jiangnan also sent a message asking how they cleared the dungeon so quickly. Sword at Fleeting Time asked, "Boss, Brother Ran, Jiangnan is asking how we cleared the dungeon so fast. Is there any secret? Can I tell him?" Since Sword at Fleeting Time had written the previous dungeon strategies on the forum, Windstorm Jiangnan had messaged him directly. Night Owl looked over at Ranchi, who nodded in agreement before replying, "Go ahead. Tell him, have them leveled up quickly so everyone reaches level 30 today, and we can go run the Abyss dungeon together." It was already past 6 a.m., and at 8 a.m., when the cooldown reset, a new round of dungeons would begin. Got it. The GM had promised to give them their rewards before 8 a.m., and at 7:51, the rewards were sent through the mailbox. The GM sent over the physical exchange coupons they promised, but they were all sent to my mailbox. "I'll trade them to you guys," Sword at Fleeting Time said after checking the mail. "Great." Sword at Fleeting Time sent trade requests to everyone on the team, giving them each 4 coupons. "We got 4 coupons," Gula exclaimed in surprise, feeling like a windfall had just fallen into his lap. 4 coupons could get a lot of good stuff. "Yeah, the GM promised to give us 2 coupons each for writing a strategy. I submitted 2 strategies, so of course, we got 4 coupons," Sword at Fleeting Time said with a smile. "Once the cooldown resets, we'll get the first clear for Forest Cemetery and Blackstone Mine, and I'll write 2 more strategies. We'll get 4 more coupons each." Sounds like a plan. Everyone happily agreed to Sword at Fleeting Time's proposal. After all, physical exchange coupons were rare and valuable. Gula immediately went to the shop to redeem strawberries, mangoes, grapes, and apples. This time, he was going to indulge. System. Congratulations to the player for successfully exchanging 500 grams each of strawberries, mangoes, grapes, and apples, deducting 4 physical exchange coupons. Ranran, I exchanged it for a ton of fresh fruit. This time, it's my turn to treat you. Alright, I'll skip fruit this time and get something else. Ranchi browsed the exchange shop for a while before exchanging for pork, tomatoes, and eggs. System. Congratulations to the player for successfully exchanging 500 grams each of pork, tomatoes, and eggs, deducting 6 physical exchange coupons. Meat required 3 coupons, making it pricier, but it was still worth it. Pan-fried pork belly with just a pinch of salt would be delicious, and with tomato egg soup, he and Gula would have a great meal. Boss, the GM is asking again about the live stream. What's your decision? Sword at Fleeting Time asked Night Owl. What's the rush? We haven't gathered all the Abyss fragments yet. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Night Owl was in no hurry. Alright then, Sorted fleeting time relayed the message back to the GM. After the dungeon cooldown reset at 8 AM, the team ran Blackstone Mine 5 more times. Night Owl leveled up to 35. Soul Chaser and Plume Inc. reached 34. Sorted fleeting time hit 33. Gula got to 31. And Ranchi finally reached level 30, meaning the entire team was now level 30 or above. Night Owl said, "Let's run all the level 30 and below challenge dungeons. Once we gather enough Abyss fragments, we can head to the next main city and start preparing for the Abyss dungeon." Abyss dungeons were the toughest type of dungeon in Magic Realm. If experienced dungeons were the easy mode and challenge dungeons were the hard mode, then Abyss dungeons were the hell mode. Though the difficulty of Abyss dungeons was high and came with certain risks, the rewards were equally substantial. Rare materials for crafting grade A gear dropped there, along with most level 30 grade A gear pieces, profession skill books, and guild summons. Rare items that could quickly make players stronger and wealthier. As Magic Realm progressed, leveling up became more difficult, and both wild monsters and dungeon bosses grew stronger. So they needed to run Abyss dungeons to upgrade their equipment and skills. "We have to go offline for class. Let's run the challenge dungeons after class," Ranchi said a bit apologetically, as the system had sent him a health reminder. Night Owl replied, "No problem. We need to go offline for training anyway." "Ha, boss. Are you serious?" Soul Chaser looked at Night Owl in disbelief. He thought Night Owl had been joking about this yesterday. "Of course I'm serious. The competition is next month, and we can't neglect training just because of the game," Night Owl said seriously. "Each of you will spar with me for half an hour." "Ah, no." Amid Soul Chaser and the others' wails, Gula and Ranchi logged off. Chapter 24 Acquire Equipment. Ranchi stepped out of the gaming pod, and the first thing he needed to do was take a shower. After all, the pod was filled with nutrient solution, and although it was automatically drained when the pod opened, the sticky feeling still lingered on his skin, and a shower was the only way to feel comfortable. After his shower, his smart device displayed a notification that the Octopus Express had also arrived. The mechanical little octopus verified his identity carefully and then opened its mouth wide, handing him a box. When Ranchi opened it, he found a large piece of pork, a bag of tomatoes, and 7 or 8 eggs inside. Just as he placed the items on the table, Gula requested a video call. "Ranzaioki, my delivery arrived. So much fruit." Guli's face was full of excitement, even blushing slightly, which made Ranchi want to laugh. He asked, "I got mine too. I'm about to cook. Do you want to come over and eat?" "Yes, yes. Yes, I'll be right there." Gula hurriedly agreed and quickly ended the video call to get ready to come over. After finishing his conversation with Gula, Ranchi opened the StarNet shopping mall on his smart device and ordered a grilling pan, an energy-saving electric frying pan, some plates, and seasonings. Of course, the school dorms didn't provide kitchens for students, but the table in the living room was big enough so he could easily prepare simple meals with the kitchenware he purchased. Though 99% of the population in the interstellar era relied on nutrient solutions for daily meals, there was still that 1% who could buy natural ingredients. With the Empire's population exceeding 1 trillion, even 1% was a huge number, so there was always cookware for sale on StarNet. While waiting for the cookware to arrive, Ranki's smart device rang again. Seeing the caller's name, he immediately set down what he was doing and answered the call. A beautiful yet somewhat delicate-looking face appeared on the screen, with features that bore a striking resemblance to Ranki's little dad. Ranchi smiled and waved at him. In the interstellar era, same-sex marriages had long been legalized, and thanks to advanced technology, even men could easily have children, solving problems like infertility and false pregnancies once and for all. A simple shot at the hospital was all it took for any type of receptor to conceive. This was how Ranchi and his 2 brothers were born, biologically related to both their fathers, Rancheogen, and Kuching in every way. Kuching didn't like being called mom, so for simplicity, they called Rancheogen dad and Kuching little dad. "Xiaoqi, I just saw a charge notification on your dad's account. Did you buy kitchenware?" Kuching frowned with worry. "Kitchenware is dangerous. You've never cooked before. What if something explodes?" "Your dad's precious child. You can't take such risks." Ranchi couldn't help but feel exasperated. His little dad was perfect in every way, except that he worried too much about him. There was plenty of drama in wealthy families. When Kuching was pregnant with the original Ranchi, they were kidnapped and attacked, and Kuching was injured, almost losing the baby. As a result, the original Ranki's body was affected, and his aptitude ended up as a double E. It wasn't a big deal, really. Even with lower aptitude, he could still live a normal life, and the family was wealthy enough for him to live comfortably. But the original Ranchi had been rebellious and reckless, constantly comparing himself to his more talented brothers. The more he was told not to do something, the more he insisted on doing it. He tried piloting a lighter armor since he couldn't pilot a mecha without proper preparation or training. His first attempt ended in disaster. When they pulled him out of the wrecked armor, he was already barely alive. That was when the current Ranchi, who had been in an accident in his own world, transmigrated into this body. After arriving in this world, Ranchi spent 3 months in a medical pod and 2 more months under Kukwing's overly cautious care before he was finally allowed to return to school. Rancheogen, fearing he might try something reckless again, pulled some strings to get him into the service department of the 1st Military Academy. With the strict discipline there, Ranchi had no chance of getting involved in anything dangerous. But Ranchi came from the 21st century, and the knowledge taught at school was far too advanced for him. Like forcing an ordinary elementary school student to study for a master's degree. He simply couldn't grasp it. In 2 years, he had firmly secured his spot as the undisputed king of academic underachievement. Struggling academically, he also had to deal with Zhang Shuo's constant harassment and the rejection of his peers, making his school life anything but pleasant. Thankfully, he had Gula, who quickly became his friend. Without him, Ranchi might have spiraled into depression. Little dad, I'll be fine. Didn't I often watch Uncle and cook when he came over? I've already learned how. I just haven't had the chance to show it yet. Since the original Ranki's accident, Kuching had been deeply concerned about his health and believed that natural food was better for him. So he often hired a chef named Uncle and to cook for Ranchi. Ranchi indeed watched the chef and picked up some cooking skills. As expected, Kuching believed his excuse. Well, just be careful then. Don't worry, little dad. I'll even cook something for you next time. Ranchi smiled. Hearing that, Kukwing's eyes lit up with both excitement and surprise. Really? Little dad will be waiting. Seeing this, Ranchi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The original Ranchi had been so rebellious and cold toward his family that after his accident, they became overly cautious and even a bit fawning toward him. Now, with just a few kind words, Ranchi could make Kuching so happy. It made him feel a bit sad and guilty. During his recovery, he developed a good impression of the Ran family. In his previous life, he had been an orphan and had never experienced the warmth of a family. A strict father, a gentle mother, and close brothers. This was the family he had always dreamed of. But some things would need to change slowly, step by step. He chatted with Kuching for a while until he heard a knock on the door. It must be Gula. Ranchi said, "Little dad, my classmate is here to see me. I'll hang up now, and I'll come visit you when we have a holiday." All right, Kuching responded quickly, only reluctantly ending the call. Ranchi walked over and opened the door to see Gula standing at the entrance, holding 2 large bowls. "Why did it take so long to open the door? I almost dropped these." Gula grumbled. "I was on a video call with my dad." Ranchi took one of the bowls from him, and they both walked inside. "The strawberries today are even sweeter than yesterday, and these grapes are super tasty too. You have to try them," Gula said as he sat down on the sofa. "But that thing called mango? Why does it taste so awful?" "I took one bite, and it was so sour and astringent. Really gross." Ranchi couldn't help but laugh. "Silly, you're not supposed to eat the mango peel." The mangoes sent by Magic Realm's officials were small ones, about palm-sized, with a deep color that looked ripe and sweet. However, one had already been bitten by Gula and looked quite pitiful. "This is how you should eat it." Ranchi peeled a mango skillfully, then took a big bite of the juicy orange flesh, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction. "You jerk. You didn't even offer to peel one for me," Gula complained, quickly picking up the one he had already bitten and awkwardly started peeling it. Just then, the octopus delivery arrived again, bringing the kitchen tools that Ranchi had ordered. "You keep eating. I'll go make the food," Ranchi said as he unpacked the delivery. Gula, still munching on fruit, wandered over to watch his friend quickly set up the grill and various cooking utensils. By now, he had no doubts about Ranki's cooking skills and was eagerly waiting to eat. "Oh, by the way, when we logged off earlier, Night Owl and the others mentioned a competition. That reminded me that our school is hosting a tournament next month. Isn't the timing a bit too coincidental? Do you think Night Owl and the others could be from our school?" Gula suddenly asked. Every year, all military academies in the Empire held a nationwide tournament, but not all students got to participate. Only the top 10 elite students selected from internal school competitions could qualify for the military academy tournament. People from their service department usually ended up just being spectators. Ranchi shook his head. "I don't think so. Night Owl and the others are good looking and so skilled. If they were at our school, There's no way we wouldn't have heard about them. You're right. Gula nodded in agreement, then asked, do you think they might be from another school? With their strength, they'll definitely make it into the top 10 in a competition. Does it matter if they are? Ranchi raised an eyebrow at Gula. Why are you so interested in them? I'm just curious. Gula pouted and dropped the subject. So, what are you making? Grilled meat and tomato and egg soup. I've seen a live stream of grilled meat before. It looked delicious. Guli's eyes lit up, and he swallowed eagerly. But I don't know about this tomato and egg soup. Star beast meat was readily available for purchase, and grilling or frying it was a common method of preparation. Sometimes influencers would live stream themselves eating grilled meat, and by gifting 100 star coins, viewers could even activate taste sharing. Gula had experienced that before, so he knew how good it tasted. However, natural ingredients like tomatoes and eggs were not something that could be easily bought with money, so Gula had no idea what the soup would taste like. No worries, you'll find out soon enough, Ranchi said with a smile. Ranchi sliced the pork belly into thin strips, lightly seasoned them with some salt, and laid them one by one onto the greased grill. The meat quickly sizzled, and the once white slices gradually turned golden brown. The aroma of the grilled meat began to fill the room. Ah, it smells so good. That's the exact scent, Gula exclaimed as he sniffed the delicious smell. The seasoning options in the interstellar age were pretty basic, consisting mainly of salt, sugar, soy sauce, and vinegar, so things like barbecue sauce were out of the question. Fortunately, the quality of the meat was so high that even a lightly seasoned pork belly was already incredibly tasty. Here, try this, Ranchi said, handing Gula a piece of the grilled meat with chopsticks. The grilled pork belly had a slightly crisp edge, and as Gula bit into it, it was both crispy and tender, with a satisfying chew. The fat had melted under the heat, and as he chewed, the meat juices flooded his mouth, filling it with rich flavor. It was a level of satisfaction that the taste sharing from a live stream could never match. This is amazing. Gula was almost moved to tears by how good it was. Ranchi also tried a piece and nodded approvingly. The taste was indeed excellent, though he found it a bit bland. Thinking for a moment, Ranchi grabbed the electric frying pan, added some vinegar and sugar, and slowly heated it to create a simple sweet and sour sauce. Try dipping the meat in this, Ranchi said, handing Gula a small bowl of the sauce. The smell of the sweet and sour sauce was already appetizing, and without hesitation, Gula dipped a piece of meat into it and stuffed it into his mouth. The meat was still hot, slightly burning Guli's tongue, but he refused to spit it out. Chewing eagerly, he made an exaggerated expression like he was about to faint, perfectly conveying how much he loved the combination of grilled meat and sweet and sour sauce. A pound of meat wasn't much, and it wasn't long before the two finished it off. Next time, I'm not trading for fruit. I'm definitely going to get more meat. For Gula, the goal of playing games had now become saving up to exchange coupons for delicious food. A pound of meat might not go far, but a pound of tomatoes and 7 or 8 eggs was enough to make a big pot of tomato and egg soup. Ranchi didn't hold back, using all the ingredients at once. He blanched the tomatoes in hot water to peel them, chopped them into small pieces, and then cooked them down to release a thick, rich juice. He added water and brought it to a boil before slowly pouring in beaten eggs, resulting in a full pot of tomato and egg soup. Here you go. Ranchi handed a bowl to both himself and Gula. Although the soup was simply seasoned, the result was a richly flavored dish. The broth had a tangy sweetness with a hint of umami, and the eggs were soft and fragrant. After finishing a steaming bowl of the soup, the satisfaction was indescribable. Another bowl, Gula said, clearly wanting more. Ranchi refilled both their bowls, then poured the rest into a container and placed an order with the octopus delivery service. Where are you sending that? Gula asked curiously. To my family, Ranchi replied. The earlier conversation with Kuching had left him feeling a bit emotional, and he hoped the soup might brighten Kuching's day. After resting for a while, the two logged back into the game. Since all 6 of their team members had logged off earlier, their party had automatically disbanded. As Ranchi opened his friends list and was about to message Night Owl, he saw him appear on the World channel. World, Night Owl, buying 25 plus mage blue gear at a high price. Before 12 o'clock, send pick and price via private message. World Pathfinder, I'd like to sell too, but I don't even have any. CAC. World, September Sky, buying 25 plus purple gear at a high price. Send price World, June Snow, looks like you're asking to die. World, Soul Chaser, buying 25 plus archer blue gear at a high price. Before 12 o'clock, Send pick and price via private message. Ranchi. It was obvious that Night Owl and his team were preparing for the Abyss dungeon. Ideally, each player's gear score should be above 3,500 for stability, meaning they needed full sets of blue gear. However, their leveling speed was so fast that they were at the top of the leaderboards. With so few players above level 25 in the entire game, if they couldn't get the gear, how could anyone else? Life skill players weren't reliable either. Even if some guilds specifically trained them, their crafting skills were still limited by character level. Until these players reached level 25, no matter how skilled they were, they couldn't craft level 25 gear. Dungeon loot was soulbound, and good quality items from wild mobs were rare unless someone had extraordinary luck like Ranchi. Even if someone did get blue gear, in such a tight market, they would likely keep it for themselves. Ranchi thought they were bound to be disappointed. Private chat. Ranchi, we're here now. Stop buying gear. Just gather more materials, and I'll make it for you directly. No need to buy. Private chat. Night Owl. Okay. System. Player. Night Owl has sent you a party invitation. After joining the team, Night Owl asked Ranchi to head to the life skills area and traded him a massive pile of forging materials. Ranchi, did you empty out the trading hall? Night Owl. No, I heard that the quality and attributes of crafted gear depend on skill proficiency, so I brought extra materials for practice. Alright, thanks. Ranchi couldn't exactly say that his proficiency was already maxed out and didn't need any practice. He just focused on making the best gear possible for them. Why don't we clear the challenge dungeon first, and I can work on the gear during breaks? Crafting gear would take some time, so instead of having everyone wait around, they might as well finish the dungeon first. Sounds good. Night Owl was also eager to claim the first clears of the remaining 2 dungeons, so he gathered the team, and they headed toward the Forest Cemetery dungeon. After entering, Ranchi and Gula noticed that Soul Chaser and the others seemed drained and low on energy. What's up with you guys? Gula nudged Soul Chaser with his elbow. You just had a little offline training. Why do you all look like you've been through the ringer? Soul Chaser forced a smile. Why don't you go train with our boss? No way. No way. Gula immediately backed down, dutifully pulling aggro. Then they noticed something strange. As soon as Soul Chaser and the others saw the mobs, it was like they were suddenly injected with adrenaline, fighting like madmen. In less than 20 minutes, they had taken down the man-eating plant boss. System announcement. Congratulations to players, Night Owl, Soul Chaser, Plume Inc., Sword at Fleeting Time, Coke, and Byran, for clearing the Forest Cemetery Challenge dungeon in 19 minutes 11.7 seconds, and getting SSS level evaluation. Additional reward of Gold Treasure Chest. Chapter 25. Changing Profession. This first kill announcement stirred up the World Channel once again. World. Kane. What the heck? Are they treating the challenge dungeon like an experience dungeon? The best time for the experience dungeon is 20 minutes, and they cleared the challenge dungeon at the same time for a first kill? World. Misty. My teammate asked why I suddenly kneeled. When I showed them the announcement, they knelt with me. World. Clear sky. Aren't you guys exaggerating? Their team is 10 levels above the dungeon, clearing it faster with level suppression. World. Bear hardship with equanimity. You have a point, but do you really believe that players at the same level could clear it this fast? World. Lone boat. I believe it. I'm sitting here obediently, waiting for the pros to share the strategy. Smiling emoji. World. Ja 2. No wonder the top players suddenly want gear for level 25 and above. They must be prepared to tackle the Abyss dungeon, right? World Pathfinder. I remember the Abyss dungeon requires 15 people. I'd better level up quickly, just in case the pros need an extra teammate. I'll be ready. World. Evernight. Bro, that's a great idea. High DPS assassin here, looking for a party in the Forest Cemetery Experience dungeon. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Soul Chaser and Plume Inc. were circling the treasure chest, muttering to themselves. Heaven above, earth below. Grant Brother ran a purple gear. Heaven above, earth below. Grant Brother ran a skill book. Ranchi Brothers, it's the year 3000 of the galactic calendar. Are you really still engaging in superstitions? Xiao Bai found their behavior amusing, fluttering its small wings and chirping along as it flew around behind them. After they circled for a while, Soul Chaser looked at Ranchi with a serious face and said, Brother Ran, it's time for you to shine. Ranchi shook his head with a smile and stepped forward to open the first chest. System. Congratulations. You have received Holy Light, Skill Book, and a special item, Abyss Fragment. Holy Light, Skill Book. Can learn level 30. Limited profession, Priest. Description. Open it to learn the skill. Holy Light. Cast time, 3 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Summons holy power within a 3-meter radius, rapidly healing all players within range for 15 seconds. Healing effect ends if the caster moves or dies. Haha, we really got a skill book. And it's a group healing skill. This will be incredibly useful in the Abyss dungeon. Plumink was thrilled, feeling that his prayers really worked. Our brother Ran just got even stronger. He's probably the first priest to have learned 4 skills. The ultimate healer. Soul Chaser joined in with some enthusiastic praise. As the only priest in the team, the skill book was naturally given to Ran Chi. In reality, Ran Chi's skill tree was fully maxed, so he didn't actually need skill books. When his level met the requirements, his skills would unlock automatically. But since he had joined Night Owl's fixed team, he hadn't had a chance to unlock new skills openly. Although he had already activated Holy Light, he couldn't use it. Now, with the skill book in hand, he could finally use this new skill openly. He decided to keep the book to gift to Feng Tian later. Ran Chi then contributed 10 gold as a hard work fee to the team. Night Owl, you don't need to give that much. It's fine, I've got money, Ran Chi replied, then added playfully, I made it by scavenging junk. Night Owl. Ran Chi's casual comment nearly made him choke. Then, Ran Chi opened the second chest. System, congratulations. You have received high-grade material, Poison Vine of the Man-Eating Flower, and a special item, highest level attack rune recipe. Poison Vine of the Man-Eating Flower. Grade A. Description: high-grade material can be used to craft weapons with toxic damage. Highest level attack rune recipe. Grade A. Description: a reinforcement rune recipe. Learn it to master the creation of top-level destruction runes, which increase base weapon attacks by 20%. Are these 2 items good or not? Soul Chaser and Plumink crowded around, confused. Of course they're great. When has Brother Ran ever gotten bad loot? Sword at Fleeting Time rolled his eyes at them. This Poison Vine is a core material for weapon crafting, and the attack rune is one of the hardest to obtain enchants. Both are rare and valuable. I knew that. But doesn't crafting grade A weapons require high skill proficiency? And there's only one of these materials. Feels powerful, but also like we won't be able to use it. Exactly. I know how valuable a rune is, but you need to master alchemy first to even use it. Alchemy is considered the hardest of all life skills. Ran Chi overheard their conversation and chuckled, saying, no need to worry about that. Leave it to me, and just get ready to upgrade your gear. Long live Brother Ran. The group cheered immediately. Alright, since we're in good form, let's go claim the first kill for Blackstone Mines Challenge Dungeon 2. As the players on the World Channel mentioned, their team had a level advantage in the Forest Cemetery, which made things easier. But Blackstone Mine was different. It was a level 25 dungeon, and even the low-level monsters here had absurdly high attack power. If they weren't careful, they might really find themselves in trouble. But with Ran Chi's Holy Light skill, they employed the same tactics as in the Experienced dungeon. Plumink and Sword at Fleeting Time, being the fastest runners, would lure the monsters, while Soul Chaser and Gula, with their area attacks, provided cover. Of course, they didn't pull every monster at once. Instead, they drew about a dozen at a time. After pulling them together, Ran Chi used his area healing skill, and everyone jumped in to wipe out the monsters as if they were slicing through butter. Once Holy Light's cooldown ended, they drew the next batch, steadily progressing until they faced the chameleon boss. The group was extra cautious when facing the boss, as it had numerous area attacks, especially its deadly poison spray, which was more powerful than in the Experienced dungeon. Although Ran Chi could heal the team, Holy Light only restored health and didn't remove poison effects. If 2 or more people were poisoned at the same time, it could spell disaster. So when they saw the boss's belly bulge, everyone scrambled to dodge. It seemed like this boss had a personal vendetta against Ran Chi. He noticed the boss's head facing right, so he ran left, only for the sneaky chameleon to whip around and spray poison in his direction. Luckily, the team was on high alert after the previous encounter, and they immediately used skills to buy Ran Chi some time. Gula, who was nearby, raised his massive shield, blocked the poison, and led Ran Chi to safety. Ah, my shield. Its durability is down to 30 and dropping fast. Gula cried out. Because Gula shielded Ran Chi with his body and shield, Ran Chi avoided the poison entirely. Although Gula got slightly poisoned, a purification spell resolved it, but the shield's durability was plummeting. When an item's durability hits 0, it's permanently destroyed, so no wonder Gula was so upset. It's fine. If it breaks, I'll make you a new one after we're done. Make me an even better one. Okay, Gula demanded. Sure. Ran Chi sighed internally, Feeling that a priest's short legs were always a liability in critical moments, he resolved to stock up on speed potions and enchant his boots with a gale rune for speed once they finished this dungeon. He wanted to be the fastest priest out there. Chirp, chirp. Xiao Hei, who had been napping on Night Owl's shoulder, suddenly became furious at the boss for targeting Ran Qi, letting out a few fierce-sounding chirps. It soared up and spat a cloud of ominous black mist at the boss. At that moment, Night Owl received a system message. System, your pet has successfully triggered the Curse of Misfortune skill, increasing its skill level. Looking up, he saw the chameleon boss slowing down. Its attack damage reduced. Quick, Xiao Hei has triggered its curse skill. The boss's attack power has dropped by 10%. Focus fire. Roger. The team unleashed their skills with all their might. Sensing danger, the chameleon boss attempted to activate its survival skill, blending in with its surroundings to become invisible. But before anyone could start looking, Xiao Bai flew over to a dark rock, furiously stomping its little feet. Night Owl caught on and hurled a fireball at it, revealing the boss. The chameleon reappeared in a sorry state. It seemed this boss was unlucky to encounter its two little nemeses. When the boss finally fell, Xiao Hei wasted no time darting over and snatching up the dropped loot. Thankfully, Night Owl had adjusted the loot settings in advance, so the item went straight into the team's inventory. System announcement. Player, Night Owl and their team have pummeled the demonized chameleon, causing it to flee in disgrace, leaving behind Knight's Blade. Knight's Blade. Restriction level 25 or above. Limited profession, Assassin. Grade A. Durability 200/200. Attributes: Basic attack plus 75, Accuracy plus 22, Constitution plus 19, Critical strike plus 10. A purple dagger. Sword at fleeting time's eyes gleamed with excitement. Finally, he was getting a purple weapon, and a rare one at that. Not only was he thrilled, but the world channel also buzzed with excitement. World unyielding mountains and rivers. It's them again. Every time, it's them on the announcements. I'm convinced they're official testers. World, September sky. What's the problem? What are you gonna do about it? World, June snow. Watch your attitude. Careful, or the pros might put a bounty on you. World, Cane. A purple weapon for an assassin. I'm jealous. World, no happiness. The blue weapon I just got from the boss suddenly doesn't seem so appealing. Sword at fleeting time eagerly contributed 5 gold as a token of appreciation to the team, then equipped his new dagger. It was completely black with vivid red patterns, looking undeniably stylish. Motivated by the purple item drop, the team eagerly charged toward the next boss. Along the way, they didn't waste a single beehive, which Xiao Bai dutifully gathered for Ran Qi. The last boss was supposed to be the most difficult, but Night Owl's team had already mastered its weaknesses, making the fight surprisingly easy. They secured another first clear victory. System announcement. Congratulations to players. Night Owl Soul Chaser, Plume Inc., Sword at Fleeting Time, Coke, White Die, for clearing the Blackstone Mine Challenge dungeon in 29 minutes, 1.95 seconds, and getting SSS level evaluation. Additional reward of Gold Treasure Chest. World Jia 2. This speed is ridiculous. The final boss alone usually takes over half an hour to beat, and they cleared the challenge dungeon that fast? World, Curly Hair. Don't forget they already achieved the speed clear record for the experienced dungeon. They must know some quick clear tricks we don't. World, Lone Boat. Same thing as always, waiting for the pros to share their strategy. World, few words. Exactly. Please share the strategy. Big shots. May you be blessed with good fortune. World Twilight. May you prosper. Please help the noobs out. But Night Owl's team wasn't paying attention to the world channel. They were too busy eagerly watching the 2 gold treasure chests. Heaven above, earth below. The 2 superstitious players were back at it. System. Congratulations. You have obtained the accessory Knight's Ring, and the special item, Abyss Fragment. Knight's Ring. Restriction level 25 or above. Limited profession, Mage. Grade A. Durability 200/200. Attributes: Basic attack plus 70, Intelligence plus 25, Constitution plus 19, Basic defense plus 66. Ran Qi got a purple ring, and since it was exclusive to mages, the highly valuable item went to Night Owl. Quick, open the next chest, urged Soul Chaser and the others, eye shining with anticipation. System. Congratulations. You have obtained Glacial River skill book. Ran Qi's luck held strong as he pulled out another skill book, this time a multi-target spell for mages. Glacial River skill book. Can learn level 30. Limited profession, Mage. Description: open it to learn the skill. Glacier River. Cast time 3 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute. Channel icy power over a 4-meter area around you, creating an ice field that deals 110% magic damage plus intelligence. Affected enemies experience a 6-second slow and sluggish state. Awesome. Brother Ran, you're amazing. Although Night Owl had high attack power, he'd always lacked an AoE skill, which limited his efficiency in farming monsters and grouping enemies in dungeons. With this new skill, he could finally hit multiple targets at once. In the game, Magic Realm, level 30 marked a major milestone, where players could transfer to a new main city and unlock a broader skill tree. At this point, players could choose from 2 specialization paths within their class. For example, priests could become holy priests, focused on healing, or temple priests, oriented toward support. Archers could become rangers or archery masters, where the latter used longbows for ranged attacks, while rangers favored shortbows for agile, mid-range attacks. Assassins could specialize as shadows, experts in speed and agility, or venom fangs, who focused on poison attacks. Warriors had the option to become war gods, akin to berserkers with high attack power, or sword masters, who leaned toward defense and had various aggro manipulation skills. Mages could choose between battle mage, specializing in close combat, or elemental mage, who wielded the powers of nature's elements like fire, ice, water, wood, and earth. Even though fireball and glacial magic were quite different, becoming an elemental mage would allow Night Owl to expand his skill tree freely. Why are they all mage items? Soul Chaser was exasperated. Plumink sighed. Yeah, I feel a little jealous. Alright, I'll give you all some gold as thanks. Does that work? Night Owl generously distributed 15 gold to the team, calming down their envy. Since we're done with the dungeon, let's all head to Cena City for our job changes. Sounds good. Let's go. With everyone at level 30, it was time to visit the new main city and switch classes. The entrance to the Abyss dungeon was also located just outside Cena City. Wait, Sword at Fleeting Time suddenly called out. The GM messaged me again, asking if we could write a guide for the 2 challenge dungeons we just cleared. Also, boss, have you thought any more about the live stream? After securing 2 more first kills, the GM contacted them again, asking if they'd share their strategies on the forums and consider live streaming the Abyss dungeon. The GM even sweetened the deal, offering each team member 8 physical exchange coupons if they agreed to the stream. Ask if they'd consider giving each of us 10 coupons, since Jiangnan's team will join us. Night Owl said the Abyss dungeon was a team effort, so any benefits should go to everyone involved. Sword at Fleeting Time nodded. Alright, I'll ask. A short while later, the GM responded. The GM agreed, but they want to know when we'll be tackling the Abyss dungeon so they can promote it on the official site. Night Owl replied, okay, we'll need some time to prepare. We'll let them know once we've set a date. Not everyone in Jiangnan's team had reached level 30 yet, and both equipment and skills needed upgrades. Abyss dungeon was extremely challenging. They'd only managed to beat the first boss during the beta test. To increase their chances of success, thorough preparation was essential. Got it. Chapter 26 The Main City by the Sea. After crossing 2 maps, Night Owl and his group finally arrived at the main city for level 30 players, Cena City. Cena City is located by the sea, offering stunning scenery with clear skies, blue ocean, white sand beaches, and refreshing sea breezes. The sound of waves crashing against rocks adds to a sense of peace and pleasure. The streets here are paved with beautiful cobblestones, and the houses on both sides are small, charming cottages with soft pastel walls, making it feel like stepping into a fairy tale world. At present, the only players here are their group, while NPCs are busy in their respective areas. A restaurant owner stands at the door, warmly inviting passers-by to come in for a taste. It felt less like a game's main city and more like a vacation resort. So far, only about a dozen players had reached level 30, and most of them were still in Theron City, grinding through challenge dungeons. Thus, aside from their team, Cena City was nearly void of other players. It's rare to see a restaurant without a line. I'm going to check out what food they have. Ghouli's eyes lit up as he ran toward the restaurant. Let's go. Let's all go together. Soul Chaser agreed enthusiastically. The restaurant in Theron City was always packed, and their team had been grinding levels daily with no time for meals. So today, with some free time, they decided to relax. Ranchi joined them inside, and they chose a window seat with a great view of the sea. As expected of a level 30 main city restaurant, the food here was more diverse than in Theron City, with options like pasta, fruit pies, and small cakes. Since it was just a game, they could eat as much as they wanted without feeling stuffed, so Gula and the others simply ordered one of everything on the menu. Having money was indeed freeing. Ranchi ordered a steak, which was delicious. The meat was tender and flavorful, seasoned only with salt and black pepper but tasting fresh and juicy. Even though we've been to Cena City before, it still feels incredibly beautiful. Soul Chaser sighed as he looked out the window. Absolutely. Plume Inc. nodded in agreement and then looked toward Night Owl. Boss, once we get the guild summoning order, how about setting up our guild base here? I agree. With Ranran's cooking skills, we could open a restaurant at the guild base and attract tons of players, raking in a fortune. Gula also raised his hands in support. Once players reached level 30, they could establish guilds and choose their guild bases freely. After setting up a base, guilds could expand it and upgrade it into a guild city. Guild members could open shops or buy land within the base, attracting other players to their guild city. If managed well, it could rival any main city in prosperity. Night Owl replied, sounds good. But let's get that guild summoning order first before making any big plans. Everyone else agreed. Good point. They had already gathered the 5 abyss fragments needed to unlock the abyss dungeon and achieved first kills in both the forest cemetery and blackstone mine challenge dungeons. Now, they just needed to complete their job change quests and wait for Jiangnan's group to join. The job change quests weren't complicated. They simply required players to clear a few waves of monsters assigned by the NPC in charge of their profession, after which they could complete their job change. However, since job change quests were solo only, the group had to temporarily disband. Alright, let's go complete our quests. Wait, what about Brother Ran? Plume Inc. suddenly frowned. Oh, right. The job change quest requires fighting multiple waves of monsters, but Brother Ran is a priest. He can't fight monsters. No worries. Priests don't need to fight for their job change quest. They just need to collect items, which I can buy from the trading hall. Since priests lacked offensive abilities, some even had only one skill, asking them to fight monsters would be unfair. Thus, their quest was modified to collect items that were dropped from small monsters, which were easily available at the trading hall. Plume Inc., however, looked hesitant. Ranchi, for job change, you need items dropped by level 30 monsters. But since every level 30 player is standing right here, do you think the trading hall will have what you need? Ranchi, he had forgotten. This wasn't like the game's previous version. Now, there were very few level 30 players, even fewer doing job change quests, and no one would have collected level 30 items, so they wouldn't be available in the trading hall. This realization was mildly embarrassing. No problem. Just let me know if you need anything, and I'll send it to you. Night Owl quickly saved Ranchi from further embarrassment. Thanks. I really appreciate it. No worries, especially since I have Xiaohei, Night Owl replied, reaching out to pat the sleepy little black dragon on his shoulder. GG. Xiaohei blinked awake and tilted its head adorably. So cute. The baby dragon instantly charmed Ranchi as he scratched its chin. Thanks, Xiaohei. GG. Xiaohei chirped in response. Knowing that Night Owl's monster farming skills were top-notch, everyone set off to complete their respective quests. Ranchi sought out Patrick, the NPC in charge of priest advancements, who had a compassionate, sorrowful gaze as he looked out at the sea. Dear warrior, the monsters have been growing more rampant lately. Please collect some untainted seaweed from the beach for me. Be cautious of the corrupted crabs hiding in the sand. They're ready to attack anything that comes near their territory. It was essentially just a seaweed collection quest. After accepting the quest, Ranchi sent the details to Night Owl. Private message by Ran. I need 10 pieces of untainted seaweed, dropped by demonized crabs on the beach. Private message Night Owl. No problem. My quest is in that area too. Confident in leaving the quest to Night Owl, Ranchi headed to the life skills section. Night Owl had previously given him many crafting materials, and now was the perfect time to start making equipment. With hardly anyone around in Cena City, he could work without any concern for prying eyes. On the way, he asked his teammates about their job change paths. Since he planned to craft gear, he wanted to tailor it to fit each of their specializations. Night Owl planned to advance as an elemental mage, which came as no surprise to Ranchi since he was practically a powerful battle mage even without the job change. Gula, the team's tank, naturally chose to become a swordsman, while the more impulsive Soul Chaser aimed to become a ranger. Plume Inc. opted to be an archery master, and Sword at Fleeting Time intended to specialize as a Venom Fang. As for Ranchi himself, he would, of course, follow his path from his previous life and become a holy priest. Wasting all his fully learned skill trees would be a pity otherwise. Being at level 30, Ranchi could now craft level 30 equipment, and with his maxed out crafting skill, he could ensure that everything he made was at least grade B, with impressive stats to boot. No material would go to waste. He crafted a set of armor for each team member, though due to material limitations, they were individual pieces rather than full sets. However, this was enough for the Abyss Dungeon. The Abyss Dungeon yielded numerous valuable items, like Grade A weapons, accessories, and armor pieces, as well as materials and blueprints for crafting abyssal sets. Once they had these, he'd make the team full sets. A fortified Grade A Abyss set could be used up to level 45, so they wouldn't have to worry about replacing it anytime soon. Since Sword at Fleeting Time and Night Owl already had purple grade weapons, there was no need to make additional ones for them. Ranchi used the Grade A material, Poison Vine of the Man-Eating Flower, from their last dungeon run to create a weapon for Soul Chaser. With his area attack skills and added poison damage, his attack power would be even stronger. For Soul Chaser, he crafted a repeating crossbow, as it had a higher firing rate than a short bow and suited the ranger class better. As for the others, due to the lack of Grade A materials, he temporarily made them Grade B weapons. Plume Inc. received a longbow with accuracy bonuses for more effective ranged attacks. For Gula, he crafted a longsword and a shield, and he made a staff for himself, as his old one was becoming outdated. He then visited the alchemy area and bought a ton of materials, enchanting each of his teammates' equipment with top-grade attack runes. For his Anguli's armor, he inscribed top-grade life and defense runes, essentially arming everyone to the teeth. Soon after, Night Owl sent over the seaweed Ranchi needed. Private chat. Night Owl, the seaweed is ready. Sent it to your mailbox. Private chat. Night Owl. Also, there's some of this. Green crab, lobster, white shrimp, clam. Check if you need it. Private chat. Byran, you collected these? Private chat. Night Owl. No, I got them while fighting monsters. Xiao He was playing on the beach and found a few. They're labeled as food items, so I kept them. If you don't need them, I'll toss them. Private chat. Byran. No, I'll take them all. Fresh seafood like this? Definitely worth keeping. Private chat. Night Owl. Alright, they're all yours. At that moment, Night Owl stood on a beach littered with monster corpses. He nudged the lazy little dragon on his shoulder, sunning its belly. Your brother Byran wants these ingredients. Go pick them up. GG. Xiao He reluctantly flew up, darting around the beach in a flash, collecting all the seafood into Night Owl's inventory. Ranchi quickly handed in his quest, then messaged Night Owl with his next requirement. Private chat. Byran, need 10 pearls from shell-type creatures by the sea. Private chat. Byran, and if you find any scallops or the like, bring them back too. Private chat. Night Owl. Got it. Thinking about the incoming seafood, Ranchi happily headed to the cooking area to make use of the bee larvae he'd collected from that hive. He washed the larvae, drained them, and lined them up in a large bowl by the stove. Rows of them, a bit creepy looking. The cooking NPC nearby watched him like he was some kind of oddity. Ranchi bought a large pot of oil, heated it slowly, and deep-fried the larvae until they turned golden brown. He sprinkled salt and pepper on them as a finishing touch. System, congratulations. You've developed a new food item. Please name it. Ranchi initially thought to name it fried bee larvae, but remembering how people felt about eating bugs, he quickly renamed it Golden Delight. System successfully named. Golden Delight. Recipe added, and you hold recipe ownership. You may export it for sale. A system announcement will follow. Would you like to remain anonymous? Yes. System announcement. Congratulations to the player, Anonymous, for developing a new food item, Golden Delight, earning 100 world reputation points and physical exchange coupon. 1 world. Curly head. A new food item from the expert chef. World. Cool hands. The thumbnail shows cute golden rounds. It looks delicious. World. Doodoo. It not only looks good but also has great attributes. I can't wait to try it. CAC. World Pathfinder. I'm already waiting at the trading hall. Hurry and post it, boss. Golden Delight. Grade B. Description. Increases agility by 18 for 15 minutes. Satisfied with the stats of his fried bee larvae, Ranchi tossed one in his mouth, and it was just as he'd hoped. Crispy outside, tender and sweet inside. A delightful flavor. He used the quick craft option to make several batches, each with 20 pieces. Keeping 20 batches for himself, he listed the rest in the trading hall. Since the recipe was simple and the ingredients easy to find, he priced them at 50 silver. Ranchi had only hung it for less than 2 minutes and all the items had been sold. Unlike past purchases, where players excitedly flaunted their new food in World Chat, everyone who bought Golden Delight sent rows of into the chat. World Pathfinder. Golden Delight. World. Misty. Golden Delight. World. Bear hardship with equanimity. What's up? Doesn't it taste good? World. Sleepless night. It tastes great. But. World. Big orange. But what? Just say it already. World. Twilight. Hard to explain. You'll know when you try it. World Sunset Red. Stop keeping secrets. Who knows when the chef will sell more? World Pathfinder. No secrets to keep. Great taste. Excellent craftsmanship. That's all you need to know. World Jiatu. I mean, sure, you're praising it, but something feels off. Chapter 27 Team Gathering. Knowing Ranchi had created a new delicious treat spurred Soul Chaser and the others to speed up their tasks. They quickly completed their profession change missions and returned to the main city to meet Ranchi eagerly. Night Owl, however, was delayed since he had to do double the tasks and was also gathering seafood by the seaside, so he didn't join them. Brother Ran. Golden Delight. Let me try some. Plume Inc. rushed excitedly to Ranchi. Don't worry, I've saved some for each of you. Ranchi smiled helplessly, sending trade requests to each of them to hand over the gear and food. But there's something I should tell you first. However, Plume Inc. and the others were completely focused on the Golden Delight, grabbing a portion and popping one into their mouths, mumbling praises. So good, so delicious. The crispy, fresh flavor bloomed in their mouths, and their expressions became blissful. Ranchi had intended to give them a heads up, but they acted too fast, leaving him no chance. After quickly finishing a portion, Gula finally shifted his attention back to Ranchi. Oh right, Ranran, what were you going to say? Ranchi smiled knowingly. Does it taste good? Gula replied, a bit confused. Yeah, it's delicious. That's all that matters. Ranchi patted his shoulder. I've got to go turn in my quest, so I'll head off. Oh, Gula watched his friend's rapidly retreating figure, feeling like something was a bit off. Just then, Plume Inc., who had been thoroughly enjoying the food, suddenly hesitated. What is it? Look at the shape of this Golden Delight. Why is this end kind of dark? Plume Inc. held up a fried larva for closer inspection. And this clear part here, could it be wings? Sword at Fleeting Time spoke up in disbelief. So, are these bugs? What? Soul Chaser, who had been savoring it the most, suddenly found the food a lot less appetizing. They looked at each other in silence. After a long pause, they ultimately decided to succumb to the allure of the food. Oh well, bugs or not, as long as they taste good. And it's just a game. It's not like it's going to hurt anyone. With that in mind, they got over it quickly and continued eating heartily. Meanwhile, the sneaky Ranchi had already met up with Night Owl, who returned with a huge haul of seafood. After they completed the trade, they each went to submit their quests. Father Patrick looked kindly at Ranchi. Honored hero, you have proven your strength through your actions. Please choose your path of advancement. Ranchi chose the Holy Priest without hesitation. Though it's primarily a healing class, it has several support skills. Most importantly, the Holy Priest has a skill the Temple Priest lacks. Resurrection. Can learn level 30. Limited profession. Priest. Description. 5-second cast. 30-second cooldown. Can revive one character lower in level than the caster, restoring 20% of health. The success rate drops significantly with higher level targets. As the name suggested, Resurrection could revive fallen players, but it cost 1 magic stone peruse. Magic stones were found in Abyss dungeons, with each boss having a chance to drop them. Although they might be pricey at first, the cost should decrease over time. However, Ranchi wasn't worried. He had thousands of magic stones stored up, thanks to his hoarding habits. In dungeon runs, a priest's resurrection skill was critical. Abyss dungeons had a high difficulty level, and death was almost inevitable. Without a priest with resurrection, players would be forced to return to the main city to revive, which drained equipment durability and required a tedious journey back to the dungeon. Things that were considered laborious in traditional online games were even more of a waste of time in holographic online games. While it was unclear if the resurrected players would still be subject to the 3-death, 7-day forced logout rule, having the skill would definitely improve their chances of clearing dungeons. Father Patrick bid farewell with regret. Honored hero, continue your journey. May the blessings of God be with you always. Once everyone finished their profession change quests, they regrouped at the restaurant. Gula, seeing Ranchi and Night Owl arrive together, was about to tease his friend, but a playful idea struck him. Boss Night Owl, did you try the Golden Delight? How was it? He was curious to see Night Owl's reaction to eating the Golden Delight. Ranchi suddenly felt a little guilty but couldn't resist glancing at Night Owl with curiosity. Night Owl chuckled. It was pretty good. Do you know what it's made of? Gula pressed on. Sure, it's from the hive. Night Owl didn't know the term larvae, but he had guessed the source of the Golden Delight. Oh, that's it. Realization dawned on them, and they looked at Ranchi with a strong sense of reproach. Next time, we definitely can't let Brother Ran randomly pick stuff up again. Even if it tasted good, Eating bugs was a bit of a psychological hurdle. Soon after, Windstorm Jiangnan's team reached level 30 and joined them in Sina City. You finally made it. Soul Chaser greeted them warmly. Brother. Upon seeing Ran Qi, Feng Tian quickly ran over. Full of excitement, the two teams introduced themselves and quickly became acquainted. The team's leader, Windstorm Jiangnan, was a warrior with a tall, imposing build and an aura of calm authority, respected by his teammates. He was also a friend of Night Owl. No Happiness was an assassin, looking quite young and a bit mischievous. As if trying to emphasize his assassin role, he dressed entirely in black, even sporting a half mask that made him look like he was cosplaying. But his personality was lively and he was, aside from Feng Tian, the first to introduce himself to Ran Qi. 4 Seasons was also a warrior, serving as the team's true tank. Windstorm Jiangnan was a berserker with a full-strength build, clearly aiming to follow the war god path. Raphael was an archer with striking Western features, exuding a European model-like handsomeness. Smoke was a female mage with stunning features, and her fiery red wavy hair added an allure to her appearance, making her seem like a passionate character. However, on closer acquaintance, she turned out to be quite gentle and reserved. She and 4 Seasons seemed to be a couple, though they didn't enter hand in hand. Their close gestures and the warmth in their gazes gave them away. No Happiness came over immediately with effusive compliments. Boss Byran. Finally, I get to see you in person. You're even better looking than I imagined. Boss Byran. Do you remember me? You once mailed me scallion pancakes. Raphael joined in eagerly. Ran Qi responded to each of them. Yes, I remember. Smoke smiled as well, saying, during the last bounty mission, I hardly contributed, and you still sent me 2 scallion pancakes. Thank you so much. Thanks to the scallion pancakes, Ran Qi instantly became the center of everyone's attention, while only Night Owl and Windstorm Jiangnan discussed the next steps in earnest. Windstorm Jiangnan said, we've gathered all the abyss fragments, so our profession change missions will take an hour at most. But before heading into the abyss dungeon, we'll need to find a few pieces of gear. Night Owl replied, you all focus on your profession changes first. For the gear, get the materials ready, and Byran can make it for you. Byran can do that too. Windstorm Jiangnan was surprised, casting an envious glance at Night Owl. Where'd you find such a top-notch support player? Night Owl smirked. Picked him up. Windstorm Jiangnan immediately felt a pang of jealousy. Alright, with gear sorted, we should also prepare some buff food and potions. No problem. I'll handle that. Windstorm Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. And what about the remaining 3 members? The level 30 Abyss dungeon required a 15-player team. Together, they only had 12. So where would they find the remaining 3? I've already contacted Shura, Blossoming, and Thousand Mechanisms. They're all willing to join us for the dungeon run. All 3 were level 33, ranked in the top 10 on the leaderboard, and had solid gear and skills. Night Owl had worked with them during beta testing and trusted their abilities. Due to the brief beta period, no one had cleared the Abyss dungeon yet. Beyond the first boss, the strategies for later bosses were still unknown. Following Night Owl's widely recognized top-tier team for this expedition was a great opportunity to learn the boss mechanics, so of course, they wouldn't refuse. Great. When will they be here? They should be on their way. We'll all meet at the Abyss dungeon entrance at 8 p.m. Sounds good. With that, they settled on tonight's plan to tackle the Abyss dungeon. Fleeting time. Reach out to the GM and let them know we'll be running the dungeon at 8 tonight. Got it. It was now 2 p.m., so they had 6 hours until 8 p.m. Though time was a bit tight, it hopefully wouldn't be a problem for the game administrator. Chapter 28 Abyss Dungeon 01. Next, Windstorm Jiangnan and his team went to complete their profession change quests and gather materials for crafting equipment. With 6 hours remaining until 8 p.m., no one wanted to sit idle even though preparations were done. The leveling fanatic Night Owl led the team to the wilderness for grinding and leveling. Now equipped with AoE skills, he could grind mobs solo with incredible efficiency, let alone with Soul Chaser and Gula helping out. Their mob clearing speed was so outrageous that they eventually outpaced the respawn rate. Ran Qi felt a bit embarrassed as he was essentially leeching experience, contributing little beyond casting healing buffs. However, Night Owl and the others explained that grinding together was to boost the team's overall strength. It would make the run much easier if everyone leveled up before entering the Abyss dungeon. Moreover, as the primary healer, Ran Qi's role was crucial. Since everyone insisted, Ran Qi could only relax and enjoy the thrill of skyrocketing experience points. While they were grinding, both the forums and the in-game chat were abuzz with excitement, all discussing the live stream scheduled for the evening. After receiving word from Sword at fleeting time, the GM quickly posted a pinned announcement on the forums, stating that Night Owl's team would be attempting the Abyss Dungeon and broadcasting the event live. Players could watch via the in-game live stream widget or on the official game website streaming platform. Around 5 p.m., Windstorm Jiangnan sent a message saying their team had completed the profession change quests and gathered a batch of materials for crafting equipment. They needed Byran's help. Night Owl said, "Let's head back to the city together." "No need, I can go alone," Ranchi quickly interjected, not wanting to delay the team's leveling progress. "I'm quick at crafting and will be back soon." Seeing his insistence, Night Owl relented. "All right then." Ranchi returned to the city alone, heading to the life skills area to trade with Windstorm Jiangnan. "These materials might not be enough. We tried to gather as much as possible, but if you need more, let us know," said Windstorm Jiangnan calmly, his demeanor steady and composed. Ranchi glanced at the materials and the equipment request list, estimating that it should be enough. "All right, I'll get to it. Come back in a bit to pick it up." "Sure." Ranchi wasn't exaggerating. Within 20 minutes, he messaged Windstorm Jiangnan. "Private chat, Byran. Done. Come pick them up." Private chat. Windstorm Jiangnan. "That fast?" Ranki's astonishing speed took aback even someone as calm and steady as Windstorm Jiangnan. Wasn't crafting supposed to be difficult and prone to failure? How did Byran finish gear for an entire team in 20 minutes like it was as simple as eating and drinking? Unless, did he fail multiple times? Windstorm Jiangnan grew anxious, worrying they'd need to gather another round of materials. Private chat. Byran. "I leveled up my crafting proficiency while making gear for Night Owl's team earlier." Private chat. Windstorm Jiangnan. "Got it. On my way." Despite his concerns, Windstorm Jiangnan didn't show it and quickly headed to the life skills area. Upon arrival, Ranchi initiated a trade, and one by one, he placed high-quality blue gear into the trade window, ending with 2 purple items. The attributes and overall quality were far beyond what Windstorm Jiangnan had expected. Windstorm Jiangnan. He was a war god. Feng Tian was a temple priest. No Happiness was a shadow assassin. 4 Seasons was a swordsmaster. Raphael was an archery master, and Smoke was an elemental mage. Ranchi had crafted gear tailored to their professions, with most pieces being blue and 2 of exceptional purple quality. For a moment, Windstorm Jiangnan's gaze at Ranchi grew complex. How did someone as talented as Byran end up being picked up by Night Owl? But on second thought, they'd all likely end up in the same guild later. Night Owl wouldn't forget to share good fortune with them. So Windstorm Jiangnan calmed down. "Thank you. Here's your crafting fee." "No need. We're all friends. Besides, it wasn't much trouble." Seeing Ranki's sincerity, Windstorm Jiangnan didn't insist. He simply patted his shoulder. "Thanks. Let me know if you ever need help." "Sure." With that settled, Ranchi returned to join Night Owl's group for more grinding. At 7:30 p.m., the team regrouped in the city. The 3 external reinforcements had arrived as well. Shura, a level 33 shadow assassin clad in black but exuding far more presence than No Happiness. Blossoming, a level 33 female elemental master with an imposing and sultry demeanor, wielding a purple staff, and Thousand Mechanisms, a level 33 ranger equipped with impressive gear. Ranchi sorted his inventory, purchased materials from the trading hall, and crafted a variety of food and potions. He handed them to Night Owl for distribution. The selection included meat pies that boosted defense, pumpkin pies for increased base attack, leek and egg pies for quick mana recovery, honey glazed ribs to enhance magic attack, mushroom chicken for physical attack, tomato beef stew to improve healing, and chili stir-fry for movement speed. The aroma alone was mouth-watering. Among them was a new product, Golden Delight, tailored for high agility professions, though it wasn't as popular as the others. Looking at the variety of food, everyone's eyes lit up with excitement. Since this was preparation for the dungeon, items were distributed based on need. Everyone couldn't get a full set, but even so, they felt like they were living in a dream. "Night Owl, do you know the big boss who made this food? Can you introduce me?" Shura asked eagerly. "No." Night Owl rejected him outright. "HMPH. You can't hide a star's brilliance. We'll find out eventually. Then we'll talk when that time comes." With just 2 sentences, Night Owl left Shura speechless. Night Owl continued. "Let's discuss how we'll distribute items. The level 30 Abyss dungeon is called Cat Demon's Lair, consisting of 6 stages and 8 bosses. Players must defeat the first 7 bosses to reach the final boss, the Cat Demon. Due to the abundance of bosses, the dungeon has a high drop rate for equipment, making it an excellent place to gather gear and strengthen the team. Since everyone aimed to obtain equipment and materials, The loot distribution rules needed to be clarified up front to prevent any disputes later. Priority for loot will be given to players of the same profession based on their DPS or healing output. Any objections? In team dungeons, damage and healing stats are displayed, so it's easy to tell who's contributing or slacking. No objections. For a raid team, this was a fair distribution method. The more you contribute, the more you gain. Alright, let's discuss the strategy. Night Owl continued. During the beta test, we cleared the first and attempted the second boss. Although we didn't beat the second one, we've gained some understanding. The first stage featured two bosses, a black and a white giant demonic boar. The white boar was magic-based, capable of unleashing wide-area airwave attacks with its mouth. Its magic defense was very high. The black boar was physical-based, equipped with sharp, exposed tusks. Its stomp sent shockwaves that stunned nearby players for 3 seconds, and its charge attack was formidable. The most challenging aspect was that the two boars must be killed simultaneously, with a maximum 10-second margin. If the white boar was defeated but the black boar remained alive, the white boar would fully revive after 10 seconds. This made synchronized damage control crucial. Once inside the dungeon, Coke will tank the white boar, and Four Seasons will tank the black boar. Byran and Feng Tian will focus on healing. Magic-based players attack the white boar, and physical-based players attack the black boar. Monitor their health carefully and stop attacking when instructed. Understood. The second boss, a demonic leopard, had terrifyingly high attack power. It used its claws and wind blades to attack and frequently summoned mobs. During the beta, their incomplete gear and lack of teamwork led to a wipe. This time, the team was more prepared and should perform better. Let's go. It's almost time to start. Alright. At precisely 8 p.m., the 15-member team teleported into the dungeon. Once inside, Night Owl activated the live streaming function, allowing viewers to watch from his first-person perspective. However, to avoid distractions, he disabled all pop-ups and notifications. He also didn't bother providing commentary since the GM only required him to stream, not narrate. Despite the bare-bones nature of the stream, viewership numbers soared, quickly surpassing 9 digits. With comments disabled, viewers could only vent their excitement in the world chat. World, Misty, wow, all these level 30+ pros, what a peak lineup. World, Venus, they're all so good-looking, both skilled and handsome. I'm so jealous. World, A lone boat, go big boss. Night Owl. Knowing the stream was public, Ranchi donned his invisible cloak before entering, while Gula wore a mask to conceal his appearance. Others assumed they were trying to stay low profile, but in truth, they wanted to avoid being recognized by Zhang Shuo's gang and causing unnecessary trouble. Check your buffs. Ready to start. Roar. Two massive boars, each around 3 meters tall, charged angrily toward the team. Everyone immediately scattered, leaving Gula and Four Seasons to intercept and draw the bosses aggro. Separate them. Pull them in opposite directions. The tanks quickly maneuvered the bosses to designated positions, and the team began attacking in an orderly fashion. Night Owl closely observed the boar's movements. Seeing the white boar tilt its head, he immediately shouted, "White boar's about to roar." Everyone moved behind it. The white boar's airwave attack was a frontal cone-shaped AoE, which could be avoided by staying behind it. The team, highly aware and responsive, immediately repositioned and dodged the attack. Noticing the black boar digging its hooves into the ground, Night Owl called out, "Black boar is charging." Dodge. After repeated encounters, the team became adept at anticipating the boar's attacks, often avoiding them without needing reminders. Night Owl, report HP. Gula, white boar at 38%. Four Seasons, black boar at 24%. With only 3 mages and nearly 10 physical DPS players, the damage on the white boar lagged slightly despite Night Owl's overwhelming power. Night Owl, stop attacking the black boar. Hold. The black boar's attackers immediately ceased their assault, while the mages intensified their efforts on the white boar. Once its HP dropped to around 20%, Night Owl allowed the team to resume attacking the black boar. With precise coordination, both boars let out simultaneous death cries and collapsed to the ground, dropping a piece of purple gear and an A-grade material, which the little black dragon swiftly looted. System announcement: 8th Thunderous debut. Congratulations to players: Night Owl, Soul Chaser, Plume Inc., Sword at Fleeting Time, Coke, Byran, Windstorm Jiangnan, Feng Tian, No Happiness, Four Seasons, Raphael, Smoke, Shura, Blossoming, Anne, Thousand Mechanisms. For achieving the first kill of the Abyss Dungeon Cat Demon's Lair Stage 1 boss, Demonic Boars. Rewards include the title, Boar Slayer, and physical exchange coupons X1. System announcement: player, Night Owl cut down in one swift stroke. The demonic boar screamed in pain and dropped its boar tusk necklace before running away in panic. Boar tusk necklace. Restriction level 30 or above. Limited profession. Warrior. Grade A. Durability 200/200. Attributes. Basic defense plus 80. Basic attack plus 40. Constitution plus 19. Strength plus 44. World. Kane. What the hell? How come it's so easy? It only takes 15 minutes. Right? World Pathfinder. It's really awesome. World. September sky. What was that thing that flew over just now? I didn't even see what equipment fell on the ground and it was gone. World. June snow. It's a dragon. Big Boss Night Owl's pet. So envious. I want it too. World clear sky. It won't go to you even if you die of envy. You'd better take a look at the purple necklace. The attributes are super good. The team had 3 warriors, and since the necklace provided significant bonuses to attack and strength, Gula, 4 seasons, and Windstorm Jiangnan discussed it and decided to give the necklace to Windstorm Jiangnan. The dropped material was Cat Demon's Claw, the primary component for crafting the Cat Demon set. It was worth 2 gold coins even if sold to an NPC. Therefore, Night Owl chose not to distribute it immediately, keeping it in the team's inventory. After completing the dungeon, it would be given to any member who didn't receive equipment as a consolation. Take a break and get ready for the second stage. Everyone else remained calm, sitting down to rest, replenishing buffs, mana, or health as needed. This left Shura, blooming, and Thousand Mechanisms utterly astonished. Before joining, they had already anticipated the strength of Night Owl's team, but witnessing it firsthand exceeded all expectations. Not only was everyone equipped with at least blue tire gear, but their exceptional teamwork and swift execution were remarkable. What stood out most were the 2 level 30 priests on the team. Quiet and unassuming, the priest's healing capabilities were astonishing, especially the one named Byran. He had 4 powerful skills, offering significant heals, group recovery, and even the ability to remove debuffs, all delivered with perfect timing. Earlier, Thousand Mechanisms had been accidentally stunned by the Black Boar for 3 seconds. Just as he resigned himself to his fate, a purification spell immediately removed the stun effect. It was clear, Night Owl's team truly lived up to their stellar reputation. Chapter 29 Abyss Dungeon 02. The group quickly arrived at the second stage. A black leopard, 4 to 5 meters tall, lay sprawled across the ground, its massive body blocking the valley entrance. As it noticed intruders invading its territory, its blood-red eyes opened, and a low growl rumbled in its throat, like a predator intimidating its prey. Slowly standing up, its height doubled, exuding an immense sense of oppression. Behind it, the mountain was dotted with countless small hunting dogs, all with the same blood-red eyes. The sheer number of them sent shivers down everyone's spine. World. Summer fireworks. Oh my god, so many monsters. This is terrifying. World. Returning to the sea, that leopard was huge, lying down, but standing up. It's at least 7 or 8 meters tall. World. 10 years. Its claws are bigger than my head. I bet getting smacked by it would hurt a lot. World Pathfinder. Good luck. Pros. You can do it. 4 seasons. You're the main tank. Coke. You're the off tank. Everyone else, control your output and attack slowly. Absolutely no aggro pulling. Be cautious of the boss's wind blade. When the boss summons mobs, everyone group up near Byran, and Byran will activate group healing immediately. Night Owl instructed based on prior experience. 4 seasons equipment wasn't necessarily better than Coke's, but his physical condition and reflexes were unmatched, making him the better choice as the main tank for this boss. As the off tank, Coke used AoE skills to draw aggro, quickly pulling the mobs aggro when they spawned and minimizing team casualties. Byran's Holy Light skill lasted for 15 seconds. As long as the mobs could be cleared within that time, the boss could be defeated. Everyone, got it. The team quickly prepared themselves, stuffing delicious food into their mouths without tasting it, then braced for battle. At Night Owl's command, 4 seasons charged in first, slashing the leopard boss with his longsword, leaving a gash on its body. The leopard, enraged, swiped a massive paw at him. 4 seasons raised his shield to block but was still forced back a few steps by the leopard's sheer strength. The others waited patiently, ensuring 4 seasons secured the boss's aggro. In this game, balance between professions was crucial. High damage professions had lower defenses, and if aggro shifted, most DPS couldn't survive even 1 hit from the boss. While priests had slightly better defenses, they could only endure 2 hits at most. Ready. 4 seasons called out. Night Owl, charge. A flurry of skills flew at the boss, battering it relentlessly. Roar. The boss reared up on its hind legs, then lunged forward. The ground shook violently, and the resulting shockwave knocked everyone off their feet, their HP plummeting. The team quickly got back up and retreated slightly, allowing the priests to heal. Ranqi and Feng Tian worked in perfect harmony, quickly restoring everyone's health without overlapping their efforts. While Ranqi's holy light could have healed the group in one go, its cooldown was 5 minutes. They couldn't risk using it in case the boss summoned mobs again. As Night Owl attacked, he analyzed and recorded details in his mind. Thanks to Ranqi's earlier insights about the boss mechanics, he deduced that its skills were tied to its health thresholds. Every time it prepared a skill, there was likely a tell. Understanding the boss's mechanics would make it easier to avoid high damage skills, greatly improving the team's survival rate. Recalling how the boss had reared up before unleashing its shockwave, Night Owl remembered a similar skill used by the mutated chameleon in the Blackstone mine. Back then, jumping had helped them avoid the attack. Maybe it would work again. If it rears up on its hind legs again, it's probably about to use the shockwave. Everyone time your jumps and try to avoid it, Night Owl suggested. Got it. At 80% HP, the boss suddenly arched its back, as if gathering energy. 2 seconds later, 8 massive fan-shaped wind blades shot out in all directions, aiming to slice the team in half. Dodge! Night Owl shouted and spotted the path where the wind blade was coming, pulling Ranqi away just in time to avoid the attack. The wind blades grazed past, the chilling wind leaving a stinging sensation on their faces. Despite Night Owl's timely warning, some close-range players like Four Seasons, Gula, and other melee fighters couldn't escape unscathed. The closer they were to the boss, the denser the wind blades, leaving them with no room to dodge. Thankfully, there were no critical hits, and the priests quickly healed everyone back up before the team resumed their assault. At 75% HP, the boss summoned its mobs. A horde of snarling hunting dogs poured down from the ridges, charging toward the team. Take out the mobs quickly. Though the hunting dogs were only half a meter long, their sharp teeth and claws were no joke, and their sheer numbers made them a serious threat. Four Seasons continued to tank the boss while Gula raised his shield and used revolving sword to draw the mob's attention. However, the skill could only target 8 enemies at a time, leaving some of the hunting dogs free to attack the rest of the team. Still, the group remained composed. Night Owl cast Glacier, covering the ground within 4 meters of him in ice. Any hunting dogs that entered the icy area were instantly frozen, their bodies shattering moments later. Though Glacier was a control skill, Night Owl's damage output was so high that the frozen mobs died instantly. Soul Chaser's explosive arrows, Smoke's Thorn Barrage, and Blossoming's Earthquake followed, quickly clearing the rest. Everything went smoother than expected. Compared to the beta test, the team now had more skills and better gear. Maybe they could clear 2 stages in one go. The team continued attacking methodically, gradually syncing with the boss's attack patterns, which improved their efficiency. Before long, the Black Leopard boss fell. System announcement silent no longer, resounding greatness. Congratulations to players: Night Owl, Soul Chaser, Plume Inc., Sword at Fleeting Time, Coke, Byran, Windstorm Jiangnan, Feng Tian, No Happiness, Four Seasons, Raphael, Smoke, Shura, Blossoming, and 1000 Mechanisms, for achieving the first kill of the Abyss Dungeon Cat Demon's Lair Stage 2 boss, Demonic Leopard. They have earned the title, Leopard Slayer, and Physical Exchange Coupon 1. System announcement player, Night Owl struck the final blow. The Demonic Leopard dropped its prized, Leopard Ring, and Kick Shot, skill book before fleeing in defeat. Leopard Ring. Restriction level, 10 or above. Limited profession, Archer. Grade, A. Durability, 200/200. Attributes, Agility plus 44, Critical Strike plus 41, Constitution plus 19, Strength plus 22. Kick Shot, skill book. Can learn level, 30. Limited profession, Ranger. Description, instantly kick the enemy into the air and follow up with an arrow shot, dealing 110% physical damage plus strength value. The drop ring and skill book were practically tailor-made for archers. The 4 archers on the team were all staring at the items with shining eyes. Night Owl, the archer with the highest DPS, gets the skill book. The second gets the ring. No objections, right? Skill books were incredibly rare drops. While the ring could be farmed later or replaced with another, the skill book, being irreplaceable, made it the more valuable item of the two. No objections. It was the fairest distribution method, and everyone agreed. This time, the top DPS among the archers was Soul Chaser. Thanks to his explosive arrow AoE skill, he dealt significantly more damage, especially against mobs. He also happened to be a ranger, making the skill book a perfect fit for him. Surprisingly, The second highest DPS was 1000 Mechanisms, who probably had some hidden skills boosting his damage. Plume Inc. and Raphael were just slightly behind 1000 Mechanisms, making it a close race. World. A lonely boat. Amazing. Another first kill. Night Owl is just too awesome. World. September sky. The Abyss dungeon bosses drop amazing loot. It's really tempting. World. June snow. Maybe hit level 31st? What good are the drops to you if you can't equip them? World. Unbroken mountains and rivers. I hope Night Owl clears this dungeon quickly. Maybe they'll run a carry service. I'd pay anything for that. World Sunset Red. I don't think Night Owl is the type to bow to money. World Jia 2. Maybe Night Owl's guild will lead dungeon runs in the future? World. Misty. That makes sense. Hopefully, they get a guild summoning order this time. I can't wait to join. Entering the valley guarded by demonic leopard. The team spotted 4 mysterious altars deep inside. On each altar rested a black stone, but there was no sign of the third stage boss. After pondering for a while, Night Owl said, "We probably need to break these 4 stones for the boss to appear." Windstorm Jiangnan asked, "Should we break them all at once?" Night Owl, "No, one at a time. There might be mobs spawning." Understood. Hearing this, Ranchi subtly exhaled in relief. He had been worried they might smash all 4 stones simultaneously, as a surge of mobs and elite monsters could easily overwhelm the team. They started with the first stone on the left. Surprisingly, it was rather fragile, breaking into pieces after just a few hits. As Night Owl predicted, once the stone shattered, skeleton warriors emerged from the ground. They moved slowly but had hardened bones and high defense, making them difficult to deal with. After clearing 4 waves of mobs, the third stage boss finally appeared. A towering black skeleton emerged, its hollow eye sockets burning with eerie green flames, as though it had stepped straight out of a horror movie. It wielded a skull staff, capable of casting dark magic. This skeleton boss wasn't too difficult to defeat as long as they understood the mechanics. It had 3 skills: summoning corrosive black rain, teleporting to the player with the highest aggro to release a powerful exploding dark energy orb, and reviving skeleton minions to attack. Black Rain had a limited range. When they saw the boss raise its staff, retreated immediately. It didn't move while casting the spell. After summoning the rain, it would instantly teleport to the person with the highest aggro. During this time, only the warriors should attack it, as they were the only ones with enough health and a shield to survive the explosion of the dark energy orb. The revive skill was even easier to handle. Just had one warrior held off the minions. Once the boss was defeated, the minions were no longer a threat. Ranchi knew the mechanics of this boss well, but he couldn't explain how he knew them. He could only wait for the battle to start and find ways to subtly guide the team. However, the skeleton boss didn't give them any time to react and immediately charged at the group, likely enraged by the death of its minions. 4 Seasons quickly stepped forward to tank it, and the others waited for him to secure aggro before launching their attacks. The skeleton boss opened with black rain. Pretending to look up at the sky, Ranchi spoke up. "Run. There's a black cloud. It might be the boss's skill." Night Owl made a quick decision. Scatter. The group immediately spread out. Just as they cleared the area, black rain began to pour down, leaving deep craters on the ground. It was clear how devastating this AoE attack would have been if it had hit them. Shura sighed in relief. Good thing Byran noticed it in time. "Of course. Our brother Ran is amazing." Plume Inc. chimed in, seamlessly showering him with praise. Ranchi smiled back, but his focus was on 4 Seasons. The boss had likely targeted him with its teleport skill since he had used a high aggro ability during the Black Rain phase. Thankfully, 4 Seasons was a high HP, high defense warrior with a shield, so the explosion wouldn't kill him. However, the problem was that he was standing in the middle of the group. When the dark energy orb exploded, it would likely affect everyone nearby. How could he convince 4 Seasons to move away from the group without raising suspicion? Chapter 30 Abyss Dungeon 03. Before Ranchi could think of a solution, the boss had already teleported over, released the energy orb, and teleported away again. Spread out. 4 Seasons, raise your shield. Before Ranchi could even warn the team, Night Owl's uncanny instincts kicked in. A sudden teleport and a giant black orb left behind. Clearly not good news. The team had instinctively retreated when the boss teleported into their midst. Upon hearing Night Owl's command, they ran even faster. With a 2-second delay before the energy orb exploded, most of them managed to escape its center. 4 Seasons raised his shield high, absorbing most of the damage, while Ranchi quickly activated Holy Light to heal everyone's falling health bars. Although the team didn't notice the aggro shifting issue, they realized the boss would teleport into their midst after summoning Black Rain and leave behind an explosive orb. From then on, whenever the boss teleported, They immediately evacuated the orb's blast radius. Thanks to their quick reflexes, they narrowly escaped harm each time. The skeleton boss, frustrated by its repeated failures, grew enraged. The ghostly green flames in its hollow eye sockets turned to a dark, blood-red hue. A black and red shockwave rippled outward from its body. The shattered bones scattered on the ground began to reassemble themselves into the skeletal warriors they had previously defeated. The team was dumbfounded. No wonder the skeletal warriors' bodies didn't disappear after we killed them. They just shattered into pieces. They were waiting for this moment. The sudden influx of minions onto the battlefield was far from ideal. Night Owl frowned slightly. Coke, hold them off. Soul Chaser, assist him. Everyone else, focus on the boss. This strategy was reminiscent of the spider boss in the Shadow Forest, which summoned waves of minions. The key was to stall the small monsters and focus on killing the boss, as the minions would die automatically once the boss was defeated. Given the skeletal warriors' tough bones and high defense, defeating them was tedious, especially since they could be revived. Thus, Night Owl only sent Coke and Soul Chaser, who had AoE skills, to manage the minions while the rest attacked the boss. Ranchi couldn't help but glance at Night Owl, his eyes filled with surprise and admiration. This man was truly impressive, a skilled player who excelled at adapting to new challenges. Gigi. The little black dragon on Night Owl's shoulder suddenly took flight, spewing a breath of cursed black energy at the skeleton boss. System. Your pet successfully triggered the Curse of Doom skill. Skill level increased. Night Owl's eyes lit up. The last time the Curse of Doom activated, it reduced the target's attack power by 15% and forced them into a sluggish state for 10 seconds. This was the perfect moment to focus fire on the boss. Everyone, focus fire on the boss. Full DPS. Since he was live streaming, he didn't explicitly mention his pet skill and simply urged the team to attack. The team didn't hesitate, immediately ramping up their output, sparing no mana as they furiously assaulted the boss. The boss finally fell, dropping 2 items. The little black dragon snatched them up before anyone could get a clear look. Thankfully, both items appeared in the system announcement, so the team could see their details. System announcement silent until the right moment. A stunning triumph. Congratulations to players: Night Owl, Soul Chaser, Plume Inc., Sword at Fleeting Time, Coke, Byran, Windstorm Jiangnan, Feng Tian, No Happiness, Four Seasons, Raphael, Smoke, Shura, Blossoming, Thousand Mechanisms. For achieving the first kill of the Skeleton Mage, the third boss in the Abyss level Cat Demon Nest dungeon, rewarded with the title, Skeleton Slayer, and Physical Exchange Coupon 1. System announcement player, Night Owl decisively defeated the Skeleton Mage, forcing it to drop Voidbreaker Staff, and Piercing Armor, skill book before fleeing. Voidbreaker Staff, restriction level, 30 or above. Limited profession, Mage. Grade, A. Durability, 200/200. Attributes, basic attack plus 81, intelligence plus 56, constitution plus 24, critical strike plus 22. Piercing armor, skill book. Can learn level, 30. Limited profession, temple priest. Description, unlock the skill, piercing armor. Casting time, 0.5 seconds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Reduces the target's physical defense by 10%. Effect increases with skill level. World chat, 3 words, nothing to say, just absolute respect. World chat, curly hair. If it's based on DPS, that staff definitely belongs to Night Owl. World chat Twilight, Night Owl is now officially a walking Tourette. World chat, bear hardship with equanimity. This must be what it's like to live in the world of top players. World chat, Big Orange, I'd love that skill book. No wonder this team is amazing. Even their healer is exceptional. This staff, Night Owl began, but before he could finish, Smoke and Blossoming eagerly interjected. Take it, take it. You had the highest DPS. It's yours. Night Owl. Their urgency to hand it over made it seem like they were trying to get rid of trash. To be fair, the Voidbreaker staff, while powerful, had a completely black shaft topped with a white skull adorned with red gemstone eyes. To the girls, it was simply too ugly. No matter how great the stats were, they had no interest in keeping it. As for the skill book, it was given to Feng Tian, the team's only temple priest. For clarification, holy priests were buff-focused supports, excelling at healing and enhancing allies. Temple priests were combat-focused supports, with weaker healing than the holy priests but strong debuffing abilities to weaken enemies. With both types of priests on the team, their lineup was exceptionally versatile. Let's move on to the next boss. Having defeated 3 bosses in a row, the team was exhilarated and eager to clear the dungeon in one go. Ranchi, however, wasn't as optimistic. The difficulty of the fourth stage was extremely high, with no shortcuts. Only raw power could see them through. With him as the sole priest capable of AoE healing, they were unlikely to succeed. The fourth stage was a sealed training ground where monsters would continuously spawn from 4 gates, attacking from all directions. Each wave became progressively stronger, culminating in 8 elite monsters and 2 bosses, a nightmare for any player. With the long cooldown of Holy Light, Ran Qi knew he couldn't keep everyone healed on his own. At this moment, Feng Tian walked over. Feng Shen hesitated, then spoke awkwardly. "Ah, brother, I was thinking that if we got a priest skill book or gear this time, I'd give it all to you. But, unfortunately, this skill book is for temple priests." Ran Qi glanced at Feng Tian and said, "Check your private messages." Feng Tian. Private message by Ran. Holy Light skill book. Do you want it? Private message Feng Tian. Of course I do. But I can't afford it. Private message by Ran. Just owe me for now. You can pay me back slowly later. Private message Feng Tian. No, I can't take it. You already gave me the recovery skill book, and I haven't even paid you back for that yet. This was one of the most sought-after group healing skill books for priests. It was priceless, easily worth 500 gold or more, which most players wouldn't even dream of affording. Private message by Ran. I can't use this skill book anyway, and listing it in the trading hall wouldn't help since no one can afford it. It's better if you learn it now. Plus, I think the next stage is going to be really tough. With your group healing, our chances of passing will be much higher. Feng Tian remained silent for a long time before finally agreeing. Private message Feng Tian. I promise I'll pay you back. Feng Tian transferred all the money he had to buy Ran before accepting the skill book. Private message Feng Tian. Brother, I'm so moved. I have nothing else to offer but myself. Private message by Ran. That won't be necessary. No one noticed their private transaction. The team soon crossed through the valley and arrived at the 4th stage. World Chat Pathfinder. Wow, this place is huge. World Chat. Misty, why are there 4 doors? I suddenly have a bad feeling. World Chat Jia 2. Shut up, you jinx. The team members' faces darkened as they saw the 4 shadowy doors positioned in each direction. Clearly, they were starting to realize what this meant. Night Owl spoke in a low voice. Everyone, be careful. Don't stray too far from the priests. Understood. Cautiously, the team stepped into the wide-open arena. In the next instant, the sound of a battle horn echoed in their ears. The 4 massive black doors slowly creaked open, and from within, monsters howled as they surged forward in a frenzied wave. Chapter 31 Abyss Dungeon 04. So many. Everyone was stunned by the sheer number of monsters pouring out from the 4 doors. Each door seemed to release at least 20 monsters, all of which were at a high level and wouldn't be easy to defeat. Ran Qi noticed Night Owl's furrowed brows as he contemplated a strategy. The mechanics of this stage were absurdly difficult. Wave after wave of monsters with no apparent end. No wonder this stage was called the Abyss of No Return. Ran Qi realized he needed to share the information he knew before the monsters got too close. If they waited until the fight started, it might be too late. Without hesitation, Ran Qi strode to Night Owl and quickly whispered, I think there'll be more than 1 wave of these monsters, but the first wave will definitely be the weakest. I suggest Coca and 4 Seasons hold off the monsters from 3 doors, while the rest focus on clearing 1 door. Night Owl pondered this for just 2 seconds before trusting Ran Qi's judgment. He then asked, Jiangnan, do you still have your shield? Windstorm Jiangnan blinked in surprise but nodded. I do. Why? Night Owl instructed. 4 Seasons will tank the monsters from the door in front of us. Jiangnan, you and Coke handle the monsters from the other 3 doors. Slowly kill them, but make sure to leave at least 3 monsters alive at each door. Understood. Understood. The team, having been through countless dungeons, quickly grasped the reasoning behind this plan. Ran Qi's eyes lit up with admiration for Night Owl. His solution was even better than Ran Qi's initial idea. Ran Qi had almost forgotten that their team included a warrior. Even though Windstorm Jiangnan was a berserker with full damage stats, his base defense was still much higher than anyone else's. Pairing him with Coke to kite and tank the monsters meant they could stall effectively while the main group cleared their assigned door. Let's start. Though all goblins, the monsters from the 4 doors came in various forms. Some carried bows, others wore cloaks, wielded daggers, or brandished bombs. Night Owl quickly identified that the goblins with bombs posed the greatest threat, so the team prioritized clearing the monsters from that door first. 4 Seasons moved forward to aggro the goblins, while the others unleashed their attacks. The first wave of monsters was quickly defeated. Ran Qi and Feng Tian positioned themselves at the center of the arena, making it easier to heal both sides of the fight. While Coke and Jiangnan's side only needed occasional attention, Most of the healing focused on 4 seasons. As soon as the first wave fell, the black doors opened again, releasing a second wave. This time, taller orc warriors armed with spiked maces and shields. Their defense and attack power were significantly higher than the goblins. Even so, the team worked together and managed to defeat the second wave efficiently. The third wave consisted of iron-armored warhounds, tougher and harder to deal with. The fourth wave brought skeletal soldiers. The fifth wave introduced swift and agile dark elves. How long is this going to go on? Someone muttered, not physically tired but mentally exhausted. The endless waves of monsters and ceaseless combat were fraying their nerves. Night Owl reassured them, we should be close. Hang in there. As if in response to his words, the sixth wave appeared. This time, 2 elite monsters, massive rhinos. These monstrous rhinos were like rampaging bulls, charging diagonally across the field. Anyone caught in their path was sent flying, taking massive damage. Their charges shook the ground so violently that everyone struggled to stay upright, making it nearly impossible to aim their attacks. Night Owl shouted, stop attacking. Everyone, get out of their way. It was the right call. The rhinos' initial rampage only lasted 6 charges. After that, they would stop to attack normally, presenting the perfect opportunity for the team to counter. However, the rhinos' charging paths were unpredictable. One of them suddenly barreled toward Coke and Jiangnan's side. Lele, Jiangnan, watch out! Ran Chi yelled in warning. The two were kiting over a dozen monsters, which slowed their movements. Despite hearing the warning and trying to dodge it, the swarm of monsters surrounding them made it impossible to evade. Both were hit by the rhino's charge and sent flying over 10 meters. Windstorm Jiangnan, with his strong physical resilience, adjusted midair and landed gracefully using a swallow-style flip. Coke, however, wasn't so lucky. He slammed into a mountain wall, the intense pain blurring his vision before everything turned black and white. He had died. Lele, Ranki's eyes widened in disbelief. Even though it was just a game, watching a friend die in front of him was still a huge shock. Current chat. Coke, so this is what dying feels like? Man, it hurts. No wonder dying 3 times forces you to log off for 7 days. Current chat. Coke, boss, what do I do now? Should I revive or just lie here like this? Current chat. Coke, why can I only type after dying? So annoying. Can't I at least have my ghost float around? Ranchi. The grief that had surged in his heart popped like a bubble and evaporated. Night Owl, what do we do? I can't hold out much longer. Windstorm Jiangnan gulped down a health potion as his HP bar plummeted. Night Owl frowned deeply. Coke's death had been unexpected. Without him, Jiangnan couldn't handle so many monsters alone. But killing those monsters wasn't an option either. Just then, Ranchi spoke up. I'll go help him. Feng Tian, take over and watch everyone's health. Without waiting for a response, Ranchi dashed toward Jiangnan and Coke's location. Soul Chaser asked blankly, what's Brother Ran thinking? No idea. Once Ranchi reached Jiangnan and Coke, he healed Jiangnan to full health, applied recovery, and then began chanting a resurrection spell. Soft white light enveloped Coke's body as a 6-pointed star formation appeared beneath him, bursting with brilliance. The next moment, Coke was back on his feet. Whoa, Ranran, you can use resurrection? That's awesome, Coke exclaimed as he sprang up, looking ready to give Ranchi a bear hug. Save your nonsense. Get back to kiting the monsters. Ranchi glared at him, quickly buffed and healed him, then sprinted back to Night Owl's side. Blossoming gave Night Owl a meaningful look. I didn't expect you to have such a trump card hidden up your sleeve. Truly impressive. Night Owl responded calmly. Better to be prepared. No one could tell that he was just as clueless about the matter as everyone else. The rhinos finally stopped their berserk charges. 4 seasons held the aggro of the 2 monsters while the rest of the team focused on outputting damage. After a grueling fight, the 2 elite monsters were finally taken down. This time, the black doors remained tightly shut, with no new monsters spawning. Night Owl gave a slight nod. It seems each door spawns 6 waves of monsters. Once you survive them, you can clear the stage. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Just 6 waves. They could handle that. Coke, Jiangnan, kill the goblin archers, then reposition. Got it. The 2 quickly eliminated the 3 goblin archers they had been kiting, which triggered orc warriors to spawn from the door. Who has mana potions? I need 1,000 mechanisms called out. The sheer number of monsters had drained everyone's mana considerably. They couldn't keep up with the depletion despite continuous potion consumption. 1,000 mechanisms had brought a full set of 20 mana potions into the dungeon, but they were all used up. I have some. Ranchi immediately traded him 5. Raphael noticed this and asked, any more? I need some too. Yes, I brought plenty. Ranki's oversized backpack was no joke. He had packed over 10 sets of mana and HP potions, along with an array of buff foods. Despite distributing some before entering the dungeon, he still had a decent stockpile left. I also have food that grants buffs. Does anyone want some? Me. Night Owl frowned slightly. One at a time. Don't disrupt the attack rhythm. Everyone took turns restocking with small potions from Ranchi, alleviating their mana crisis. After enduring dozens more waves of monsters, they finally cleared all the monsters from the 4 doors. Over 40 minutes had passed by this point. The 4 doors began to tremble violently before shattering simultaneously. A massive shadow emerged before them. 2 gigantic snake monsters. Each was about 4 to 5 meters long, covered in black and yellow scales. Their heads were as large as cars, with cold yellow-green vertical pupils glaring at the group. The hissing sound they emitted made everyone momentarily forget to breathe. Smoke gasped, rubbing the goosebumps on her arms. That's terrifying. No matter how terrifying, the fight had to proceed. Night Owl instructed. Coke and 4 seasons. Each of you tank 1 snake. Everyone else, be cautious. Watch your dodges. Since they knew nothing about the snake's skills, caution was the only approach. Ranchi stared at the snake monsters, swallowing nervously. The difference between watching them through a screen and seeing them up close was stark. He wasn't fond of cold-blooded creatures like these, and being stared at by one of the snake's eyes made him freeze up. Byran. Night Owl noticed his unusual state. I'm fine. Ranchi clenched his fists, forcing himself to calm down as he ran with the team. These 2 snake monsters were particularly challenging. One breathed fire while the other spewed ice, creating a chaotic battlefield of fire and frost. The group constantly found themselves dodging their combined attacks in disarray. On top of their elemental abilities, the snakes also had devastating physical attacks. Their tails could sweep across the battlefield, sending the entire team sprawling with a wide-range attack. Despite this, the team always got back up immediately and continued fighting. Not knowing whether the snakes needed to be killed simultaneously, they hesitated to focus fire on just one. This made the battle all the more difficult. Gradually, they established a rhythm. Night Owl used Glacier to slow one of the snakes, allowing everyone to concentrate their attacks on the other. Once its HP dropped by about 5 to 6%, they switched targets. This approach was tedious but ensured safety, as the priests could keep everyone healed without issue. With Feng Tian now possessing an area heal skill, the 2 healers alternated to safeguard the team's health. Clearing the 4th stage took a grueling hour and a half. The high-intensity, uninterrupted combat left everyone collapsing to the ground in exhaustion once the battle ended, eager for a moment of rest. System announcement silent but deadly. Congratulations to players: Night Owl, Soul Chaser, Plume Inc., Sword at Fleeting Time, Coke, Byran, Windstorm Jiangnan, Feng Tian, No Happiness, 4 Seasons, Raphael, Smoke, Shura, Blossoming, 1000 Mechanisms. For achieving the first kill of the snake monster, the 4th boss in the Abyss-level Cat Demon Nest dungeon, rewarded with the title, Snake Slayer, and a physical exchange coupon 1. Unfortunately, the fight yielded no equipment drops, only 2 grade A materials, Cat Demon Bone, and Cat Demon Hide. While not flashy, these were essential for crafting the grade A Cat Demon set, making them valuable. Night Owl stored the materials in the team inventory for distribution after the dungeon run. World, a lone boat, what a relief. Finally cleared it. World Jia 2, they tanked all those waves of monsters. Night Owl's team is incredible. World Pathfinder, one of the warriors even died mid-fight. I was worried they wouldn't make it. World, Unbreakable Mountains and Rivers, that cloaked priest was amazing. If not for the resurrection skill, they'd have been doomed when the other warrior fell. That would have been a monster-flooded nightmare. World, Big Orange, yeah, that priest even had area healing. So many skills, so OP. And when everyone was out of mana, it was that priest who provided potions. A literal walking blood bank and ammo depot. This isn't just a priest, this is Father Nuwa incarnate. World, Kane, that's Boss Byran. Any friend of the boss is just as OP. They're all monsters in their own right. Chapter 32 Abyss Dungeon 05. The group rested for about 20 minutes before continuing on to the 5th stage. This stage's boss was a flaming 3-headed bird. Its body resembled an ostrich, but it was several times larger. The massive creature had 3 heads and was covered in fiery red feathers. As soon as the flaming 3-headed bird spotted the intruding humans, it flapped its wings and screeched ominously, flying toward the players. With just one encounter, all 3 of its heads began spewing fire at them. Spread out. 4 Seasons, hold its aggro. 4 Seasons rushed forward, attempting to hold the boss's aggro as before. However, the boss was too fast for him to keep up. Fortunately, Gula tossed his shield at the boss while it flew low, temporarily drawing its attention, but the boss didn't give him any chance to solidify its aggro. As soon as it was attacked, it flew back into the air and began raining fireballs on Gula. Ranchi had just healed Gula when the boss suddenly shifted its focus to him. It swooped down, slashing at him twice with its talons, leaving him with barely any HP. Feng Tian hurriedly healed Ranchi, causing the boss to switch its target to Feng Tian. Seeing the chaos, Night Owl quickly hurled a fireball at the boss, redirecting its aggro to himself, and followed up with a glacier spell to slow the boss's attack speed. Windstorm Jiangnan immediately rushed forward with his shield, intercepting the boss's fire attack and absorbing most of the damage. Night Owl, now having a clearer strategy, called out, "This boss's aggro is too chaotic. Everyone spread out." Koken 4 Seasons. Open the stat tracker and protect the 2 players with the highest DPS. If they couldn't hold the boss's aggro, they might as well stop trying. The boss would inevitably target the players dealing the most damage. The 2 tanks could then focus on shielding those players from attacks, ensuring their safety. Night Owl's decision proved effective. Once the players spread out, collateral damage was significantly reduced. Meanwhile, others could attack freely. Even if the boss targeted the top DPS players, the tanks were there to intercept and protect them. As long as no one was instantly killed, they would survive. After progressing through most of the dungeon, the team had developed immense trust in their healers. The 2 priests consistently provided timely and effective healing, ensuring no one's HP dropped too low. Additionally, the team had buffs for auto-regeneration, which bolstered their sense of security. Although this boss was particularly unfriendly to melee classes, the team had plenty of ranged damage dealers. With the tanks mitigating damage and everyone attacking to their fullest, they eventually managed to take down the boss. System announcement: when it rains, it pours. Congratulations to players: Night Owl, Soul Chaser, Plume Inc., Sword at Fleeting Time, Coke, Byran, Windstorm Jiangnan, Feng Tian, No Happiness, 4 Seasons, Raphael, Smoke, Shura, Blossoming, and 1000 Machinisms. For achieving the first kill of the flaming 3-headed bird, the 5th boss in the Abyss-level Cat Demon Nest dungeon, rewarded with the title, Firebird Slayer, and a physical exchange coupon. 1. System announcement: player, Night Owl struck the final blow, causing the flaming 3-headed bird to drop the Firebird necklace before fleeing in defeat. Even after the boss fell and the announcement appeared, Ranchi could hardly believe his eyes. In his previous dungeon runs, it would have taken multiple control specialist mages working in tandem with spells like Glacier, Ice Wall, Frostbite, Blizzard, Swamp, Petrify, and Entangle to gradually wear down a boss. But Night Owl's simple and direct strategy had worked flawlessly. Truly impressive. The boss didn't disappoint their efforts, dropping a purple grade necklace with excellent attributes. Firebird necklace. Restriction level 30 or above. Limited profession. Shadows. Grade A. Durability 200/200. Attributes: Strength plus 72, Critical Strike plus 39, Agility plus 27, Constitution plus 16. Only No Happiness and Shura were shadow in the team, so the necklace would be contested between the 2. With this, their attack power would reach new heights. Night Owl glanced at the stats. No Happiness had the higher DPS, while Shura was at a higher level. No Happiness's skill, Throw, allowed him to use daggers like boomerangs. This was highly advantageous against the constantly flying boss, letting him deal consistent damage. Meanwhile, Shura had been forced to run around chasing the boss. Ultimately, No Happiness edged out Shura in total damage dealt. Shura, the necklace goes to No Happiness. Any objections? Night Owl asked. None at all. Shura shook his head calmly. While the necklace had excellent stats, there would be future opportunities. He wasn't in a hurry. There's also a gem. After distributing the necklace, Soul Chaser noticed a blue gem in the team's inventory. It just says it's a magic-infused mineral. Not sure what it's for, Plume Inc. remarked, reading the vague item description. Magic stone. Grade B. Description: a mineral infused with magic. Can absorb spell backlash when casting magic. Ranchi explained, this is for me. When I cast Resurrection, I need to consume 1 magic stone. Sword at Fleeting Time asked, so without magic stones, you can't revive anyone? That's correct. I came across a few by chance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to revive Coke earlier. I thought having Resurrection would make things easier, but there's a limitation. This game is so stingy. No Happiness muttered under his breath. Enough. Raphael ruffled his hair to quiet him down. Since Ranchi was the only one with Resurrection, the magic stone was naturally assigned to him. World Drunken Immortal. This necklace's stats are incredible. I'm drooling over it. World. Dream Butterfly. This dungeon is insane. 3 hours straight. I got tired just watching while doing my own quests. I can't imagine running it myself. World. Diamond Galaxy. Not much left. Just one final boss. So hyped. World Peerless Beauty. So resurrection has limitations? Does no magic stone mean no reviving? World Jia 2. I have a feeling the next stage will be insanely difficult. World. Kane. Stop jinxing it. After over 3 grueling hours of battle, the group of 15 finally reached the final challenge. The last boss. The Dark Knight Cat Demon. As the ultimate boss of the level 30 Abyss dungeon, this cat demon posed the greatest challenge of all. Standing as tall as a small mountain, the boss had an arsenal of 8 attack skills. Pounce. Claw Strike. Lightning. Ice Arrow. Fire Arrow. Thunderstorm. Flame Storm. And Blizzard. With both close range and ranged attacks, a single misstep could mean death for any player. Recalling the previous life struggles during the level 30 Abyss dungeon raids, where teams faced countless deaths before finally taking down the cat demon, Ranchi couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. However, this time, they were prepared for failure. Reaching the final stage so smoothly was already beyond anyone's expectations. When the fight starts, 4 Seasons will pull the boss's aggro first. Coke, be ready to take over at any moment, instructed Night Owl, pausing briefly before continuing. If Coke falls, Jiangnan, you're up next. Clearly aware of how formidable the boss was, Night Owl had planned for the worst. Private chat. Night Owl, how many magic stones do you have left? Night Owl needed to clarify the number of revival opportunities they had, given Ranki's earlier vague statement. Of course, it would be best if they didn't need to use them. Private chat. By Ran, I've got 23 in total. Ranchi hesitated before answering honestly. To be safe, he had deliberately brought extra magic stones. Private chat. Night Owl, that's enough. If a warrior falls, revive them immediately. I have a bad feeling about this boss. Private chat. By Ran. Understood. Night Owl's intuition proved spot on. This cat demon boss was no ordinary opponent. Even with their current levels and equipment, the chance of success was less than 40%. Everyone, top off your buffs and prepare for battle. Night Owl called out. Stay close to the healers and don't wander too far. Got it. As 4 Seasons rushed in, the cat demon awoke from its slumber, its blood-red eyes glowing with a sinister light. Without hesitation, it swiped at 4 Seasons with a massive claw. 4 Seasons immediately raised his shield to block, but the impact numbed his hands and cut his HP by more than half. Though aggro wasn't yet stable, Ranchi couldn't just stand by. With 4 Seasons remaining HP, there was no way he could survive another strike. A holy white light enveloped 4 Seasons, restoring his dangerously low HP. But the moment the healing spell took effect, the boss's aggro shifted to Ranchi. Meow. The cat demon let out a low growl, its massive body arching in preparation. Ranchi instantly recognized the boss's attack pattern. It was about to pounce. With his speed, escaping was impossible. Spread out. Barely had Ranchi shouted when the cat demon launched itself into the air, descending upon him like a collapsing mountain. Knowing full well the boss's devastating power, Ranchi understood that no non-tank class could survive even one of its attacks. Faced with such overwhelming speed, he instinctively closed his eyes, bracing for the inevitable. Suddenly, he felt a tight grip around his waist, followed by a warmth as he was pulled into someone's embrace. Boom! Ranchi felt the dull pain of being crushed, but he was surprised to find he hadn't died. His HP had only dropped slightly. Roar! The cat demon's aggro shifted to someone else, and its massive body moved away. Ranchi sat up in a daze, only to realize someone was lying on top of him. As he moved, the person slid to the ground. It was Night Owl, or rather, Night Owl's corpse. Only then did Ranchi realize that Night Owl had rushed over to shield him, taking the boss's attack in his place. Current, Night Owl, by Ran, revive me now. Current, Night Owl, Feng Tian, heal. Coke, be ready to take over. Shura, flank the boss. Not even death could stop Night Owl from commanding the fight. Ranki's emotions were complicated. He bit his lip, quickly chanting a spell to revive Night Owl. Once revived, he immediately healed him to full health and refreshed his buffs. Let Feng Tian handle healing for the warriors. You focus on protecting yourself. Anyone can die, but you absolutely cannot, Night Owl said seriously after getting back on his feet. Okay. Haha, boss, that sounded like a confession. So cheesy, Soul Chaser joked, even as he darted around to avoid the boss's fire arrows, completely unbothered by the chaos. You talk too much, Night Owl snapped back irritably, then charged at the boss. He cast Glacier to slow its movements and resumed directing the team's actions. World Pathfinder. Night Owl heroically saving the healer. So cool and commanding. World. Soft Cloud. What's so heroic? That healer's wrapped head to toe in a black cloak. Who knows what they even look like? Night Owl probably only saved him because he's the team's only resurrection caster. World. A lone boat. Oh, listen to that jealousy. You wish Night Owl would save you, but he wouldn't even bother. I think that healer's amazing. If he'd team up with me, I'd marry him on the spot. Chapter 33 Forced Offline. Night Owl's Glacier created a frozen area that successfully slowed the boss's movements. Four Seasons immediately seized the opportunity to pull the aggro back, while Coke desperately vied for the second highest aggro. The little black dragon's curse of doom triggered again, putting the cat demon boss into a weakened state, instantly reducing its health bar by 2%. Though 2% didn't seem like much, the cat demon boss had nearly 100,000 HP. Far more than the bosses of the previous stages and nearly 100 times the player's HP. Even at level 30, with full equipment, players only had about 1000 health. This boss is vulnerable to control skills. Ranchi finally found a chance to speak up. Just now, I noticed Plume Ink's triple strike interrupted the boss's skill chant. The boss's body lit up as if it was about to use fire arrows, but Plume Ink's triple strike stopped it. Plume Ink hadn't noticed that his skill had interrupted the boss's chant, as he'd been too busy fighting and dodging the cat demon boss's attacks. Night Owl's eyes lit up. If the boss was susceptible to control skills, then things could be much easier. He quickly reviewed his team members' skills in his mind. Most of his teammates, except for a few with terrible luck, had learned new skills through skill books, many of which included control effects. For example, his own skill, Glacier, had a slowing effect that reduced the boss's speed. Smokes, Flying Sand, had a blinding effect that could disorient the boss. Blossomings, Mist Spell, also had a blinding effect, and Plume Ink's triple strike was designed to knock down enemies, though a boss of such massive size obviously couldn't be knocked down, so the weakened effect manifested as a knockback instead. There's also Soul Chaser's Air Kick, which was meant to launch enemies into the air for attacks, but since the cat demon boss couldn't be lifted, the weakened effect manifested as stiffness. Windstorm Jiangnan's Aerial Critical Strike, which involved leaping and striking with force, came with a knockback effect. Additionally, both Raphael and Thousand Mechanisms also had triple strike. Calculating this way, the skills of Plume Ink, Soul Chaser, Jiangnan, Raphael, and Thousand Mechanisms were all instant cast with relatively short cooldowns, making it entirely possible to achieve seamless chaining and significantly increasing the chances of interrupting the boss's skills. The mages in Night Owl's group had control skills that required chanting. These were particularly effective for restraining the boss's physical attacks, like pounces and claw strikes. Night Owl's Glacier had a slowing effect that lasted 6 seconds and a cooldown of 1 minute. Smokes, Flying Sand, caused blindness for 5 seconds and had a cooldown of 40 seconds. Blossomings, Mist Spell, also caused blindness for 3 seconds with a cooldown of 30 seconds. While these couldn't achieve seamless chaining, with proper coordination, they could still be highly effective. Night Owl said, "Everyone, follow my command. Do not use control skills randomly until I give the signal." Got it. Feng Tian, use your armor break skill as soon as its cooldown ends on the boss. Armor break could reduce the boss's physical defense, potentially increasing the chance for physical professions to interrupt its skills. No problem. Like other bosses, the cat demon had clear signs before casting its skills. If its body leaned forward, it meant it was about to use a claw strike. At this point, Glacier could be used to slow its movement, giving everyone time to quickly escape its attack range. If it arched its back and scraped the ground with its hind paws, it was preparing to pounce. A high damage, wide-range attack that needed to be interrupted immediately. If the interruption failed, Flying Sand or Mist Spell could be used to delay its movements and provide time for escape. When it tilted its head back to inhale, it was preparing to use Thunderstorm. If its body emitted white, fiery, or lightning-like light, it was about to cast ice arrows, fire arrows, or lightning, which also required direct interruption. Plume Ink, Raphael, interrupt the pounce. Night Owl consistently assigned 2 people to handle interruptions, increasing the success rate. Thunderstorm, Jiangnan, Soul Chaser, interrupt. Under Night Owl's direction, the team gradually grasped the attack rhythm. The boss's skills were rarely executed, significantly reducing the defensive pressure on the team. With their sustained control and output, the cat demon's HP began to steadily drop, soon reaching less than half. Initially, the boss's minor skills could still be interrupted smoothly. However, once its HP dropped below 30%, it started casting large area attacks like Flame Storm and Blizzard, which were much harder to interrupt. The first time the cat demon used Flame Storm, the group tried to run, but the attack's range was so vast and carried a burning effect. Even if they ran across the entire field, they couldn't escape its reach. Instead, running might result in deaths due to sustained damage. For instance, Soul Chaser and Shura both died because they ran out of the healer's range. Fortunately, Ranchi had a resurrection skill and quickly revived them. Realizing they couldn't outrun it, the team decided to stand their ground. They grouped up for damage output and relied on the two priests alternating their holy light skills to endure the boss's attacks. However, some unlucky members still occasionally died due to mismatches between the damage and healing timing. Every time, the group surrounded Ranchi, protecting him at all costs. As Night Owl had said before, anyone in the team could die except Ranchi. If Ranchi died, not only would they lose a powerful healer, but no one else could be revived. In a scenario with dwindling numbers, surviving the cat demon's attacks would be an impossible dream. Their determination to withstand the damage head-on gave the scene an almost tragic air. But by this point, they had to persevere. No matter how hard it was, they couldn't afford to fail at the final moment. Finally, the cat demon's HP dropped to 0. With an unwilling roar, it collapsed, leaving behind a golden treasure chest on its body. System announcement astounding. Congratulations to players: Night Owl, Soul Chaser, Plume Inc., Sword at Fleeting Time, Coke, Byran, Windstorm Jiangnan, Feng Tian, No Happiness, Four Seasons, Raphael, Smoke, Shura, Blossoming, and Thousand Mechanisms, for defeating the final boss of the Abyss-level cat demon lair, the Night Cat Demon, and achieving the first kill. Rewarded with the title, Cat Demon Slayer, and physical exchange coupons too. System announcement. Congratulations to players: Night Owl, Soul Chaser, Plume Inc., Sword at Fleeting Time, Coke, Byran, Windstorm Jiangnan, Feng Tian, No Happiness, Four Seasons, Raphael, Smoke, Shura, Blossoming, and Thousand Mechanisms, for clearing the Abyss-level cat demon lair in 5 hours, 21 minutes, 8 seconds, and 43 milliseconds with an S-grade rating. We did it. We cleared it. The group hugged each other and cheered. After nearly 5.5 hours of intense battle, they finally conquered the dreaded dungeon. However, since many members had died near the end, their score was dragged down, resulting in only an S-grade rating. Still, their luck held. They were rewarded with a golden treasure chest. World, a lone boat. That was so difficult. Truly too hard. World clear sky. I almost cried watching the cat demon boss fight. So epic. Everyone, type tearful on the public screen. World Jia 2, tearful. While it was clearly a heated battle scene, why does it feel like that black-robed priest took the role of a melodrama heroine, sacrificing everything to protect others? World, big orange. Enough. Stop. Now I have mental images. This touching moment is ruined by your nonsense. World, unbreakable mountains and rivers. Why didn't the cat demon boss drop any gear? Isn't the final boss supposed to guarantee drops? World endless night. The cat demon's corpse hasn't disappeared. It probably needs to be looted. Whatever drops, it's up to luck. Shura couldn't help but urge, Captain, loot the gear already. Let Brother Ran do it. Soul Chaser loudly objected, not letting the captain do it. Blossoming was surprised. Normally, in team dungeons, it was customary for the captain to loot the boss. Our Brother Ran is a certified lucky charm. Plume Inc., mindful of maintaining some dignity for his leader in front of outsiders, didn't expose Night Owl's notoriously poor luck. However, letting Night Owl loot the boss and potentially pull out a white tire item during a server-wide live stream would indeed be embarrassing. Night Owl, let Byran handle it. Seeing no objection from Night Owl, the group took it as an endorsement of Byran's luck, so no one raised further disagreements. Go for it, Ranran. It's your time to shine. Gula laughed, patting Ranchi on the shoulder. Ranchi didn't disappoint. Looting the boss, he successfully retrieved a purple tire weapon and an S-tier material, Feline Fang. System announcement. Player, Night Owl, leading a team of courageous warriors, defeated the vile Dark Knight Cat Demon and claimed Explosive Longbow. Explosive Longbow. Restriction level, 30 or above. Limited profession, Archery Master. Grade, A. Durability, 200/200. Attributes, Hit plus 81. Strength plus 66, Critical plus 40, Constitution plus 22. The live stream ended there. The contents of the treasure chest wouldn't appear in system announcements, So Night Owl decisively ended the broadcast. With upcoming guild wars and arena matches, it was better not to reveal too much to potential rivals. World a few words. Why did they stop the stream at the most critical moment? World Twilight. I'm crying. I want to know what else they got. Loot distribution followed DPS rankings. So the longbow went to Plume Inc., the top performing archery master. Ranchi opened the golden treasure chest next, pulling out another purple tire weapon and a skill book for the Venom Blade class. Blazing Sword. Restriction level 30 or above. Limited profession. War God. Grade A. Durability 200/200. Attributes: Strength plus 88, Agility plus 41, Critical plus 30, Constitution plus 30. Poison Black. Skill book. Can learn level 30. Limited profession. Venom Fang. Description: open it to learn the skill. Poison Blade coats weapons with deadly toxins that poison and occasionally stun enemies. Poison damage increases by 30%. Scaling with skill level. Pulling 2 purple weapons and a skill book in a row left everyone stunned. Even 1000 mechanisms couldn't help but ask, did you rig the RNG on your hand? Hahaha. Now you've seen how amazing Brother Ran is. Since there was only one War God, Windstorm Jiangnan, and one Venom Fang, Sword at Fleeting Time, in the group, they each received their respective items. The run had been exceptionally fruitful for everyone. Even those who didn't get gear were satisfied, as they secured the coveted first clear and rare physical exchange coupons. When it came to materials, the group unanimously agreed to hand everything to Byran, knowing he had learned the forging life skill and had been instrumental in their victory. Looking forward to teaming up again, said Shura, blossoming, and 1000 mechanisms as they added Ranchi as a friend before leaving the party. Once the outsiders left, the others swarmed around Ranchi, trading him all 7 physical exchange coupons they'd obtained from the run. Ranchi, what are you guys doing? I can't accept this. Sword at Fleeting Time replied earnestly, if not for you, we couldn't have cleared the dungeon. You also supplied us with so much. If you don't take it, we won't accept your contributions in the future. Exactly. You must take it. Even Windstorm Jiangnan's group shared the same sentiment. Ranchi looked to Night Owl for help. Take it. We still have the coupons given by the live broadcast, Night Owl said, ruffling Ranchi's hair. Buy more snacks. Under their insistence, Ranchi reluctantly accepted, his heart swelling with gratitude. His teammates were genuinely good people. Let's head out. But as soon as Ranchi left the dungeon, he received a system health alert. System: high mental strain detected. For your health, please log off within 30 minutes to rest. Ranchi, should he be grateful the game didn't force him to log out mid-dungeon? It wasn't entirely surprising. The Abyss Tire dungeon had been grueling, keeping his focus sharp for hours. Now that it was over, exhaustion caught up with him. A break was indeed overdue. I think I'll log off and rest for a bit. It was only around 1 a.m. so using school as an excuse wasn't plausible. He decided to be honest. Go ahead and rest well. Everyone was understanding. Abyss dungeons were genuinely exhausting. Oh, by the way, does my resurrection skill affect your death penalties? Ranchi finally remembered to ask. Did resurrected players still incur full death penalties? Yes. After being resurrected, death penalties count as only 0.5. Night Owl replied with a light laugh. The system even prompts that staying alive for the next 7 days cancels it entirely. The death penalty system aimed to protect players' health, so it wasn't overly strict. That's a relief. With peace of mind, Ranchi logged off to rest. Chapter 34 Mecha Idol. Ranchi felt a wave of dizziness as soon as he logged off, and his temples throbbed painfully. The health reminder from the game wasn't joking. It had likely detected that he was nearing his limit. He forced himself to his feet, staggering into the bathroom for a shower. Afterward, he slipped into his pajamas and headed straight for bed. Although his condition looked serious, he knew from experience that a good night's sleep would restore his energy. Every time he came out of the simulated combat assessment room, he experienced similar discomfort, so he was well versed in handling it. His wrist communicator let out a soft ding. Someone had messaged him. When he opened the message, he saw it was from Gula, who had logged off to check on him out of concern. Gula opted to message instead of making a video call, likely to avoid disturbing his rest. Ranchi couldn't help but smile, touched by his friend's care. He quickly replied, assuring Gula he was fine, just a bit dizzy and needed some sleep. Gula responded promptly, telling him to rest well, and added that he was planning to get some sleep too. After exchanging goodnights, Ranchi noticed more unread notifications on his communicator and opened them. He had missed several video calls while gaming, all from his little father, Kuching, likely about the tomato and egg soup he had sent home. Ranchi wanted to call him back, but it was already past 2 a.m., and his family was probably asleep. Instead, he decided to check the voice messages left by his little father. Ranchi, why aren't you answering? Are you busy? I got the soup you sent. I sneaked a taste. It's delicious. I'm saving it to share with your dad and your brother when they get home, Kuching said cheerfully. Ranchi chuckled. It felt good to know his little father liked the soup. Your dad got back and tried it too. He said it was excellent, Kuching said in another message, his voice brimming with happiness and a hint of affection. Ranchi smiled again. His parents had such a sweet relationship. It was enviable. Your dad stole the soup. He said he's going to use it to improve the flavor of the nutrient solutions. Xiao Kai and Xiao Hui haven't even tasted it yet. They're going to throw a fit when they find out, Kuching grumbled in the third message, clearly exasperated by Ran Shaojin's actions. Don't be mad. Your dad may have taken the soup partly to experiment, but mostly because it's the first meal you've made and sent home. Kuching lowered his voice as if sharing a secret. When he came back and I told him it was your cooking, you should have seen his expression. He looked like he was ready to die heroically, and his eyes even got a little red. Kuching didn't hesitate to sell Ran Shaojin out, shattering his image as the stern and authoritative father in Ran Qi's mind. Still, why did he feel so happy about it? Your brother's back now, and, well, he's mad. He went to the training ground. Kuching's rambling voice trailed off as Ran Qi drifted into sleep, comforted by the familial warmth. When he woke up close to noon, his communicator showed 3 new transfer notifications, all from his family members. His father, Ran Shaojin, transferred 1 million star coins with the note, "Let me know if you need more." His eldest brother, Ran Kai, sent 200,000 star coins with the message, "Buy something delicious." His second brother, Ran Hui, transferred 100,000 star coins and added, "Next time you cook, send me some first." Did they think he bought those ingredients? Ranchi chuckled and shook his head. Their messages made him realize how hungry he was. Checking his fridge, he found nothing but nutrient packs. Definitely not what he wanted. Recently, both in the game and in real life, he had been spoiled by delicious food and couldn't bring himself to eat nutrient solutions anymore. He logged into Magic Realm website to see if he could redeem some physical exchange coupons for ingredients offline. Fortunately, the game's developers were considerate. To attract more players and accommodate those forced to log off or unable to play, they enabled offline redemption. Since the device was biometrically linked to him, there was no risk of misuse. Ranchi smoothly exchanged his coupons for ingredients. Thanks to his generous teammates, he had nearly 100 exchange coupons, so he didn't feel distressed at all when changing ingredients. Using them without hesitation, Ranchi redeemed 2 pounds of rice, 3 pounds of pork belly, and 2 pounds of potatoes. Today, he planned to make braised pork and potato rice. It was a one-pot meal combining meat, vegetables, and rice, perfect for making a large batch to share with his family. The diced potatoes would absorb the savory flavor of the pork belly and spices, blending seamlessly with the fragrant rice, a dish so aromatic it could rival the meat itself. While the cooking process was similar to red braised pork, the lack of certain spices meant the flavor would be slightly different. But given how the nutrient solution fed people of Blue Star would find almost anything delicious, Ranchi wasn't worried. Not long after, the octopus shake delivery robot arrived with a box full of fresh ingredients. Ranchi spent about an hour preparing everything and setting the pot to cook before video calling Gula to invite him over for lunch. Groggy and disheveled, Gula answered, his hair sticking out in all directions. Ranran, you're up so early. I made something delicious. Want to come over, or do you want to sleep a bit longer? I'm coming. Be right there. The moment he heard there was good food, Gula instantly perked up, his eyes snapping open as he rushed into the bathroom to freshen up. No need to rush. The food's not ready yet. Before Ranchi could finish his sentence, Gula had already hung up the call. Food was evidently Guli's greatest motivation. In just 5 minutes, he was at Ranki's dorm, looking fresh and alert. The moment the door opened, Gula sniffed the air like a curious puppy. Ranran, what did you make this time? Ranchi chuckled. Braised pork and potato rice. But it's not ready yet. Come in and wait. Gula, curious as ever, tried to lift the pot's lid for a peek, only for Ranchi to stop him. Don't. If the steam escapes, it won't cook properly. Properly scolded, Gula retreated to the couch, content to wait. Bored, he started scrolling through his communicator, checking the school forum and class group chat for any interesting updates. Before long, something caught his attention. The group chat says the selection for our school's competition is now open for registration. Oh, Ranchi replied dryly. Competitions had nothing to do with him, and he wasn't interested in being a cheerleader either. Playing games sounded much better. Zhang Shuo signed up too. I hope he doesn't make it into the top 10. Gula grumbled angrily. For safety reasons, freshmen were prohibited from participating in the school's competitions. Now that they were finally eligible to apply, Zhang Shuo naturally wanted to secure a good ranking and show off. Ran Qi shook his head. Hard to say. Aren't all the senior students skipping this year? Although Zhang Shuo's character was questionable, his skills were undeniable. He consistently scored high marks in the mecha department assessments. With senior students off interning in the military, the responsibility of bringing glory fell on the third-year students, meaning Zhang Shuo might actually snag a spot in the top 10. Gula clearly understood this too but still felt annoyed. True, but I just don't want to see him showing off. No worries, there are still other schools. At best, he'll get into the top 10 here. Once he's in the inter-school league, he'll definitely get eliminated. Ran Qi said nonchalantly. My brother mentioned that the top-ranked mecha pilot from Capital Star Military Academy will be competing this year too. Haha, isn't he your idol? Really amazing. Ha! Gula teased with a knowing smile. Ran Qi's face flushed red. Who told you that? Ah, Zhang Shuo, I think. He said you even threw a tantrum at home because of him, insisting on learning mecha piloting and nearly losing your life. Gula trailed off, suddenly worried he might have brought up a sensitive topic. Don't listen to his nonsense. None of that ever happened. Ran Qi denied it immediately. That was the original owner's idol, not his. He didn't care about mechas. He just wanted to play games, eat good food, and enjoy a lazy life. Right. None of that ever happened. Zhang Shuo is just making things up. That dog of a liar. Gula nodded enthusiastically. The food should be ready. Ran Qi chose to ignore Guli's exaggerated performance. He calculated the time and went to serve the food. As soon as he lifted the lid, an irresistible aroma wafted out. The braised rice inside glistened with vibrant colors, looking incredibly appetizing. Ran Qi stirred it with a spoon to evenly mix the meat, vegetables, and rice before serving a bowl each for himself and Gula. Gula couldn't wait and immediately scooped up a piece of pork belly. The pork belly looked perfect, lean and fatty portions in a 3:2 ratio. After slow cooking, the fat had rendered out, absorbed entirely by the rice and potatoes. The meat was tender with a hint of caramelization, balancing savory and slightly sweet flavors. It was delicious beyond words. The rice and potatoes were equally flavorful. The rice was glossy and rich, soft yet slightly chewy, while the potatoes were soft and melted in the mouth. The combination created a perfect harmony of textures and tastes, impossible to get tired of. This is amazing, Gula said with an almost tearful expression. I think I could eat this whole pot. Sure, the leftovers are all yours. Ran Qi had already prepared a thermal container and packed half the pot of rice into it, scheduling a delivery with the little octopus courier. If Gula could finish the remaining half, so be it. True to his word, Gula unleashed his inner glutton and polished off the rest, leaving himself so full he couldn't stop hiccuping. After eating and resting, both felt refreshed and couldn't wait to log into the game. Ran Qi logged in directly from his gaming pod, while Gula had to return to his room first, making Ran Qi slightly earlier to enter. As soon as he entered the game, a vibrant notification popped up. Children's Day Special Event, Ran Qi was baffled. Since when did the interstellar era celebrate Children's Day? Chapter 35 Children's Day Activities. System Announcement Children's Day Special Event. From 12 o'clock noon today to 12 o'clock noon tomorrow, the special instance, Treasure Cave, will be open. The cave hides numerous treasure chests prepared by mischievous spirits for brave adventurers. These may contain rare items, equipment, materials, or even playful traps. It's all up to the adventurer's luck. Players can obtain keys to open the treasure chests by participating in activities on the special map, Amusement Park. Happy Children's Day to all. The treasure cave was a 6-player instance with a 1-hour time limit, and each player could only enter once. Make sure to collect enough keys in the amusement park before entering the instance. The amusement park was a special map available for just 1 day, but there were no other restrictions, and players could enter and exit freely. This sounded pretty interesting. In his previous life, Ran Qi grew up in an orphanage and had only been to an amusement park a few times during college outings. He found them fascinating. He wondered if the amusement park constructed by the game officials would be anything like the ones he remembered. He felt an odd sense of anticipation. Brother Ran, you're online? Hurry to the amusement park. Let's collect keys together. Plume Inc. noticed Ran Qi logging in and quickly called out to him on the team channel. All right, I'll wait for Coke, and we'll join you. Got it. We're waiting by the haunted house entrance. Soul Chaser shouted. Ran Qi waited for a bit. Once Gula logged in, He pulled him along to the amusement park. The amusement park was packed with people far livelier than anything Ranchi had ever seen on TV. It was adorned with colorful flags and balloons, exuding a festive atmosphere. As they entered, an NPC handed them gifts. An exquisite gift bag containing 2 fruit-flavored candies and a small map. The map marked all the attractions and the number of keys each activity would yield. The more thrilling activities, like the classic roller coaster and the screaming haunted house, awarded 3 keys each. Moderately exciting ones, like the pirate ship and spinning UFO, gave 2 keys. Relaxing activities, like bumper cars and the carousel, only gave 1 key. Additionally, teams received a bonus key for every 3 activities completed together, making it a very generous event. Brother Ran, where are you guys? Hurry up, it's almost our turn. Plumink urged. We're coming. We just entered the park. Ranchi and Gula quickened their pace toward the haunted house. The game developers had put some thought into the haunted house's design. The entrance was shaped like a giant monster's open mouth, as if everyone in line was marching straight into its jaws. A long queue snaked in front of the haunted house, but it moved quickly. Thanks to the holographic game system, new instances were created and players were teleported inside without having to wait for the previous batch to finish. Night Owl and the others were at the very front of the line. Since Ranchi and Gula were part of the same team, the NPC managing the queue not only allowed them to cut in, but also escorted them to the front. You're here. It's almost our turn, Plumink said with a grin. Ranchi replied. But something felt off. Everyone waiting outside the haunted house had eerily calm expressions, as if they were queuing for a regular instance run. There wasn't a hint of nervousness or anticipation. Some players were even munching on food, looking like they were preparing for a battle. Do you guys even know what the haunted house is about? Ranchi couldn't help but ask. No idea, Soul Chaser answered bluntly. It's probably just an instance with lots of weird-looking monsters for us to fight, Sordid Fleeting Time speculated, rubbing his chin. But since it's an event instance, it shouldn't be too hard. Nothing to worry about. Ranchi. Interstellar folks without childhoods were truly terrifying. But no matter, they'd figure it out soon enough. It was their turn before long. The 6 of them stepped into the pitch-black entrance and were greeted by a semi-transparent selection panel. System. You may choose any one of the following 6 scenes to experience. Successfully clearing any scene will reward you with 3 treasure chest keys. Each scene can only be experienced once. Wow, this is great. 3 keys per scene. Clearing all 6 means 18 keys. Everyone looked eager to get started. Night Owl glanced at the 6 options. Which scene should we pick? They all look pretty normal. Let's just pick one randomly, Soul Chaser said indifferently. The 6 scenes were hospital, school, haunted house, town, castle, and wilderness. Classic haunted house scenarios. Anything but normal. We can't just pick randomly. Unfortunately, Ranchi spoke too late. As the team leader, Night Owl had already tapped hospital on the light screen. Ranchi froze. The others stared at him, puzzled by his sudden reaction. Gula tried to reassure him. Don't worry, all the scenes are probably the same. Just fight whatever comes at us. Don't be scared. I'll tank the monsters so they won't chase you. Ranchi. It's you guys who'd better not get scared later. System. Loading scene. Please wait. In a flash, they were teleported to a dilapidated, abandoned hospital. What's going on? Where's my weapon and gear? And what am I wearing? Soul Chaser looked at his clothes in confusion. My skills are locked too, Plumink exclaimed. Are we supposed to fight barehanded? What's with this creepy music? It's so unsettling. Gula shivered as he covered his ears. They were all dressed in matching uniforms, resembling a team, with their gear and weapons completely gone, and even their skills disabled. To top it off, eerie sound effects created an unsettling atmosphere. System. This is an abandoned hospital where it's said that doctors once conducted gruesome experiments on patients. The vengeful spirits of those who died unjustly have become soul-reaping wraiths, unleashing endless carnage. One night, everyone in the hospital perished. You are adventurers who have wandered in by mistake. Find a way to escape. Try to survive. Do not attack the ghosts. You may leave the instance at any time if you wish to quit. Note: 3 rule violations will result in forced removal from the instance. The rules were exactly like the haunted houses he had experienced in his previous life. No attacking NPCs, focus on running, and the option to quit anytime. This was exactly the kind of thrill he loved. Ranchi couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement as he prepared to explore the hospital. However, Soul Chaser and the others were still struggling to adapt. This dungeon was completely different from what they had imagined. Shifting from being monster hunters to being chased by monsters was not something they could easily get used to. We need to escape, and that probably means heading downstairs, said Night Owl calmly. The first to regain his composure. The area they were in was pitch black. Through the narrow gaps of a window boarded up with planks, they could faintly make out the outside. It was raining, with occasional flashes of lightning and rolling thunder. They seemed to be on the top floor of the hospital, about 10 meters above the ground. From their vantage point, they could clearly see the hospital's main entrance, where a bright red sign read exit. Isn't it easy to get down? Just tear off these planks and jump out the window, Soul Chaser suggested as he walked over to the window, intending to brute force his way through and leap down. A 10-meter drop was nothing for them. During mecha training, they jumped from much greater heights, but the system wouldn't allow shortcuts like that. System, player, Soul Chaser, has violated the rules once. Soul Chaser, Night Owl, enough. Let's split into 2 groups and search for a way down. There's got to be a staircase or something. Ranchi wanted to say that splitting up was a classic horror movie mistake, but considering this was just a game, he figured everyone would understand the essence of a haunted house after a few scares. So, he stayed quiet. Soul Chaser, Plume Inc., and Sorted Fleeting Time went to the right, while Night Owl, Ranchi, and Gula headed left. The hallway was long and dark, their footsteps echoing ominously. Gula instinctively clung tightly to Ranchi, pressing his body close. Ranchi's group walked to the end of the left hallway but found no staircase or elevator, only a room labeled Records Room. Should we go in now, or wait for them to join us? Ranchi asked. I'll check where they are, said Night Owl, then paused. Team chat is disabled, Gula suggested. Why don't we just shout? It's so quiet here, they're bound to hear us. Good idea. They began shouting the names of Soul Chaser's group, but there was no response. Maybe we should go look for them. Just as they were about to leave, a system notification popped up. System, players, Soul Chaser, Plume Inc., and Sorted Fleeting Time have violated the rules once. Ranchi sighed. What antics were they up to now? Soul Chaser already had 2 violations. One more, and he'd be booted from the dungeon. Let's go check on them, Night Owl suggested with a resigned sigh. Clearly exasperated by their antics, the 3 of them headed down the right hallway, calling out for Soul Chaser's group as they went, but there was still no response. Strangely enough, they found themselves back at the records room. Looks like there's no other path. Let's go in, Night Owl concluded. It seemed the game was deliberately splitting them up to 4 separate actions. All right. The 3 carefully pushed the door open. Inside, the room was a mess, with thick layers of dust coating everything and yellowed paper scattered across the floor. A flickering light bulb in the corner added to the eerie atmosphere, making the room even more unnerving than total darkness. Let's look around. There might be a mechanism, Ranchi suggested, clearly experienced with such setups. As Night Owl opened a cabinet, a shadowy figure suddenly leaped down from the ceiling, lunging at them. Accompanied by a crash of thunder and a flash of lightning, the skeletal face of the shadow was illuminated, its sunken features grotesque and terrifying. Gula screamed, jumping onto Ranchi and clinging to him like a koala, wrapping all 4 limbs around him. Ranchi sighed. Let go. You're strangling me. With Night Owl's help, Gula was finally peeled off Ranchi, though he continued to cling to one of Ranchi's arms like a lifeline. Shrugging off his personal accessory, Ranchi resumed searching the room. Knowing the usual patterns for such setups, he soon found a hidden passage behind a cabinet. The narrow, dimly lit passage led them to a series of terrifying rooms, a morgue, an operating room, and patient wards, each filled with jump scares, sudden attacks, and relentless ghostly chases. After numerous harrowing encounters, both groups finally reunited on the first floor. Unfortunately, Soul Chaser had been kicked out of the dungeon after a 3rd violation due to his instinctual habit of fighting back against the ghosts. In the end, only 5 of them successfully cleared the dungeon. As they exited the hospital, Ranchi felt a twinge of regret. It had been an exhilarating experience. Meanwhile, Gula looked utterly drained. Plume Inc. and Sorted Fleeting Time were pale, and only Night Owl remained as calm and composed as ever. Gula groaned. What kind of dungeon is this? The others nodded in agreement, clearly still shaken. Ranchi, however, was fighting back laughter. System, congratulations. You have successfully cleared the hospital scene and earned 3 treasure keys. Would you like to proceed to the next scene? How about another scene? Night Owl asked. No way. The others replied in unison. Plume Inc. added. Let's do something else. The roller coaster gives 3 keys too. Ranchi sighed. Alright. He couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed about skipping the remaining 5 scenes. Noticing his expression, Night Owl said, we can come back later. Just the two of us. Okay. Ranchi lit up. He knew it. There was no way he was the only one who enjoyed this kind of thrill. Chapter 36 Roller Coaster. Merry Christmas. The group headed to the roller coaster line. The entrance was designed to look like a sleek car, and everyone queued up toward the car door. Despite the long line outside, it moved quickly. Each ride seemed to open a separate instance for players, making the area outside the roller coaster relatively quiet. The lack of screams was almost unsettling. By this time, Gula and the others had recovered from their earlier fright. With their spirits restored, they began enthusiastically speculating about what the roller coaster experience might entail. Since it's called roller coaster, it must be a flying car. Probably something like our Star Rail, right? Sorted Fleeting Time analyzed thoughtfully, stroking his chin. I think so too. Plume Inc. agreed. The description said it's a project about speed and thrills. It might be like the Star Rail, letting us sightsee the whole city at high speed. That makes sense. Gula nodded fervently. The haunted house was so scary. This instance must be meant to calm our nerves. What do you think, Ranran? Ranchi offered a polite but awkward smile. Hard to say. We'll know once we're inside. You're right. Since they had arrived late, there were at least a few thousand people ahead of them. Even with the fast-moving line, it still took 20 to 30 minutes before it was their turn. The six of them stepped inside the entrance, where a translucent selection panel appeared before them. System: you may choose one of the following 3 scenarios. Successfully clearing any will reward you with 3 treasure chest keys. Each scenario can only be experienced once. The options were earthquake and landslide, star beast invasion, and night chase. This all felt a little too familiar. Guli's face immediately turned pale, his voice trembling. Why does riding a roller coaster involve choosing scenarios? And why do the names sound so ominous? No idea, Night Owl said calmly. Should we just pick at random again? No, no, no. This time, it was Soul Chaser who objected. Night Owl raised an eyebrow slightly. Then which one do you suggest? Gula hastily replied, not Night Chase. I've got a psychological fear of the dark now. Who knows what we'd be chasing or getting chased by. Exactly. And earthquake and landslide is out too. It screams danger. Sorted Fleeting Time chimed in. They eventually settled on Star Beast Invasion, thinking it sounded the least dangerous. Knowing what star beasts were gave them a sense of familiarity and confidence. A battle? That was their territory. Ranchi, however, had already guessed this was likely an immersive experience type ride. In his previous life, he had tried something similar at Universal Studios, a 4D projection combined with special effects to create an incredibly realistic experience. In full holographic mode, it would probably be even more thrilling. He felt a twinge of excitement, yet Soul Chaser and the others' expectation of a fight and win scenario was almost laughable. A Children's Day event instance wasn't going to let them clear it with brute force. Watching their visible relief, Ranchi couldn't help but suppress a chuckle. Beside him, Night Owl glanced at him, his eyes carrying a hint of insight. He didn't expose Ranchi's thoughts and merely said in a low voice, let's head in. System: loading scenario. Please wait. Moments later, the 6 of them appeared in a closed-off platform. In front of them was a 6-seater, bullet-shaped mini-train. It had 3 rows, 2 seats per row, with significant space between each row. The seats looked quite comfortable. However, since the platform was enclosed, they couldn't see where the track led. Soul Chaser panicked. Ah, our clothes changed again, Plume Inc. exclaimed, and our skills are still disabled. Night Owl pinched the bridge of his nose. Why would you need equipment or skills for a sightseeing coaster? Good point. They finally calmed down. At least we're all in the same car this time. They can't split us up again. Ranchi, brother, has no one told you not to tempt fate by making bold claims? System: please take your seats. I'm not sitting in the front. Yeah. Same here. The group of grown men all scrambled to avoid the front row. In the end, Ranchi and Night Owl ended up in the first row. The timid Gula and hot-headed Soul Chaser took the middle, while the seemingly calm yet slightly nervous Plume Inc. and Sorted Fleeting Time took the back. The seat restraints automatically lowered, securing everyone tightly in place. System: you are tourists visiting a new city. However, a star beast has suddenly appeared, causing massive destruction. You must flee in your vehicle. Don't worry, the warrior god will save you. Please enjoy the sensory thrill of speed and excitement. Do not attempt to escape your seat restraints. You may leave the instance at any time. Note: 3 violations will result in removal from the instance. As the system finished its announcement, the car began to move slowly. The platform vanished in an instant, and they found themselves in the middle of a bustling city street. Around them were towering skyscrapers and a variety of flying vehicles. Is this the capital Star? They had recognized their surroundings. Looks like it. I can even see the government building. Wow. This really is just like the Star Rail. Their car had transformed into a sightseeing version of the Star Rail. The interior resembled a mini high-speed train, only suspended in the air. The passengers could gaze out at the capital planet's scenery through the panoramic windows. Just as they began to relax, an alarm suddenly blared. A massive star beast had breached the capital's defense barrier and appeared before them. In the vast universe, there were many enormous interstellar monsters known as star beasts. Influenced by cosmic radiation, they were extremely aggressive. However, their meat was a vital food source for interstellar civilizations. Ranchi had never seen a living star beast before, so he eagerly widened his eyes for a better look. The beast resembled a monster from a Godzilla movie he had seen in the past, with a body covered in tough scales, sharp spikes along its back, and a mouth filled with razor-like teeth. It looked incredibly dangerous. The star beast conveniently appeared directly in the path of their car. With a casual swipe of its claws, it grabbed the vehicle effortlessly. Pressing its fierce eyes against the windows, it peered inside before opening its massive maw and chomping down. What had started as a tranquil sightseeing tour instantly turned into an adrenaline-pumping thrill ride. They could see the monster's gaping maw in vivid detail, smell its foul breath, and hear the screech of its teeth grinding against the car's metal exterior. Yet, with all their equipment and skills disabled, they were utterly powerless to resist. To ensure the safety of the sightseeing passengers, the sightseeing car was incredibly sturdy. No matter how hard the star beast tried, it couldn't bite through the vehicle. It only managed to shatter one of the windows. The beast attempted to stick its sharp claws through the broken window. Unfortunately for it, the window was too small, though it did manage to wedge a few of its claws inside, sweeping its razor-sharp nails dangerously close to everyone's faces. System, players, Coke, and Soul Chaser violated the rules once. The star beast's claws had narrowly grazed them, scaring Gula into frantically struggling in his seat, while Soul Chaser instinctively kicked at the claws. Both actions triggered a violation. When the beast couldn't get them out of the car, it resorted to violent shaking, seemingly trying to throw the passengers out. The small car was tossed around like a toy in the beast's claws, flipping up and down. Had they not been securely fastened to their seats, they would have been tumbling all over the place. In such a situation, screaming seemed to be a natural human instinct. It didn't matter if they were military cadets or elite mecha students. Piloting mechas in combat was a far cry from being defenseless, trapped inside a metal box, unable to resist. When the beast ultimately failed to extract them, it hurled the car into the air. The vehicle began a free fall from hundreds of meters high, plummeting toward the ground. Even though they knew this was just a game, the hyper-realistic sensory experience created an overwhelming terror of weightlessness, prompting uncontrollable screams. It was no different from riding a roller coaster. Even when you know it's just a ride and you're securely strapped in, the intense thrill makes you scream every single time. Just before they could collide with the ground, a massive mechanical hand caught them. More precisely, it was the hand of a towering black mecha, about tens of meters tall. The mech was adorned with intricate sea blue patterns that radiated an aura of mysterious power. Under the sunlight, its surface gleamed with a sharp, metallic sheen. "It's Thor!" Gula exclaimed in excitement. He instantly recognized it as the Imperial Marshal's personal mech. As the Empire's strongest asset, only this mech could rightfully be called Thor. Ranchi also gasped in awe, but for a completely different reason. He admired the game designer's brilliance in using a beloved national hero for a heroic rescue scenario. This kind of experience was akin to Spider-Man swooping in to save you during a bank robbery, purely exhilarating. What followed was an epic battle between the Star Beast and Thor. Meanwhile, Ranchi and his group, trapped in their car, were tossed around like helpless toys. The car soared through the skies, plunged downward, and was flung in all directions at breakneck speed. Finally, the vehicle couldn't withstand the intense movement and broke apart mid-air, with its seats being flung off in different directions. Seriously, didn't anyone tell you not to tempt fate by declaring things won't go wrong? Even Ranchi couldn't suppress his scream anymore. Since the seats were connected in pairs, Ranchi and Night Owl were flung away together. "Don't worry," Night Owl said, reaching out to grab Ranchi's hand. Just as he was about to offer some comforting words, he noticed that Ranchi, despite screaming, had his eyes wide open with excitement. His face was slightly flushed, and he looked more thrilled than scared. Night Owl was momentarily speechless, unsure whether to release Ranchi's hand or keep holding it. His grip froze awkwardly. Sensing the hesitation, Ranchi immediately gripped his hand tighter and continued screaming. The feeling of being individually flung out was entirely different from merely sitting in the car. Even Ranchi, who enjoyed thrilling experiences, felt slightly overwhelmed. Holding on to something, or someone, was the only way to feel somewhat secure. Thor intervened in time, catching them and reuniting them with what remained of the car. Finally, he returned them to the starting platform after defeating the Star Beast with an electric light cannon. System: congratulations. You have successfully cleared the Star Beast invasion scenario. You have earned 3 treasure chest keys. Would you like to proceed to the next scenario? Even after the system's notification, the group remained in a daze, struggling to collect themselves. The safety restraints holding them in their seats finally lifted. Ranchi suddenly noticed that he was still tightly holding Night Owl's hand. Sorry. Ranchi blushed furiously as he quickly released his grip. Embarrassed, he stammered, "Did I hurt you?" He had been so caught up in the excitement that he'd completely forgotten he was holding someone's hand. "No, it didn't hurt." Night Owl chuckled softly before asking, "Ready for the next scenario?" "Sure." "No way." Gula and the others shouted in unison. Ranchi's voice was instantly drowned out. It was clear they had no intention of continuing. Ranchi pouted slightly, his energy visibly deflated. To Night Owl, it almost seemed as if he could see drooping ears above Ranchi's head. "How about we split up?" Night Owl suggested. "The roller coaster and haunted house each give 3 keys. It'd be a waste not to get them all. I'll team up with Ranchi, and you guys can tackle the other games." "Sounds great," the others eagerly agreed. Their hearts couldn't take any more thrills for the day, and they couldn't understand how Night Owl and Ranchi could still be ready for more. Really? Ranchi's eyes lit up as he looked at Night Owl. After the adrenaline rush had settled, he found himself longing to relive the excitement. Ranchi was naturally good-looking, with big, round eyes. In the game, his irises were a stunning shade of blue, crystal clear like jewels. When he looked up with such bright, eager eyes, paired with his soft silver hair, he seemed impossibly endearing. It made anyone want to reach out and pat him on the head. "Of course," Night Owl said, clenching his slightly itchy fists before turning to the others with a straight face. "Make sure you collect the rest of the keys." "Got it. Leave it to us." Soul Chaser thumped his chest confidently. He had carefully studied the game descriptions earlier and knew the roller coaster and haunted house were the most intense attractions. The remaining ones should be much more manageable. Gula urged them, "Hurry up and go." Chapter 37 Carousel. Night Owl said, "The 4 of you should leave the team. That way, we don't have to requeue." "All right, no problem." Soul Chaser and the others immediately exited the team without hesitation, as if staying even a second longer might get them roped into riding the roller coaster again with Night Owl and Ranchi. These two weren't human. With the distractions gone, Ranchi and Night Owl proceeded to the next scene. This time, they selected earthquake and landslide, a disaster-themed scenario that sounded thrilling just by its name. System: loading scenario. Please wait. They found themselves in another enclosed station, but this time their vehicle was a striking bright yellow convertible sports car. Its flashy color and unique design were no less stunning than the luxury cars Ranchi had only seen in magazines in his previous life. "Which side do you want to sit on?" Night Owl asked Ranchi. "Can I sit in the driver's seat?" Ranchi was eager, convinced the driver's perspective would be more exhilarating. Of course. After they took their seats, the system securely fastened them in place. System: you are an ordinary commuter on your way to work when a sudden earthquake strikes. You must drive to escape. Brace yourselves for a thrilling experience of speed and danger. Please do not attempt to break free from the seat restraints. If you wish to forfeit, you may exit the dungeon at any time. Note: 3 violations will result in removal from the dungeon. Once the announcement ended, the scene changed again. In the bright sunshine, their car cruised along a wide road. Quaint houses lined the sides, and towering office buildings were visible in the distance. The setting evoked a nostalgic earth-era aesthetic. The system paid great attention to detail. They weren't the only car on the road. It was rush hour, with many vehicles driving past. Each seemed to have its role. Ranchi spotted a car carrying a family of 3, the child beaming with joy, while another vehicle had a large dog hanging its head out, tongue wagging as the wind ruffled its fur. But this tranquil scene didn't last long. Shortly after they started driving, the earthquake began. The ground shook violently, splitting open with a massive crack. Buildings collapsed before their eyes, and the shockwave from the quake swept toward them. Ranchi could even feel the dust and debris pelting him. "Ah!" Someone's scream pierced the air, signaling the start of chaos. Cars turned around en masse, fleeing toward the city outskirts. The inner city was far too perilous, with collapsing buildings and narrow roads threatening to trap them. Naturally, Night Owl and Ranchi followed suit. Ranchi transformed into a godlike driver, expertly taking shortcuts and avoiding panicked vehicles that swerved toward them, maneuvering their car like a fish weaving through the water. In truth, while Ranchi held the steering wheel, the car operated on its own and didn't respond to his commands. Still, The illusion of control was enough to let him enjoy the thrill. Seated in the passenger seat, Night Owl silently observed Ranki's hands gripping the wheel tightly, his gaze momentarily unreadable. Behind them, the earthquake's cracks pursued relentlessly, like a ravenous mouth devouring everything. As their car reached the base of an office building, the structure suddenly collapsed. Fortunately, their vehicle performed a high-speed drift, narrowly avoiding being buried under the debris. They finally made it to a seaside bridge. As the bridge began to crumble, their car executed a breathtaking triple aerial spin, landing safely on the other side. System, congratulations. You have successfully cleared the earthquake and landslide scenario. You have earned 3 treasure chest keys. Would you like to proceed to the next scenario? When the experience ended, Ranki's heart was still racing. He felt like he'd just witnessed a 5D action movie up close. Utterly exhilarating. Night Owl asked. Continue. Absolutely. Ranchi nodded enthusiastically, his excitement still at its peak. So, the two entered the next and final scene. Night chase. This time, the stakes were higher. They became interstellar pirates escaping in a small shuttle after the Imperial fleet destroyed their starship. The fleet relentlessly chased them, firing laser cannons and unleashing dazzling light effects against the backdrop of the dark universe. While this might have been a mundane scenario for interstellar natives, for Ranki, an ancient earthling at heart, it was beyond thrilling. He frequently let out excited screams and cheers, instinctively grabbing the closest thing to him, Night Owl's hand. Night Owl glanced at his hand, now firmly gripped, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his lips. As their roles were the antagonists, the Imperial fleet inevitably caught them. When their shuttle was hit, the violent tremors and explosion effects were astonishingly realistic. After disembarking, Ranchi belatedly let go of Night Owl's hand. So sorry, I was just too caught up in the moment, he stammered. No worries. It's a normal reaction, Night Owl replied calmly. Let's go clear the haunted house next. Okay. They returned to the haunted house, where the queue had visibly shortened. Many players now avoided it like the plague. I heard the haunted house is terrifying. Lots of people are posting on the forums, saying not to go. A female player ahead of them muttered nervously. What's so scary about a haunted house? Just some weird-looking monsters, right? The dungeons we fight daily are way scarier. Don't worry, I'll protect you. If any monster shows up, I'll knock it flat, a burly male player boasted, thumping his chest. Ranchi saw a bit of soul chaser in him and couldn't help but stifle a laugh, hiding behind Night Owl to avoid being noticed. Guessing the reason for Ranki's amusement, Night Owl chuckled softly and shifted to block the curious gazes of the players ahead. At that moment, 2 pale-faced, trembling players walked past, mumbling repeatedly, "Too scary. Way too scary." One look showed that they had just come out of the haunted house. The female player in front of them turned even paler and said nervously, "Maybe we should just go ride the roller coaster. We're already here, and it's almost our turn." The male player didn't want to back down and reassured her confidently, "Don't worry, I've got this." It seemed that the male player's assurance had worked. Despite her apprehension, the female player followed him into the haunted house. Ranchi silently lit a candle for them in his heart. System. You have already cleared 1 scene. You may now choose one of the following 5 scenes to experience: school, haunted house, town, castle, or wilderness. Successfully clearing any scene will reward you with 3 treasure chest keys. Each scene can only be experienced once. Which one do you want to pick? Night Owl asked Ranchi. They had already completed the hospital scene. The remaining options were school, haunted house, town, castle, and wilderness. The castle, Ranchi suggested, intrigued by the idea. He had only seen castles in movies and was very curious about them. Sure, Night Owl agreed without hesitation. System, loading scene. Please wait. In no time, they found themselves inside an abandoned castle. Cobwebs adorned the corners, and all the furniture was covered with gray sheets. The entire castle exuded an aura of lifelessness. Through the windows, they could see the garden, filled with withered plants and trees, and hear the eerie caws of black crows, which added to the spine-chilling atmosphere. System. This castle is shrouded in terrifying legends. Anyone who enters mysteriously vanishes. You are adventurers who have accidentally stumbled into the castle. Find a way to escape. Do your best to flee and avoid attacking the ghosts. If you wish to forfeit, you may exit the instance at any time. Note: violating the rules 3 times will result in expulsion from the instance. As the system's message announced the start of the instance, the sky outside grew darker, and a chilling breeze began to blow, spreading a sense of cold dread that seemed to seep into their very bones. Ranki's eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned to Night Owl. Shall we go? Night Owl replied with a soft laugh. There's only the two of us. Let's not split up. And Ranchi nodded emphatically, grabbing the hem of Night Owl's coat. No splitting up. Ranchi loved haunted houses but still felt uneasy playing alone. Besides, in horror movies, splitting up always led to an early death. He wasn't about to make that rookie mistake. This might be safer, Night Owl said, taking Ranchi's hand in his. He smiled at him warmly, his stunning looks making the simple expression almost indescribably attractive. Ah, Ranchi felt his heart skip a beat for no reason. His cheeks flushed, and he muttered a vague response. The two explored the castle hand in hand. The castle was full of traps and secret chambers. The portraits on the walls would suddenly move, with eerie eyes staring at them from the darkness, making their skin crawl. They faced challenges like being chased by skeletons, bats, and shadows, falling into traps, dodging arrows, evading rolling boulders, and avoiding being buried alive. After overcoming all these hazards, they finally cleared the scene. The other 4 scenes offered similar immersive experiences. The haunted house was much like the castle but with a stronger focus on terrifying ambience, relying on sound effects and jump scares to build tension. An easier challenge overall. In the wilderness scene, they played as tourists stranded with a broken-down car. They had to find a way out while evading predators like cheetahs, lions, and snakes. Escaping the wild required climbing trees, jumping off cliffs, and crossing rivers, a true test of stamina. In the school, they were students foolishly exploring a haunted campus at night, encountering school-specific ghosts like the pencil spirit and Hanako-san. They barely escaped with their lives. Ranki's favorite was the small-town scene. An unknown virus had infected the town, turning all the residents into zombies. He and Night Owl were the only survivors. It felt like being in a real-life horror movie. Each scene was more thrilling than the last. By the time they cleared all the scenes, even the fearless Ranchi was starting to feel a bit overwhelmed. Let's go find Soul Chaser and the others, Ranchi suggested, thinking they could rest while looking for their friends. All right. They checked their friends' locations and confirmed that Soul Chaser's team was no longer in an instance. Dissolving their own team, they applied to join Soul Chaser's group instead. Since they had already completed 9 instances, earning the bonus 3 keys for maintaining a team, disbanding had no consequences. Their application to join was quickly approved, and Soul Chaser immediately handed over the team leader position to Night Owl without question. Night Owl asked in the team chat, "How many keys have you collected so far?" Silence filled the chat. Ranchi. After a long pause, Soul Chaser hesitantly replied, "Not bad." "Not bad? How many exactly?" Night Owl narrowed his eyes. Soul Chaser reluctantly admitted, "Just, not a lot." How much is it?" Night Owl pressed, his tone growing cold. Soul Chaser reluctantly admitted, 3. Ranki's eyes widened in disbelief. Their efficiency was ridiculously low. Since splitting up, he and Night Owl had cleared 7 scenes and collected 21 keys. That didn't even include the 3 bonus keys they earned from staying in a team during 9 instances. But Soul Chaser's team had only managed 3 keys? The carousel and spinning saucer alone could yield 4 keys. Night Owl's voice turned icy. "Where are you now?" After a pause, Sword at Fleeting Time finally answered, "We're queuing for the merry-go-round." His tone was thick with guilt. Ranchi, seriously? All that bragging about being capable, and they ended up playing bumper cars in the merry-go-round. Chapter 38 Treasure Cave. Bonus chapter for New Year's Eve. After splitting up at the roller coaster, Soul Chaser and his group originally planned to try the pirate ship ride. However, they decided to check the forum reviews from other players who had already tried it before proceeding. The reviews unanimously described the pirate ship as terrifying. Players recounted being placed on a ship to play the role of sailors, enduring tsunamis, violent storms, and even sea monster attacks. Some players were so shaken that they vomited after disembarking. Upon seeing these reviews, Soul Chaser and his group chickened out and considered the spinning saucer ride instead. Unfortunately, it also had overwhelmingly negative feedback, with players likening it to being trapped in a can and shaken violently for 5 minutes. Many reported being unable to walk straight afterward. However, there was one ride called Tornado that received relatively milder reviews. It was noted to be shorter and less intense compared to the other options. Encouraged by the promise of 2 treasure chest keys as a reward, the group mustered their courage and gave it a try. But they were too naive. The system transported them to a pristine white space and instructed them to sit in transparent spheres. When the restraint mechanisms were activated, an ominous feeling washed over them. The next moment, they were whisked into a tornado, spinning rapidly up and down while witnessing firsthand the tornado's destructive power. It felt like being part of a disaster blockbuster movie. After surviving the tornado ride, the group decided to abandon any rides that rewarded 2 keys and opted for less intense 1-key games. They had just finished bumper cars and were about to try the carousel. Ranchi couldn't help but twitch his lips at their reasoning. You guys really had it rough. It's not like we don't want to play, Gula complained pitifully. It's just that these games are way too scary. They're not meant for humans. Exactly. I think the developers made this event not for us to play, but to play with us. Plume Inc. grumbled indignantly. Night Owl asked coldly, so you plan to take this pitiful amount of keys into the treasure cave and then just sit back while Ranchi and I open all the chests? The event's keys were bound to the player and could not be traded. After clearing 9 scenes, including the haunted house and the roller coaster, Night Owl and Ranchi had accumulated 30 keys, including the bonus from staying in a team. In contrast, Plume Inc.'s group had only earned 6 keys from their initial 2 scenes and 3 more from the tornado and bumper cars, totaling 9 keys. Soul Chaser, who had been kicked out of the haunted house once, had the fewest keys at just 6. Well, we're not that lucky anyway, Soul Chaser tried to console himself. Even if we opened chests, we might not get anything good. Watching you two open them could be entertaining, too. Yeah, you don't need a ton of keys. Having a dozen is already great, Gula added optimistically. Night Owl shot a deep look at Soul Chaser, making him shiver. Soul Chaser immediately changed his tune. Actually, we could give the 2-key rides another shot. Satisfied, Night Owl said. Good. After the carousel, we'll do the pirate ship. All right. Ranchi looked toward the carousel entrance, his eyes filled with anticipation. Although he enjoyed thrilling attractions like haunted houses, he was also curious about the carousel, a ride he had never tried before. Whenever he visited amusement parks in the past, the carousel was always incredibly popular, with long lines and beautiful lights and music at night. However, it was mostly girls riding it, so he'd always been too embarrassed to line up. Now, with everyone joining in, he didn't need to worry about that. It wasn't long before it was their turn. At first, the carousel was exactly as Ranchi remembered, a rotating platform adorned with colorful, adorable wooden horses patiently waiting for players to mount. But once they boarded, and the carousel began to spin, the wooden horses transformed into lively, rainbow-colored ponies with round, chubby heads that looked irresistibly cute. The ponies trotted in a slow circle, occasionally bouncing playfully. By the end, they even nuzzled the players affectionately with their heads, a stark contrast to the terrifying rides they'd endured earlier. Soul Chaser complained, why can we only ride this once? This is the most fun ride, and they should let us do it more. Night Owl glanced at him coolly. And let you leisurely ride it 3 times to earn the same number of keys as we got from the haunted house. Soul Chaser choked on his words and fell silent. Night Owl said, let's go. Time for the pirate ship. After completing all the rides in the amusement park, more than 10 hours had passed. Night Owl and Byran managed to collect every key available, while Soul Chaser's group, spurred on by Night Owl, finally gathered over 40 keys. The group headed to the treasure cave to open chests. At the cave's entrance, a crowd of players had already gathered, all eager to try their luck and score big. Ranchi and the others, who had been too focused on playing the games earlier, finally checked the world chat. They were shocked to discover that nearly everyone who entered the treasure cave had made significant gains. Players had reported finding epic gear, skill books, and even physical exchange coupons. Even those with poor luck walked away with at least a piece of rare equipment. As more players flocked in, some could only regret not having played more of the game attractions and earned additional keys. Seeing these people, Soul Chaser and his group felt that being forced by Night Owl to play all those dangerous games wasn't so bad after all. It's open, Night Owl announced, activating the dungeon. The treasure cave resembled a limestone cave, with narrow passages and dim lighting. Although the 6 of them entered together, they were transported to different parts of the instance. Having developed a significant fear of darkness and isolation, Soul Chaser couldn't help but call out, where are you guys? Plume Inc. anxiously responded, I can't see anyone either. Check the map, Sword at Fleeting Time said calmly, now much more composed. We've been split up, which actually makes it easier to search for treasure chests. All our equipment is intact, and our skills aren't disabled. Even if there are monsters, we can fight them. No need to panic. Ranchi examined the map and found the cave's layout was highly intricate, with numerous branching paths, making it difficult to regroup. He decided to explore on his own. Sword's right. I already found a treasure chest. Ghouli's excited voice came through. Let me open it. What did you get? Soul Chaser asked. Nothing good. A skeleton warrior jumped out of the chest. I barely managed to kill it. Ghula replied, breathless. Ranran, Be careful. Since Ranchi had the weakest combat ability in the group, they were naturally worried. While his safety was assured, he might struggle against monsters. Of all people, you don't need to worry about Brother Ran, Soul Chaser said dismissively. His luck is so good he'll probably only get great items. You might have a point. Ranchi chimed in. Have you guys found any chests yet? I can't find a single one. He had walked quite a distance without spotting any sign of a treasure chest. Wasn't the treasure cave supposed to be full of them? Gula advised. Ranran, check the ground and walls for any bumps. The system deliberately hides the chests. You need to look carefully. I only found mine because I tripped over it. Got it. Ranchi assumed the chests would be obvious, like those in regular dungeons, but it seemed he needed to pay close attention. Following Guli's advice, he scanned the ground and walls and soon spotted something reflective not far away. Approaching it, he uncovered a treasure chest partially buried in the ground, with only one corner visible. Fortunately, the ground in the treasure cave was soft, making it easy to dig out the chest. Unlike the usual gold or silver chests in dungeons, this one was entirely black and had a mysterious aura. Several large gemstones embedded in its lid made it stand out, and their glint had given its location away. Ranchi retrieved a key from his inventory and inserted it into the lock, successfully opening the chest. Inside was a firewall, skill book. Firewall, skill book. Can learn level 30. Limited profession, elemental mage. Description, learn the skill. Firewall. Cast time, 3 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Summons 4 pillars of fire to form a wall that blocks enemies. Enemies touching the firewall will be inflicted with a burning effect. Satisfied, Ranchi stored the skill book to give it to Night Owl later. After walking a bit further, he noticed a bump on the cave wall. Digging it out revealed another treasure chest. This time, he got the formula for a magic scroll. He set it aside to sell in the trading hall later. The treasure cave lived up to its name. Treasure chests were scattered everywhere, and with a little observation, they were easy to find. System announcement: player, Byran, has defeated the treasure guardian and obtained guild summoning order. Gula, seeing the announcement, couldn't hold back. What the heck? The first guild summoning order in the entire game had appeared. Not only were players in the world channel shocked, but Soul Chaser and the others were so excited they nearly jumped out of their seats. A guild order. We can finally start a guild. Brother Ran, you're the best. Truly a lucky charm. As everyone enthusiastically showered Ranchi with praise, Plumink suddenly realized something was off. Wait a second. Why hasn't the boss said anything? In a small voice, Soul Chaser murmured, kind of curious what the boss opened. If you value your life, shut up right now. Chapter 39 Invincible. Happy New Year. Night Owl had already opened over a dozen treasure chests, but without exception, every chest he opened would spawn various monsters. After ruthlessly slaying them, he was left with nothing but cheap junk items like cover cloth. He even released Xiao He, letting the little black dragon pick the treasure chests in hopes of changing his luck. However, the results remained dismal. Eventually, Xiao He went on strike, turning its chubby little backside to him, refusing to help open any more chests. Losing his enthusiasm for treasure hunting, Night Owl simply found a spot to sit and rest. Man and dragon sat side by side in the cave. Though their expressions were stoic, they exuded a peculiar sense of melancholy, as if the merciless blows of life had abandoned them. Night Owl. At that moment, footsteps echoed from afar, gradually approaching. He looked up to see a plump little white dragon flapping its wings in the lead, followed by a beautiful white-haired priest. Seeing Byran, Night Owl's expression flickered with slight surprise. He was about to ask something when Byran placed a finger to his lips, gesturing for silence. Current, Byran, don't speak. Use the current channel to type. The current channel in the game allowed for close-range communication, visible only to players within 25 meters. Clearly, Ranchi didn't want the rest of the team to know he had come to find him. Although Night Owl didn't quite understand the reason, he complied and switched his chat to the current channel. Current, Night Owl, why are you here? When they first entered the dungeon, everyone was randomly teleported to different locations within the treasure cave. Night Owl remembered seeing Byran's marker on the map, far from his own position. Current, Byran, just happened to head in this direction. When I saw you nearby, I came over. Ranchi scratched his cheek awkwardly and quickly changed the topic. Current, Byran, how's your treasure hunting going? Current, Night Owl. No words were needed. From Night Owl's expression alone, Ranchi could guess the outcome. Suppressing a smile, Ranchi continued typing. Current, Byran, I have an idea. Want to try? Current, Night Owl. What idea? Ranchi looked around, then stepped forward and dug a small chest out of the cave wall. Current, Byran, Try opening this one. Night Owl pressed his lips together slightly, pulled out a key, and inserted it into the chest's lock. With a crisp click, the chest opened, revealing a large white fur. System. Congratulations, you've obtained material. Beast fur. Beast fur. Grade B. Description. Material. Can be used to craft armor. Though not extremely valuable, the material could fetch a decent price at the trading hall. It was far better than the trash items or monsters he had encountered so far. However, Ranchi still seemed dissatisfied. He walked ahead, unearthed another chest, and turned back. Current. By Ran. Try again. Night Owl nodded, took out another key, and was about to unlock the chest when Ranchi grabbed his hand. Together, they inserted the key and opened the chest. System. Congratulations, you've obtained equipment. Knight's pants. Knight's pants. Restriction level 30 or above. Limited profession. Warrior. Grade B. Durability 100/100. Attributes. Basic defense plus 60, strength plus 45, constitution plus 21. This time, the loot was a piece of blue-grade equipment. Though not usable by his class, its stats were decent. The items obtained by opening the treasure chest could all be traded. Although Night Owl couldn't use the blue pants, he could still sell them in the trading hall for a good price. Now that the average level of players had slowly risen, equipment around level 30 was the rarest and could definitely be sold at a good price. With Ranki's help, Night Owl's luck improved significantly. Even when monsters occasionally spawned, they dropped decent items. System announcement. Player, Night Owl has defeated the Treasure Guardian and obtained Guild Upgrade Ticket. Guild Upgrade Ticket. Grade A. Description. Used to upgrade your guild by 1 level. Huh? No way. Did the boss suddenly get lucky? Soul Chaser exclaimed upon seeing the announcement. Plumink muttered, that's odd. Can even the unluckiest players have their day? Sword at Fleeting Time was the first to notice something unusual. Brother Ran, why are you with the boss? What? The others quickly checked the map and saw that Byran's and Night Owl's markers were overlapping. What's going on? This feels suspicious. I knew it. There's no way the eternally unlucky boss could get that lucky. Brother Ran must have helped him open the chest. But aren't the keys bound? How can someone else open the chest? I was just passing by, Ranchi said weakly. Hair. Do you think we'll believe that? Passing by? You practically crossed half the map to get there. Gula exposed him mercilessly. He had noted everyone's locations when they entered the map, initially considering helping Ranchi in case of monsters. But after confirming via private chat that Ranchi had barely encountered any, Gula didn't follow through. Ranchi stopped speaking, his face turning as red as a monkey's bottom. Seeing this, Night Owl spoke up. Fine, let's say I was the one passing by. Okay, sure, whatever you say. As soon as Night Owl said something, no one dared to comment further in the team chat. But what they were saying on private chat channels was another story altogether. World Pathfinder. Oh my god, I'm dying of envy. Our guild has over a dozen people, opened more than 1,000 treasure chests, and didn't even get one guild summoning order. How come Night Owl and Byran are so lucky? World. Misty. Night Owl's luck has always been great. Every time he does a dungeon, he gets amazing drops. I'm used to it. Cack. World. Evernight. These rare items are probably the only ones that get noticed. Who knows how many great things they've opened in secret. Either way, I'm envious. World. Unbreakable mountains and rivers. Everyone's opening chests now, right? After all this time, only Night Owl and Byran have opened a guild summoning order and a guild upgrade coupon. I'm starting to think they're hired by the game company to act as shills. World. A lone boat. Shill. My foot. If you can find me shills this good, I'll kneel and call you my master. Night Owl is just that amazing. World. Kirim. Rubbing some of these luck gods aura. May I also open a rare item? The players on the world channel were about to die of envy. Some complained sourly, others praised excessively, but none of them knew that the so-called luck god Night Owl was actually a top-tier bad luck player. Since they had already been discovered, Ranchi and Night Owl decided not to hide anymore. They quickly opened the remaining treasure chests and ended up with a full bag of valuable items. No matter what, this Children's Day event organized by the game officials turned out to be a massive success. The market saw an influx of new equipment and materials. Players who weren't strong enough to clear challenging dungeons finally had a chance to acquire good gear. Many players even obtained their first ever physical exchange coupons. Those who got physical exchange coupons eagerly went to the mall to redeem fresh fruits and ingredients, enjoying a rare treat. Natural food was extremely scarce, so many players took photos and uploaded them to the Starnet. The Magic Realm. Game officials once again hit the top of the trending topics, bringing in a huge wave of new players. On top of that, The Abyss Dungeon live stream from Night Owl and the dungeon guides written by Sorted Fleeting Time greatly motivated current players to run dungeons more actively, improving their success rates. The GMs, in great spirits, generously increased their rewards. Initially, the live streaming rewards were supposed to include 10 physical exchange coupons for each of Night Owl's 6 team members, half of which would go to Jiangnan's team. But this time, the GMs treated them as a 12-person group and gave each member 10 coupons. Additionally, Sorted Fleeting Time's guides for Forest Graveyard and Blackstone Mine earned doubled rewards. The group was now swimming in wealth. The first thing Night Owl's group did after leaving the treasure cave was head to the main city to apply for a guild establishment with the Adventurer Guild president. The guild name had long been decided: Invincible. System announcement: player, Night Owl has successfully established the guild Invincible, designating Pearl Island, located southwest of Sina City, as the guild territory. Adventurers are welcome to join. System announcement: the guild Invincible has successfully upgraded to level 2 through the efforts of its members. Guild started at the lowest rank of level 1. Being the first to establish a guild, Night Owl's team had their pick of all the available territories in the city outskirts. The team members unanimously agreed that the seaside area near Sina City was beautiful and wanted to set it as their territory. Night Owl, taking their opinions into account, chose the only island, Pearl Island. As more guilds form, the available territories will become limited, making guild wars inevitable. Guild wars occur monthly, and only the winning guild can retain control of their territory. The island was easy to defend and hard to attack. Without boats or flying mounts, the only way to land was through an NPC teleport point, which had a single exit. Night Owl's team could easily guard it. After establishing the guild, countless players submitted membership applications. The influx was so overwhelming that Night Owl had to temporarily close membership requests. He then used his guild leader's authority to invite Ranchi, Jiangnan, and the others to join, granting everyone specific roles. Ranchi, Jiangnan, and Sorted Fleeting Time were made vice leaders, while the others became elders. Guild, Night Owl. The guild summoning order was opened by Byran, so he contributed the most, making him a vice leader. Any objections? Guild, Soul Chaser. None. Brother Ran is the best. Guild, Plume Inc. Boss, even if you made Brother Ran the guild leader, we wouldn't object. He. Guild, Windstorm Jiangnan. No objections. Everyone agreed. So Night Owl reopened the guild application process and set the entry requirement to level 28. Guild, Night Owl. Sorted Fleeting Time will handle member applications. Jiangnan and Byran will manage internal affairs. Be strict with the entry standards. Night Owl trusted his teammates completely, giving them significant authority. Guild, Sorted Fleeting Time. Got it. Guild, Windstorm Jiangnan. Understood. Guild, Byran. No problem. At this point, there weren't many players above level 30, but quite a few around level 28. As a result, the guild application page kept flashing. The group maintained strict standards for membership, assessing not just levels but also class, crafting skills, and equipment scores. A level 1 guild could house up to 30 members, while a level 2 guild could hold 80. After accounting for their own team, nearly 70 spots remained. However, in just half an hour, the guild was nearly full. Let's reserve a few spots for life players, Byran suggested. Life players focused on improving their trade skill proficiency, so they leveled up slower than regular players. Meeting the level 28 requirement would be difficult for them. Night Owl nodded. All right, reserve 5 spots. You'll handle the assessment. Got it, Ranchi replied, readily accepting the responsibility. Chapter 40 Territory Construction. The influence of Invincible was astonishing. Except for the 5 slots reserved for recruiting life players, all others were quickly filled, making the guild lively. Many familiar names from the World Channel could now be seen inside. Guild, Kane. Hahaha. Greetings to all the big shots. Guild, A Lone Boat. Haha. Finally made it in. Guild, Misty. It wasn't easy. Luckily, I've been grinding levels like crazy these past few days and just barely made the cut for the entry requirements. Guild Jia2. Just getting in is good enough. There's a bright future ahead with the pros. Guild, Alice. Anyone want to run the 25 level Blackstone Mine Challenge dungeon? Level 28 priest with 3 skills here. Guild, Unbreakable Mountains and Rivers. I'm in. How about teaming up? Pretty lady. Level 29 warrior. Dual skills. Good at tanking and dealing damage. Super safe. Guild, Kane. Count me in. Guild, Sorted Fleeting Time. Everyone is encouraged to team up for dungeons. If you encounter any problems, feel free to ask me in the guild channel. Guild, Windstorm Jiangnan. If you can't clear a dungeon or need help, just let me know. Guild, Byran. Questions related to life professions can come to me. Guild. Flowing stream. Got it. Got it. The 3 vice leaders are awesome. Guild. Alice. The vice leaders are amazing. The 3 vice leaders efficiently managed the guild's internal affairs, sorted fleeting time, addressed members' questions, and coordinated relationships within the guild. Windstorm Jiangnan organized dungeon runs to help members familiarize themselves with one another and form stable leveling teams. Ranchi handled internal matters like territory construction and resource allocation. As for Night Owl and the other leveling fanatics, they had already headed out to grind monsters in the wild again, although they assured everyone they'd be available if needed. Ranchi dragged Gula along to help him, and the 2 of them traveled to the main city, located the Adventure Guild's teleportation NPC, and transported to Pearl Island. The scenery on Pearl Island was breathtaking, surrounded by the sea, with a town at its center where the sound of waves could faintly be heard. However, as a basic town, everything other than the walls and towers was empty space. Night Owl granted Ranchi and Gula territory management permissions, allowing them to directly access the interface and construct buildings. The guild's starting funds were 1,000 gold, and building a basic structure cost 100 gold each. It was crucial to budget carefully and maximize utility. A guild warehouse for storing items and a guild hall for key activities were priorities. Then came a commercial zone, planting area, and livestock area, which immediately halved the funds. There was also an option to build a fish pond, but since the territory was by the sea, they could fish directly, saving some resources. Territory info. Owner, Invincible Guild. Level 2. Members, 75/80. Funds, 500 gold. Structures, warehouse, level 1. Storage space 200. Hall, level 1. Can recruit up to 80 members and post guild quests. Commercial zone, level 1. Can host 4 shops. Planting zone, level 1. 10 planting areas. Livestock zone, level 1. Can hold up to 10 animals. Ranchi arranged the buildings in a T-shaped layout. The guild hall and warehouse faced the territory entrance, with the planting zone to the left, the livestock zone to the right, and a large open space in the center for the commercial zone. Ranchi handed over the task of decorating the guild hall to Gula while he went to the commercial zone to set up a couple of shops, starting with a forge and a food shop. These shops came with system-assigned NPCs that could be directed to produce specific items. In addition to the default beginner recipes, the NPCs could learn new recipes provided by the manager. With enough materials, they could automatically produce items for sale in the shops. When materials were insufficient, the NPCs would post requests on the guild's quest board, allowing members to earn contribution points by supplying them. The management often added rewards like equipment or rare items to the guild warehouse, which members could exchange using their contribution points. This created a positive cycle where members were motivated to complete quests, contributing to the guild's resources and funds. Due to limited initial funds, Ranchi started with just the forge and the food shop. Equipment was in high demand among members, and delicious food added buffs and satisfied everyone's palate. Ranchi had plenty of recipes to supply the shops, so they wouldn't run out of items anytime soon. As soon as Ranchi uploaded recipes for the 2 shops' NPCs, the task board in the guild hall immediately posted several material requests. Gula, on the other hand, had been busy decorating the guild hall, paving the entrance path with marble and red carpet, and replacing the bulletin board with redwood for a grander look. From wall colors to framed paintings, ceiling ribbons, and window shapes, every detail was carefully chosen to achieve the best effect at the lowest cost. Once the territory construction was more or less complete, they sent a message to Night Owl. Night Owl and the others acted swiftly, putting all the unused equipment they found in the treasure cave into the warehouse. A continuous stream of deposit notifications left the new guild members stunned. Guild, Kane, wide-eyed emoji. Guild, a lone boat. Wow, so many amazing items. Looking at my own backpack makes me shed tears of poverty. Guild, sword at fleeting time. The guild warehouse is now open. Everyone can view its contents. Our management team has nearly completed building the guild territory. When you have time, visit the guild hall to pick up tasks and earn contribution points. All these items in the warehouse will be available as rewards, exchangeable for contribution points. Let's work together to grow the guild. Guild Jia 2. Are the perks really this good? Long live the pros. Guild, Alice, this is fantastic. I've stockpiled so many materials. Just what I need to exchange for contribution points. Time to get that gear. Guild, a lone boat. Smart move. But why did you stockpile so many materials in the first place? Guild, Alice, to sell them, of course. When people start learning life skills, They'll need tons of materials to level up their proficiency. That's my chance to make a lot of money. Guild ya too. Haha, such a business genius. But why are you using them to earn contribution points now? Guild. Alice. Because the items in the warehouse are too tempting. Money is easier to earn. Great gear is hard to find. I've already set my sights on the priest staff in the warehouse. Ranchi, observing the lively guild chat, thought Alice might have potential as a talented merchant worth nurturing. The guild channel buzzed with excitement as those not in dungeons rushed to the main city to teleport. Guild, sword in hand. The guild hall is so impressive. Guild, don't let stranger in. Who worked so fast? The copper ore quest is already completed. Wasn't each task supposed to require 100 units? Guild, Alice, that was me. I completed 3 tasks at once and earned 600 contribution points. Just enough to get my staff. Guild, a lone boat. Wait, weren't you in a dungeon? How are you done so quickly? Guild, Alice, yeah. Elder No Happiness joined us. Having a pro lead made it super quick. Guild, a lone boat. So jealous. If I'd known, I'd have gone too. Guild, Kane, haha. Guess what I discovered? A shocking secret. Guild, Kane, shocking secret. What's with this censorship? Guild Jai 2. Haha, I'm dying. Want me to guess or not? Guild, Kane, HMPH. Head to the commercial zone. Whoever slow will regret it. Don't say I didn't warn you. Guild, Evernight. Commercial zone. Hurry up. First come, first served. Guild Twilight. What's happening? I'm dying of curiosity, but I'm stuck in a dungeon. Guild, Kane. Then you'll have to miss out. Guild, Alice. Haha, I snagged something. Thanks for the tip. Kane. Guild Clear Skies. I should rename myself Stormy Skies. I'm too broke to even stand here. A dozen guild members soon surrounded the 2 shops in the commercial zone, with more rushing over. The NPC smiled politely. I'm sorry, all items are sold out. Please check back later. When exactly is later? Someone who arrived late asked reluctantly. The NPC maintained the smile. When we have enough materials. Quick. Head to the guild hall and submit materials. I was too late. What exactly were these shops selling? The forge workshop had several necklaces for sale. They're blue tire and decent for transitional gear since they're hard to get from dungeons. And the food shop sold not just the usual sandwiches and steaks but also scallion pancakes and leek and egg pies. Dirt cheap. Totally worth it. Someone replied enthusiastically. What? Really? Let's go do guild tasks now. The overwhelming enthusiasm of the guild members caused the guild's contribution points to skyrocketing. It wouldn't be long before the guild leveled up to level 3. At that point, they could recruit more members and unlock additional features. Once the guild reached level 5, members would even be able to set up private shops in the commercial zone. With a monthly rent of just 10 gold, players could display their items and prices on shelves. Much more convenient than searching through the marketplace. By then, with 300 members, the guild would be considered mid-sized. The guild territory could also be open to the public during set periods, ensuring plenty of visitors. Private chat. Night Owl. Did you upload recipes to the shop NPCs? How many? Private chat. Byran. Yes. 3. Private chat. Night Owl. I'll send you the money later. Private chat. Byran. No need. Supporting guild construction is part of management's duty. Plus, the necklace recipe came from the treasure cave, and the 2 food recipes are my own creations. They didn't cost me anything. Private chat. Night Owl. No, I insist. I'll pay you back for everything, including what I owe from before, once the game allows top-ups. Private chat. Byran. Really, it's fine. You already gave me so many physical exchange coupons last time. More than enough. Despite this, Night Owl sent him 30 gold via mail, leaving Ranchi both exasperated and touched. Physical exchange coupons were far more valuable than game gold, which could be easily earned by grinding or selling gear. The only way to get exchange coupons was through achievements. After the Abyss dungeon run, everyone in the team, including Gula, gave their 7 coupons to him, a total of 77 coupons. The gear Ranchi made for the team didn't even use his own materials. They were all supplied by Night Owl and Jiangnan. For him, it was just a matter of using the system interface to craft items, a task that was trivial to him but invaluable to others. He often felt undeserving of their generosity. If he hadn't met Night Owl and the team, he and Gula might still be stuck in their 20s level-wise. Random party matchmaking often led to unpleasant encounters with people like Yuna and Baja. Achieving exchange coupons would have meant painstakingly cooking every day while worrying about malicious players. In the game, smart people abounded. and many had already speculated that he was the creator of those unique foods. But being a member of Night Owl's team made everyone else pretend they didn't know. Having such a reliable and pleasant fixed team was a rare blessing, not to mention that the people in the team were easy to get along with, and Ranchi genuinely cherished it. Chapter 41 Physical Enhancement System. You have been online for 25 consecutive hours. For your health, please log off and rest within 30 minutes. Not long after completing the guild territory construction, it was time for Ranchi to log off for a rest. This time, however, the system's health reminder was delayed by an hour, which he found a bit strange. He didn't dwell on it. After saying goodbye to Night Owl and the others, he logged off. After a refreshing hot shower, he glanced at his personal terminal and, unsurprisingly, found over a dozen unread messages. To his surprise, while the first 3 messages were from Kuching, the remaining 7 or 8 were all from Ran Shaojin. He opened them one by one. Kuching's messages, as always, praised his cooking skills lavishly before inquiring about his health. Meanwhile, Ran Shaojin's messages were similar, all asking where he got his ingredients and urging him to contact the family as soon as possible. His tone seemed rather urgent. Ranchi decided to video call Ran Shaojin. It was midday, so he didn't have to worry about disturbing his family's sleep. The call was picked up after only 2 rings, and Ran Shaojin's stern and handsome face appeared on the screen. Judging by the background, he seemed to be in his company. Dad. Ranki's demeanor was much more formal compared to when he spoke with Kuching, as though sitting upright would help. What's the matter? Did you try the stew I sent home? I did. That's why I'm contacting you, Ran Shaojin replied, his expression growing even more serious. Where did you get the ingredients for your cooking? Online. Ranchi instinctively tensed up seeing his father's stern expression. Why? Is something wrong? Which website? How much did it cost? How did you acquire it? Just the Star Network. And I didn't spend anything. It's from a holographic game I've been playing recently called Magic Realm. It's been trending lately and ranks on Star Network's topic boards every day. You've probably heard of it, Dad. The game you convinced your stepfather to buy you a gaming pod for. Ran Shaojin raised an eyebrow. After an accident involving a mech game, Ran Shaojin tightened control over Ranki's access to electronic devices, removing anything potentially harmful to his health from the house. A gaming pod had been out of the question, but Ranchi had secured one by getting his older brother to vouch for him and pleading with the soft-hearted Kuching. Feeling a bit guilty, Ranchi rubbed his nose. Yeah, the ingredients came from that game. But this isn't a combat mech game, and it has a health monitoring mode. It's completely safe. A game sent you natural food ingredients. Ran Shaojin frowned, finding the explanation dubious. Yes, the game offers all sorts of rewards. To convince his father, Ranchi quickly pulled up the Magic Realm official website on his terminal, opened a small window, and showed screenshots of its enticing rewards. Even my older brothers are playing. My eldest brother was part of the beta test. Ranchi cunningly dragged his 2 brothers into the conversation as backup. What are siblings for if not to share the blame? They're in the military and still have time for games. Ran Shaojin's frown deepened. Well, they need to rest sometimes. Relaxing a bit shouldn't be a problem, right? Sensing trouble, Ranchi quickly changed the subject. Why are you asking all this? Is there something wrong with the ingredients? There is, Ran Shaojin replied. Ranki's eyes widened in disbelief. Seeing his son's reaction, Ran Shaojin's expression softened slightly. Not a bad issue, he clarified. Ranchi was puzzled by his father's cryptic response. The other day, you sent us a bowl of soup. I thought it tasted good and might work as a new flavor for nutritional supplements, so I brought some to the company. Ran Shaojin paused before continuing. During the testing of its components, the R&D team found a trace of an unknown active element. It's highly reactive and shows energy responses. After multiple experiments, they confirmed it's beneficial to the human body, promoting cellular activity and improving overall health. Ran Shaojin's company, one of the largest private nutritional supplement manufacturers in the empire, had an R&D team whose expertise rivaled the Imperial Academy of Sciences. Their findings were highly credible. Really? Ranchi was stunned. It was already surreal that Magic Realm had transformed from a PC game in his past life to a holographic game in this interstellar era. Now, even its rewards had miraculous properties? It was unbelievable. Of course, that's why I need to know where these ingredients came from, Ran Shaojin said. The absence of such ingredients in the market made him worry that Ranchi might have been targeted. However, no matter how he speculated, he couldn't have guessed these high-value ingredients came from a game. Moreover, given that the game seemed to have government backing, Could this be part of a larger initiative? Still processing his shock, Ranchi suddenly remembered the system health reminder that had been delayed by an hour before he logged off. Dad, I just thought of something. What is it? The game I play. It has health monitoring. Yes. If not for the health monitoring feature of the game, he wouldn't have turned a blind eye to Ranchi buying the gaming pod. For the past few days, I've had to log off after being online for 24 hours, with the system reminding me right on time every day. But today, the health reminder was an hour later when I logged off. Ranchi scratched his head. I don't know if I'm just overthinking. Whether it's overthinking or not, a test will tell, Ranchaojan said decisively. Go to the medical office immediately, and contact me after the test. Okay. Ranchi was also eager to know the answer. Although his theory seemed far-fetched, how could eating something improve one's physique? Considering he'd experienced something as unbelievable as transmigration. What wasn't possible anymore? Thinking back to the game's promotional announcements about the enhancement agents before its beta release, the more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Ranchi quickly changed clothes and was about to head out. As soon as he opened the door, he found Gula standing there holding a bowl of strawberries, hand raised to ring the doorbell. Where are you going? Gula looked confused. I'll explain later. Come with me first. Ranchi, recalling that Gula had eaten just as much of the food as he had, snatched the strawberries from his hands and placed them on the table inside before dragging Gula downstairs. Hey, my strawberries. Gula was dumbfounded as he was pulled along. What are you doing? Where are we going? To the medical office. You'll understand when we get there. Wait, are you feeling unwell? Let's go quickly. Gula, thinking something might be wrong with Ranchi's health, became even more anxious than him and took the lead in rushing to the medical office. Their roles reversed. It was class time, so the campus was relatively empty. The two arrived at the medical office quickly. Ranchi placed his personal terminal on the sensor at the entrance, and the door automatically opened as they walked in. However, the school doctor's office was empty, likely because the doctor was on a lunch break. The doctor isn't here, probably taking a break. Hold on, I'll send them a message, Gula said, opening his terminal to contact the school doctor through the campus system. No need. The machine will do. Ranchi stopped him. Keep an eye on the door for me. Don't let anyone come in. The school doctor's office had an intelligent diagnostic machine that could not only check for injuries but also measure physical and mental aptitude levels. Since aptitude could change over time with rigorous effort and training, regular testing was important, although most people lacked the perseverance for such arduous routines. Gula, still baffled, stood by the door, completely unsure of what Ranchi was up to. Ranchi used his terminal to activate the intelligent diagnostic machine. Year 3 Service Department, Class 2, Ranchi, Student ID 3054188, requesting a physical fitness evaluation. Please stand on the green circle, the gentle electronic voice instructed. Ranchi stepped onto the green circle on the floor. The diagnostic machine emitted a red beam, scanning him from head to toe. Once the scan was completed, the results were displayed. Physical fitness evaluation complete. Congratulations, your fitness level has reached D. It has improved since the last test. Keep up the good work. D. Gula, standing at the door, also heard the diagnostic machine's announcement. His eyes widened in shock. Even a half-level improvement was a significant achievement. Improving physical fitness required enhancements to cellular function, muscles, and bones, making advancements especially difficult at lower levels like E and higher levels like A. But Ranchi had actually achieved a half-level improvement. How was that even possible? Gula had never seen Ranchi undergo any rigorous training. Recently, he'd been doing nothing but gaming. Are you secretly training behind my back? Gula asked, glaring at Ranchi as if accusing him of betrayal. Do I look like someone who trains? Ranchi rolled his eyes. Pulling Gula inside, he said, you try it too. No, I don't need to. Gula, a self-proclaimed lazybones, had never put any effort into training and thought taking the test would be a waste of time. But under Ranchi's insistence, he reluctantly agreed. Deep down, he was convinced that his results wouldn't show any improvement. So when the results came in, he was utterly speechless. Physical fitness evaluation complete. Congratulations, your fitness level has reached D+. It has improved since the last test. Keep up the good work. Your fitness level improved too. Ranchi patted his friend on the shoulder with a laugh. How is this even possible? Gula looked like he was dreaming, circling the diagnostic machine to inspect it. Is this machine broken? Let's go back first. Ranchi, dragging Gula along again, sent a message to his father on the way. reporting that his test results had indeed shown a half-level improvement. Chapter 42 Golden Partner. Ranchi dragged the still dumbfounded Gula, whose mouth was agape in shock, back to the dormitory and explained the reason for their physical improvements. Really? Guli's eyes instantly lit up as he cupped his face in joy. Just eating food can improve your physique? That's way too good to be true. I'll exchange all the physical exchange coupons in my account for food right away. Aren't you planning to save up 500 coupons for the enhancement potion? Ranchi asked. Though he also used coupons to trade for food, he usually did so sparingly, only treating himself after accumulating a substantial amount. Like people in his previous life who scrimped and saved to buy a house but occasionally treated themselves to something nice. After all, saving up 500 coupons would take a long time. Whether sooner or later, it didn't make much difference. I don't want that. What's the point of becoming so strong? If my physique accidentally exceeds A level, I'll have to switch majors to the mecha department and start learning from scratch. Too much hassle. It's better to just coast through until graduation. Gu proud Lazybones Law declared. I'll boost my aptitude after graduation. It'll make job hunting easier then. Haha, I see. Ranchi forced a polite but awkward smile. Unlike Guli's laid-back attitude, Ranchi was eager to improve his physique. Being stuck with a weak body was incredibly inconvenient. He couldn't even ride faster hovercars. In the interstellar era, transportation was highly advanced. Many hovercars had supersonic modes, akin to luxury supercars in his previous life, but he was limited to the most basic models, and even those had built-in safety monitoring systems. To be reborn as a lucky rich second-generation heir yet unable to enjoy any thrills, how could he not feel frustrated? At that moment, Ran Shaojin initiated a video call. Ranchi quickly answered. Ran Shaojin got straight to the point. Xiaoqi, is there a way to get more fresh ingredients? Sure, I still have plenty of coupons. Dad, how much do you need? Not much, just 1 or 2 pounds. Fruits and meats are both needed to identify the source of this trace activity. Ranchi readily agreed. No problem. By the way, Ran Shaojin added, until I get more definitive results, don't share this information with anyone. Understood. Ranchi wasn't foolish. He could guess that there might be something unusual about the source of these ingredients. Otherwise, the government and the game officials wouldn't keep this information under wraps. There had to be a reason. After ending the call, Ranchi logged into the game's official website and used his coupons to redeem 1 pound of strawberries, 2 pounds of pork, and 1 pound of potatoes, sending them all to Ran Shaojin. Ranran, can we still eat these? Gula clutched his bowl of strawberries, looking at Ranchi with wide, hopeful eyes. Gula had overheard the conversation between Ranchi and his father. Since Ran Shaojin was going to analyze the ingredients further, Gula worried that they might be forbidden from eating them until the results were in. He couldn't bear it. While the game simulated tastes, it couldn't compare to the real thing, eaten and digested in the real world. Having just fallen in love with the joys of delicious food, was he going to be deprived of it so soon? We can eat them, just not too much. Moderation shouldn't be an issue, Ranchi reassured him with a smile. He had faith in the research and development team at his father's company. Those high-salary scientists were just as skilled as the Imperial Academy's experts. If they said the trace active elements were beneficial, then they were undoubtedly safe to consume. That's great. Let's eat quickly and not waste anything. Relieved, Gula happily popped another strawberry into his mouth. After an hour of offline rest, Ranchi and Gula logged back into the game. As soon as Ranchi came online, he received a private message from Night Owl. Private chat. Night Owl. Perfect timing. A guild team is struggling with the Blackstone Mine Challenge dungeon and needs help. Do you have time to join me? Private chat. By Ran. Of course. Helping guild members clear dungeons was the responsibility for guild management. Jiangnan and his team had already been split up and assigned to lead dungeon runs. Even Night Owl had to personally step in this time. Private chat. Night Owl, I'll add you to the team. System. Friend. Night Owl has invited you to join a party. Do you accept? After Ranchi accepted, he entered a new party. Besides Night Owl and himself, the rest were new guild members. The team's main tank was Unbreakable Mountain and River, a level 29 warrior. The other members included Jiatu, a level 28 archer, Kane, a level 30 assassin, and Sleepless Night, a level 29 mage. A priest and another assassin had left the team to make room. Alice and Twilight. While Alice was decent at healing, her skill set lacked purification. When the chameleon boss sprayed poison, she had no way of countering it, leading to a total party wipe. Additionally, their DPS wasn't sufficient, and the boss kept regenerating health, making it extremely difficult for them. As a result, Alice and Twilight voluntarily stepped aside to let stronger players take their place. Guild leader, vice guild leader, thank you for helping us. Ranchi, it's no trouble. Night Owl, we'll be there shortly. The two of them headed toward the mine dungeon. Ranchi sent a message to Gula, explaining the situation and telling him not to wait. They only needed to help Unbreakable Mountain and River's team defeat the final chameleon boss, which would take no more than 20 minutes. Upon entering the dungeon, they found Unbreakable Mountain and River and the others waiting at the entrance. Ranchi glanced at the main tank's equipment, which had a rating of around 3,400. It was decent enough to handle the boss. Have you studied the strategy guide? Night Owl asked. Yes, we prepared a lot of dispel potions, but the boss's poison is too strong. With a large attack range, the potion's cooldown is also too long, and we just couldn't manage. Unbreakable Mountain and River explained apologetically. No problem. Follow my commands, and it'll be fine. Understood. The team responded enthusiastically, their eyes filled with admiration for Night Owl, like fans idolizing a celebrity. Ranchi couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Great Master Byran, thank you for coming all this way. They didn't forget about Byran either. They'd all watched the live stream of the Abyss Dungeon last time and were thoroughly impressed by Byran's clutch performance as a top-tier priest. In the current magic realm, if Byran claimed second place among priests, no one would dare claim first. Caught off guard by the praise, Ranchi froze momentarily before shaking his head and saying, "It's fine. Just focus on the fight and don't be nervous." Got it. Soon, the group stood before the chameleon boss once more. Night Owl, let's start. Without further prompting, Shan Bupo moved forward to grab the boss's aggro. Once the aggro was stable, Night Owl unleashed a barrage of spells. Magic bullets, fireballs, glaciers, firewalls, and more. The boss's health plummeted like a crashing waterfall, almost causing Night Owl to steal aggro multiple times. It wasn't intentional. His overwhelming damage, coupled with the level gap, caused this. Fortunately, the glaciers and firewalls blocked the boss's path, preventing it from getting close to Night Owl. Night Owl strategically paused his attacks, giving Unbreakable Mountain and River time to regain aggro. Though the team knew Night Owl was strong, they hadn't expected him to be this powerful, leaving them in awe. It's spraying poison. Everyone, move behind it. Night Owl called out as the boss's belly began to swell. The poison spray was the team's biggest challenge. Last time, even Ranchi had almost been caught off guard. This time, however, Ranchi had prepared acceleration potions, allowing him to move twice as fast as before. He even had enough time to cast purification on the short-legged mage, Sleepless Night, who had been poisoned. The chameleon boss, now heavily damaged, activated its stealth skill but was promptly revealed by Night Owl's firewall, letting out a roar of impotent rage. Only 10% health left. Focus fire, Night Owl said, glancing at Byran. Ranchi immediately understood and cast Holy Light. Bathed in the glow, the team's health quickly regenerated regardless of the boss's attacks. In the final moments, the team stood within the Holy Light's range, ignoring the boss's strikes and unleashing all their attacks. Within minutes, the boss was defeated. Unbreakable Mountain and River and the others were dumbfounded. The battle had gone so smoothly, lasting less than 10 minutes. It felt like a completely different boss from before. The guild leader and vice guild leader are amazing. They gazed at Night Owl and Ranchi with stars in their eyes. Night Owl's DPS alone equaled that of 3 players combined, while Byran's precise and steady healing ensured their health never dropped below 80%. His purification timing was impeccable, sometimes clearing poison even before the affected player noticed. What's more, the two of them worked together seamlessly. Their positioning and skill usage seemed to require no verbal communication. They instinctively understood each other. Truly a golden partner. Since the team had wiped once before, the final clear rating was only grade A, earning them a silver chest. This left everyone slightly disappointed. Guild leader, you open it. Your luck is amazing, Kane suggested, his eyes sparkling, clearly eager to watch the lucky draw of their very own lucky god up close. He hadn't forgotten how Night Owl always managed to draw rare treasures on stream. With that kind of luck, he hoped Night Owl could help them land some great loot this time too. Night Owl. Ranchi covered his upturned lips with his hand and stepped in to help. How about I open it? My luck's pretty decent too. Sure. The others had no objections. Either of the two big shots opening the chest was fine by them. Ranchi's lucky streak didn't disappoint. From the silver chest, he pulled out a purple knight's blade and an abyss fragment, much to Kane's delight. Amazing. Long live the vice leader. Without hesitation, they submitted the abyss fragment to the guild warehouse. If they could reach level 30 soon, they might even secure a spot in next week's abyss raid. Night Owl said, "All right, We'll head out. Got it. After leaving the team, the two formed a private duo party again. Ranchi asked, what are we doing next? Do you want to farm the Blackstone Mine Experience Dungeon or the Dark Prison? After a brief moment of thought, Ranchi replied, Dark Prison. The Blackstone Mine was a level 25 dungeon, and given their current levels, they wouldn't gain any experience from it. It wasn't worth their time. The Dark Prison, on the other hand, was a level 30 dungeon that offered more experience. Plus, claiming the first clear for its challenge dungeon would reward them with more physical exchange coupons, which was exactly what Ranchi needed right now. Chapter 43 Dark Prison. The Dark Prison was a lore-rich dungeon. True to its name, it was a dimly lit prison that once held many ferocious monsters. The Temple of Light had dispatched 5 knights to guard them, but the cunning monsters managed to escape during an unexpected opportunity. Now, the roles are reversed. The knights have been imprisoned, and the monsters have turned the dungeon into their stronghold. Upon entering the dungeon, Ranchi and his team received a quest to kill all the monsters and rescued the imprisoned knights unharmed. If they succeeded, they would earn the gratitude of the knight's captain. However, failing the quest would yield nothing. The captain's gratitude was a gamble. It could come in the form of a pouch of coins, the amount depending on luck, a buff, a piece of equipment, or even a special item. Everything depended on chance. Some teams, focused solely on experience points, skipped the quest entirely and adopted a speedrun strategy, mowing down enemies without caring about the NPCs. Since it was their first time in this dungeon, Night Owl and the others watched a short cutscene and got a general idea of the dungeon's context. Now, the question was whether they should take the quest. The quest made it clear that the rescued NPCs would assist them in the final boss fight. However, if even one NPC died, the quest would fail. Considering this, the risk of failure seemed quite high. Night Owl asked, what do you all think? Should we take it? Let's take it. I'm curious about what kind of reward the Knight Captain might give us. Ranchi spoke first. Being well versed in the game, Ranchi knew the benefits of accepting the quest outweighed the risks. Once they reached level 45 and ventured into Auto City and Hopper City, the game's true lore would unfold, and they would become part of the Temple of Light to combat the forces of darkness. These knights were affiliated with the Temple of Light, so completing the quest would boost their favorability with the Light God, unlocking more benefits in the future. Moreover, the NPCs were decent fighters, and their assistance would make clearing monsters faster. The only downside was that it would be particularly taxing for the healer, who must heal 10 people at once. But Ranchi was confident. His healing output was high. He could handle trash mobs with a single recovery spell. Coupled with healing and holy light, the chances of anyone dying were slim. Plumink laughed. Haha, with Brother Rand's lucky streak, those NPCs will definitely give us great rewards. Sword at Fleeting Time nodded in agreement. I'm in favor of taking the quest too. It's just an experience dungeon. We can use this run to familiarize ourselves with the mechanics. Even if we fail, it's no big deal. Alright, then we'll take it. With everyone in agreement, Night Owl stepped forward and accepted the quest. The quest was automatically synced to each party member's quest log, showing a completion rate of 0%. Let's go. Be cautious as we move forward. During the beta test, the limited time forced them to focus on rapid leveling. After hitting level 30, they had jumped straight into clearing the Abyss dungeon and had never tried the Dark Prison. As a result, they were completely unfamiliar with this dungeon, making them naturally more cautious. Got it, the group replied in unison. Entering the dungeon revealed a long, dark corridor. Torches were spaced along the walls, barely illuminating the dim interior. A few goblins with bows on their backs patrolled the dungeon, carrying lanterns. If observed closely, one could spot bone whistles hanging from their chests. It was clear that if these goblins detected intruders, they would summon a swarm of monsters with their whistles. However, since they were here to farm monsters, they weren't worried about triggering more mobs. In fact, they were eager for the enemies to come to them. Without hesitation, Night Owl launched a fireball at one of the goblins. As expected, the goblin became enraged and blew its bone whistle, summoning a horde of bizarre-looking monsters. Night Owl calmly cast a glacier spell in front of him, slowing the advancing mobs. The team unleashed their attacks together, quickly dispatching the wave of enemies. Next, they followed the same strategy, quickly advancing to the depths of the dungeon. Here, they could clearly see 5 wooden cages suspended high above the ground. Inside the cages were the NPCs they needed to rescue. The cages were tied with ropes and secured at a height. Below were 5 mechanisms with rotating handles that needed to be operated to gradually lower the cages one by one. However, touching the mechanisms would immediately trigger waves of small monsters wielding torches. If these monsters got close to the mechanisms, they would burn the ropes, causing the cages to plummet and resulting in mission failure. Although having all 5 players operate the mechanisms simultaneously would save time, it was also extremely risky. Missing even one monster could lead to failure. The safest strategy was to assign one person to the mechanisms while the others defended against the monsters. This responsibility fell to Sword at Fleeting Time since he was the only melee fighter in the group, apart from Gula. When Ranchi used to play the PC version of the game, this part wasn't too challenging. You simply had to stand by the mechanism and wait for the progress bar to complete. But now, in full dive mode, Sword at Fleeting Time had to physically crank the handles himself. It wasn't just slow, it was exhausting, especially with 5 mechanisms to turn in succession. While Sword at Fleeting Time worked hard at cranking the mechanisms, the rest of the team battled non-stop. The small monsters came in relentless waves, like a tidal surge. They darted forward like torch relay runners, extremely fast. If not for Night Owl's Glacier and Firewall slowing them down, they might have missed 1 or 2. After finishing all 5 mechanisms, Sword at Fleeting Time immediately downed a stamina potion. He was utterly drained. With the successful rescue of the 5 NPCs, a thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the dungeon. The boss had clearly been enraged. The ground began to shake violently, and a massive ogre appeared before them. This ogre was the first boss they needed to defeat. It wielded a giant spiked club and possessed immense strength. Its attack pattern was simple, sweeping horizontal swings with its club. However, each swing dealt heavy area damage, making it a tough adversary. The rescued NPCs immediately grabbed weapons from the fallen monsters and joined the fight. With 10 attackers focusing on a single boss, the battle became much more efficient. However, since the NPCs were all melee fighters, they were hit by the boss's sweeping attacks every time, increasing the pressure on Ranki's healing. Fortunately, their team had more ranged players, which helped alleviate some of the burden. Thanks to everyone's combined efforts, the ogre was swiftly defeated. As the ogre fell, the final boss, a dark blood elf, emerged. The dark blood elf resembled a human but was taller, with pointed ears, jet black hair, and strikingly handsome features. However, its crimson eyes, vampiric fangs, and sharp claws made it clear it wasn't friendly. The dark blood elf was bloodthirsty and deadly. Its teeth and claws were formidable weapons, and its speed was incredible. Anyone wounded by it would suffer a bleeding debuff, which could stack to lethal levels. The only way to counter it was with purification. The boss also had a particularly troublesome skill, self-destruct. When its health dropped below 20%, it would begin a countdown to explode, intending to take the adventurers down with it. The team either had to interrupt the self-destruct or retreat from its range within 3 seconds. Because they had taken the NPC rescue quest, they couldn't rely on the NPCs to follow orders. This left them with only one option: interrupt the self-destruct. Ranchi was tense but knew he couldn't give instructions prematurely. He had to wait for the right moment. He kept a close eye on the boss's health bar. The moment the boss started glowing red, Ranchi shouted, "The boss is about to unleash a big move. Soul Chaser, use Kickshot. Plume Inc., use Triple Strike." Archer skills were instant cast, and Kickshot could launch the target into the air, while Triple Strike's knockdown effect could interrupt the boss's ability. With both players attacking simultaneously, the chance of success was higher. The team's combat instincts were sharp. As soon as Ranchi gave the command, both attacks were unleashed. Ranchi also activated Holy Light as a precaution. Fortunately, the two successfully interrupted the Dark Blood Elf's self-destruction. With that crisis averted, the boss let out an unwilling roar and struggled for a few more minutes before finally collapsing. Among the rescued NPCs, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed, handsome Knight Captain slowly stepped forward to Night Owl. In a deep, magnetic voice, he said, "Dear adventurers, with your help, we have slain all the monsters. As a token of our gratitude, please accept this." He handed a cloth pouch to Night Owl. Its contents were unclear. "Wait, let Brother Ran handle this," Soul Chaser suggested. However, the NPC was programmed to give the reward to the party leader, and it was too late to change the leader now. In the end, Night Owl reluctantly reached out and took the pouch. "Boss, open it up and see what treasure you got." Since the pouch was bound upon pickup and couldn't be traded, Night Owl had no choice but to open it in front of Soul Chaser and the others. He couldn't shamelessly try to ride on Ranki's legendary luck. When he opened it, he received 10 copper coins. Ha 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 ha. Soul Chaser clutched his sides, laughing so hard he was in tears. "Let's do it again," Night Owl said, pressing his lips together before immediately exiting the dungeon. This time, however, Night Owl handed over the party leader role to Ranchi. Chapter 44 Vegetable Pancake. The first time they ran the dungeon, Night Owl and his team were not familiar with the mechanics, so they played it a bit conservatively and missed out on the speedrun achievement. However, they were confident they could earn it this time. When we get in, let's pick up the pace. For the patrolling mobs at the start, clear them faster. As for the mechanisms later, have two people operate them together. It'll be more efficient, Night Owl said before they started. Yeah, someone come help me with that, complained Sword at fleeting time. The mechanism wheels were heavy and exhausting to turn. He had spun all 5 on his own last time and was completely wiped out. I'll help you this time, Plume Inc. volunteered with a smile. Once inside, Ranchi, as the team leader, stepped forward to receive the mission. Someone snickered quietly. Ranchi glanced sideways and noticed Night Owl pressing his lips together tightly. Ranchi couldn't help but feel amused too. This dungeon really wasn't kind to unlucky players. With experience from their previous attempt, they had a better grasp of the mob's attack patterns. They pulled 2 patrolling goblins at the same time, along with their summoned waves, and dispatched them much more efficiently. When they reached the mechanisms, Plume Inc. and Sword at fleeting time worked together to spin them while Night Owl and Gula blocked the mobs. With Soul Chaser's area of effect attacks, they quickly rescued the NPCs, cutting their time in half. System announcement. Congratulations to players, Night Owl, Soul Chaser, Plume Inc., Sword at fleeting time, Coke, and Byran, for clearing the Dark Prison Experience dungeon in under 20 minutes, earning the achievement, Lightning Speed. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed knight NPC appeared again and handed a pouch to Ranchi. Soul Chaser rubbed his hands together in excitement. Haha, let's see what Brother Ran can get this time. Don't get your hopes up, it's not a treasure chest, Ranchi replied with a wry smile as he opened the pouch. System. Congratulations. You have obtained a mid-tier enhancement crystal. Enhancement crystals were items used to upgrade equipment, typically obtained by dismantling gear. Upgraded equipment gained enhanced stats based on its original attributes. Basic enhancement crystals could enhance equipment up to level 6-7, mid-tier crystals up to levels 12-13, and high-tier crystals up to level 20. Basic crystals required dismantling grade B or higher gear, mid-tier required grade A, and high-tier could only be obtained by dismantling grade S gear. The higher the tier of the crystal, the harder it was to acquire. This single mid-tier enhancement crystal was as valuable as a piece of purple tire gear, highlighting Ranchi's exceptional luck. No wonder you're our lucky charm, Brother Ran. Amazing. Although the crystal was valuable, their current level made equipment upgrades unnecessary, so Ranchi stored it for future use. They quickly finished all 5 experience dungeon runs, though leveling up took noticeably longer. What once yielded 4 or 5 levels now barely gave 2 or 3. Ranchi reached level 33, tying with Gula, who was just 20% shy of level 34. Sword at fleeting time hit level 35, Plume Inc. and Soul Chaser reached level 36, and Night Owl maintained his position as the server's top player at level 38. They then tackled the challenge dungeon and managed to earn both the first clear and an SSS rating. System announcement. 8th under a start. Congratulations to the player, Night Owl, Soul Chaser, Plume Inc., Sword at fleeting time, Coke, Byran, for clearing the first kill of the Dark Prison Challenge dungeon. Get the title, Braveheart, and physical exchange coupon too. System announcement. Congratulations to the player, Night Owl, Soul Chaser, Plume Inc., Sword at fleeting time, Coke, Byran, for clearing the Dark Prison Challenge dungeon in 19 minutes, 42.17 seconds, and getting SSS level evaluation. Additional reward of gold treasure chest. Since this was a story dungeon, they not only cleared it but excelled at the rescue mission, doubling the reward coupons, a fact that thrilled Ranchi and Gula the most. Naturally, Ranchi was chosen to open the treasure chest. He obtained a sword or a shield, skill book, and a dali bread recipe. Sword or a shield, skill book. Can learn level 30. Limited profession, war god. Description, grants the skill, sword or a shield, a passive skill that blocks enemy attacks with a sword, emitting a powerful sword aura to knock back enemies and deal 110% physical damage. Dali bread recipe. Grade B. Description, this book teaches the method of making dali bread. Consuming it increases base defense by 30% for 15 minutes. The skill book was reserved for Windstorm, a war god, while the bread recipe naturally went to Ranchi. As for the abyss fragments, they were stored in the guild warehouse for future raid preparation. What's this dali bread? Gula the foodie asked, curious. It's a type of bread, Ranchi explained. It's pretty good. Dali bread is a traditional European-style loaf with a rich buttery aroma, sweet raisins, and crunchy walnuts. Its hard crust contrasts with its soft interior, offering a delightfully textured experience. How about we try making it later? I'll take a look. Making dali bread requires quite a few ingredients, which I don't have here. I'll need to check the trading hall. Grapes, walnuts, and milk, along with other ingredients, were all gathered through the collection, and the trading hall may not even have them. Seeing Guli's face fall, Ranchi added, last time, Night Owl got me a lot of fish and seafood. I'll go back and figure out a dish to make, and when it's ready, I'll call you. The dungeon runs were done for the day, and since he wasn't too interested in monster grinding to level up, the seafood Night Owl had gotten him last time was perfect for a seafood feast. It was a great way to relax together. After all, the ingredients came from Night Owl's monster kills, so it hadn't cost a penny. They could enjoy the food and collect more exchange coupons. A win-win situation. Sure. Gula immediately perked up. The group split up. Night Owl and the others, the leveling maniacs, headed out to the wilds for monster grinding, while Ranchi used a city return scroll to go back to the main city. He went to the trading hall and found grapes and milk, but no walnuts. Thinking he could use raisins to make milk toast bread instead, he figured he might even get a new recipe. He listed the dali bread recipe for 2 gold in the trading hall. Though the ingredients were hard to find, it was still a grade B recipe, so the price seemed reasonable. After purchasing the ingredients, Ranchi went to the cooking area and rented a kitchen from the NPC. He had quite a few dishes to make, so he wanted to avoid drawing attention. He took out the fish, shrimp, crabs, and various shells that Night Owl had given him. Since they were game items, they were still in the freshest condition. The fish even wiggled their tails occasionally, proving they were still alive. The easiest way to cook seafood was, of course, grilling. Clean it, brush it with oil, pour on the sauce, and sprinkle with pepper and cumin. The aroma was mouth-watering. He could also make sashimi or seafood soup, and there were many ways to prepare it. He was sure to earn plenty of exchange coupons from this. While he was busy, a system announcement popped up. System announcement: congratulations to the player Yuna, for developing a new food, vegetable pancake, earning 100 world reputation and physical exchange coupon 1. Ranchi. That familiar name triggered not so pleasant memories for Ranchi, and the vegetable pancake looked like an improved version of his scallion pancake. He checked the attributes of the vegetable pancake. The system evaluation was only grade C, with an increase of 10 in constitution, 8 in strength, and a 10-minute duration. It could be considered a low-tier scallion pancake, with both the attributes and duration significantly reduced. World: Lin Yuan. Damn, this big shot isn't anonymous anymore. World: 9 lives. Looks like it's a variation of the scallion pancake. Could it be the same big shot? World: 3 turns back. I don't think so. The green onion pancake was made by a priest last time. World: Davis. But this creator is also a priest? Yuna certainly knew how to seize opportunities. As her vegetable pancake appeared in the system announcement and drew attention, she immediately made her presence known in the World Channel. World: Yuna. Moon Shadow Guild is recruiting players above level 25 for leveling and teamwork. I'm a professional priest and part-time life player, with a cooking skill level of 20. Join the team and enjoy top-tier treatment. Contact Baja. Moon Shadow. World: Baja. I already have a fixed team. We've cleared all challenge dungeons under level 25, and we're opening the Abyss dungeon next week. Strong players above level 25. Come join us. World: Moon Shadow. Moon Shadow Guild is recruiting players for Abyss Dungeon next week. Moon Shadow, level 31, was already well known on the rankings, though not in the top 10. He was still in the top 30, making him quite prominent. World: 9 Water. Moon Shadow's Guild? I'll definitely join. But has the guild summons come yet? World: Lin Yuan. Doesn't matter. As long as we get a fixed team, we can start the guild once we get the summons. World: 9 lives. That's true. I'm a bit tempted. World: Raphael. Haha, I knew that Yuna name sounded familiar. Didn't I kill her once? World: No happiness. Out causing trouble again? Stealing recipes and playing dirty. Who would want to join the guild of someone like that? World: Smoke. That vegetable pancake is obviously based on the scallion pancake, but it's a downgrade in every way. The skill just isn't there. While Ranchi didn't say anything, No Happiness and the others couldn't hold back and started to argue in the World Channel. Chapter 45: Anonymous Master. However, Yuna didn't respond to No Happiness and the others' taunts. Instead, Two more system announcements appeared. System announcement: congratulations to the player Yuna for developing a new food, chive pancake, earning 100 world reputation and physical exchange coupon 1. System announcement: congratulations to the player Yuna for developing a new food, honey roasted meat, earning 100 world reputation and physical exchange coupon 1. World 7 summer, impressive, creating 3 new foods at once, truly amazing. World 9 lives, that does seem pretty amazing. Could it be the same big shot who created all those other stuffed buns? World Lin Yuan, big shot, those fresh meat buns were delicious. When can you make another batch? World Yan Mo, I hope the big shot puts the new foods up for sale soon. I can't wait to try them. Since Yuna created 3 types of custom foods in one go, many players assumed she was the anonymous creator of other popular foods. They flocked to praise her, drowning out No Happiness and the others' messages. Yuna, however, didn't react at all. She neither confirmed nor denied the claims and simply kept spamming her recruitment announcement. World Yuna, Moon Shadow Guild is recruiting players above level 25 for leveling and teamwork. I'm a professional priest and part-time life player, with a cooking skill level of 20. Join the team and enjoy top-tier treatment. Contact Bajer, Moon Shadow. Yuna's popularity soared instantly. The world channel was flooded with messages from players asking to join her guild, get to know her, or even form a relationship. It was almost overwhelming. Meanwhile, No Happiness, Smoke, and Raphael, members of the Windstorm Jiangnan Fixed Party and elders of the Invincible Guild, caught the attention of newer guild members with their world channel messages. Guild, Evernight, did you see the world channel? What's going on? Why are all the big shots showing up suddenly? Guild, A Lone Boat, not sure. Does it have something to do with that Moon Shadow Guild? In the first few days after the server opened, everyone was focused on leveling up, only glancing at the world channel during breaks. With so many players, the messages refreshed rapidly. So many hadn't heard about the earlier incident involving the stolen recipe. Guild, Kane, hey, I actually know about this. Guild Jia too, then hurry up and spill it. Stop teasing us. Guild, Kane, alright, no rush. Go check the forum. The post is by someone named Feng Wuhan. Guild, Evernight, can't you just tell us? Why make us look it up ourselves? Though they grumbled, their hands quickly opened the forum. It didn't take long to find Feng Wuhan's post, which included a detailed video explaining the entire incident. Guild, Evernight, damn, I've never seen anyone so shameless. Guild, A Lone Boat, what did our big shot Byran do to deserve this? Why would someone put a bounty on him just because he's a priest? Guild Beacon of War, I saw those foods listed in the trading hall. Vegetable pancake, for 20 silver, chive pancake, for 40 silver, and honey roasted meat, for 80 silver. I was going to buy one to try, but they sold out instantly. Guild, Unbreakable Mountain and River, could you not really be the anonymous big shot who's been creating all those foods? Guild, Kane, definitely not. If the real big shot wanted attention, they wouldn't have stayed anonymous from the start. Guild, Evernight, that actually makes sense. Meanwhile, Soul Chaser, who was leveling in the wild, saw the guild chat and opened the forum post out of curiosity. The moment he saw it, he exploded. Damn, did you see the guild chat? Someone had the nerve to bully our brother Ran and even put a bounty on him. He was just a newbie back then, barely out of the tutorial village. Soul Chaser, with his fiery temper, had already taken Ranchi and Coke as his own people. Seeing someone bully Ranchi made him unable to hold back. Although they had split up to farm monsters for higher experience, they remained in a party, allowing them to communicate in the party chat. Soul Chaser was angry, but he still knew his limits and refrained from shouting in the guild chat. Is it true, Brother Ran? Did you suffer any losses? Plume Inc. asked with concern. Ran, why didn't you tell us? We could have avenged you. Gula exclaimed anxiously. Exactly. We'll avenge you. Soul Chaser's tone was filled with murderous intent, as if he was ready to storm back to the main city and hunt down the two who had bullied Byran as soon as Ranchi gave the word. No need. Raphael and No Happiness already killed them twice, so the score has been settled. Ranchi quickly stopped them. Yuna and Baja had already paid the price, and as far as Ranchi was concerned, the matter was long over. There was no need to dredge up the past. Alright, since the person involved had already let it go, the others couldn't insist on pursuing it further. But those things Yuna made are clearly based on what you created. When people asked her if she was the anonymous big shot, She didn't deny it and even used her cooking skills as a way to attract people to her guild. Gula said indignantly, "These recipes are simple. You can figure them out with a bit of trial and error. It's not a big deal." Ranchi replied, seemingly indifferent. After all, he'd experienced plenty of such things in his previous life. This was just someone learning to make scallion pancakes and modifying them slightly, not worth fussing over. At most, it left a slight bitter taste in his heart. Private chat. Night Owl. The people who were hunting you back then, did they commission the bounty? When Night Owl first met Ranchi, he had helped resolve a bounty situation. At the time, Ranchi had briefly explained the situation but hadn't gone into much detail. After reading the forum post, Night Owl now understood the full story. Private chat. By Ran. Yes, thanks to you, or I might have really taken a big loss. Private chat. Night Owl. Alright, if something like this happens again, you must tell me immediately. Private chat. By Ran. Got it. Private chat. Night Owl. How's the food coming along? Private chat. By Ran. The prep work is almost done. Just a little longer. Private chat. Night Owl. Make a few more dishes. Private chat. By Ran. Sure. Ranchi didn't think much of it, assuming Night Owl simply wanted to try more new foods. In addition to the barbecue and seafood soup he'd already planned, he decided to make fish cakes, fish balls, stir-fried shrimp, steamed eggs with clams, and garlic scallops. System announcement. Congratulations to player, Anonymous, for developing a new food, pan-seared fish cake, earning 100 world reputation and physical exchange coupon 1. System announcement. Congratulations to player, Anonymous, for developing a new food, stir-fried shrimp, earning 100 world reputation and physical exchange coupon 1. 17 announcements in total. The previously lively World Channel fell into a stunned silence. These 17 announcements dominated the screen for several minutes before the channel resumed its usual flow. Even the lurkers were shocked out of hiding, and the messages started pouring in like a flood. World. September sky. Am I dreaming? Did over a dozen announcements just flash by? World. June snow. You're not dreaming. It's real. World Pathfinder. Now I'm certain this anonymous big shot isn't you, nah. World. Kane. Haha. Exactly right. World Shura. 10 Steps Guild is recruiting professional life players with excellent benefits. World. 1000 Mechanisms. Prosperous Dynasty Guild is looking for players skilled in cooking. You'll be made a vice leader after the guild is established. World Blossoming. Glazed Moon Guild is offering 30,000 star coins to hire this anonymous cooking master. If that's not enough, we're open to negotiation. World Gossip Guru. Wow. 3 ranking guilds have joined in. This anonymous big shot is in high demand. World. Clever Spark. Judging by the coastal ingredients, this master is probably near Sina City by the sea. World Glamorous Bone. Little brother, you've got some skills. Ranran. Did you make all of that? Gula couldn't help but ask in the party chat. Yes. I've used up all the ingredients. Are you coming back now? We're coming right away, they replied in unison. Faced with such delicious food, who had the mind to keep leveling? Returning to the city took priority. Night Owl then spoke up. Let's meet back at the guild territory to trade. Ranchi. Alright. With so much food emitting such enticing aromas and people already starting to take notice of Sina City, it was clearly unsuitable to trade in the main city. Returning to the guild's territory was a better option. Ranchi quickly replicated dozens of portions of each dish using the simplified mode, then used an NPC to teleport back to the guild's territory. However, as soon as he stepped out of the teleportation array, he saw Night Owl and Sword at Fleeting Time already waiting for him. Ranchi was a bit surprised. How did you get here so fast? Hand over our portions first. Alright. Ranchi didn't think much about it and directly traded the food to Night Owl and Sword at Fleeting Time. World. Night Owl. Meat pie. Honey glazed ribs. Mushroom braised chicken. Tomato braised beef brisket. Grilled shrimp skewers. Grilled fish. Pan-seared fish cake. Stir-fried shrimp. The Invincible Guild is recruiting professional lifestyle players. Excellent guild benefits. Exchange contributions for gourmet food and equipment. Dungeon runs included. Interested players. Contact. Sword at Fleeting Time. World. Sword at Fleeting Time. Meat pie. Honey glazed ribs. Mushroom braised chicken. Tomato braised beef brisket. Grilled shrimp skewers. Grilled fish. Pan-seared fish cake. Stir-fried shrimp. The Invincible Guild is recruiting professional lifestyle players. Guild benefits include gourmet food and equipment in exchange for contributions, plus dungeon runs. Interested parties, contact me directly. World. Kane, is the anonymous master actually in our guild? World. June Snow. I told you to level up. You didn't listen. I told you to apply to Invincible Guild. And you didn't. You said they'd recruit again later. Get lost. World. September sky. Honey, I was wrong. World glamorous bone. Me. Alchemy level 18. Forging level 16. Big shot. Please notice me. Chapter 46 Guild benefits. Although Yuna managed to create 3 dishes, neither their taste nor their attributes could compare to the food crafted by the anonymous expert. Moreover, players weren't gullible. They could tell that her dishes were essentially slight modifications of the anonymous expert's creations, which made her approach feel somewhat opportunistic. Previously, players had mistaken her for the anonymous expert, which earned her their enthusiasm. She hadn't denied it either, instead leveraging the hype to recruit more people. But now, the consecutive system announcements, 17 in total, were like 17 slaps across Yuna's face. The remarks made by Night Owl and Sordid Fleeting Time in the World Channel completely overshadowed the prominence of the Moon Shadow Guild. Everyone now knew that the anonymous expert belonged to the Invincible Guild, thanks to Night Owl's efforts. However, no one attempted to investigate the expert's identity. Instead, they were captivated by the 17 dishes whose names alone seemed mouth-watering. As a result, Yuna and the Moon Shadow Guild were utterly forgotten. Regardless of whether they met the requirements or not, countless players bombarded Sordid Fleeting Time with private messages, hoping to join the Invincible Guild. His private message channel nearly exploded from the sheer volume, making it impossible to manage. He had no choice but to send another message in the World Channel, asking everyone to email their personal information and life skills screenshots to him for later screening. Meanwhile, Night Owl noticed Ranchi still looked somewhat dazed. Unable to resist, he reached out and ruffled Ranchi's hair, softly asking, "Feeling better now?" Ranchi finally snapped back to reality. No wonder Night Owl had asked him to prepare extra dishes earlier and then suddenly posted in the World Channel. It was all to help him vent his frustrations. A warm, bittersweet bubble swelled in his chest. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift, though he mumbled, "Actually, I wasn't really upset." "Sure, you weren't upset." Night Owl chuckled softly and ruffled his hair again. Ranchi touched his mussed-up hair, and the little bubbles in his heart seemed to multiply. Hastily changing the subject, he said, "I made so much food today. How about we invite our guild members to join us for a feast? Consider it a guild benefit." Since the ingredients were readily available and cost little, sharing the food as a benefit could also strengthen guild cohesion. "Sounds good." Night Owl agreed readily. "But with so many members, there might not be enough. Let's have them exchange contribution points for it instead." Ranchi nodded. "All right." Sordid Fleeting Time, go make the announcement. Night Owl instructed Sordid Fleeting Time, who had been silently standing nearby like a statue. Sordid Fleeting Time nodded. "Got it, Guild." Sordid Fleeting Time, in half an hour, we'll be distributing guild benefits in the guild territory hall. All members can exchange guild contribution points for any dish. 20 points per dish. Guild. Kane. OMG. Long live the guild leader. Long live the vice guild leader. Guild. A lone boat. Can we choose from all 17 dishes announced earlier? Guild. Alice. Ah, I regret it so much. If I'd known, I wouldn't have exchanged for that weapon. Guild. Unbreakable mountain and river. Haha, I've saved up over 400 contribution points. I'll exchange for all the dishes. Guild. Alice. No worries. I'll head out to the fields and mine right now. I can rack up points quickly. Contribution points could be earned by completing guild tasks. Most NPC requested materials were everyday monster drops or items that could be gathered. Submitting even a low tier material could net 2 points, making it relatively easy, so everyone was highly motivated. Half an hour later, the guild hall was packed. The long conference table had been transformed into a dining table. Dozens of members were holding plates of food, eating heartily either while seated or standing. "This grilled fish is amazing," exclaimed a bun-haired priestess as she sat at the table, carefully using a fork to savor a piece of fish. The fish's pearly white flesh came from its most succulent part. The fish skin, containing a touch of fat, had been flame grilled to a lovely golden hue. Seasoned lightly with salt, its flavor was incredibly fresh and melted in the mouth, with not a single bone to be found. "This pan-seared fish cake is even better," retorted a nearby warrior dismissively. The fish cakes were made by mashing fish into a paste, mixing in chopped scallions and diced carrots, forming patties, and frying them gently in oil over low heat. The edges were crispy, the inside soft, and they exuded a delightful aroma of fish. The crunch of the carrots added a refreshing contrast, making them irresistibly delicious. No, the seafood soup is the best. It's so rich, and the ingredients are amazing. Fish, shrimp, fish balls, and clams," said a black-robed mage as they sipped the soup, relishing the intense seafood flavor that filled their mouth. "I think the stir-fried shrimp is the tastiest," chimed in an assassin. The shrimp had been sautéed until the oils infused the dish, giving it a bright and appetizing color. The crispy shrimp shells could be eaten without peeling, combining perfectly with the tender, juicy meat for an addictive bite. "This clam custard is the best. The custard is so silky, and the clams are so fresh. I almost want to swallow my tongue along with it." "What's the point of arguing? They're all delicious." The bun-haired priestess glared at them in mock annoyance. "I suggest you exchange for more dishes before the ones you want are gone." The group quickly snapped out of their daze, hurriedly finished their food, and rushed to find No Happiness and Raphael to exchange for more dishes. Since it was a game, food couldn't just be placed on the table for anyone to take. If it were stored in a warehouse for direct redemption, it would lose the atmosphere of guild activity. So in the end, the food had to be distributed manually through transactions. The guild management team took turns, and now it was No Happiness and Raphael's turn. No Happiness was awkwardly holding a pair of bamboo chopsticks, trying to eat a piece of sweet and sour fish. "You might as well use a fork." Raphael watched his awkward attempts and felt speechless. "No way. If Ranchi and Night Owl can do it, there's no reason I can't." No Happiness was determined to master the chopsticks, leaning over the plate and desperately trying to break apart the fish. Interstellar citizens, who were used to eating nutrient solutions, obviously didn't know how to use chopsticks. At most, they could use knives and forks, but those weren't ideal for eating fish as they tended to fall apart. When they saw Ranchi skillfully using chopsticks to eat the fish earlier, everyone was stunned and tried to learn. However, only Night Owl succeeded, while the others all had awkward grips on the chopsticks. Raphael gave up and ate fish balls with a fork, enjoying them one by one, while only No Happiness was still struggling with the chopsticks. Meanwhile, Night Owl and his group gathered in the Guildmaster's room. This was a space only accessible to guild management. Unlike the regular members who were restricted, everyone could eat whatever they wanted. Since this private gathering wasn't something the other members should see, they hid away in the Guildmaster's room. However, the scene inside was almost identical to the guild hall. Everyone focused on their food, occasionally sharing thoughts and discussing which dish to try next. With 17 new dishes, it took quite a bit of time to eat through them all. Sigh. Eating like this isn't satisfying. It'd be nice if we could have all the dishes on one table and share, Soul Chaser said, frowning. They were all sitting together, but each was eating alone, which felt a little lacking. "Yeah, it would be so lively if we could all eat together," Plume Inc. agreed. Ranchi had an idea and asked, "Have you ever used exchange coupons to get food?" "Nope. I've been saving my coupons to exchange for a new mech," Soul Chaser answered while biting his fork. "Me neither. Even if I did, I wouldn't know how to cook it." "What's the point?" Plume Inc. said, looking at Ranchi with curiosity. "Have you redeemed anything?" Ranchi nodded and answered directly, "Yes, the fruit from the exchange store is ready to eat, and it tastes great. Lele and I always share it." "Yeah, we've redeemed a lot of stuff, and Ranran can cook. Last time, he made braised pork and potato rice. It was so delicious." Gula added, "What? You two have been enjoying food offline without sharing?" Soul Chaser exclaimed dramatically. "Boss, next time we're on break, let's redeem some fruit too." "Okay, sure," Night Owl agreed without hesitation. After all, fruits only cost one exchange coupon per kilogram, so they were very affordable. Plume Inc. immediately protested. "That braised pork and potato rice sounds amazing. Brother Ran, why haven't you made it for us?" 17 dishes aren't enough for you?" Ranchi asked in surprise. "Not enough," everyone answered in unison. Ranchi was speechless but finally agreed. "Fine, I'll make it for you next time. By the way, boss, which planet are you from?" Gula suddenly asked. "Capital Star," Night Owl replied. Ranchi paused, his chopstick stopping midair as he stared at Night Owl. "We're from there too," Gula exclaimed excitedly, sitting up straight. "Our school is about to hold a combat competition. Maybe we'll meet you during the regional matches. Ranran can make something tasty for you then." The annual combat competition at the Imperial Military Academy was a grand event involving all 140 military schools from across the empire. Contestants who placed highly in the competition were considered elite talents. The preliminary rounds took place within each school, with the top 10 advancing to the regional competition. Though Ranchi and Gula couldn't participate, their school would organize students to cheer on the competitors, as it represented their academy's prestige. Since they were all on Capital Star, it was certain that the regional competition would take place in the same location. Who knows, They might actually have the chance to meet. Really, that's awesome. We'll provide the ingredients. Soul Chaser and Plume Inc. immediately said excitedly. Take us along. Take us along. No Happiness and Raphael hurriedly added. We're from the same school. Yeah, we'll go too. Smoke, Windstorm Jiangnan, and Four Seasons also looked over at them. It looked like a large-scale online community about to meet in real life. Chapter 47 New Members. Happy Lunar New Year. Gongxi Gongzai. This guild event was a huge success, and everyone had an amazing time eating. They expressed their hope to keep this excellent tradition going. They even spontaneously organized a group photo, with everyone holding a type of food in their hands. While eating, they couldn't help but show expressions of pure enjoyment, making it clear just how delicious the food they were holding was. Sword at Fleeting Time went to the forum and posted a recruitment thread for professional life players, featuring that group photo as the main image, accompanied by close-up shots of the 17 dishes. He posted it all on the game forum, sparking an outcry from countless players. 1L. This is outrageous. They're blatantly posting food pics. 2L. You can post the pictures, but can you put all these things in the trading hall? You think we don't have money? 3L. Please put them in the trading hall. I was wondering why there were no new items on the market. Turns out you guys consumed them internally. 4L. My mouth is watering. I can tell the food must be amazing just by looking at the pictures. 5L. I bet the anonymous expert is a super talented star chef. 6L. Does a star chef have time to play an online game? 7L. What? Can't a star chef have personal hobbies? 383L. Does anyone remember this as a recruitment post? 384L. I remember, but what does remembering do? I don't have any life skills. 385L. Sigh. Me too. I should have learned something earlier. 386L. Do you think they're fools? There must be skill level requirements. I hope the Invincible Guild upgrades to level 3 soon. Please give me another chance at 387L. I actually hope Night Owl's guild takes longer to upgrade. I've been working really hard on leveling Riding on the heat of this event, Invincible Guild successfully recruited 5 new members, all of whom were professional life players. Sword at Fleeting Time had pre-screened the player screenshots, and then Ranchi and Night Owl did a final round of selection. Ranchi was responsible for evaluating their expertise in life skills, while Night Owl was in charge of assessing their character. Now that Invincible Guild was well known, it was easier for people from other guilds to infiltrate and gather intel or seek personal gain. If professional life players were to be trained, it would require a lot of guild resources, and no one wanted to go through the trouble only to end up helping someone else. Night Owl had a sharp eye for people. He dismissed anyone who seemed impatient or appeared to be scheming. He preferred slightly less skilled players as long as they weren't just there to waste time. The 5 who successfully joined the guild had character levels and life skill levels that were mostly above average, but they all had good character. Coincidentally, some of them were familiar faces, such as Yan Mo, who had loudly recommended themselves on the World Channel, as well as the bickering couple June Snow and September Sky, and Flower Iris and Feng Wuhan. Yan Mo was a level 26 mage, specializing in alchemy and forging, with skill levels of 18 and 16 respectively. June Snow was a level 28 priest, and September Sky was a level 29 warrior. The two were a couple in real life, and they only needed to invite 4 DPS players for dungeon runs, so they leveled up quickly. June Snow had a sewing skill at level 22, and September Sky's forging skill was already at level 24. Flower Iris and Feng Wuhan were also a couple in real life. Ranchi and Feng Tian had met them during a dungeon run when they bumped into Yuna and Bajie. The incident about the potato pancake recipe that caused an argument was eventually resolved when Ranchi gave the recipe to Flower Iris, and the clarification post on the forum was also made by Feng Wuhan, which left Ranchi with a very positive impression of both of them. Flower Iris's cooking skill was level 25, and they had learned many recipes. Feng Wuhan specialized in potions, with the highest skill level among them at 27. While both of them were strong DPS players, they spent more time improving their proficiency, which slowed down their leveling speed, so they were only level 27. Back then, both of them were at a higher level than Ranchi, but now, Ranchi had pulled ahead. The last time Invincible Guild was recruiting, they wanted to apply but didn't meet the level requirements. This time, they finally made it in. With the addition of 5 life players, the guild's burden during dungeon runs or guild battles would be greatly reduced, and it would also help shift some of the focus away from Ranchi. Many people had guessed that Ranchi was the legendary anonymous expert, but out of respect for the fact that Night Owl was backing him, No one was tactless enough to bring it up. However, apart from his cooking skills, Ranqi's proficiency in other life skills was a secret known only to Night Owl's team. When Ranqi logged off to rest, he received a video call from Ran Shaojin. "Dad, is there any news?" Ranqi eagerly asked as soon as the call connected. "Yes, the research department has analyzed all the ingredients you sent over. They confirmed that these ingredients contain trace amounts of the mysterious active element, with the highest concentration found in the meat, about 3 times that of fruits and vegetables. Further experiments showed that this element has a certain promoting effect on human cells, with stronger effects on those with weaker physiques." Ran Shaojin explained. "That's the main reason your physical stats have improved so quickly. For individuals with higher physical levels, it would take a long-term, large intake of this element to see even slight improvements." After a pause, Ran Shaojin asked, "By the way, how many people in your game have used vouchers to exchange for ingredients?" "These vouchers are pretty hard to come by. I'd guess fewer than 20 people have them," Ranqi replied, rubbing his nose sheepishly. His team had scooped most of the vouchers up. "I asked my friends. They haven't used their vouchers yet. They're saving up for things like matches." "That's good." Ran Shaojin nodded. "Do you not want them to exchange for ingredients?" Ranqi asked hesitantly. After all, he had encouraged Night Owl and the others to exchange for ingredients just yesterday. "It's not that," Ran Shaojin said thoughtfully. "Since the game officials and the government dared to release these items, they must have been prepared for the exposure. If you want to exchange for them, go ahead. It doesn't matter. Just let things unfold naturally." Then, with a slight frown, he asked, "Those vouchers are hard to get? Are you running out of them?" No. It's actually quite easy for me," Ranqi assured him quickly, thanks to his unique methods for farming vouchers. "Really?" Seeing Ranqi's serious nod, Ran Shaojin breathed a sigh of relief and added with slight embarrassment, "Your little dad really enjoyed the braised pork and potato rice you made last time. If you're exchanging for ingredients again, could you send some over for him?" "No problem. I was just about to try 2 new recipes today. Once they're ready, I'll send them to him," Ranqi said with a smile. The affection between his 2 fathers was truly heartwarming. Ran Shaojin cleared his throat and swiftly changed the subject. "Ahem. The head of the research department is fascinated by this new element. He's been practically living in the lab these past few days. I'll update you if there's any new information." "Got it." Ranqi nodded obediently. After ending the call, Ranqi opened his terminal and exchanged vouchers on the game's official website for potatoes, green peppers, pork belly, and rice. He planned to make several dishes so his family could try them all. Potatoes can be made into so many dishes that Ranqi specifically exchanged for several extra pounds. Today, besides stir-fry dishes, he also planned to make mashed potatoes and fries. He sliced the remaining potatoes, green peppers, and pork belly, stir-frying them together into a flavorful dish that paired perfectly with rice. The aroma alone was irresistible. Ranqi opened the StarNet shopping mall to look for a fryer and was surprised to discover that the electric energy-saving wok he had previously purchased had many additional features. It could barbecue, bake, stew, steam, simmer, fry, and stir-fry. It could even be controlled via his terminal, making it incredibly convenient. The frying function, in particular, could be used without any oil. Its principle seemed similar to the air fryers from his previous life on Earth, a high-tech device that used air to fry food. Although 99% of interstellar citizens relied on nutrient solutions for daily sustenance, 1% still pursued top-tier living standards. They not only purchased natural ingredients but also hired star chefs to turn them into gourmet meals. With the Empire's population exceeding 100 billion, even 1% meant over a billion people buying kitchenware. This explained why the Empire invested so much in developing advanced kitchen appliances. No wonder this wok was priced so high. It was packed with hidden features. Ranqi peeled and cut the potatoes into strips, boiled them with salted water, drained them, and switched the wok to the frying mode. Before long, he had a plate of golden, crispy fries. He plated the fries and prepared mashed potatoes by steaming peeled potato slices using the wok steaming mode. After mashing them in a bowl and pouring black pepper sauce over them, the taste was almost identical to the mashed potatoes from KFC in his past life. Finally, he switched the wok to stir-fry mode and cooked the sliced potatoes, green peppers, and pork belly together. The result was a dish full of color, aroma, and flavor, Stir-fried potatoes with green peppers and pork belly. The wok's advanced features significantly reduced his cooking time. He finished 3 dishes and a pot of rice in about an hour. He packed a portion into an insulated container and placed an order with Octopus Express to deliver it to his little father. Then he called Gula to join him for a meal. "Why are you so late today? I even had to call you to invite you," Ranchi teased. "Haha, I was just on a call with the class president. The registration for the campus competition just closed, and the matches will officially start the day after tomorrow. The president reminded us not to miss it. Once the campus competition ends, it'll be time for the regional competition," Gula said excitedly. "I can't wait to meet Soul Chaser and the others." Chapter 48 Preliminary Competition. "Huh? Why didn't the class president message me?" Ranchi asked in confusion. "He did, but you were showing us in a call at the time, so he contacted me instead. Anyway, everyone knows how close we are. Telling me is as good as telling you." Gula laughed and slung an arm over Ranchi's shoulder. "That's true. Haha." Ranchi scooped the freshly cooked rice from the pot into bowls. "By the way, did the class president say how long the campus competition will last? Will it interfere with our gaming time?" The class president wouldn't bother organizing viewing events on a whim. It was undoubtedly a requirement from the school and teachers. If that were the case, skipping wouldn't be an option. The thought of Zhang Shuo, that annoying guy, participating in the competition irked Ranchi. What's more, since senior students wouldn't be competing this time, the difficulty of qualifying had significantly decreased. Ranchi really didn't want to see Zhang Shuo strutting around. He'd rather spend the time leveling up in the game to earn more physical exchange coupons and improve his physique. "No idea, but it'll probably take 5 or 6 days, Gula replied absent-mindedly, his attention fully captured by the aroma of the food on the table. He swallowed hard. "It smells amazing. What did you make today?" 5 or 6 days wasn't too bad. If worse came to worst, they would show up, and then sneak out. With so many people on campus, no one would notice if 1 or 2 are missing. Feeling reassured, Ranchi also turned his focus to the food and smiled. "I made fries, mashed potatoes, and stir-fried potatoes with green peppers and pork belly. Try them out." The freshly fried fries were golden and steaming hot, their appearance incredibly appetizing. Gula couldn't resist and immediately grabbed one to taste. The fries were crisp on the outside and soft on the inside. Even with just a pinch of salt, they were deliciously flavorful. "These are amazing." Gula's eyes lit up as he grabbed another fry. Fries were the kind of snack you couldn't stop eating once you started. Before long, Gula had devoured almost half the plate. "Don't just eat the fries. Try the mashed potatoes too." Ranchi handed him the plate of mashed potatoes and a small spoon. The mashed potatoes had been steamed in a small bowl and turned out as a perfect semi-spherical mound on the plate. Topped with a homemade black pepper sauce, the dish looked elegant. Even without milk or butter to enhance the flavor, it was still delightfully sweet and savory. Gula scooped up a big spoonful, put it in his mouth, and immediately showered it with praise. "This is so good too. Eat as much as you like," Ranchi said with a smile, then quickly began eating the stir-fried potatoes with green peppers and pork belly. The soy sauce gave the dish a beautiful brown hue, and the sheen of pork fat made it look incredibly appetizing. Ranchi had intentionally let the dish simmer briefly before serving. The potatoes were tender and soaked with the flavorful sauce. The green peppers added a mild spiciness with a hint of sweetness, while the thinly sliced pork belly was the highlight. The juicy, well-balanced mix of fat and lean meat created a burst of flavor. If only he had some dabanjiang, the dish could have been even richer. Still, the dish was already excellent. Its savory taste paired perfectly with rice. Ranchi happily alternated between bites of the dish and spoonfuls of rice. By the time Gula finally moved on from the mashed potatoes, Ranchi had already eaten half his bowl of rice. "Hey, how can you start without me?" Gula glared at him before hurriedly picking up his own bowl and digging in. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the campus selection competition officially began, with 246 students signing up to participate. The event started with a one-on-one elimination round that would instantly cut the participants in half. The smart AI system assigned opponents, ensuring that their combat strengths were evenly matched. Victory would depend entirely on their skills. The competition included 3 categories based on the students' fields of study: mechas, combat suits, and command. Mechas needed no introduction. They were the most common combat weapon in interstellar warfare. Built with high-grade alloys, they boasted incredible defensive capabilities and were equipped with hundreds of different weapons, making them highly powerful. Only elite students with physiques of at least grade A could enroll in the mecha program. Of course, mechas were incredibly expensive, and it was impossible for everyone in the galaxy to own one. That was where high-speed, Lightweight combat suits came into play, essentially miniature, individual mechas. These suits added a mechanical exoskeleton to the body, equipped with various light weapons, to enhance combat capabilities. However, using combat suits placed high demands on the user's own combat abilities. Not only must their physique reach at least grade B, but they also needed specialized training in close-quarters combat techniques. Back when the original owner of this body had an accident, it was because he violated school rules by sneaking into the combat suit training room and using a combat suit without authorization. This led to a suit explosion that nearly cost him his life, leaving a lasting impression. Large-scale interstellar wars naturally required commanders. As the saying goes, bystanders see the bigger picture. There must be someone who could oversee the battle from a broader perspective and controlled its overall direction. While the competitions for the command department leaned more towards strategic intelligence, they were equally exciting. The competition ran from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Participants would be grouped and engage in simulated battles in virtual combat rooms, while live spectators could watch each match on massive high-definition screens. When a contestant won after giving their all and stepped off the combat platform, the audience's cheers were their best reward. After intense rounds of competition, half the participants would be eliminated. The remaining contestants would compete again the next day, with only 10 finalists emerging to represent the school in the regional tournament. After greeting Night Owl and the others, Ranchi and Gula logged off promptly at 9:30 a.m. They took quick showers, changed into their school uniforms, and rushed to the entrance of the teaching building to gather. The class president had scheduled a 9:45 a.m. meeting, and they arrived precisely on time, neither late nor a minute early. The class president emotionlessly took roll call. Once everyone was accounted for, he led the large group toward the school's training center. As luck would have it, when they entered the training center, they ran into the mecha department's team. At the very front of the group was Zhang Shuo, proudly walking with his chest puffed out as a contestant. Ranchi silently rolled his eyes and looked away, pretending not to see him. However, even though Ranchi tried to avoid him, Zhang Shuo didn't let the opportunity slip. As the two groups passed each other, Zhang Shuo intentionally bumped into him. Ranqi's physique was no match for Zhang Shuo's. If not for Gula catching him in time, Ranqi would have been sent flying. Zhang Shuo, that's too much, Gula shouted angrily at him. Zhang Shuo feigned innocence, turning back with a puzzled look. What did I do? You bumped into him on purpose? Huh? No, I didn't. Zhang Shuo paused, then acted as if he suddenly realized something. In a mocking tone, he said, "Oh, so I bumped into something just now? I didn't even feel it. I thought it was just a little bug." "You, Lele," Ranchi said, rubbing his sore shoulder and pulling the furious Gula back. Zhang Shuo, apologize. Apologize? Why should I apologize to you? Zhang Shuo laughed, as if he'd heard the funniest joke, and his group of followers burst into laughter alongside him. Ranchi stared coldly at him. "You're not going to apologize. Make me keep dreaming." Zhang Shuo sneered. Oh, Ranchi didn't bother wasting words on him and instead turned to the class president. "Class president, I believe Zhang Shuo deliberately bumped into me. Please call a teacher. I'd like to request access to the surveillance footage now." The class president asked in surprise. There were only 5 minutes left before the competition started. If an investigation were conducted, it would take considerable time. Furthermore, as one of the involved parties, Zhang Shuo would also need to stay, which would inevitably delay the competition. "Yes, right now," Ranchi said coldly. "If it's inconvenient for you, I'll send a message to my father and have him contact the principal." Everyone's patience had its limits. Normally, Ranchi wouldn't sweat the occasional petty squabbles. After all, they weren't in the same department, and at most, it was just verbal spats, which he could ignore as mere barking. But this time, Zhang Shuo's actions were truly over the line. Perhaps being praised as a star contestant for so long had gone to his head, and now he was getting too full of himself. If Ranchi didn't retaliate, he'd only be seen as an easy target, encouraging Zhang Shuo to escalate further. The class president was starting to sweat. It was obvious that Ranchi intended to escalate the situation. Not only would it delay the competition, but if Zhang Shuo was found to have deliberately collided with Ranchi and caused injury, the school wouldn't protect him. In fact, his qualification to compete might be revoked, and he could face additional disciplinary actions. Previously, Ranchi rarely made a fuss, so people assumed he was easy to bully. But now they remembered he had Ran Shaojin, one of the empire's top 10 wealthiest individuals, backing him. If this matter reached the principal, it would be even harder to handle. "Zhang Shuo, I think this might just be a misunderstanding. Why don't you apologize? The class president hesitated but ultimately turned to Zhang Shuo. Ranchi. Zhang Shuo growled through gritted teeth, glaring at him. Why are you calling me? Ranchi calmly looked back at him. Zhang Shuo's face alternated between shades of green and red, like a flickering neon light. He frantically replayed the moment he bumped into Ranchi in his mind. Was it too obvious? Would the surveillance cameras have caught it? As time ticked by, everyone around them focused their attention on the two. Meanwhile, the teacher in the training center, noticing the students hadn't come in yet, started walking toward the entrance. Under the mounting pressure, Zhang Shuo finally lowered his proud head. I'm sorry. What did you say? I didn't hear you, Ranchi said. Zhang Shuo glared at him, raising his fist several times, but in the end, he begrudgingly lowered his head again and muttered, I said I'm sorry. Sorry for what? Ranchi, don't be excessive. Who's really being excessive here? Ranchi raised an eyebrow. Did I ask you to bump into me? Zhang Shuo was at a loss for words, biting his lip before spitting out, I'm sorry for accidentally bumping into you earlier. Fine. Be more careful next time, Ranchi replied. Then he turned to the class president again. Class president, my shoulder still hurts quite a bit. I'll head to the infirmary, so I won't watch the competition. Please let the teacher know for me. Okay. What else could the class president say? He had no choice but to agree. Chapter 49 Black and White World. Gula said, Class president, I'll accompany Ranchi to the infirmary. Fine, the class president said with a headache, waving them off to quickly take Ranchi away. With Gula supporting him, Ranchi left the training hall and headed toward the infirmary. Ran, are you okay? Gula asked softly once they were out of earshot. Zhang Shuo had bumped into him so hard earlier, and the difference in their physical constitutions made Gula genuinely worried. I'm fine, just a little sore. If something were really wrong, I wouldn't have let him off so easily, Ranchi replied, having already rubbed his shoulder to confirm that there was no bone damage, just some bruising. That's good to hear, Gula said with relief. But it's still better to get it checked at the infirmary. And since they had already told the class president they were going to the infirmary, they had to follow through. If the teacher got curious and decided to verify their visit with the school doctor, skipping it would cause trouble. It was class time, so the school doctor was in their office. Seeing Gula helping Ranchi inside, they quickly stood up. What happened? Got bumped, Ranchi explained. It shouldn't be serious, just a bit sore. You're not the one to decide whether it's serious or not, the school doctor said sternly. They remembered Ranchi well. His strikingly attractive face wasn't easy to forget. Besides, he was the only student at the school with double E aptitude, and his father, Ran Shaojin, had privately asked the teachers to keep an eye on him. For most students, a bump like this would be a minor incident, but for Ranchi, it could be serious. The school had many physically strong students, including some with S-level constitutions who could withstand over a ton of pressure and even achieve temporary immunity to weapons. If someone with an S-level constitution collided with Ranchi, who was only E-level, injuries like fractures or worse would be inevitable. Pull your uniform down a bit so I can take a look. Ranchi unzipped his uniform, revealing his right shoulder. His pale skin showed a large, vivid bruise that stood out starkly. The school doctor frowned and gently pressed on the bruise. Seeing that Ranchi only winced slightly without showing severe pain, they relaxed. It seems to be just a bruise, but to be safe, let's do a thorough check, the doctor said, activating an advanced diagnostic scanner far superior to X-rays or MRIs. It scanned the entire body inside and out in just 5 seconds, rendering a 3D model of every organ and blood vessel. Fortunately, apart from subcutaneous bleeding on the shoulder, there were no other issues. However, upon closer inspection, faint marks on Ranchi's leg bones and the back of his skull were visible, lingering injuries from his earlier accident. Nothing serious. A bit of medication should do the trick. Rest well afterward, the doctor said, taking out a bottle of pain relief spray. They applied it generously to Ranchi's shoulder, and the bruise visibly faded in seconds. Ranchi moved his arm, feeling no more pain. He stood up and thanked the doctor. All right, thank you. You're welcome. Just be more careful next time. Since the doctor advised rest, Ranchi dutifully complied. So, he returned to his dorm and hopped into his game pod to rest properly. Night Owl and the others were grinding levels in the wilderness when they saw Ranchi and Gula log in. They couldn't help but flood the team chat with question marks. Soul Chaser asked curiously, Brother Ran, Coke, weren't you two watching the selection match? Why are you back so soon? Nothing much to see. We just snuck away, Ranchi replied casually, not wanting to dwell on the unpleasant events from earlier. Ha ha ha. That's because your school's players are so weak. The matches were boring. Wait until the regional tournament. We'll show you what real experts look like. Soul Chaser laughed arrogantly, his tone brimming with confidence. So what if Zhang Shuo made it through the school selection? With Night Owl and the others being so strong, they would undoubtedly teach him a lesson on the battlefield. With that thought, Ran Chi suddenly found himself looking forward to the regional tournament. Why are you all online every day? Don't you need to participate in school selection matches? Gula finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked. Ha 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 ha. Because we're too strong. Soul Chaser replied with the same smugness. Gula, we've competed multiple times already, and every time we've come out as group champions. To avoid crushing the morale of the new students, our teachers gave us special permission to skip straight to the finals. So, we only need to log off for the finals day. And Ranchi and Gula. Alright then. Their imaginations were clearly limited by their lack of skill. Night Owl asked, shall we run the black and white world dungeon? 2 days had passed, and Night Owl had reached level 40, while Ranchi and Gula had climbed to level 35, unlocking access to the new dungeon. Let's go. Everyone responded enthusiastically, except Ranchi, who furrowed his brow slightly. Black and White World was a level 35 dungeon, as its name suggested, a world of stark contrasts with only black and white. Its mechanics differed from previous dungeons. The space was small but labyrinthine, with the ground covered in black and white tiles. The monsters were all ghosts, and the boss was a large ghost with 2 heads, one black and one white. These heads were hostile to each other but unable to harm one another because they shared the same body. However, they could exploit the player's actions to absorb power from the other head. When players entered, the color of the first tile they stepped on determined their faction. If it was white, they could only move on white tiles and attack black ghosts. Mistakes, such as stepping on the wrong tile or attacking a white ghost, would empower the black head of the boss. This would also make the next wave of black ghosts stronger. The more mistakes, the more dominant the black head would become. During the final boss battle, the black head would consume the white head at the last moment, instantly restoring full health and doubling its attack power. This essentially transformed the fight from a normal mode to a hard mode. However, if the players made no mistakes, killing black ghosts would weaken the black head over time. When the boss battle began, the white head would aid the players by consuming the black head, making the fight much easier. In essence, as long as the players understood the mechanics, the dungeon was relatively simple. The problem was, Ranchi couldn't outright explain it. Like before, he'd have to find a way to guide them once they were inside. The group arrived at the dungeon entrance, where Night Owl took the lead in initiating it. When they teleported in, they were met with a world of black and white tiles. Every surface, from the ground to the walls, was divided into alternating squares. The pattern was so overwhelming that it induced dizziness after prolonged viewing. Oh my gosh, what kind of messed up dungeon is this? It's awful. Soul Chaser groaned, covering his eyes. Night Owl said, look at the ground, not the walls. It'll feel much better. But if I only look at the ground, how am I supposed to walk? And I won't see the monsters either. Don't worry, just follow me, Night Owl said confidently, stepping onto the first tile, a black one, indicating their faction as the black team. Immediately, ghostly monsters appeared, with 10 in total, 5 black and 5 white, distributed evenly. Seeing the division of colors among the ghosts, Night Owl frowned slightly, sensing something off. But before he could figure it out, Gula, out of habit, charged forward with his longsword and shield raised. After Gula stabilized the aggro, Soul Chaser, and the others immediately joined in, quickly clearing the wave of monsters. What's going on? These monsters seem really weak, Sword at Fleeting Time said, puzzled. Maybe it's a bonus dungeon? A place to farm experience, Plume Inc. suggested optimistically. That's unlikely, right? Would the game devs really be that generous? Who cares? Just keep going, Soul Chaser said as he charged ahead, stepping onto a white tile. Ranchi watched helplessly as the group stepped on the wrong tiles multiple times. While he kept a calm expression, inwardly, he was growing increasingly anxious. Soon, a second wave of monsters appeared. This time, the white ghosts looked more solid, while the black ghosts appeared increasingly translucent. Before Ranchi could say anything, Night Owl, ever vigilant, noticed the problem. Hold on, something's wrong with the health bars. The white monster's HP is increasing, while the black monster's HP is decreasing. The group paused and carefully observed the health bars. Sure enough, the white ghost's health had increased by at least 20%, and their attack damage had also risen, while the black ghosts were noticeably weaker. What's going on? Everyone was baffled. After thinking for a moment, Night Owl said, Don't use AoE skills. Focus on killing the white monsters first, and avoid hitting the black ones. Got it. After eliminating the white monsters one by one, they noticed that the black ghosts didn't attack them. Instead, they faded into the walls and disappeared. It seems the black monsters won't attack us. We should focus on the white ones and avoid hitting the black ones. While the mechanics weren't fully clear, Night Owl made a preliminary judgment. Understood. Although they identified the issue with the monsters, they didn't pay attention to the tiles beneath them. Watching them repeatedly step on the wrong tiles, Ranchi held back from speaking. By the third wave, the white ghosts had grown even stronger. Although the group could still handle them with ease due to the dungeon's forgiving nature, the trend was becoming increasingly concerning. As Night Owl frowned in thought, Ranchi quickly suggested, could it have something to do with the tiles we're stepping on? We should try only stepping on the black tiles. That makes sense. Let's give it a try. Following Ranchi's suggestion, they began stepping only on black tiles, finding ways to skip or jump over the white ones. With this adjustment, the white monsters stopped growing stronger and gradually weakened as they were defeated. Once they grasped the pattern, the group progressed smoothly and soon found themselves standing before the final boss. Chapter 50 Ghost Gift. The large ghost boss had two massive heads perched atop its body, one black and one white, forming a stark contrast. On closer inspection, the white head was slightly larger than the black one, indicating that their earlier mistakes had given the white-headed boss a slight power boost. However, it wasn't enough to allow the white head to overpower the black one yet. Without needing a reminder from Ranchi, Night Owl promptly instructed the team, when fighting the boss, make sure not to hit the black head. Understood. The ghost boss moved at an incredibly fast pace, zigzagging unpredictably and making it hard to land attacks. Both heads spat out black and white bubbles, respectively. The black bubbles were harmless, but the white bubbles would explode on contact, causing damage and releasing a sticky white goo that adhered to players, immobilizing them. The team found themselves dodging the white bubbles like they were playing dodgeball, all while avoiding stepping on white tiles. It made for a chaotic and clumsy scene. The sheer number of white bubbles, combined with the boss's erratic movements, made things particularly tough for melee players. I'm stuck. Ranran, help me, Gula shouted. He had accidentally triggered a white bubble, which exploded, dealing 10% damage and covering him in sticky goo, rendering him immobile. More white bubbles drifted toward him, and he could only watch helplessly, unable to move. Hold on. 3 more seconds. Ranchi was equally anxious. Although his purification skill could remove the sticky effect, its cooldown was quite long. He had just used it on sword at fleeting time and had to wait 5 seconds before casting it again. Another one exploded. During those 3 seconds, another white bubble hit Gula, dealing 20% damage. The damage from the bubbles increased with consecutive hits, making a chain explosion incredibly dangerous. Got it. As soon as the cooldown ended, Ranchi used purification on Gula, finally freeing him from his immobilized state. Fortunately, most of the team were ranged players. No matter how much the boss darted around, Night Owl and the others relentlessly landed their attacks, quickly reducing its health to below 20%. At this point, the white-headed boss became visibly agitated. Its eyes turned crimson, and it opened its tooth-filled mouth to viciously bite the black head. Not to be outdone, the black head retaliated, and the two heads began attacking and devouring each other, creating a horrifying and grotesque scene. Don't stop. Keep attacking the white head, Night Owl shouted. Fireballs and arrows rained down on the white head. Even sword at fleeting time joined in, throwing daggers. Under their combined assault, the white head grew weaker and weaker until the black head finally devoured it. The twin-headed ghost boss transformed into a fully black ghost. It hovered in the air, nodding slightly toward the group before retreating into the black wall and disappearing. System, congratulations. You helped the black ghost defeat the white ghost and received its gratitude, earning 300,000 experience points. As expected of a level 35 boss, the experience reward was generous. Everyone present leveled up immediately. Soul Chaser said, let's go again. This time, we're definitely getting the speedrun achievement. On their first attempt, their unfamiliarity with the dungeon mechanics had slowed them down, preventing them from earning the speedrun achievement. But with their newfound experience, they were confident they could achieve it this time. Armed with the lessons from their previous run, they entered the dungeon and immediately stepped onto black tiles, firmly aligning themselves with the black faction. They killed only white ghosts along the way, and by the time they reached the twin-headed boss, the white-headed boss was noticeably weaker than before. Not only did it produce fewer white bubbles, but it also occasionally froze in place, Evidence of the Blackhead fighting for control over the shared body. The team seized every opportunity to launch a fierce assault on the Whitehead. System announcement. Congratulations to players: Night Owl, Soul Chaser, Plume Inc., Sorted Fleeting Time, Coke, and Byran, for completing the Black and White World Experience dungeon in under 20 minutes, achieving the Extreme Speedrun achievement and earning the title Ghost Slayer. After running the Experience dungeon 5 times in a row, each time aligning with the Black faction, something different happened on the final attempt. Once the Black Ghost reached its complete form, it didn't just leave after defeating the White Ghost. Instead, it presented each of them with a small treasure chest. System: because you consistently and unwaveringly chose to help the Black Ghost defeat the White Ghost, you have received the Black Ghost's gratitude and been awarded a mystery chest. Judging by the system prompt, we could have chosen the White faction too. Sorted Fleeting Time belatedly realized. Who cares? We unlocked a hidden reward condition anyway. Soul Chaser's eyes lit up as he saw the chest. Night Owl, on the other hand, looked grim at the sight of it. Ranchi was also surprised to discover this hidden bonus in the dungeon. It was an unexpected delight. Alright, I'll go first. Gula couldn't wait to open his chest. System: congratulations. You have obtained the special item, Ghost Mask. Ghost Mask. Great. A description: a special piece of equipment, a treasure of the Black Ghost. When worn, it hides personal information and lowers the wearer's presence. The mask functioned similarly to an invisible cloak. While it didn't provide attribute bonuses, its design was undeniably impressive. Gula immediately put on the mask. It was pure black and had a faint metallic sheen. Once it covered the upper half of his face, it gave him a mysterious aura. The usually carefree foodie suddenly transformed into an elegant and enigmatic Knight of the Night. That's actually pretty cool. Ranki's tone carried a hint of envy. This mask was much more lightweight than his invisible cloak. Haha, no way I'm trading it with you, Gula exclaimed triumphantly, clearly satisfied with his loot. My turn. My turn. Soul Chaser eagerly opened his chest next. System: congratulations. You have obtained the costume Ghost Tuxedo. 7 days. The Ghost Tuxedo had no attributes but was a temporary fashion item that allowed the wearer to transform their equipment's appearance into a sleek tailcoat. It was exceptionally stylish. Not bad. A tuxedo works too, Soul Chaser said, immediately equipping it. In an instant, the burly archer transformed into a dashing gentleman. Feeling smug, he enabled the panoramic screenshot feature and took several 360-degree photos, planning to post them on the forums later. This might even be the first costume in the entire game. Next was Plume Inc.'s turn. He received a unique item called Ghost Possession. Ghost Possession. Great. A description: a special item that allows the user to switch to ghost form for 10 minutes, becoming untargetable and immune to attacks. This one-time use transformation item was incredibly practical, whether for open-world battles or dungeon fights. Being able to temporarily become invincible for 10 minutes made it the best loot so far. Then it was Sorted Fleeting Time's turn. He got another one-time use item, Ghost Bubble. Similar to the bubbles they had encountered during the boss fight, these bubbles would explode upon contact and release sticky goo that impaired the target's movement. Looks like everyone's loot is about the same this time. There's no way to get something bad now. Boss, go ahead and open yours with confidence, Soul Chaser said with a grin, feeling that success was guaranteed. Night Owl glanced at him indifferently before opening his treasure chest with a neutral expression. System: congratulations. You have obtained the special item, Magical Fireworks. Magical Fireworks. Great. See description: a special item that releases beautiful fireworks when used. Everyone. That's it? What an amazing firework. Plume Inc. forced a dry laugh and looked at Ranchi. Brother Ran, it's your turn. Ranchi sighed and opened his chest as well. To everyone's surprise, the chest was empty. This isn't logical. Everyone immediately widened their eyes. Could it be that even the luckiest player sometimes gets unlucky? System announcement: player, Byran, received a gift from the Black and White World Ghost, and all attributes increased by 2 points. Everyone. This works? The lucky player really is a lucky player. Looks like we lost. Guild, Evernight. Wow, Vice Guild Leader, you're so lucky. Guild, no happiness. We also completed the Black and White World Dungeon. Why didn't we get a gift? This isn't fair. Guild, Soul Chaser. Oh, you guys are quick. How many times did you complete it? Guild Raphael, 3 times. It's a bit tricky. Guild, Sorted Fleeting Time. You need to consistently choose the same faction. The boss gave us each a mysterious treasure chest. Guild, Kane, is this a hidden bonus for the whole team? I'm curious what everyone else got. Guild, Plume Inc. Ahem. It's okay. Just some one-time use items. After all, it's not a system chest. Guild. Unbreakable mountain and river. Keep it up, everyone. Let's get the first kill in the black and white world. Meanwhile, inside the training hall of the Capital Star's first military academy, Zhang Shuo walked out of the virtual battle room with a gloomy face. Even though he had defeated his opponent, there was no joy on his face. Brother Shuo, congratulations on leveling up. Zhang Shuo's underlings greeted him happily. Zhang Shuo coldly responded. The underlings immediately sensed something was off. Zhang Shuo was probably still angry about the time he had to apologize to Ran Qi outside. Brother Shuo, don't bother about that kind of small fry. As long as we get through this, we can slap his face hard. Underling 1 said. How are we going to do that? So what if we win? He's not even competing. Zhang Shuo gritted his teeth. This. Underling 1 was left speechless. That useless Ran Qi definitely wasn't competing. Even if Zhang Shuo won the championship, he wouldn't be able to teach Ran Qi a lesson. There was simply no way to vent his frustration. It's okay, boss. There's still the game. Underling 2 slapped his forehead excitedly. Didn't you agree to have a showdown with him in the game? You can kill him over and over until he can't log in anymore, and teach him a lesson. You're right. Zhang Shuo slightly narrowed his eyes, a ruthless gleam flashing in them. Did you find out his game ID? They had agreed on a one-on-one battle, and even if Ran Qi had help, it wouldn't matter. Although the game could reduce pain perception, it could only be reduced by up to 50%. When the time came, he would use control skills to bind Ran Qi, torturing him fiercely and forcing him to beg for mercy. Once he was done having fun, he would give him a quick end. Well, it seems like his classmates don't have much of a good relationship with him. That guy, Gula, probably knows, but he probably won't be willing to tell us. Underling 2 hesitated. HMPH, no worries. He's a useless player. His base stats must be really bad. He's probably still struggling at level 20 or so. Zhang Shuo said with contempt in his tone. Ha ha ha. Brother Shuo is right. Our brother Shuo is already level 28. Underling 2 nodded vigorously, proudly adding. Zhang Shuo nodded smugly. While level 28 wouldn't make it to the top of the leaderboard, it was still among the top of the second tier. As they progressed, leveling would slow down, but he wasn't in a hurry. He would eventually catch up to the first tier players.